It was the middle-aged rich man who had just inquired about the ordinary clinic with Ling Yun, and he went back and forth. Ling Yun was playing with a check for 300,000 yuan and looked at him with a smile. Didn't you say that I want money and want to go crazy? I haven't seen you for a while, why did you hand over all the money? The middle-aged rich man's face was flushed, and he apologized to Ling Yun again and again, so that Lord Ling Yun would not remember the villain's deeds, let alone the shame. What's wrong? Ling Yun asked with a smile. The middle-aged rich man blushed and scratched his head. He pulled Ling Yun and walked into the cubicle. When he came to the cubicle, he lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, "Yes. I have a problem." "Is it impotence?" Ling Yun smiled knowingly and said to the middle-aged rich man using sound transmission. No one else could hear it, but Ling Yun's voice was very loud in the ears of the middle-aged rich man. He stopped the middle-aged rich man in a hurry, and quickly checked to see if the two nurses outside heard him. "Don't worry, others can't hear you." Ling Yun felt amused and comforted him. The middle-aged rich man was surprised when he saw the two female nurses go their separate ways, and didn't even look here. Ling Yun's yin-yang art of Wen Qi was prepared for this. He smiled lightly and said, "I promise to cure the disease by hand, but 300,000 won't be enough." The middle-aged tycoon was extremely uneasy. He was overjoyed when he heard Ling Yun said that the disease was cured by hand. He immediately cheered up and said, "Okay, as long as you tell me the number, I will cure it for any amount of money. If a man's stuff doesn't work, he's not a man anymore. No matter how much money you have in your life, it's no fun. What's the point of making money like that?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "I'm not going to deceive you. I'll pay another 1 million in the past, and I'll cure you when I come back." The middle-aged tycoon stayed for a while. First he took a deep breath, but then he thought, in order to be a majestic man, 1.3 million is worth. "Okay. I'll go and pay now." The middle-aged rich man gritted his teeth and immediately went over, filled out a check for 1 million again, handed it to Yao Rou, and returned quickly. Ling Yun waited for the middle-aged rich man to come back, and without saying a word, he held his hand and ran a yin and yang formula. A stream of pure yang energy was poured into his body, and then he let go. He smiled and said, "It's done." "Jie?" The middle-aged rich man was stunned. "Is this all right?" He thought that Ling Yun was holding his hand and wanted to ask about his condition, but he shook his hand, and within 20 seconds, Ling Yun said he was cured. This, can't it? Your clinic can't be so rude, right?" The middle-aged rich man had apparently used folk earthwork and home remedies to treat him many times, and he thought he had been tricked again this time. Ling Yun smiled. Pulling open the curtain with his hand, he pointed at Li Jinlian and Shang Mingming and said, "Look, are my two nurses beautiful? Which one is more sexy?" The middle-aged rich man followed Ling Yun's gaze, only to see Li Jinlian looking at her with a charming look, with a charming smile on the corners of her mouth, a delicate and embossed figure, and Shang Mingming's pair of invincible. Trembling, big and round, it seems that the nurse's uniform will be broken at any time. Suddenly, the Adam's apple trembles, and a burst of evil fire bursts. "My God, I'm okay," said the middle-aged rich man in shock. Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's time to get rid of the disease." Isn't this just for a while? Don't go out of the house, then." The middle-aged rich man was excited and apprehensive. Ling Yun laughed and said, "As long as you don't mess around, you can keep your glory until you are 65 years old. As long as there is a problem one day in advance, you can come to me, and the 1.3 million will be refunded." The middle-aged rich man heard it. Excitedly, "It doesn't take that long, it only takes a month. Oh, no, it only takes a week. As long as there is no problem in a week, I will send you another million." Ling Yun laughed loudly, patted the middle-aged rich man on the shoulder casually, and giggled, "You can take it easy, in the future, don't mess around, just put out the fire, hurry up. After speaking, Ling Yan walked out of the booth first, and sat down on his desk without looking at all the people beside him who were already dumbfounded. A patient received 1.3 million, and the patient was ecstatic, and said with great excitement that he would send another 1 million in a week. This money is too easy to earn, no wonder the boss made such a fire just now. What is the concept of 2.3 million? If Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining had followed the previous practice, if 6 people worked hard every day, and if they were sleeping and eating, they would make 5,000 yuan a day, and it would take 460 days. It only took Ling Yun a while to earn an income equivalent to the 6 of them working continuously for a year and a half. After a while, the middle-aged rich man walked out of the cubicle in good spirits after the body's reaction subsided. Holding the business card in both hands, he bent down and handed it to Ling Yun respectfully. Thank you for your treatment. This is my business card. I will be there whenever I need it in the future. The middle-aged rich man said sincerely. Ling Yan casually took the business card over, glanced at it and handed it to Shang Mengmeng beside him, and then said neither lightly nor heavy, please walk slowly, don't send it. The middle-aged rich man left with great gratitude and gratitude. Ling Yan stretched his waist comfortably and stood up. Aren't you all exhausted these days? Everyone is given a bonus of 50,000 yuan, 10 days off, and now you can get off work. Jie? Li Jinlian, Shang Mengmeng, and Sun Yujiao, who had just returned from dinner, were dumbfounded at the same time, thinking that something was wrong with their ears. There is no bonus when recruiting. Just less than 3 weeks after work, and the bonus of 50,000 yuan per person is in hand? This job can't be changed even if you kill him. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Sun Yujiao with a smile, and said, Hey, I said Bingshan Beauty, do you want me to treat your physical problems? Sun Yujiao's face flushed instantly, her breathing became short of breath, and she didn't dare to speak for a while. Is there anything wrong with Sun Yujiao? Yes, and it's a problem that's hard to tell. Her 2 breasts, I don't know what's going on, are always inexplicably full of pain. When the pain is severe, she doesn't even dare to wear a bra. It is also the size of the 2 that is bigger, not daring to bend down, let alone gasp for breath. However, because Sun Yujiao guessed that she had breast cancer, she refused to go to the hospital for a checkup. She was afraid that once it was detected, her pair of beautiful breasts would not be able to be preserved. Seeing Ling Yan say that Sun Yujiao was sick, the other 5 beauties all looked over in surprise, staring at Sun Yujiao, whose face was blushing, not knowing what to think. What Li Jinlian and Shang Mengmeng thought was that Sun Yujiao was really lucky to be cared by the boss. Yao Ro felt sour in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Miao Xiaomiao spat lightly and pulled Shui Mining to turn her head. To cure or not to cure? Sun Yujiao struggled fiercely in her mind, making a shameful choice, but the pain of the disease made her choose treatment, and finally bit her lip and nodded with difficulty. Then come in with me. After Ling Yan finished speaking, she turned around and walked into another compartment, waiting for Sun Yujiao to come in. Sun Yujiao is 1.75 meters tall, with the figure of a top model, and her chest is proudly raised. Standing there in a pink nurse uniform is a kind of temptation in itself. How are you going to treat me? After Sun Yujiao came in, she asked in a voice that only she could hear. Sun Yujiao thought about it. If Ling Yun pierced her chest with a silver needle, she would never be cured, it would be too scary, she would rather suffer than cure. Ling Yun glanced at the situation outside with his divine sense, and then said to Sun Yujiao, with a voice transmission, just take off your shirt, and I'll be able to cure you soon, you need to touch it. Sun Yujiao couldn't stand up anymore, she was short of breath, her face was red, as if the blood from her whole body was pouring on her face, she struggled fiercely. You are a nurse, don't you still have such prejudices? Now, I am your doctor and you are my patient. please don't think too much about it. Please believe in my professional ethics. Ling Yan got it cheap and sold it well, and that expression was like a big bad wolf coaxing the little white rabbit into the bowl. If you don't take it off, forget it, but I'm worried that you have a tumor. Ling Yan's divine eyes were like torches, his voice was transmitted into secrets, and his voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Sun Yujiao's heart ruthlessly. Sun Yujiao gritted her teeth and began to turn her back to Ling Yan, taking off her clothes. Ling Yan said in his heart, "It's really good, haha." Sun Yujiao took off her clothes very slowly, but on such a hot day in summer, she only had 2 pieces of clothes. She took off her nurse's clothes, and then she took off her shirt, leaving only a bra. Sun Yujiao's smooth and fair back was exposed in front of Ling Yan's eyes. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise her and said without hesitation, "Take it all off." Sun Yujiao's graceful and delicate body trembled twice, gritted her teeth, stretched her hands behind her back, and took off her hood with trembling hands. Ling Yan's ears were so sharp that he could hear needles falling within 100 meters. He even heard Sun Yujiao's pair of towering pears. Because they were freed from their restraints, they jumped out with a bang. The scenery is infinitely good. Sun Yujiao's mood at the moment is indescribably nervous. She stood there, her body trembling obviously. Because she was too nervous, her teeth were clenched tightly, and both tendons on her neck were protruding. Her muscles trembled inexplicably, tense. Like a bow. Ling Yan smiled slightly and comforted her gently. "This is for you to cure. Why are you so nervous? You must relax, otherwise you won't be cured." When Sun Yujiao heard this, not only did she not relax, she became even more nervous. "Don't cover them with your hands, otherwise I won't be able to treat you." Brother Yun had no choice but to say shamelessly. Sun Yujiao was helpless, she could only put down her hands tremblingly, and let the fair and plump pair be exposed to the air. Ling Yan's figure twisted and he came to Sun Yujiao's body, smiled at her lightly, stretched out his hands, and pressed on the pair of round circles unceremoniously. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Bah. Sun Yujiao didn't know whether it was because of the relief or because of the pain, so she let out an uncontrollable hum from her breath. DODTW. Ling Yan is really cool. Sun Yujiao's beautiful breasts are very white, round and full of elasticity, and unparalleled smoothness. Maybe because she is too nervous and too shy, the blood is flowing in her body, which makes the pair of towering pair have a strange heat. The palm is indescribable. It's so big, I can't hold it with one hand. Ling Yan's hands were pressing on both sides and quietly squeezed in the middle. Very deep and long career line. Ling Yan has a pair of perfect palms, 10 fingers are long and slender, white and crystal clear, looming luster, as warm as jade. No woman can resist the touch of such a pair of hands. Sun Yujiao was rubbed by Ling Yan for a while, but she felt her whole body go weak and her face was red. She couldn't help but step back, trying to find something to lean on, but she couldn't stand at all. "You, please hurry up." Sun Yu was too shy to resist the teasing of Ling Yan's hands. "That's right, it's just teasing." Ling Yan is treating Sun Yujiao's illness, but Sun Yujiao doesn't give money, so it can't be treated in vain, right? Brother Yan's professional ethics? That is absolutely unbelievable. If the full score of professional ethics is 100 points, Brother Yan's professional ethics is at least minus 1,000. After you have wiped out enough oil and earned enough money, let's talk about it. Anyway, Brother Yan can touch it however he wants. Of course, Ling Yan was not in vain. He had already mobilized the wood spiritual energy in his body and began to cross into Sun Yujiao's twin peaks to eliminate those small granular tumors for her. Sun Yujiao was indeed sick. Seeing Ling Yan touching it was endless. Sun Yujiao gradually lost her temper. Her delicate body became soft, she couldn't help closing her eyes, and she was already lying on the single bed. Whether she was enjoying Ling Yan's touch, only Sun Yujiao knew. However, relatively speaking, Brother Yun's professional ethics are still good. At least, so far, apart from my Xianer and Long Wu, as well as Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, the women who appeared beside him had not peeped at them with his divine sense and yin and yang eyes. Brother Yun wants a beautiful woman to throw her arms around. There is a way. There is absolutely no need to use all those inferior tricks and disgusting methods. It's so comfortable, it's better than secretly touching it with your own hands. It's much more comfortable. It's intoxicating. Sun Yujiao gradually lost her sense of resistance. Ling Yan's hands had a trembling, irresistible magic that she couldn't resist. If Ling Yan moved his hand to other parts of Sun Yujiao's body now, Sun Yujiao would definitely not resist, at most he would give in if he struggled, but unfortunately Ling Yan didn't do that because he had already cured Sun Yujiao. Hey! Intoxicated like this, haven't you been touched by a man? However, looking at the beauty of her iceberg, it seems that she really has no boyfriend. After a while, Ling Yan felt that it was almost the same. You're already well, take a rest here, get dressed, and go out. Ling Yan said a few words to Sun Yujiao, gently. As soon as the figure floated, he left the small cubicle. Sun Yujiao, who was lying on the hospital bed, had almost forgotten that Ling Yan was treating her just now. After hearing Ling Yan's words, she reluctantly opened her beautiful eyes, and Ling Yan had already disappeared from the room. Sun Yujiao gritted her teeth, propped herself up and sat up. Looking down at his pair of snow-white towers that were swaying violently, he sighed in his heart, hey. I have treasured it as a treasure for more than 20 years, and it was the first time that he touched it. Could it be my life? Thinking that she was completely intoxicated just now, Sun Yujiao was secretly resentful. Why is Ling Yan's treatment speed so fast? What a fool. Are my boobs bad? They almost have to be models. She didn't know, Ling Yan healed her in only 2 minutes, but he touched her for 10 minutes. Oh. Why is it so cold down here? I'm ashamed. When Sun Yujiao got up and put on her clothes, she suddenly felt an abnormality in her body, which made her even more shy. After getting dressed and leaving the house, Sun Yujiao's face was still flushed. She saw that Li Jinlian and monk Mengmeng were looking at her with strange eyes, and her face turned even redder. But seeing Ling Yun and others, Sun Yujiao immediately asked, "Where are they?" "The boss has left long ago, let us close the door after get off work, and someone will come to treat a disease in the future, and he said that the diagnosis and treatment fee starts at 300,000. Only for terminally ill. Look, the boss really gave a bonus of 50,000 yuan, it's cash." Shang Mengmeng said excitedly, at the same time holding her 50,000 yuan cash in both hands tightly, a whole 5 bundles. Li Jinlian also had 5 bundles in front of him, and there were 5 red bundles on the desk. Of course, that was Sun Yujiao's bonus. Li Jinlian didn't look at the money, but stared at Sun Yujiao, who was blushing with blood, with a pair of charming eyes, and asked curiously, "Yujiao, what disease did the boss treat you just now?" Sun Yujiao felt extremely disappointed when she saw that Ling Yan had left, and lied, "Oh, my arm always hurts, the boss noticed it and gave me a few acupuncture." Oh. Li Jinlian deliberately pulled a long note, not believing it at all. After the 4 of them came out of the clinic, Yao Rou whispered to Ling Yun and asked him to coax Ning'er well, so she made an excuse to go back to Nangqi Bun. "Meow meow, can I borrow something from you?" Ling Yun came to the clinic this time to discuss with Miao Xiaomiao and borrow some necessary poison. He wanted to make some corpse powder before going to the capital. That's right, it is the corpse-turning powder, the supreme saint dedicated to destroying corpses and destroying traces, and a must-have for monks and trips. Ling Yan's slap in the face was so cool that Miao Xiaomiao had nothing to say, but Miao Xiaomiao had the right to be angry, so she didn't listen to what Ling Yan wanted to borrow at all, and snorted and said, "Humph, I'm talking about you. It's rare to come to the clinic once, but this time, why did Dian Dianer come here? So I want to borrow something. There is no door. Miao Xiaomiao dropped a sentence with a dark face, and said again, if you want to borrow something, you can make Ninger happy first. After speaking, Miao Xiaomiao raised his hand to stop a taxi, and went directly back to Villa number 1. Ninger. Ling Yan had no choice, but to come to coax Ninger. Shui Mining lowered her head, blushed, bit her lip, and said nothing. Ninger, do you really think the reasons I said are training you? Absolutely not. Ling Yan swears and swears. Ninger, you know, after I came, I saw that you were draining your spiritual energy to those bored patients. Shizhen, I'm so busy that I don't even have time to drink water. Do you know how distressed I feel? My family's Ninger is $1,000 body, and she will be my wife in the future. What if you are exhausted now? You have lost 0.1 millimeters of your face. This is definitely a sin and unforgivable. Guilty. Ling Yan pretended to be distressed and said, at the same time secretly said in his heart, it seems that this language is good, it's not worth learning, it really works. Cursing works, and coaxing works. Seeing Shui Mining wanting to laugh and holding back, her brows and eyes were already filled with shy joy, and Ling Yan's heart was settled. Ninger, I know you are kind-hearted and don't see the suffering in the world, but who was born without suffering? Like me, Ninger is mad at me now, and I'm about to get sick in a hurry. Ling Yan strikes, while the iron is hot, even coaxing and cheating, and even using the bitter trick. Pfft. Shui Mining couldn't take it any longer, the iceberg melted and the peach blossoms were in full bloom. She said angrily to Ling Yunjiao, you lie, you are as strong as a cow, so you won't get sick. Ling Yunxin said that Ninger really didn't know how to use metaphors. Even if I were strong, I would still say that I was strong like a dragon, like a unicorn or something. How could I use a cow? Even if it is a cow, it must be the bull demon king. However, Ninger smiled, and Ling Yan felt at ease. Then he said to Shui Mining, go, Ninger, I'll take you to get a baby. Ling Yan likes to run around with Shui Mining the most. He feels that Shui Mining is the most real, crying is crying, laughing is laughing, pure and innocent, and there is no distraction in his heart. Half an hour later, Ling Yan took Shui Mining to Longpan Mountain on the east side of Qingshui Lake. The two of them found an inaccessible place. Ling Yan hugged Shui Mining's waist and began to climb the mountain. It was a dozen meters in a gentle vertical stroke, which was 100 times more flexible than a monkey. Brother Ling Yun, what kind of baby is that? Shui Mining huddled in Ling Yan's arms and asked, curiously. Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, you will know when you arrive. The cliffs, 300 meters up quickly, are very hidden here, and even tourists on other mountains can't see them. Wow, so tall. Shui Mining was put down by Ling Yun. She looked at the cliff below, her legs trembled in fright, and her arms tightly hugged Ling Yun's waist. Ling Yun wanted to exercise Shui Mining, but he didn't care. Anyway, even if Ninger stumbled and fell, Ling Yun was sure to save her. He opened the grass, pointed at the Tianyang grass that protruded from the ground like fresh bamboo shoots, and said, this is Tianyang grass. The Yinyang Suolong Great Array has been destroyed for so long, and the Tianyang grass is already showing signs of withering, and it is time to move. Ling Yan took out the dragon-patterned soft sword, cut off the entire boulder, including the Tianyang grass, and put it into the space ring. Then, Ling Yun hugged Shui Mining and flew off the cliff again, crossed the valley, and climbed the Nanquifeng in the south, and came to the place where the grass is overcast. This is the earth-shade grass. Ling Yan couldn't help explaining to Shui Mining, and he did the same, and put the earth-shade grass into the space ring. There is another ambergris. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yan put all the 3 kinds of spirit grass into the space ring, and took Shui Mining back to Villa number 1 as soon as possible. He found a lawn in the back garden, and after researching the orientation, Ling Yan took out the blood demon knife, digging the soil and digging a hole, and quickly replanted the 3 kinds of spiritual grass. However, just changing the position is of course not enough. Lingyun runs a yin and yang tactic, and penetrates the strong pure yang qi into the sky sun grass, and the yin and cold qi into the earthing grass, and finally goes to the dragon saliva. Some ambergris was poured into the rhizomes of the grass, and it was quickly absorbed by the ambergris. The ambergris became vigorous and prosperous almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Miao Xiaomiao discovered Ling Yun's strangeness, and came out of the villa curiously, looking at what Ling Yun was doing from a distance. "Hey, big villain, what are you doing mysteriously? Are you covering it up with vegetation?" Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but asked through voice transmission. Xuanhuan opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but Ling Yun stopped him first. He smiled at Miao Xiaomiao. "I want to borrow a few things from you, you give it to me first, and then I will tell you." After speaking, Ling Yun winked at Xuanhuan. "Sister, I'm not angry with brother Ling Yun anymore. He did that because he saw that we were too tired. We were busy treating and saving people, but we didn't have time to do our own business, so he did that. Sister, just lend it to brother Ling Yun." Seeing Xuanhuan's appearance, Miao Xiaomiao knew that Ling Yun had eaten her sister to the death. She sighed silently in her heart, and frowned. "Tell me, what can I borrow?" Ling Yun thought about it for a while, and said the names of several poisons. Miao Xiaomiao's face changed slightly. "These are the most poisonous things in the world, what do you want them for?" In an instant, Miao Xiaomiao thought of something, and immediately changed to voice transmission and said to Ling Yun, "You want to make a corpse-turning powder?" Ling Yun thought that Ruzi could be taught. He smiled and nodded. "Huh." Miao Xiaomiao's beautiful eyes blinked and pondered for a while. He murmured in his mouth, "You really don't make people worry, and do you want to do something shameful?" Ling Yun's mouth curled into a charming smile and said, "Beauty, you know, I have many enemies. There are many people waiting to trouble me." Miao Xiaomiao came to Ling Yun's side in a flash, first glanced at the ground. Then he said to Ling Yun, "Since you want to turn corpse powder, you don't need to do it. I happen to have it here." Although Miao Xiaomiao usually doesn't deal with Ling Yun, but every critical moment. As long as Ling Yun was doing the right thing, she really didn't pull Ling Yun's back. It's amazing, but Miao Xiaomiao doesn't know why. Miao Xiaomiao took out a small medicine bottle from her body, which contained white-yellow powder, and threw it to Ling Yun, and asked lightly, "Do you know how to use it?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "I can do it all. Do you think I know how to use it?" Corpse-turning powder is an extremely overbearing poison. It is the venom of more than 10 kinds of poisonous snakes and poisonous insects. It is refined by a secret method. The blood is the super catalyst of this kind of medicine powder. It can turn an adult's corpse into a pool of yellow water. The corpse that has been pulverized by the corpse, the yellow water only needs to be dried. It will become a new corpse powder, as long as it is recycled in time without being polluted. It can also be bottled for use. Such a terrifying and highly poisonous object can only be produced by Miao Jiang, a goo expert who specializes in poisoning. Miao Xiaomiao snorted for a while, and said hesitantly, "Ling Yun, you need to go to heaven." Ling Yun said lightly, "I have a heart." Miao Xiaomiao stopped talking. Xuanhuan saw that her sister really gave him what Ling Yun wanted. He immediately came to Miao Xiaomiao's side happily, took her arm, and told her about the 3 kinds of spirit herbs in detail. Miao Xiaomiao listened, looked at Ling Yun like a monster, and murmured, "It's really evil, such a good baby, even an ancient martial arts sect doesn't necessarily have one, how can you do so much at once?" Ling Yun laughed, counted as an answer, and finally glanced at the 3 spirit grasses on the ground, and went straight back to the villa. "What's wrong with living here? There are aura cultivation, there are many people and lively. What does my aunt have to go back to Qingshui Bay to live, and also take my fairy with me, my good fairy?" However, after bringing back those spirit stones in the backyard of Lord Jade, the aura absorbed by this villa is indeed much less. Ling Yun muttered to himself, he looked at the time, felt that it was still early, and dragged xuanhuan out again. The goal is very clear. Ling Yun still went to the antique market and continued to carry out the sweep. Counting the craziest one, this was the 4th time he came here to sweep, and it was also the last time. Ling Yun had already looted almost all the spirit stones in Qingshui City Antique Market, and there were still a few pieces of fish left. However, since it was a treasure, Ling Yun would never let it go. This was his principle. The Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art consumes a lot of spiritual energy, which is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if Ling Yun collects 20 bottles of the 7 Lights Grass spiritual liquid, plus all the spiritual stones he has obtained, it may not be able to reach Xuanhuan. The first small realm of pure yang immortal art. The Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art has a total of 9 major realms, 9 small realms, a total of 9981 realms, which fully conforms to the meaning of the 99 pure yang. But in the same way, the difficulty of cultivating is far more difficult than other immortal arts, especially after reaching the 95th realm. It is no longer the consumption of a pile of spiritual stones, but directly dozens of spiritual veins, hundreds of spiritual veins. Consumption, between heaven, earth and mountains, collecting a huge spiritual vein may not be enough to improve a small realm. Knowing that the earth's cultivation resources are scarce and the spiritual energy is exhausted, Ling Yun still wants to practice. Although he is no longer a pure yang body, he first chooses to cultivate a qi and yang art. The dantian in his body has pure yang qi, and it can be continuously generated by himself. There is no conflict between the two exercises. Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art, although the requirement is pure yang body cultivation, but the pure yang body is required, isn't it to ensure that the cultivator has enough pure yang qi? Practice a practice, you must practice a practice, even if you can't break through the 2nd realm of Xuanhuan Chunyang, you have to practice. Ling Yun likes to face difficulties and dare to accept challenges. Moreover, the xuanhuan that Ling Yun cultivated, the xuanhuan generated in his body. Being able to have a mysterious connection with the Earth Emperor gave Ling Yun great expectations. That is, if cultivating the Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art, if it can evoke the immortal spirit in the human emperor's pen, then Ling Yun will send it out. I dare not say more, at least it can reach the 3rd largest realm of the Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art. Absolutely no problem. If Ren Huangbi knew what Ling Yun was thinking, he would definitely run away with a shudder. No matter how far you escape, it is true that the human emperor pen stores a huge amount of pure yang immortal spiritual qi, but it is also damaged and needs a lot of immortal spiritual qi to repair itself. Supply more for Ling Yun to practice? Ling Yun took xuanhuan, let go of his powerful consciousness, and quickly circled around the antique market to determine the location of the 7 spiritual stones. Then, Ling Yun went straight to Zutang, called Song Jingyang out, brought a checkbook, and forcibly swept away. Ling Yun was eager to hit the 9th floor of the body training. At this time, he didn't care about the money at all. As long as the shop owner was willing to give him the spirit stone, he would pay for it. Don't bargain, just buy it right away. 2 hours later, Ling Yun spent a total of 87 million to collect all the 7 spiritual stones left in the antique market. He promised Song Jingyang to invite him and Yeshingen to dinner tomorrow night. Said that there was something important to discuss. Song Jingyang agreed, and Ling Yun left gracefully. On the 2nd floor of Tianqi Pavilion, Morong Feishue was standing by the window of her office. Just when she saw Ling Yun and Song Jingyang separated, she saw another beautiful girl next to Ling Yun, her delicate body trembling slightly. The long nails sank into the soft flesh of the palm, and the snow-white teeth almost bit the red lips, but they didn't feel any pain. This is the 4th one. The first is Dragon Dance, the 2nd is Ning Lingyu, the 3rd is Lin Menghan, and this time is xuanhuan. Why are there so many women around you? Why? You passed by my Tianqi pavilion, why didn't you come in to see me? Morong Feishua's face was pale and lost. After dinner, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu came, and of course they brought Ah Bing over. All afternoon, these three boys were together. Brother Yun. When Ah Bing saw Ling Yun, he honestly bowed and called Brother Yun, his face a little nervous. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, then motioned to Ah Bing, sit down. Ah Bing turned his head and looked at Tang Meng. Tang Meng giggled and said, Brother Yun asked you to sit down, what do you think I do? Ah Bing didn't speak any more, and immediately sat down properly. Ling Yun didn't like Ah Bing's state, this was not his true face, his blue dragon head should be a dragon, a tiger, a wolf, but not a dog. Ah Bing, if you can't recover within a minute, and you are still so restrained and unable to let go, then your time in this villa will only be this minute. Ling Yun said, calmly. Then he saw Ah Bing let out a long sigh of relief. He also turned his head and glared at Tang Meng. He lay down comfortably on the sofa, then raised his hand and took out a cigarette. A smoke ring, and finally put Erlang's legs up. It's coherent, natural, and calm. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were completely dumbfounded, they dared to do this in front of Ling Yun. Back then, Tang Meng dared, but now he doesn't dare. He didn't expect Ah Bing to come out like this. Wonderful. Awesome. Really cool. It's a piece of good stuff. Ling Yun was extremely satisfied, he stopped talking nonsense and said with a smile, good boy, he is better than Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, I like it. Then I only have one question left. If I hand the Qinglong to you, can you take care of it for me? It's very easy. Ah Bing said with a smile, the eyes in his eyes were like a wolf. Ling Yun raised his hand and took all the information on Qinglong's industry and ledger in Tai Xiaohu's hand. Ah Bing, it's easy, but you said that after 3 months, I want to see results, no problem? Don't worry, Brother Yun, there is no problem. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 6 more completed. Let me tell you in advance, at the 4th watch tomorrow, Brother Yun will leave Qingshui, and ask for a monthly ticket to take the bus. Hey, you're not allowed to smoke here. When the little demon girl saw that Ah Bing was actually smoking a cigarette in Villa number 1, she became furious. Ah Bing was stunned, at a loss for a while. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun had just coaxed the little demon girl, and of course he didn't want to offend her again, so he could only smile awkwardly, hurry up, I can't afford to offend her either. When Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu saw Ling Yun slumped, they winked at the side, their faces flushed red, and they almost laughed. Ah Bing snuffed out the cigarette and just wanted to speak, but he heard Ling Yun say to Tang Meng, there is something I have never told you about, I have to give you a warning today. Ling Yun was about to leave Qingshui, and he didn't know how long it would take. He had to beat Tang Meng hard to keep his alarm bells ringing. As the saying goes, if one person wins, a chicken and a dog ascend to the sky. Our brothers are in Qingshui City, and now they can stand on their feet. If you say the identities of Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, you can also block some things. I know you have a lot of friends and some good brothers that you get along well with. You've gotten along well. If you want to lead them to the top and take them to the top, I won't stop you. However, you must remember that, if you want to do things for me, I won't stop him, no matter what skills he has, he must have real skills, eat and drink, and don't have eyes, and pretend to be crap. No, the last time was the first and last time, did you hear that? Since the opening of the clinic, Ling Yun has been busy with too many things, and he never mentioned the matter of the 5 dandies. Now that Ah Bing came, Ling Yun took the opportunity to beat Tang Meng hard. Tang Meng was sweating profusely. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to utter a word, he nodded as if pecking at rice and said, Brother Yun, I understand. It's good to know, Ling Yan said a word to Tang Meng, no need to say more. In fact, Ling Yan said this to a Bing, and he believed that a Bing could understand what he meant. Just then, Ling Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly. Picking up the phone and looking at it, he was stunned. Swallow? Yanzi is the cashier of the speed bar. Why do you call him at this time? Ling Yan picked it up immediately, and Yanzi's terrified and crying voice came from the phone. Ling Yan, come over quickly, something happened to Sister Sue's. Something happened to Su Bingyan? In front of Ling Yan's eyes, there immediately appeared that 30-something-year-old, cool, but familiar super beauty. Yanzi, don't panic. What's going on? Ling Yan asked in a deep voice. Sister Sue's bar was smashed by Zhao Pengfei, the one who hit you last time. Yanzi cried, his voice was very fast, and there were arrogant laughter and the sound of smashing things from the phone. Well, the first sentence of Yanzi may not be so valuable, but the second sentence. Really worth the money. Ling Yan said in his heart, how many people have beaten me? Whatever they do, I'll be there soon. Ling Yan hung up the phone, looked up at the three boys who were eager to try, and said with a smile, would you like to fight? Think. The three of them said in unison. Who drives the fastest? Ling Yan stepped out of the villa and asked casually. Iron Tiger. Tai Xiaohu drove his black Benz. Pulling Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and a Bing, the journey of more than 10 kilometers took only 7 minutes, and this was not counting the time to wait for the red light. De Ben came to the door of the speed bar. Ling Yan directly swept it with his divine sense, and said with a slight smile, oh, it seems that there are quite a lot of people in this Xiaopeng flying. There are so many people here. Get off. Ling Yan was talking, and had already flew out of the car, just in time to hear a man smirking in the clinic, his voice extremely arrogant, you still call someone? You call, keep calling, today is going to smash this stinky bitch. Come on, dare to compete with me to play tricks, don't eat and drink fines when toasting, and smash her, it's all light. Ling Yan swept away again with his divine sense, his face suddenly gloomy, and the gaze in his eyes was like a blade tempered by ice and snow. Su Bingyan was grabbed by her hands, with her smooth shawl and straight hair. At this time it was like grass, with a few blood-red palm prints on her face, and the corners of her mouth were bleeding. Yanzi's face was swollen high, and there were also countless palm prints on his face, obviously being slapped a lot. Hit a woman? Ling Yan was instantly furious. Ling Yan didn't speak, raised his hand to push away the indifferent crowd, and walked into the speed bar, followed by Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and a Bing. When the three entered the room, they saw that Su Bingyan's bar had been turned upside down, all the computers had fallen to the ground, the computer desk was slumped, the seats were everywhere, and there were more than 20 people standing in the dark bar. The people on the board have been scared away for a long time, and some have not left yet, and they have become onlookers at the door. Let them go. Ling Yan walked straight to Su Bingyan and said lightly. Zhao Pengfei was a black-faced, sweaty man in his 30s. He was bigger than Tang Meng. He only lost to Tai Xiaohu. Stinky bitch, I didn't expect someone to come here, and you are still such a little white face. It seems that you are pretending to be cool and noble, but you are secretly playing the love between brothers and sisters of old cows eating tender grass? Zhao Pengfei's eyes were blazing with jealousy. He opened it himself. He knew that Su Bingyan was a widow and had been chasing Su Bingyan for a long time. Not far, there is competition, and finally angry. As soon as Zhao Pengfei said this, the more than 20 little brothers he brought with him immediately laughed, and some people even whistled. Ling Yan frowned again, his figure flashed, and when everyone was dazzled, they only heard 2 exclamations. The 2 hooligans holding Su Bingyan and Yanzi had already fallen to the ground. When they looked again, Su Bingyan and Yanzi had already stood behind Ling Yan. Huh? Zhao Pengfei was a little dumbfounded. He blinked his eyes twice in shock and said, "Boy, okay, you can't see it, you still have a second chance?" Ling Yun didn't speak, turned his head to Abing and said, "Abing, what do you think you should do about this? Congratulations on being the eldest brother today, we will all listen to you." When Abing heard Ling Yun's words, he shivered in fright, but he said it immediately, "Everyone breaks the tendons and hamstrings, pays double for all the losses, and sends them in." Spicy enough. Even Ling Yun was stunned, thinking that this kid is really cruel. "Okay, then you can work, I'll guard the gate for you." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he stretched out his left and right arms, hugged Su Bingyan and Yanzi in his arms, and walked towards the door of the bar. Bang! Boom! Boom! Ding! Dang! Crack! Before Ling Yun could reach the door, there was a screeching sound behind him, followed by several shrill screams, like killing pigs, not human voices. Tai Xiaohu took the first shot, and for the first time used the inner strength of the angry waves, combined with the Dian Star gathering treasure art. That spirit is really the reincarnation of Chu Bawang. Without looking for anyone else, he sent Zhao Pengfei flying out with one punch, vomiting blood, and lost his strength to fight back on the spot. Su Bingyan's delicate body was obviously trembling, and she didn't know whether it was because of pain or panic, or because she was being held in Ling Yun's arms. But she has a very down-to-earth sense of security. The embrace of this boy is just too. "Sister Su, don't think about it, let's get rid of this and replace it with a new one." Ling Yun's mouth curled into a charming smile, ignoring the chaotic battlefield behind him, and continued to say to her, "Sister Su, please bear with me, I will heal you now." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he took out 2 4th-level healing talismans from the space ring, put out both hands, and gave them to Su Bingyan and Yanzi respectively. "Sister Su, does it still hurt?" Ling Yun asked Su Bingyan with a smile. "Brother, let you see the joke, thank you for helping me." Su Bingyan stroked her cheek, not daring to look at Ling Yun's face. She lowered her head and said. On the day Ling Yun clinic opened, Su Bingyan went there and saw him treat patients with her own eyes, so knowing that Ling Yun healed her injury was a piece of cake. But Yanzi didn't know. She looked at Su Bingyan's face that instantly became as clean as before, and touched her cheek in disbelief. She was stunned on the spot. Could it be that Ling Yun can't do magic? Hee, Sister Su doesn't need to be polite to me, it's all I should do. My clinic is open, and Sister Su will come to cheer for me. Yours is about to open. Can I not come and cheer? What? Yanzi suddenly found that his ears were not good enough. Sister Su's bar was smashed to pieces. Ling Yun even said that Sister Su's bar was open for business? Where is this? However, Su Bingyan understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words. She glanced at Ling Yun, did not speak any more, but raised her head and looked towards her bar. In less than 3 minutes, there were only 3 people standing in the bar, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, and Abing. All of them had blood on their faces, and the blood of the enemy. With Tai Xiaohu around, Tang Meng and Abing didn't even have the chance to get hurt. There were more than 20 people on Zhao Pengfei's side, at least 20 of whom were beaten to the ground by Tai Xiaohu. He cried and held on the ground, rolling and crawling, but he couldn't get up again. Throw that person surnamed Zhao out of the door. Ling Yan's eyes were cold. He took Su Bingyan and Yanzi out of the bar, and said to Tai Xiaohu, his voice cold as ice. Tai Xiaohu lifted it up and fell to the ground. Zhao Pengfei, terrified, took a few steps, and then dropped it towards the door. Bang! Zhao Pengfei's huge body smashed on the red brick floor outside the bar, and the dust was flying. Ah! He then let out a shrill scream, unable to be arrogant anymore. Ah? Your face. Zhao Pengfei looked at Su Bingyan subconsciously, but found that Su Bingyan's face was as smooth as ever, pink and white, and he was stunned. Zhao Pengfei was even more horrified. He pointed at Ling Yan in horror, and shouted like a ghost, who are you? Ling Yan smiled lightly, Qing Long. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. For more tonight. Ask for a monthly pass. Send Brother Yun out of the clear water. Ah? It's Qing Long. My God, it's from Qing Long. The word Qing Long seemed to have a strange magic power, and everyone who heard it at the door changed their faces and exclaimed in surprise, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The king of the underworld in Jiangnan province, Qing Long. When Zhao Pengfei heard it was Qing Long, he was stunned at first, but then his eyes were ecstatic, and the expression on his face was like that of a drowning and struggling person who suddenly caught a life-saving straw. It's really flooded the Dragon King Temple. The family doesn't know the family anymore. We are our own people, our own people. Zhao Pengfei thought he was saved, his face was ecstatic, and he was struggling to get up. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Tai Xiaohu flew out and stomped on Zhao Pengfei, who had just turned over, to the ground again with 1 foot. The strength on his feet increased, and after stepping on him firmly, he said in a deep voice, "Are you from Qing Long? Which hall is it from?" Tai Xiaohu's face is very ugly, shit, in front of Brother Yun, aren't you hitting me in the face? There are 3 hall entrances in Qing Long, namely Longtang, Rentong and Xingtong. Among them, Longtang has 4 small halls, wind, rain, thunder, and electricity, which allude to the 4 divine powers of Huaxia Qing Long. The human hall is divided into 5 halls, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith, which allude to the moral values of the Chinese people. As for the punishment hall, there is only 1 main hall, of course, the department in charge of family law in Qing Long. Qing Long's Dragon Hall is the foundation of Qing Long, and it is also the foundation. It does not agree with other gangs. The matter of fighting and killing is that Longtang settles. Qing Long's Hall of People is filled with all kinds of people roaming the market. There are the largest number of people, ranging from the rich and famous to the merchants and pawns. They are mixed up and it is extremely difficult to manage. Even if they are in Qingshui, most of them don't know anyone. But when the time comes, you have to pay honestly. This is the largest source of Qinglong's income. Xingtong is in charge of the family law. Whoever betrays the gang or violates the gang rules and family law, Xingtong comes forward to take charge of cleaning up. Only the boss of Qing Long is responsible. There are not many people, but all of them are carefully selected from the Dragon Hall. The most loyal, the most important help rules. Only responsible to the leader, no one will buy it. In Qinglong 10 Hall, Tai Xiaohu first worked in Yizatang in the past 3 years when he became famous in Qinglong, but because he was able to fight and be loyal to others, he was a wise man in other halls. They also got to know a lot of them, and thus gained the appreciation of Long Kuan, let him enter the Lei Tang, and became the deputy head of the Lei Tang. Brave and unparalleled. Then, after a fight with Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu also ended Qinglong's career, but he never thought about it, but instead soared to the sky and became the leader of Qinglong. Tai Xiaohu managed Qinglong for more than a month. He does not seek merits, but seeks no faults. Although he is battered, he is cautious. He knows that he is managing Qinglong for Ling Yun. Therefore, although Qinglong's site has not changed much, the internal governance is well organized. It is precisely because of this. Only then did he dare to propose to Ling Yun. Now, in front of Ling Yun, a rubbish like Zhao Pengfei dared to say that he was from Qinglong, and it was strange that Tai Xiaohu had a good-looking face. Zhao Pengfei raised his hand to wipe the bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and with a swollen face like a pig's head that had been beaten, he gave Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, and others a flattering smile, and said, "Don't get me wrong, I am the 6th brother of Qinglong. Friend, he covered me." Tai Xiaohu went through a circle in his mind, but he couldn't remember who Qinglong was called 6th brother Lai. His pair of thick eyebrows frowned even tighter. "Just say the name, there is no brother here. Con, the four present, Tai Xiaohu, the current boss of Qinglong, Abing, the new leader who will take office soon, Tang Meng, an elder who has just been appointed but has absolute power, and Ling Yun, the supreme emperor of Qinglong. Zhao Pengfei even dared to mention the sixth brother and the seventh brother. That is purely self-defeating. However, I heard that Zhao Pengfei was not from Qinglong, which made Tai Xiaohu secretly relieved. Otherwise, when Ling Yun blamed him, Tai Xiaohu would not relieve his hatred even if he cut Zhao Pengfei into 8 pieces. Zhao Pengfei said with a shy face, "It's Hu Laolu from Zizitang, sixth brother." In order to appear close to Hu Laolu, Zhao Pengfei still did not forget to add a sixth brother. Hu Laolu. Tai Xiaohu thought about it for a long time, and finally remembered a person in his mind. Rendong Zizitang really has such a person. He is a small leader, 32 or 3 years old. He looks like a monkey, but he is a monkey spirit. Now he can't play for a long time. He gets married and has children, and he lives in a small casino. Hu Laolu. Hee, sorry, I haven't heard of it. This time, without waiting for Tai Xiaohu to ask questions, Tang Meng took the lead in attacking. He sneered, "The surname is Zhao, don't say what Hu Laolu or who you know today. Seventh, it's useless even if you know Qinglong's boss, you have to die." In front of Ling Yun, Tang Meng deliberately disgusted Tai Xiaohu, and sure enough, after hearing this, Tai Xiaohu glared at Tang Meng angrily, but unfortunately Tang Meng smiled and pretended not to see it. Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded when he heard it. Hu Laolu didn't work. And it's no use knowing the boss of Qinglong? What kind of rhythm is this? Are these 4 people out of Qinglong? Are you from Qinglong? I really know Hu Laolu from Qinglong. If you don't believe me, I can call him now, and call him. Zhao Pengfei said in his heart that if these 4 people are really from Qinglong, they will definitely not be high-level depending on their age. With Hu Laolu's face in Qinglong, this matter can be settled with a little money and a drink. If these 4 people are not from Qinglong but dare to use the name of Qinglong in private, when Hu Laolu arrives, the matter will become a big one, and Qinglong's Dragon Hall and Punishment Hall will definitely not do it, and they will directly give these 4 people to him. After cleaning up, he will not suffer inside or outside. Tai Xiaohu didn't have the time to write ink with him, and he thought that I'd give up on you first, but just as he was about to do it, Ling Yun stopped him. "Let him call someone, it's better to call more." Tai Xiaohu snorted angrily and had no choice but to give up, waiting for Zhao Pengfei to call someone, while Tang Meng simply squatted on the steps of the bar, sitting happily watching the show. Bing was leaning against the doorframe, silent and indifferent. Ling Yun has been paying attention to Bing with his spiritual sense, thinking that this kid is really calm. Bold, confident, ruthless, and calm, this made Ling Yun's expectations for Bing greatly increased, but he wanted to see how this kid could manage Qinglong. Ling Yun said to the 3 of them, "From now on, the 3 of us will be Bing's sidekicks. This matter will be handled by Bing, and everything will be obeyed by him. Since Su Bingyan and Yanzi have no personal safety issues, everything is trivial in Ling Yun's eyes." Taking this as a look at how Bing handles the problem, Ling Yun can also know what to do. "Hey, is that Brother Liu? I'm Pengfei, and I was hit." Zhao Pengfei took out his undamaged mobile phone and immediately called Hu Laolu. A high-pitched voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, and Ling Yun could hear it clearly. "What? You were beaten? Who ate the guts of an ambitious leopard? Where are you now?" Zhao Pengfei immediately said the address, only to hear Hu Laolu's shrill voice saying, "Okay, you stay there, I'll call someone over now." "Oh, dare to hit my brothers, you guys, stop playing cards, come with me." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Pengfei made up his mind. He immediately said to Ling Yun and others, "Sixth brother will be here soon." At this moment, Bing had silently left the door frame. His tall and thin figure walked down the steps step by step, came straight to Zhao Pengfei, and slowly squatted down. With a casual pinch of the cigarette butt in his hand, Bing asked Zhao Pengfei indifferently, "Don't waste your time, before your sixth brother comes, tell me how much property you have, how much savings, how many houses." When Ling Yan heard this, he couldn't help but look at Tang Meng Tai Xiaohu each, thinking that it seems that this kid doesn't need to be taught, he is born to deceive people. "I've got 4, what are you asking this for?" Zhao Pengfei blurted out, but was instantly alert, and after a stunned expression, he asked blankly. He was greeted by 4 loud mouths, "Papa Papa." Bing opened his bow left and right, and after a mad fan, he asked again indifferently, "If you don't want to be beaten, answer my question honestly, there is no reason for you to ask questions here." Not to mention Bing's current identity, as he is the son of the head of the military region, it is more than enough to take care of Zhao Pengfei. Ling Yan delegates power to him. He has no scruples and follows his own style. Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded again, thinking to himself, what kind of people are these people? The 4 young people are so good at fighting and not preaching the rules of the sermon. He has called someone, why did he beat me again without waiting for someone to come? Already? Zhao Pengfei didn't know yet, whether he called someone or not today, the result is the same, except that there are more unlucky people involved, there won't be any difference. However, the feeling of being beaten on the face was unpleasant. Zhao Pengfei didn't want to be beaten anymore. He immediately said obediently, "I have 4, more than 3 million deposits, 2 houses." 300? More than 3.5 million. Zhao Pengfei fantasized, he said that there are 4, after more than 3 million deposits, he can be considered a little rich, Ling Yan and others should give him a face. Bing said lightly, "Very good, keep the property you are living in now, 4, all the savings, plus another house, I'll take out, as compensation, to this eldest sister." Bing returned ruthlessly, and did not kill them all, leaving a line for Zhao Pengfei. Ah? Zhao Pengfei was dumbfounded, he suddenly forgot the pain on his face and opened his mouth to the maximum. "It's just smashing one of them, it's too cruel." "Don't be too busy to be distressed, and don't think I'm joking, I need to remind you that you only have 1 day to deal with these things tomorrow." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Zhao Pengfei's face was pale, the black, swollen face, and the sweat came down. Even if everything else is fake, it is true that these 4 youngsters are very good at fighting, 3 against more than 20, they won without a single injury, and the most powerful one didn't make a shot at all, so fierce people, have never heard of it before, where did it come from? Looking at the skills and aura of these 4 people, you can see that even if these 4 people are not from Qinglong, their backgrounds are definitely not ordinary. Although everyone wears casual clothes, they are all famous brands. What's more, Ling Yan was still in the blink of an eye, and he healed the injuries on Su Bingyan and Yanzi's faces, making them recover as before. How can ordinary people do this? Zhao Pengfei's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Su Bingyan, thinking, when did this bitch know such an awesome character? She had bullied her several times before, except for a dead fat man who didn't have long eyes to resist her once, no one has helped her again. Su Bingyan didn't look at Zhao Pengfei at all. From the beginning to the end, her eyes were fixed on Ling Yan, biting her lower lip slightly, her heart was complicated and inexplicable, she couldn't see through Ling Yan. Su Bingyan remembers very clearly that at the beginning of the year, Zhao Pengfei brought people over to find her troubles, and deliberately made trouble in the speed bar, hitting Ling Yan with a bruised nose and a swollen face. At that time, Ling Yan could only cover his face with his arms and huddled on the ground. Let others fight, but today, he doesn't have to shoot, just a few words, he has settled the big trouble for Su Bingyan. How big of a contrast is this? Su Bingyan still remembers that on the night of the last accident, Ling Yan was beaten so he couldn't go back to school, and insisted not to go to the hospital, so Su Bingyan had to take Ling Yan home and apply heat for him. Blue and purple, shocking. Seeing her heart skipped a beat, she felt pity. I'm dying, I'm dying. That night, in a daze, Ling Yun said this sentence repeatedly. At first, Su Bingyan thought that Ling Yun was beaten and confused, and she was talking nonsense, but she later found out. He was talking in his sleep. From this, Su Bingyan understood one thing: Ling Yun was very lonely. That night, Ling Yun slept on her bed. She slept with her clothes on, took Ling Yun in her arms, took care of him like a big sister, took care of him like a loving mother, wiped the sweat and tucked the quilt, and comforted Ling Yun, who was talking nonsense in her sleep, with an inexplicable heartache. Of course Ling Yun didn't know this, and the previous Ling Yun might have known. Now Ling Yun is absolutely unaware. Since then, Su Bingyan has taken care of Ling Yun like a sister and a mother. When the eyes of the two meet, when they get along with each other, there are some unspoken things in their eyes, but they are not broken. But now, Ling Yun became thinner, more handsome, powerful against the sky, amazing in excellence, rising in strength, shocking the world. However, the Ling Yun of the past has been changed. Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan, and there was no trace of that inexplicable thing anymore. When his clinic opened, she went, and he greeted him with a smile. She had an accident again, and he came. He calmly helped her deal with the problem, only a few words, only gentle care, but in Ling Yun's eyes, there was no more youthful fiery heat, only calm and leisurely, calm like water, looking at her, like looking at her a passerby. Su Bingyan even believed that if she didn't go to Ling Yun on the pretext of sending her salary, Ling Yun would have forgotten her long ago, as if everything that happened between the two was just a dream. Thinking like this, gradually, Su Bingyan's eyes towards Ling Yun became a little hazy. She seemed to be drunk, her heart was pounding uncontrollably, and her ears were roaring. I didn't hear a word until a few harsh breaking sounds hurt Su Bingyan's eardrums. Hu Laolu brought people, 4 cars, and more than 20 mouths came out all at once, all of them murderous like wolves and tigers. Who is it? He, dare to beat my brother, is it impatient to live? As soon as Hu Laolu got out of the car with his thin body, he naturally carried a ferocious aura, majestic. When people saw the real Qinglong coming, they didn't need to remind them, they immediately hulala and dodged to both sides, making way for a large passage. This is the power of the Qinglong. However, as soon as Hu Laolu rushed into the crowd, he immediately saw Tai Xiaohu standing like an iron tower at the door of the bar, and he was dumbfounded. Dragonhead? Hu Laolu's eyes widened, and he blurted out. Some of the younger brothers who rushed to the door of the speed bar behind him also knew that Tai Xiaohu was the boss of Qinglong. After the shock, Hu Laolu stood at attention without hesitation, then bowed to Tai Xiaohu 3 times, and said excitedly, Long Tu, so you came here in person? Who dares to trouble us Qinglong? I call someone now. Hu Laolu said in his heart that something worthy of boss Qinglong's personal presence must be a major event between the gangs. It was really his luck that he was the first to come to help, so that he would be much better off in the future. Sixth brother, it's me. Zhao Pengfei saw that Hu Laolu finally came and brought many people with him. He was overjoyed, but the next scene made him excitedly mention the heart in his throat, and it sank fiercely. Quick, like falling from a height of 10,000 meters, it hurts. Faucet? Hu Laolu called him the leader. Qinglong has only 1 dragon head. Zhao Pengfei still knew this. His face was no longer black in an instant, but turned green directly. Scared green. Only then did Hu Laolu notice Zhao Pengfei on the ground. He turned his head and looked at Tai Xiaohu again. He was shocked and said that his heart was broken. Zhao Pengfei, this grandson, was not beaten by the dragon head, right? Tai Xiaohu didn't let Hu Laolu guess how long, and said solemnly, I beat him. There are still more than 20 lying in the room, but now I am no longer the leader of Qinglong, the new leader of Qinglong is him. After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he immediately retreated to Ling Yun's side and handed over to Ah Bing to deal with it. When Hu Laolu heard that Zhao Pengfei was really beaten by the leader, his heart suddenly felt a sudden shock, his legs trembled violently, and he almost sat on the ground with his legs soft. Zhao Pengfei, my grass and mud horse, are you drinking too much urine? Dare to provoke the dragon head of our Qinglong? Although Hu Laolu was afraid, he didn't dare to sit on the ground. He stepped forward directly, came to Zhao Pengfei, who was looking at him eagerly, raised his feet, kicked his head and covered his face violently, and fell to his death. Strength. Zhao Pengfei was kicked and screamed again and again, and he only felt that he had encountered the end of the world. After Hu Laolu finished kicking Zhao Pengfei, he gasped for breath, walked quickly to Ah Bing, bowed honestly 3 times, and said respectfully, Qinglong Rendong, Zizatang Hu Laolu, meet the new leader. Although there was no handover ceremony, since Tai Xiaohu himself said that the new leader was Ah Bing, Hu Laolu had to pay homage. Of course, he was outside and he could only bow. When Ah Bing officially took over, he would naturally have to pay homage kneeling and bowing. This is the rule of Qinglong. The younger brothers of Qinglong brought by Hu Laolu naturally followed closely to pay homage, and each of them quietly threw away the sticks in their hands, keeping silent. Ah Bing stood still, his expression did not change, he calmly accepted everyone's visit, and said lightly, Hu Laolu, tomorrow, you are responsible for asking Zhao Pengfei to hand over his house, for 3,560,000 deposits, as compensation, to this eldest sister. Break off one of Zhao Pengfei's tendons and one of his hamstrings, then send him in and let him reflect on it. Ah Bing raised his hand and pointed to the inside, the people making trouble inside. After we leave, you can call the Public Security Bureau directly and take them all away. In addition, as an old man of Zizatang, you made friends carelessly, and you acted like a tiger, and your casino was confiscated for 3 years. You are the management for the time being, and all the income for 3 years will be returned to Qinglong. After 3 years, will your casino be returned to you? Depends on your performance. You will be responsible for all the losses of this speed bar. All the internal facilities will be replaced with new ones, and they must reopen within a week. Do you have any other questions? Hu Laolu was sweating profusely, thinking that he knew Zhao Pengfei was a bloodbath for his mother's 8 lifetimes. If he knew that the phone would be turned off tonight, or he could just ask one more question on the phone. He gave the frightened Zhao Pengfei a vicious look, and then swallowed dryly, no problem. This grandson, it's not good for you to offend anyone. You have to provoke the leader of Qinglong, and call me shamelessly. It's really crazy. After being finished processing, he walked slowly to Ling Yun and asked in a low voice, Brother Yun, look. Ling Yun didn't speak, just nodded slightly. He walked to Zhao Pengfei, lowered his head and said, Zhao Pengfei, you seem to have hit me before, do you remember? Zhao Pengfei was stunned and shivered all over, but when he heard it now, he was even more stunned, because Ling Yun's appearance had changed so much, he couldn't recognize it at all. You are. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, my name is Ling Yun. Zhao Pengfei's face turned purple in an instant, and his mouth suddenly opened to the greatest shock. Zhao Pengfei felt that the sky was falling in an instant. That time he played Ling Yun was very cool and comfortable, and he still talked about it with relish, but he didn't expect the newspaper to fall on his head so quickly. God, the 2 bosses of Qinglong were obviously listening to his orders, but they beat him to the death, then there's an immortal? Not to die is to die. As soon as Ling Yun's words came out, Tang Meng stood up from the steps, his face changed greatly, and he shouted angrily, what is this? As soon as he said that he was about to step forward, he couldn't hold back his momentum. Tai Xiaohu and Ah Bing naturally changed their expressions at the same time, and Ah Bing suddenly felt that he had taken lightly on Zhao Pengfei. Ling Yun said with a smile, no need. He was very satisfied with the result of Ah Bing's handling. Ling Yun stopped Tang Meng and didn't speak any more, just pointed out a gust of wind at Zhao Pengfei's lower abdomen. Dantian. Abolish Zhao Pengfei. I'll leave the rest to the three of you. I'll go first. Lingyan left a sentence, supported Su Bingyan and Yanzi, and ran towards Tai Xiaohu. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After receiving Lingyan's voice transmission, Tai Xiaohu threw the car key over. Lingyan seemed to have eyes behind his back, and firmly took the car key in his hand. Let Su Bingyan and Yanzi get into the car. Lingyan drove the car himself, started the engine. Under the gaze of countless stunned eyes, he quickly turned a corner and disappeared. Lingyun, you are so powerful and majestic now. Yanzi sat in the back seat of the car, unable to sit still with excitement. His eyes lit up, and said excitedly. I'm just picking up some rubbish. What kind of majesty is this? I'll send you two home. Who will I send first? Lingyan asked, casually with a light smile. Swallow glanced at Su Bingyan beside him secretly, and said in his heart that I couldn't be the light bulb of Sister Su foolishly, otherwise, I would never want to eat dumplings filled with chives made by Sister Su herself. She turned her eyes and said, send me first, I live very close to here, then turn left and you'll be there. For the convenience of commuting to and from get off work, Yanzi lives in a community near the Speed Internet Cafe. She didn't lie, but it was true that she wanted to get off the bus early. Swallow, Su Bingyan bit her lip and glanced at Yanzi, wanting her to stay home with her tonight. After all, the little girl had just been beaten for the internet cafe, so she must have been frightened. Yanzi and Su Bingyan get along day and night, and they have relatives. Naturally, she knows what Su Bingyan is thinking, but she deliberately ignores it and quickly asks Lingyun to stop. After Yanzi got off the bus, Lingyun asked Yanzi with a smile, Yanzi, do you want me to go to your residence for a cup of tea? Yanzi stared at Lingyan's handsome face, which was fascinated by death, and said with a smile, you want to drink tea? Sister Su has good tea at home, you can go and drink it. I have a small shabby house there, and I don't even have a cup of hot water. Lingyun liked Yanzi's candor and eloquence very much. He couldn't help laughing when he heard it, but he heard Yanzi say, Sister Su, isn't your computer system broken? Let Lingyun send you over tonight and let him go directly. He'll give you a reinstallation, or you'll have to. After Lingyun was beaten last time. She once stayed at Su Bingyan's house for one night, but later Su Bingyan asked him to go home and help her reinstall the computer system, but Lingyun refused to go, even if she died. This is what Su Bingyan always hated Lingyun. You talk too much. Su Bingyan couldn't help but blushed when she saw that Yanzi was bringing up the old thing again. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she scolded Yanzi lightly. Let's go tonight. The weather is so nice. It's suitable for a romantic relationship. Swallow turned and left. Intentionally or unintentionally, he dropped such a sentence and ran away giggling. Lingyun smiled lightly and understood that Yanzi meant something, but he didn't take it seriously. He just asked Su Bingyan softly, Sister Su, how do you get home? It's a big oolong. Su Bingyan was stunned for a moment. How could Lingyun not know how to get to my house? If you don't want to send me, just say it directly. You don't have to be so bewildering, I can go home myself. Su Bingyan's heart sank. The pretty face immediately turned pale as frost, and her face was bitter for a while. Of course she misunderstood Lingyun. Lingyun's heart was broken. Could it be that the previous self knew where Su Bingyan's family lived, so this misunderstanding would be big and the trouble would be big? There was no other way but to explain. Lingyun thought for a while. Looking back at Su Bingyan, her eyes were shining. Sister Su, to tell you the truth, there is one thing I have never told you, that is, last time, I took someone to watch the surveillance video at the Speed Internet Cafe. In fact, those people thought hurting me. I found someone to drive a car and hit me once, but fortunately I dodged fast and my life was big enough, but I just hit my brain, so I can't remember many things in the past clearly. Su Bingyan was completely stunned. What are you? How come I didn't know you were hit by a car? Su Bingyan suddenly remembered what Ling Yun had said in her sleep the night she was beaten, and thought to herself that Ling Yun was referring to this. He knew someone was going to harm him. After being stunned, she felt distressed, and Su Bingyan couldn't bear to be angry anymore, and immediately asked nervously, I really don't know about this. Are you all right now? Have you hurt other places? Ling Yun said that it was the brain that was hit, but now Ling Yun, his brain is 100% safe, he just lost some memory, so Su Bingyan is more concerned about whether Ling Yun has hurt other places. Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan's nervous expression. He smiled. Sister Su, you forgot, I can even save the dead, even if I hurt other places, I will be healed long ago. Look at me now, it looks like something is wrong. What? Su Bingyan was inexplicably panicked just now, but she forgot about it. She immediately fell to the ground with a stone in her heart, and Shuebai's slender hand lightly covered her chest and said, It's fine, but it scares me to death. Then she noticed that Ling Yun's thief eyes were staring at her collar, her face blushed suddenly, but she didn't speak. Stinky brat is much bolder than before, Su Bingyan thought to herself, but instead, she thought of those Jingyi and Jianyan beside Ling Yun, all of them were peerless, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This feeling is complex and subtle. Hey, Sister Su, you can tell me now, where do you live, and I'll take you back. A few minutes later, Ling Yun drove into a quiet and elegant neighborhood. It was not far from the Speed Internet Cafe. It was only 7 or 8 stops away. There was no traffic jam at night, so he arrived quickly. Ling Yun parked the car downstairs in Su Bingyan's unit, and the two got out of the car. Su Bingyan looked upstairs and quickly took her eyes back. She didn't dare to look at Ling Yun, an indescribable feeling. The place where you stand is the center, and it spreads rapidly. Of course it was Ling Yun who spoke first. Sister Su, if you're fine going upstairs alone, I'll go back. Do not. Su Bingyan was in a hurry and quickly stopped Ling Yun. She used to have sharp, icy eyes, but at this time, she no longer had the look of refusing people thousands of miles away. At a glance, I have to say, Su Bingyan is really beautiful, and after being frightened, the powerless paleness on her pretty face made me feel pity even more, and Ling Yun's heart swayed. I'll send you up, the night is so beautiful, it's a fool not to send it. Yeah, Su Bingyan hummed softly, as low as a mosquito, her voice was very nice, like a cat calling Chun, very provocative. So the two walked into the unit building and took the elevator to the 16th floor. This community is very high-end, with only one household on the first floor, which is extremely quiet. Come in, it's hot tonight. Qingshui City was going through a sauna day. It was 36 to 7 degrees Celsius at night. It was really hot. The air conditioner was turned on in the car. On the body, very sticky. Yo, Sister Su's house is so big. Ling Yun entered the room, glanced at the layout of the room, and exclaimed casually. The house is indeed very large, with a total area of 140 square meters. Su Bingyan cleaned it very cleanly, and at the same time it was very warm. Unfortunately, for the past 5 or 6 years, she has been alone in the vacant room. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Su Bingyan couldn't help but let out a coquettish laugh. Immediately, the house was filled with light, and she said coquettishly, It's not like you haven't been here before, you even forgot about this, really. Su Bingyan remembered that Ling Yun said the same thing the last time she came, but this time, it was different. After closing the door and entering the room, Su Bingyan immediately turned on the air conditioner, and then said to Ling Yun with a blushing face, You sit here for a while, you can drink whatever you want in the refrigerator, take it yourself, I'll take a shower first. Su Bingyan was bullied, humiliated, struggled several times, and sweated a lot because of nervousness, excitement, shyness, etc. She is a person who loves cleanliness very much and can't stand it for a long time. Oh, Sister Su, just be busy, don't worry about me. Ling Yun replied casually, then picked up the magazine on the sofa and read it. He has nothing to do tonight and has plenty of time. There were only 2 people in the family, a man and a woman, but Su Bingyan wanted to take a bath. Her heart was like a deer, her pretty face had a fever, and her redness was better than the flashing neon lights on the side of the road. She was extremely anxious, but full of expectations. It was already a kind of expectation to let Ling Yun go upstairs, but Su Bingyan couldn't say it. Su Bingyan entered the bathroom nervously, and first pulled the door lock tightly, but after thinking about it, she unexpectedly opened the door lock again. Then it was the undressing of the buddies, the sound of the water in the shower, and the mist in the bathroom. It was a fashion magazine. It introduced fashion clothes, jewelry, and so on. Everything was related to women. Ling Yun just flipped through it and read it. He couldn't help smiling and said to himself, so Sister Sue is interested in these things. Just give her a set. Women are really troublesome. It takes so long to take a shower. Ling Yun muttered in his heart, got up, and wanted to turn on the TV to watch. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the bathroom, followed by a thud. What? No need to ask, Su Bingyan must have slipped by accident. Ling Yun frowned slightly, and came to the bathroom door in a flash. Just as he was about to push the door in, he retracted his palm. For Su Bingyan, Ling Yun was too embarrassed to use his divine sense or yin and yang eyes. He could only stand outside the door and anxiously asked, Sister Sue, are you all right? The sound of Su Bingyan breathing heavily came from the bathroom, and she groaned, Hey, I fell on my crotch, and I can't move. It's not good to fall, you fell to the hip bone, Ling Yun said anxiously, then what should I do? Come in, it hurts to death. But I'm afraid it's not suitable. Ling Yan's heart moved, and he swallowed dryly. You, get out of here for me. Su Bingyan became anxious, and hurriedly cursed at Ling Yunjiao. It's really a big piece of wood. People have even used bitter meat for you, and they still don't know the fun to be continued. No evil thoughts, absolutely no evil thoughts. Phew. Ling Yun chanted 3 times in silence, then took a long breath, and picked up the Qingxin art that he had almost forgotten about. He quickly muttered in his heart, and slammed into the door. The first thing that catches the eye is a piece of dazzling crystal white with flowers, and Su Bingyan's jet black hair clinging to the fragrant shoulders and jade arms, wet and still steaming hot. Ling Yun only glanced at it, and felt that the evil fire in his body was rushing up, and he almost forgot to recite the pure heart formula. Copy address access. However, now is not the time to think about it. Ling Yun swept it with his divine sense, and immediately knew Su Bingyan's situation like the back of the back. Su Bingyan didn't fall, she really fell, and she was really injured. She couldn't move at all. That painful expression was definitely not fake. Sister Sue, are you all right? Can you still stand up? Ling Yun gulped again, and said with concern to Su Bingyan, whose pretty face was flushed. If I could still stand up, I would call you in. Really, it hurts me. The iceberg goddess began to blame, and opened her delicate cherry lips to blame. Su Bingyan couldn't move, so Ling Yun had to squat down and stretched out his arms to hug Su Bingyan, but he felt that he had nowhere to start, and suddenly he stretched his arms and froze there. Are you going to check Su Bingyan's crotch directly here, or carry her to the bed to heal her injury? Ling Yun suddenly lost his mind. Idiot, get my sister a bath towel first, you've seen it all. Su Bingyan was shy and angry, so Ling Yun was actually happy to see her, but Ling Yun came in. If she didn't say this again, then Ling Yun would be after the incident. If you think about it, you will think that she is dissolute, which is absolutely not acceptable. Oh. Ling Yun quickly got up, took a snow-white bath towel from the bathroom, and gently placed it on Su Bingyan's delicate body. Quick, carry my sister to the bedroom bed. Su Bingyan was covered. Although he was still shy, his heart was sweet, and his mind was naturally much better, and he immediately gave Lingyun work instructions. Okay, then Sister Sue, please bear with it for a while. Don't be afraid, I will cure you right away. Lingyun comforted Su Bingyan and copied it with both hands. He hugged Su Bingyan sideways across the towel. Hee. I didn't expect Sister Sue to be quite heavy. In order to hide the embarrassment, Lingyun made a big joke and walked out of the bathroom. Hey, fuck you, my sister is only 100 pounds, where did she sink? Su Bingyan changed her posture, although her hips hurt a little, she was suddenly hugged by Lingyun, and her heart was even sweeter. Su Bingyan is a 31-year-old woman and 1.68 meters tall. The skin is firm and attractive, but the body is slightly plump. 50 kilograms is not fat, but the attractive young and feminine charm is indeed fascinating. Under Su Bingyan's command, Lingyun hugged her and quickly came to the bedroom, where there was a very large double bed. Lingyun flashed past, bent down gently, and placed Su Bingyan on the bed very gently. Hiss. Because of the change of posture, Su Bingyan took a breath of cold air, her long dark eyebrows slightly frowned, and the tip of her pretty nose was slightly wrinkled. Makes me feel pity. Lingyun's eyes lit up, his Adam's apple trembled violently, and he forgot to check Su Bingyan's injuries for a while. Su Bingyan stole a glance at Lingyun, secretly delighted in her heart, and deliberately allowed Lingyun to watch for a while, before she pretended to be in a hurry and grabbed the bath towel. Covering himself again, he glared at him and said, "Little pervert, what are you looking at?" Hee, my sister is so beautiful, her figure is invincible. Since Lingyun saw it, he wouldn't hide it, he simply praised Su Bingyan's figure. Humph, you can't watch it in vain, you have to be responsible to your sister. Su Bingyan was overwhelmed with joy, the corners of her mouth pursed slightly, and she ordered Lingyun intentionally or unintentionally. Lingyun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, he smiled lightly, okay. I will be responsible for whatever my sister said I would be responsible for, and I will ensure that I will be responsible to the end. One more is not much, and one less will be less. How can the dishes that Brother Yun likes be eaten by others? Humph. I know you can use nice ones to coax people, but you've forgotten about your elder sister. Su Bingyan's beautiful eyes flowed, and she gave Lingyun a blank look, and the resentment in her eyes could be understood by anyone. Lingyun laughed happily, I won't do it in the future, I'll check it out for my sister first. With that said, Lingyun was about to start an inspection for Su Bingyan, but he instantly realized that trouble was coming. Because Su Bingyan fell on the right hip bone, that place is really a key part of women's strict defense. Lingyun and Su Bingyan are fine if you talk about it, but you really want to do it. Without Su Bingyan's permission, Lingyun also hesitated. In fact, this was mainly because Lingyun had forgotten all about the past. To be precise, Lingyun is just starting to treat Su Bingyan now, and he is completely ruthless and ruthless. Although he is amazed at Su Bingyan's maturity and charm, he has never really taken it to heart. For Su Bingyan, it was different. Lingyun lost her memory, but she didn't. The two of them spent time on this bed. The night Lingyun was seriously injured and fell into a coma, he took off only a pair of underwear. Su Bingyan rubbed medicinal wine for him and put a hot compress on him. Coaxed him in his arms all night. After that, there were already more ambiguous relationships between the two, but the age gap was more than 10 years, so it was impossible to pierce this layer of window paper. The original Lingyun was infinitely inferior and knew that he would die. Of course, escape this emotion. But now, with the strong rise of Lingyun and the successful weight loss, Su Bingyan saw Lingyun again, and the fire in her heart was burning, and it didn't go out. The two people are in different emotional stages, which leads to this situation, which is awkward and hazy, but attracts each other. She uses her mature beauty, he uses his lightness and talent, like two magnets charged with electricity, but they can't find their respective cathodes and anodes, and they collide fiercely there. Little satyr, you've already seen my elder sister. Are you afraid that you will heal me? Hurry up, it hurts to death. The corners of Su Bingyan's beautiful mouth twitched, and her beautiful eyes glanced at the shy Ling Yun and said, "Oh." Ling Yun said dryly, stretched out his hand gently, and slowly lifted the snow-white bath towel on Su Bingyan's thigh. Ling Yun's palm, with scorching heat, gently but firmly faced Su Bingyan's right leg and right crotch. Touched it. I hurt my right hip, my muscles are bruised, it's a little swollen. Sister Su, shall I rub it for you? It'll be nice soon. It was just a minor injury, but Ling Yun was confident. Su Bingyan sighed slightly in her heart, and hummed softly, if possible. She would rather wish that she fell harder, and would rather wish that Ling Yun's medical skills were not so brilliant. She would rather endure the pain and let this young man rub her ears with her hair. Ling Yun adjusted an angle beside the bed, stretched out both hands, and pinched Su Bingyan's right leg and crotch flexibly and lightly. While massaging her, he did not forget to infuse a spiritual energy into her body. Falls and injuries were definitely a piece of cake for Ling Yun, who had fought countless battles. He didn't even make Su Bingyan feel the pain again. After just kneading a few times, Su Bingyan's fall was completely healed. Ling Yun was not at ease, so he took out a 4th-level healing talisman and used it on Su Bingyan's soft hip bone, and the redness and swelling subsided immediately. Sister Su, move a little bit, how do you feel now? Ling Yun finished healing. Su Bingyan said with a smile, her eyes closed tightly, her pretty face flushed, and her breathing was short. Although it was not long after being touched by Ling Yun, Su Bingyan was already drunk. Intoxicated. At this time, Ling Yun had already finished the treatment for Su Bingyan, and had already covered her with the snow-white bath towel that had been lifted. He stood quietly beside the bed with a smile on his face, admiring Su Bingyan wantonly, and lamenting the miracle of the Creator. The room was filled with a strange smell. This is the taste of a woman's love to the extreme, and it is very able to stimulate the hormones of men. Ling Yun woke up suddenly, he madly recited the art of clearing the heart in his heart, and then smiled slightly, flew up to the bed, and sat cross-legged beside Su Bingyan as if meditating. Sister Su, you are seducing juveniles to commit crimes. Ling Yun looked directly at Su Bingyan, and after scanning her body back and forth for a while, he stopped on Su Bingyan's pretty face, and smiled with red lips and white teeth. Yeah, I'm just seducing you. Su Bingyan was angry, but her mouth was unrepentant. Her face was blushing, her left arm was propped on the bed, and she sat up as soon as she twisted her delicate body. Face to face with Ling Yun, those who were close to each other could feel the heat from the other party's nose and mouth. Sister Su, what you are doing is wrong, it's easy to spoil children. Ling Yun put on the face of an educating man, and there he kept pretending, just a pair of eyes, but he stared at Su Bingyan's upper body without blinking. Pfft. Su Bingyan became more and more natural, she chuckled softly, she was as beautiful as a flower, her beauty was beyond measure. Little satyr, are you still using your elder sister? You are worse than anyone else. Su Bingyan stared at Ling Yunjiao angrily with a pair of soul-seeking eyes. Her eyes are very beautiful and divine, and the corners of her eyes fly up obliquely, which really seduces the soul. I'm a pure and good boy. I just finished the college entrance examination today, and I'm still waiting for college. Ling Yun said with a smile. Su Bingyan's complexion instantly became extremely pale, and in her pair of bright, intoxicating eyes, her eyes quickly dimmed, the spark splashed out and turned into ashes. Su Bingyan felt that she was not attractive enough, and she felt a deep sense of frustration. Ling Yun, do you dislike me for being too old and think that we are impossible? Or do you think Sister Su is not pretty enough to be as good as the little beauties beside you? Su Bingyan thought of the day the clinic opened. Lin Menghan, Miao Xiaomiao, Shui Mining, Yao row around Ling Yun. Ling Yun shook his head violently. He said with a smile, "Where did Sister Su go?" "In my opinion, Sister Su is only 21 or 2 years old. Why is she so old? Besides, my sister is so sexy and charming, and her face is so delicate and beautiful. How many people can beat her?" Although Ling Yun is exaggerating, Su Bingyan is 31 years old this year, but she looks like 26 or 7-year-old, but she has that mature youthful, feminine charm, extremely charming, and, with Ling Yun's strength, in the near future, he can easily make a woman a teenager or even a few decades younger, very easy. So age is not a problem. As for appearance and figure, Su Bingyan has no problem. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he paused for a while, but Su Bingyan's heart sank even more when she heard it. Because if these two reasons are not the case, then there is only one reason left: Ling Yun dislikes her and is not a virgin. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. You despise your elder sister and have been married before? Right? Su Bingyan hesitated in her heart, and finally asked this indescribable reason in a different way. Ling Yun said with a faint smile, "The words just now can only be said this time today, and don't mention them again in the future. Xiao Mimi is not a virgin either." Ling Yun cultivated the way of the heart. If he couldn't get over the question of whether a woman was a virgin or not, he wouldn't even think about the foundation building stage and the golden core stage, let alone transcending the calamity. Ling Yan's last sentence was very serious. After Su Bingyan heard it, her delicate body was shaken, and crystal tears came out of her eyes. They were tears of happiness and moving. Su Bingyan choked up and said, "Ling Yun, I'm 13 years older than you, and I also have my past. Could it be that you really don't care? Can you accept it?" Ling Yun nodded naturally, the corners of his mouth twitched, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and his handsome smile was enough to make Su Bingyan dizzy. Of course, the most important thing is to be happy. However, since I was hit by a car, I can't remember many things from the past. Sister Su, can you tell me what you know about me before? Ling Yun embraced Su Bingyan's fiery body and started talking seriously. He would love to know this. If you want to talk, just say it well, don't touch it. Su Bingyan first said angrily to Ling Yunjiao, then raised her head, stared at Ling Yun's handsome face now, and said in a reminiscence tone, "Where did you start? Anyway, at that time you were very fat. If you were not tall enough, you would have become a meatball, at least more than 210 kilograms, my God." Su Bingyan seemed to want to make the atmosphere as relaxed as possible, so she deliberately teased Ling Yun as soon as she opened her mouth. Ling Yun didn't care, because it wasn't the real him, so he just smiled faintly. "You were very withdrawn at that time, very silent, and didn't want to talk to people. You did those few things all day. Besides playing games, you saw some strange doctors every day. At that time you were very cowardly and had low self-esteem. You were beaten all day long with a bruised nose and a swollen face. It was very distressing to see. But you were stubborn back then. I have never seen you so stubborn, so stubborn. Although others can bully you, you don't allow others to touch your bottom line. No matter who it is, no matter how many people there are, if anyone touches your bottom line, your eyes will become different, and you dare to fight with anyone. You avoid a lot of things, but you desperately protect your sister. In the beginning, you just came to my bar to check medical information. Later, my bar recruiter, you came and said that you wanted to make money for your sister to buy study materials and clothes. You are really kind to your sister, is the best brother in the world. You work very well, you are willing to do any hard work. There is a very beautiful girl who secretly comes to see you every week. But she has never been seen. Every time she sees you, she will cry, and there is not one time when she leaves without crying. I didn't know until your ordinary clinic opened that it was your sister, Ning Lingyu. Su Bingyan said here. Lingyan's heart was full of mixed feelings. Giant Meixuan stood up, and he silently recited Lingyu in his heart. Lingyan asked, Sister Su, then, why do you take care of me so much? In order to pay Lingyan's salary, Su Bingyan even went to the school to find Lingyan several times, and now she is doing this to him again. Lingyan could imagine how good Su Bingyan was to him. Su Bingyan's face turned red, because my elder sister knows that you are lonely. I am very lonely. My elder sister is also a lonely person, and I feel sorry for you, so. Lingyan smiled and said, so you just fell in love with me? Su Bingyan raised her pink fist and lightly beat Lingyan a few times. You little pervert, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Obviously it is, but it does not admit that women are like this. However, when Lingyan was so fat at that time, Su Bingyan was able to have a secret affection for him, which made Lingyan feel that Su Bingyan was extraordinary, and she did not judge people by their appearance. You once slept on this bed. Su Bingyan's voice became lower and lower, her pretty face flushed. How do you know that the second time you came, you turned into such a handsome appearance, and it was caused by that Zhao Pengfei, but this time, it was you who took care of him. It doesn't matter if my sister's bar is smashed. I have been tired all these years, but seeing that you can take revenge, my sister is overjoyed. Lingyan, your change is really amazing. Su Bingyan said at the end, her pretty face became extremely serious, but her eyes became hot again, and her emotions were surging. Sister Su, do you want to see me become a magician? Lingyan stared at Su Bingyan's beautiful face, thinking that if she wore a set of jewelry, what kind of beauty would she look like? Su Bingyan glanced at Lingyan and said, you've given people enough surprises, what kind of magic do you want to do? Lingyan didn't say anything, just flipped his hand and opened his palm to Su Bingyan, and there was an extra ring on his hand. Of course, it is made of imperial green jadeite. Under the light, it shimmers with emerald green and translucent fluorescent light, bright and hazy, emitting a dreamlike light. It's so beautiful. Su Bingyan was stunned. Lingyan smiled faintly, put the ring into Su Bingyan's slender and beautiful hand, and then flipped it over to find another pair of imperial green jade bracelets. Next, a jade necklace, a pair of jade earrings, and finally a bright night pearl the size of a longan. This is all for me? After being shocked for a long time, Su Bingyan touched this, looked at that, and finally knew that all this was real, not a dream, so she asked blankly. Lingyan smiled brightly, celebrate my sister's escape from suffering and become my Lingyan's wife from now on. These small gifts should be regarded as my little intentions. Su Bingyan wanted to refuse, but what Lingyan said really made Su Bingyan's heart tremble, and she was not willing to refuse at all. Little satyr. Who said I'm going to be your wife? Su Bingyan scolded with a sneer, but there was an undisguised joy in her eyes. Lingyan laughed and said, if you don't want to be a wife, what are you doing in my arms now? The pink fists fell like rain. Su Bingyan beat Lingyan first, and then said quietly, Lingyan, elder sister is telling you the business. The day your clinic opened, elder sister saw it and knew that there are many families with excellent backgrounds. Very good and beautiful girls like you, they are suitable to be your wives. As for my sister, as long as they can be your woman, well, the woman behind you will be satisfied. Sister doesn't want to be named, and doesn't look forward to staying with you day and night. As long as you have time, you can come and see me, and my sister will be content. However, since you gave me this, you have to put it on me today. When Su Bingyan said the end, she looked at Lingyan with an expression in her eyes, and she pointed at the jade ring and said to Lingyan. Su Bingyan's hands are beautiful, painted with rose-red nail polish, and her nails are beautifully trimmed, making her fingers soft, slender. Okay, put it on. Lingyan picked up the jade ring with a smile, and then asked, Sister Su, which finger do you wear? Idiot, of course the ring finger of the left hand. Su Bingyan said shyly and coquettishly. Ling Yan took Su Bingyan's left hand, and gently put the ring on her ring finger, giggling, Sister Su's hand is so beautiful, don't even think about running away. Now, my elder sister is your woman. My elder sister can't run, she can't even fight. She will always be your woman. Su Bingyan looked at the emerald green ring on her hand, and her beautiful eyes shone with holiness. Of light. The two were heartbroken at the same time, and there was no need to say what to do next. However, Ling Yan still felt that this was too fast, and the 7 luminaries' grass was about to mature. He was about to hit the 9th floor of the body training to prepare for the impact of the chi training period, so he remained indifferent and did not come to the hungry tiger for food. Little satyr, it's all here, what are you waiting for? Su Bingyan was extremely emotional, her eyes rolled, and her voice was charming. Ling Yan was hooked by Su Bingyan, but he still endured it. For the sake of cultivation, he could endure anything. Sister Su, today. I can't do it today, it's inconvenient. Ling Yan told the truth. Nonsense, it's just the two of us here, my sister is willing, what's the inconvenience? Su Bingyan was anxious to enter the bridal chamber with Ling Yan. Sister Su, you don't know. After I was hit, I was lucky in misfortune and was practicing a very powerful martial art, so I can't touch you now. Ling Yan explained that what he said was not false, because Ling Yan first had to practice the divine martial pure young immortal art, and this was the time to recharge his batteries. Yao Rou's body is gone, of course it is impossible to break the ring on Su Bingyan's body, which will lead to the failure of all previous efforts. Pfft. After hearing Ling Yan's explanation, Su Bingyan immediately settled down in her heart, and she said with a pouting smile, little pervert, aren't you practicing the boys' kung fu? What about the elder sister? Ling Yan smiled and said, Sister, don't worry, what is the boy's skill? My practice is much stronger than the boy's skill. As long as this period of time passes, I promise to be with my sister. Splash. It's necrotic. Su Bingyan blushed and spat softly, but she was secretly happy. Although she is no longer a virgin, she has never enjoyed the taste of a man. It turns out that the short-lived husband is not only short-lived, but also short-lived. Although Su Bingyan knew that a woman would become popular after her first time, but her first time did not become popular. This is a question she has wondered so far, but she cannot tell others. Of course it won't fall red. Su Bingyan doesn't know that the layer of membrane that symbolizes virginity is not broken at all. Where did the fall red come from? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. At this moment, Ling Yan's cell phone rang, and a text message came. Ling Yan took it over and looked at it. It turned out to be from Tang Meng. Hey, Brother Yun, let me guess, you are 100% in bed right now? Haha, how does it feel to be hugging from side to side? Tang Meng was worthy of being the roundworm in Ling Yan's stomach. At that time, Ling Yan was on one side, hugging Su Bingyan and Yan Zi, and leaving. Tang Meng guessed what would happen. Ling Yan directly dialed the phone back, and after the first sentence, Ling Yan scolded, Tang Meng, did you get itchy after not beating you for a few days? Tang Meng laughed and begged for mercy, and quickly said seriously, Brother Yun, the 5 people who came to our Qinglong casino to win money have appeared again, and they are now gambling in a big casino here in Qingxi district. Do you want to come and clean them up? Ling Yan frowned and said in a deep voice, it's been more than half a month, and these guys have appeared again? Haven't left Qingshui yet? It's just courting death. Those 5 gambling masters, in less than a week, won a total of more than 80 million in the big and small fields of Qinglong. Just when Ling Yun was about to make a move, the 5 people suddenly fell into the sea and never appeared again. Did not expect it to appear again today. If we don't do them at this time, when will we do it? Ling Yun immediately told Tang Meng to wait for him at the door of the ordinary clinic, he would be there soon. Putting down the phone, Ling Yun said to Su Bingyan on the bed, "Sister Su, someone is doing something in Qinglong's field, I have to go there right away." When Su Bingyan heard the call, she thought it was the women around Ling Yun who were looking for him, but she was secretly sad, but when she heard it was not, she suddenly turned from worry to joy. "It's important to do business, just do what you need to do, you go, don't worry about my sister, I'm all right now." Ling Yun nodded and said, "Sister Su, I will arrange for Tang Meng to handle your business affairs. You can do whatever you want, and you won't have to worry about anything in the future." With the protection of the black and white of Qingshui City, Su Bingyan's business is difficult to think about, who dares to provoke it? Except for those who don't have long eyes. Ling Yun ordered properly, in Su Bingyan's affectionate eyes. He got up and left Su Bingyan's house. Ling Yun quickly arrived at the ordinary clinic, and Tang Meng had already been waiting. Without getting out of the car, the two cars drove directly in a remote direction. Since it is a large underground casino, it is of course impossible to openly open it in a bustling urban area. This is a well-known thing. In the suburbs of Xiqing, in a quiet but large yard, the lights were bright at this time, and all kinds of vehicles stopped in a row at the door. There are luxury sedans, regular sedans, and even electric cars. You can imagine all the people inside. This is of course a large underground casino in Qinglong, and the most people in it are gamblers. Ling Yun and Tang Meng came here and found a place to park their car. The two came to the gate of the courtyard and saw Tai Xiaohu and Ah Bing. Already standing at the door waiting, there is another person, aged 34 or 5 years old, of medium build, with ordinary appearance, and his eyes look dull. It belongs to the kind that can't be recognized when thrown in the crowd. This person is called Gong Hongguang. He is the owner of Qinglong Rentong and Zinzatang. His business is mainly casinos and nightclubs. It's his brother Yun. Seeing Ling Yun and Tang Meng approaching, Tai Xiaohu and Ah Bing hurried forward and introduced Gong Hongguang to Ling Yun. "Just call me Ling Yun." Seeing that Gong Hongguang opened his mouth, Ling Yun didn't know how to address him, so he smiled lightly and told him to call him by his name. Ling Yun noticed that although Gong Hongguang looked ordinary and his eyes looked dull, he was just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. In fact, this kind of person is willing to pretend to be foolish and is the most shrewd. Moreover, he has a pair of very slender and flexible hands and nails. Neatly trimmed, clearly a master of gambling. This is against the rules," Gong Hongguang said naively. His name was Tai Xiaohu Long too, but he called Tai Xiaohu's boss by his first name. Of course, it was against the rules, so Gong Hongguang didn't dare to call him. Ah Bing spoke, "Let's call Brother Yun the leader. As long as Brother Yun is here, the leader of Qinglong is Brother Yun, and there is no one else." Gong Hongguang immediately bowed respectfully 3 times and said, "Meet the dragon head." Ling Yun nodded helplessly, agreeing. He took the lead and entered the courtyard after asking questions. "What are they betting on tonight?" Ling Yun asked, casually. "Dice, bet big or small," Gong Hongguang replied. "Or win every hand? Since they appeared in Shimizu City, they have never lost." "Have you found out they cheated?" "No, the 5 of them have their own unique skills, dice, mahjong, pai gao, poker, and they take turns to win money by real gambling skills, so we can only compete with them at the gambling table. It's a pity that the skills are not as good as others." "It's interesting. How much did they win tonight?" Ling Yun asked with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "It's been a while, and I've won 6 million. Gong Hongguang gritted his teeth. Although he was rich, he couldn't stand such a loss. If it wasn't for Qinglong's inability to lose that person, they would have killed these 5 people secretly. Now, no matter what his origins are, he's here to make a mess. Of course, Ling Yan had already said hello long ago, and said that if they win, he will take care of them himself. Don't worry, they will vomit 100 times in a while. Ling Yan's eyes were calm and his voice was indifferent. After entering the casino, under the leadership of Gong Hongguang, Ling Yan went directly to the table where the 5 people were, and found a random seat to sit down. At this time, 4 of the 5 people were standing, and one of them was sitting there gambling. He was a young man of 26 or 7 years old, with a pale face, a pair of striking ears, and calm eyes. Very high. Behind the young man, among the 4 people standing, there is a very beautiful, very coquettish woman, with a hot body and a contemptuous smile at the corner of her mouth, which looks very charming. All the regular customers came to the casino, and the unfamiliar ones were not put in at all. They all understood that these 5 people were here to smash the game. Now that the people from Qinglong were also on the table, they all cheered and gathered around. Before Ling Yan came, only this young man bet against the banker on this gambling table. Others saw that he would win every game. Although they wanted to bet with him to win money, they were intimidated by Qinglong's power. No one dared to bet. Surprised onlookers. After Ling Yan sat down, he first glanced at the other 5, then looked directly at the young man opposite, and said with a faint smile, "My friend, I have made a lot of money. If it's time to stop it, don't kill it all." The young man said lightly, "It's impossible to kill them all, but since you can afford to open a casino, you must accept us to gamble. If you can't afford to gamble, then close the door as soon as possible." Obviously, the young man also knew that the Lord was coming. He kept staring at Ling Yan's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Ling Yan, but it was too difficult. What kind of person was Ling Yan? Ling Yan chuckled, "If that's the case, then you have to gamble? I just don't know if you have enough chips. I'm afraid you won't be able to lose. 1 billion, if you have the ability, please win them all." The young man smiled proudly, revealing a row of neat teeth. 1 billion? There are 5 of you, how much can you lose? 200 million? Ling Yan thought it was more fun, and asked with a smile. "You are very smart, yes, of course, I can also lose more." The young man was still smiling. Ling Yan nodded, "Okay, then 200 million, one will win or lose, do you dare?" Ling Yan excited. The smile on the young man's face instantly froze. The boy opposite him had just arrived, and he could see that he was extraordinary, but he never expected that Ling Yan would come up to him and decide whether to win or lose. The 4 master gambling experts behind him also changed their expressions in an instant, buried their heads in one place, and whispered to discuss. Ling Yan looked back at Gong Hongguang. "Boss Gong, 200 million, can you afford to lose?" Ling Yan asked with a smile. "Yes, all my family assets combined, I can lose up to 600 million. Gong Hongguang answered honestly. Ling Yan turned around, looked at the other 5 with a smile, spread his hands and said, "Look, we can lose 600 million here, enough to bet 3 times with you. If you dare to gamble, do it as soon as possible. If you don't dare to gamble, take the 80 million you won from Qingshui City and go to me wherever you go. However, you must take off your clothes and crawl for me naked. Go out." Ling Yan had no good words, and deliberately stared at the bewitching woman among the 5. "Humph. Isn't it just one decision to win or lose? Xiao Wu, bet with him." Sure enough, Ling Yan's words completely angered the coquettish woman. The woman glared at Ling Yan angrily, and said softly. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Sorry, this is the first time I write about gambling skills, and I am a bit stubborn, so I checked the information for a day today, and only wrote a chapter. Thank you for your monthly tickets and rewards today. Seeing that the other party was finally completely provoked by him, Ling Yan smiled and said, "Happy, really happy, this is like a mess." I hope you can be as happy as you are now after a while. The basic explanation of gambling is to use property as a bet to win or lose in a certain way. As for the method, there are many different ways, but there are two prerequisites. One is to bet on property, and the other is that the bet must be on uncertain things or things. Once determined, there is no need to gamble. For example, Lingyun once made a bet on whether or not he could be admitted to Yenqing University, betting 100 million with Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan, but the result has not yet come out. Poker, mahjong, dice, pike gao, lottery, ball, horse, etc. These are some of the most common and well-known gambling methods. With gambling skills naturally came into being. The same tricks are renovated and emerge in an endless stream. Now, experts who specialize in various gambling skills, relying on their own years of hard training, and with the help of developed high-tech, have already made gambling skills raised to an incredible level. The techniques shown by the real gambling masters even surpassed those of the very clever magicians. People like them are often regarded as god of gamblers. Like Las Vegas in the United States and Macau in China, there are competitions such as God of Gamblers held every year, which are very eye-catching. Advanced gambling skills, when displayed in front of ordinary people, will make people feel incredible and impossible. But to put it bluntly, it is actually nothing more than the eyesight and hearing that a person has cultivated over the years. Memory, technique skills and speed, people's computing power in a short period of time and so on. As for luck, a real gambler will tell you that they never believe in luck. They won't rely on illusory luck to win money at gambling. That's too slim. If only by luck. You don't have to work hard all year round to practice gambling. As the saying goes, out of 10 bets and 9 deceptions, gambling is actually a kind of fraud. For the real gamblers, the factor of luck can be ignored as zero, but they all recognize another thing, that is momentum. If the two masters are facing each other and their gambling skills are similar, the one with the most powerful and ferocious momentum will often have the last laugh. Lingyan's momentum is very strong now, absolutely domineering. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was 200 million, and he decided to win or lose. He put on an attitude that it didn't matter whether he won or lost. Just this time, all 5 of the opponent's gambling masters were shocked. Lingyan can be said to be a head start. More than just a head start. And it is aggressive. If you don't dare to gamble, you will get out. The 5 people have to crawl out naked. This is equivalent to putting the 5 masters on the fire. This momentum is too high. It was like a bowl of cold water on the head. It suddenly quenched the arrogance of the other 5, and caught them off guard. These 5 masters have been betting smoothly until now, and betting with people like Gong Hongguang was like teasing children until Lingyun came. After sitting in front of them, they realized that they couldn't see through Lingyun at all. No one can see through Lingyun. Lingyan's performance was too mad, too arrogant, and too domineering. Just a few short conversations with the young man named Xiao Wu forced him into a corner. Not only did he have to gamble, but he also had to pay 200 million. The losers don't lose the battle. These 5 people were originally smashing the field, but now they were suppressed by Lingyun and humiliated by him. Return. This was naturally Zhong Lingyan's favor, so the 2 sides began to bet. Each took out 200 million chips and threw them on the gambling table. It was the coquettish girl among the 5 who personally exchanged the 200 million check for chips, and only got 2 chips in exchange, 1 chip representing 100 million. Of course, there will be no problem with their checks, otherwise, they will be killed directly. Of course, it is impossible for both sides to put 200 million in cash on the gambling table, and the gambling table cannot hold 400 million in cash. Gong Hongguang also went to get 6 chips in person, and the same chip represented 100 million. Although he tried his best to be very calm, his dull eyes were already red, his face was sweating profusely, and his face was pale. His lips were trembling, and his legs were trembling. Although the casino floor was flat, when he walked back, his foot was deep and shallow. Now betting, but his net worth. Although Ling Yun is the leader of Qinglong, no one knows whether he will lose or win. 3 hands are 600 million. If he loses all, Gong Hongguang will be bankrupt and have nothing in the blink of an eye. Gong Hongguang came back and silently handed the 600 million yuan chips into Ling Yun's hands, his hands trembling all the time. Ling Yun didn't comfort him either. He took the 6 chips and weighed them a few times in his hands. Hearing the rattling of chips, he laughed and gestured with his chin to the other's young man. Xiao Wu, tell me, how to bet this game. All the onlookers knew that the gambling game was about to start, and they all held their breaths, staring at the 2 people at the gambling table, looking expectant and nervous. A decision to win or lose, no matter whether you win or lose, is 200 million. This gambling game is indeed shocking and exciting to ordinary people. Young Xiaowu had already held the 200 million yuan chips in his hands at this time. He kept his eyes fixed on Ling Yun's every move, his expression still seemed calm, but his breathing was a little faster than before. This is in your casino. Naturally, you can gamble as you say, and I will accompany you. Young Xiaowu looked very calm and his voice was slow, but Ling Yun had already locked him with his powerful spiritual sense, not only knew that his palms and backs were sweating, but he could also hear his voice dry. Being strong from outside and doing things at the same time. Ling Yun sneered in his heart, thinking that he was so nervous after only 200 million, how dare he come to smash Qinglong's place? In fact, up to now, Ling Yun, who really doesn't care about money, can keep the real calm, and the others, including Tang Mengtai, Xiaohu Abing and others, one counts as one, who is not nervous and the heart is about to jump out. That's 200 million, not 2 million. Ling Yun smiled and said, I'm sorry, I really don't know how to gamble. Today is my first time at the gambling table, Mr. Gong. Tell me about how to play the dice. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. I don't even know how to play dice. You have to decide whether to win or lose with others, and you dare to open your mouth for 200 million? Crazy? Gong Hongguang was also stunned for a while, but he didn't hesitate for a long time, and soon said to Ling Yun in a low voice, there are 3 dice in the dice, after the roll is finished, the points will be revealed. The minimum is 3, and the maximum is 18. 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock is big, 10 o'clock is small, bet big or small. Gambling is not complicated. It's too complicated, and no one plays it. It's easy to get started, and it's easy to understand. Before Gong Hongguang finishes speaking, Ling Yun will understand. Just do it. Ling Yun was too lazy to write ink with these 5 people, so he quickly cleaned up these 5 people. Then bet big or small. Ling Yun directly said the easiest way, and then he raised his hand and pointed at the dealer holding the dice cup, hurry up and shake it. Young Xiaowu was a little stunned. He stared blankly at Ling Yun and asked, is it that simple? Ling Yun smiled and said, yeah, didn't you just gamble? Now let's continue. If you want to play something complicated, we can bet on the 5,000th digit after the decimal point of pi. Would you bet? During the time he stayed in the school, Ling Yun felt that pi was amazing. He recited more than 100,000 digits after the decimal point in one breath. He didn't recite it until he felt that it was no longer interesting. He would naturally win this bet, but it was too bullying. The young Xiao Wu was dumbfounded, then stunned again, and after a while, he was dumbfounded. Ken only nodded and said, then bet big or small. Betting on the size of the dice is the strength of the young master, and his pair of attractive ears are prepared for listening to the dice. When shaking the dice cup, the young Xiaowu can finally determine the points of the 3 dice in the dice cup according to the sound of the dice flying and rolling in the dice cup. In this skill, he is practiced to the point that even if a dozen dice are shaken in a dice cup, he knows all the dice and what the final number is. Of course, there are also workarounds. There are more than a dozen dice cups, each with 3 dice, and shaking them at the same time, he can listen to about the same, but that requires a strong memory, and it needs to be very quiet. The difficulty is too great, and the young Xiaowu has not yet reached that level. However, with a dice cup and 3 dice, no matter how many people are making noises in the casino, no matter how noisy the voice is, the young Xiaowu can hear it clearly, as if he saw it with his own eyes. Hearing that Ling Yan's way of playing is so simple, the young Xiaowu and the 4 master gambling masters behind him were obviously relieved. The coquettish girl stared at Ling Yan with playful eyes, showing disdain in her eyes, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, thinking that she had won the ticket this time. Ling Yan couldn't help but smiled at her. "Beauty, I suggest you exchange some chips now, otherwise, these 2 chips will be gone soon, and then I'll have to trouble you for another trip." "Humph. I want you to take care of it." The coquettish girl glared at Ling Yan and sneered, "Wait for the loss." Ling Yan smiled lightly and ignored her, but said to the dealer who was shaking the dice cup, "Let's start, just shake it how you want." The dealer turned his head to look at Gong Hongguang, saw Gong Hongguang nod slightly, so he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and began to shake. Everyone held their breath and stared at the dealer's hands shaking the dice cup, not even daring to take a breath. Ling Yan didn't go to see the croupier, he didn't even look at the young Xiaowu, but raised his eyes and looked around. Seeing this scene in the eyes of the 4 major gambling masters, they directly sneered at Ling Yan. They looked at each other and laughed. "I thought this kid was some kind of expert, but it turned out to be a stupefied 250-year-old who knows nothing." The glamorous girl's eyes in those beautiful eyes became even more contemptuous. On Ling Yan's side, except for Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, everyone was completely stupid. It turned out that Ling Yan didn't understand anything, he just wanted to gamble on luck. Can there be a win? Holding 200 million as a child's play, this is too much. Some people started to sigh and shook their heads. No one noticed at all, the face of young Xiaowu had already changed greatly at this moment. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more first. Crazy for a monthly pass. Send Brother Yun out of the clear water. Just when the croupier held the dice cup in both hands and started to shake it up and down, the young Xiaowu held his breath, pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Some attentive people could notice that the young Xiaowu's pair of beckoning ears was still in the air. Can shake slightly. Young Xiaowu's ear is not practiced in vain. He listens very carefully and very clearly. Even the number of points that each dice in the dice collides with each time he flips and collides can be judged based on the extremely subtle sound changes. It was extremely accurate, so the young Xiaowu knew that he had won, and a confident and won smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't keep the smile for long, and it quickly froze on his face. Soon, the 2 ears of young Xiaowu heard another sound. It was an extremely sharp whistle. It sounded very harsh. The sharp whistling became louder and louder, and soon it was completely covered up. The dice in the dice cup collided with the sound, and later on, it almost pierced through gold and cracked stones, and wanted to pierce the eardrums of young Xiaowu. Later, young Xiaowu didn't talk about listening to the sound in the dice cup. He couldn't even hear all the sounds around him. His ears were completely filled with that kind of harsh, deafening shrill whistling, which made him even more. "I can't wait to plug my ears with my hands." This whistling sound is of course Ling Yan's skill in using the sound transmission to gather the sound into a dense line. The Shenlong Xiao has now reached the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. The sound made by the Shenlong Xiao can already be called preliminary. Sound gang. Yin gang is also an extremely powerful exercise, and it is invisible and pervasive. If the realm is high enough, with just one voice, a low-level cultivator can be shaken to death. Now, Ling Yun is just using the sound gain to interfere with the young Xiaowu's hearing, which is very merciful. Just when everyone was laughing at Ling Yun as a fool, the young Xiaowu was under a powerful attack from Ling Yun's voice gang. It's like 5 thunders hit the top, let alone listening, even if his ears are not abolished, even if he is lucky. In the end, just when the young Xiaowu couldn't bear it any longer and frantically gritted his teeth and prepared to raise his hands to block his ears, the dealer had stopped shaking the dice cup. Put the dice on the table. Next, naturally, bet big and small. Buy time to leave. Ling Yun was still shaking his head, calm, and looked around with a smile. At this time, the nightmarish whistling sound in young Xiaowu's ears just ended, but due to the inertia of hearing, his ears were still filled with the sharp whistling sound like a needle-piercing pain. His ears were rumbling, and he didn't even hear the croupier telling him to place a bet. Ling Yun swept it with his divine sense, and immediately knew that the 3 dice in the dice cup were 3, 4, 6, and 13 o'clock. He smiled slightly and pressed his left hand lightly on the table, waiting for the young 5 to make a bet. Bet size? Not to mention Ling Yun has a condensed consciousness, even with his yin and yang eyes, he can easily see through all the scenes in the dice cup and see clearly. But even so, the young Xiaowu is Mongolian, and there is a possibility that a big one will come out. He still had a 50% chance of winning, but Ling Yun put his hand on the gambling table, and directly wiped out the young Xiaowu's chance of winning to 0. When Ling Yun was angry, not only could he smash the marble coffee table into pieces, but he only needed to spit out a slap in his hand. You can make the dice that have been stationary in the dice cup jump up through the slight vibration of the tabletop. If you want to make it big, it will be big. If you want to make it small, it will be small. It is easier than someone else holding the dice by hand and placing them one by one. Ling Yun had no plans. In this round, the young Xiaowu had already lost before he even started. Sir, please place your bet. Sir, please place your bet. Sir, please place your bet. The dealer urged the young Xiaowu several times in succession, but saw that he was stupid, sitting there in a daze, motionless. His face was extremely pale, his forehead was already sweating profusely, and his thin body began to tremble. Because of fear, but also because of urgency. The dealer's voice, including the voice of everyone around him, now Xiaowu can't hear anything at all. He can only see them open their mouths, but he can't hear what others are saying. His ears are shocked by Ling Yun. Of temporary deafness. What happened to Xiaowu? Why didn't you place your bets and stop talking? The coquettish girl found out that Xiaowu was abnormal, and was immediately puzzled. When the dealer shook the dice just now, everyone around was holding their breaths. Except for the sound of breathing, there was no sound at all. It is said that Xiaowu will win, why doesn't he move? Ling Yun smiled and looked at the opposite Xiaowu, and said very generously, for the sake of you are here to smash the game, I will give you a little more chance, you bet first, and let others say that I bullied you. There is only one result in the dice cup, and if you buy it, you must leave your hand. For a gambling expert, as long as you hear the numbers of the 3 dice clearly, and the casino does not do anything with the dice cup, whoever will bet first, this game is basically whoever wins, because the bet is big or small, it is generally impossible for the other party to say that if you buy a big one, I will follow you to buy a big one. Xiaowu couldn't hear what Ling Yun said. It wasn't until someone behind him patted him on the shoulder that Xiaowu realized that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time, waiting for him to bet big and small. Of course, Xiaowu understood the rules of the casino. The dice cup stopped shaking, and he couldn't wait too long. Seeing Ling Yun's calm expression, it seemed that he was going to bet first, but now he knew that he was suffering, and he didn't hear anything at all. By ignorance, gambling luck. For gambling masters, the reason for practicing gambling is to not rely on luck, and the practice of gambling is for grasping. What does it feel like now? Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at him. He raised the corners of his mouth, smiled at the coquettish girl at the other side, and said lightly, "Look at the beauty." He doesn't dare to bet. The other 4 major gambling masters were all dumbfounded and stunned. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? You talk." The coquettish girl patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder anxiously. After a long while, the young Xiao Wu finally heard another movement in his ears, and he could hear the humming sound of mosquitoes, and he said blankly, "The voice just now was too loud, I didn't hear anything." "Arrive." As soon as these words came out, the spectators around the gaming table covered their ears with their hands, because the young Xiao Wu was not talking, but shouting loudly. This is human instinct. If you can't hear the voice, or the voice you hear is very small, you will subconsciously think that everyone else is the same as him. Therefore, the young Xiao Wu speaks in a voice that he can hear, and it is naturally crazy. Shouted. "I'm rubbing it, you're crazy." Someone was frightened by the young Xiao Wu's voice, and couldn't help scolding. Was it too loud just now? Did not hear anything? In the casino just now, there was only the sound of the dealer shaking the dice cup. The other 4 masters are so shrewd, they still don't know where Xiao Wu has been plotted against, but unfortunately, they don't know what happened. They can only look at each other, and the 4 of them can see the shock in each other's eyes. At this time, Ling Yun laughed and said, "Everyone is the same, I didn't hear anything. I even forgot to look at the dice cup. Isn't betting big or small just betting luck? Everyone has a percent. 50 chances, bet now, I can't wait." Ling Yun got it cheap and sold well, waiting for the young Xiao Wu to make a bet. It was indeed too long. Young Xiao Wu had no choice but to bet on the scalp. He would rather lose money at the gambling table than be scared to death by others. The young Xiao Wu hesitated for a while and bet 200 million chips. This is the real gambling luck, but his luck is not good. Betting on Xiao? No wonder you are called Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu should bet on Xiao. Since you bet on Xiao, then I can only bet on big. Really, isn't gambling just betting on luck? It takes so long to hesitate, and you dare to smash Qinglong's place with this little bit of courage. Ling Yun laughed at the other party, threw the 200 million chips on the gambling table, and watched the croupier open the cup. Everyone stared nervously at the dice cup, waiting for the dealer to open the dice cup to see if it was big or small, and who would win. 3, 4, 6, 13 o'clock. The dealer opened the dice cup with trembling hands, and instantly saw the points of the 3 dice, and suddenly his voice trembled, and he read it out excitedly. There was a burst of thunderous cheers and applause in the casino. Everyone in Qinglong was excited. Gong Hongguang closed his eyes and whispered to the ancestors for blessing. If the younger brother behind him was not supporting him, he would have fainted happily. Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who knew this would be the result, they looked at each other and smiled. Tang Meng said to the overly nervous Bing, "Bing, why are you so nervous? Follow Yun Ge, there will be more scenes like this in the future, get used to it as soon as possible." Tang Meng looked like someone from the past, completely forgetting what he looked like on the day Ling Yun gambled on stones. Buying big and opening big, Ling Yun won the flag. He got up with a smile, and personally reached out and took the 400 million chips on the gambling table in his hand. Together with the 4 remaining chips, the 8 chips were weighed together. With a rustling sound, he smiled and said to the completely stupid young Xiao Wu, "I'm sorry, your luck doesn't seem to be very good." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he giggled at the coquettish girl whose face had changed drastically. "Look, beauty, I have 800 million now. It's too easy to win 200 million, it's really cool. I told you just now to change a few more chips. You still don't believe it. Now, are you going to change the chips again?" Ling Yun ridiculed the opponent's 5 great gambling masters to his heart's content. The 8 chips in his hand rattled, and the sound seemed to be hitting these 5 people in the face, crisp and sweet. Young Xiaowu was struck by lightning. After the huge shock and unspeakable defeat, his face became strangely pale. However, his ear strength had recovered by half, and he could fully hear what Lingyun was saying. Young Xiaowu supported the edge of the gambling table with both hands, slowly stood up trembling, stared at Lingyun deeply for a long time, his Adam's apple trembled, and finally said with difficulty, "I lost." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8th and 2nd. Send Brother Yun to the train with only 3 monthly passes? Brothers, do your best, ask for a monthly pass. You only lost 200 million, why did you admit defeat so quickly? Didn't you say you can lose more? Lingyun looked at the young man, Xiao Wu, with a grin, with disdain in his eyes, and his tone of voice was even more disdainful, extremely sarcastic. VODTW. The other party is here to smash Qinglong's place. Lingyun has let them be arrogant in Qingshui City for almost a month. He will settle the account with them today, of course he will not be polite. Young Xiaowu's face turned red and white, he silently got up and left his seat, letting Lingyun's sarcasm, he could only blame himself for being inferior to others. Gamble, continue to gamble, don't you mean to gamble our Qinglong's field? We won more than 80 million before and after, and today we lost 200 million. Hee, let's see how arrogant they are now. This time, it was the turn of Qinglong's people to be proud. They all gloated at each other's 5 major gambling masters, and laughed to their heart's content. The faces of the 5 gambling masters were ugly. If they lost 200 million, no one would look good. Of course, for them, losing money was a trivial matter. What they cared more about was losing. It shouldn't have happened to them at all, but the fact is, they just lost. Lingyun looked at the 5 silent people, and said lightly, "What? No one speaks? Do you dare to gamble? If you dare not gamble, the 5 of you can still be naked and climb out of this casino." You. The coquettish girl's beautiful eyes spewed fire, gritted her teeth, stared at Lingyun viciously, her pretty face flushed. "I'll bet with you," said the coquettish girl angrily. Lingyun laughed happily, thinking that it was you who was waiting, you should have appeared long ago, and it made me wait for a long time. What are you betting on? Lingyun looked at the coquettish girl's delicate body, and sat in the place where the young 5 was just now, he asked with a smile. In my heart, I said that the tattoo on this woman's chest is so beautiful, and of course a pair of tall and crisp breasts are even more beautiful. The coquettish girl is Lingyun's enemy. Lingyun is not so polite to the enemy, he should look at it, and if he can take another look, he will take a look. This coquettish girl's body is extremely hot, she is only 20 years old, and her coquettish face is comparable to that of Xiaomimi. Soft water snake waist, a pair of black denim hot pants. Cancan wrapped her round buttocks, extremely hot. Lingyun unceremoniously used his divine sense and yin and yang eyes to see through the pair of tall and beautiful breasts of this coquettish girl, at least 34D, in the shape of a peach, perfect in shape, snow white and crystal clear, and there was a delicate tattoo on the right chest. The roses, the rose red and the snow white complexion are set off, and the beauty is seductive. The coquettish girl stared at Lingyun's chest without blinking. Even more embarrassed, she really wanted to kill Lingyun now, so that she could relieve her only hatred. Humph. Satyr. Before waiting for an answer, the coquettish girl scolded Lingyun angrily. Lingyun smiled and said, "You are wrong, beauty, I am admiring my opponent now." When Tang Meng and others heard it, they almost burst out laughing on the spot. The other 4 gambling masters saw Lingyun staring at their little junior sister like this. They are also annoyed in their hearts, but seeing that people do not break the law, they can only be sullen in their hearts, but there is nothing they can do. Satyr, I bet you mahjong, dare you? The coquettish girl was extremely embarrassed. The momentum has skyrocketed, which is amazing. Ling Yun spread out his hands and giggled, I don't know how to play mahjong, can I learn it now? When everyone heard it, there was an uproar again, but Ling Yun had already won once, and everyone guessed that Ling Yun was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This time the movement was much smaller than before. The coquettish girl stared at Ling Yun's handsome face with a pair of beautiful eyes, and said coldly, if you say you can't play mahjong, the ghost will believe you. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly. In fact, Ling Yun really didn't know how to play mahjong, and he never even touched it, let alone played it. In the uproar, Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Gong Hongguang beside him, let someone get a pair of mahjong. Soon, a good pair of mahjong was brought up. It turns out that this is mahjong, there are so many cards, let's talk, how to gamble. Ling Yun stared at the coquettish girl and said casually. Ling Yun only used his divine sense to scan all the situation of this mahjong tile. There were a total of 144 tiles, colorful, neatly stacked together, and square. It is said that mahjong is played by 4 people, and now it is a 2-person bet, so naturally, there are other ways of gambling. The coquettish girl first glared at Ling Yun, then suddenly the corners of her mouth twitched, and she smiled charmingly, did I say how to gamble? How do you gamble with others? Ling Yun was very satisfied with the glamorous girl's eyes, he smiled and said, yes, you can bet as you want, I'm happy to accompany you. After speaking, Ling Yun looked down, stared at her tall breasts and said, you just asked me to gamble with you on the bed, and I recognize it. The surrounding gamblers burst into laughter, and the face of the enraged coquettish girl turned green. Gong Hongguang was a little anxious in his heart, because he had seen the beauty of this coquettish girl in another casino. Both his eyesight and memory were astonishingly good, and his calculations were flawless, and he had never lost. At this time, the coquettish girl suddenly wanted to change her temper, and she said in a seductive voice, you can go to bed to gamble, as long as you win this one first. Ling Yun seemed to be so fascinated that he lost his soul and turned into a pig brother granted by the soul, and nodded happily, okay, this is what you said, don't go back on it. The coquettish girl had a soul-sucking smile on her face, and her heart blossomed even more. She thought Ling Yun was lewd and got caught up in her. The coquettish girl's voice was charming, greasy, and whiny, and she said delicately, since you said you can't play mahjong, then people won't embarrass you, so let's do better than drawing cards? Ling Yun laughed even more happily, he chuckled and said, okay, you say that it is better to draw cards than to draw cards. In fact, I don't know how to draw cards, I just grab milk and steamed buns. Ling Yun is now a complete satyr. Hearing Ling Yun's agreement, the coquettish girl suddenly turned straight and said with a sneer, take all the 144 mahjong tiles upside down, face down, and the 2 of us will shuffle the tiles together, and shuffle the tiles 1 minute later, draw cards individually, and ask to draw a pair of who cards in the shortest possible time. Whoever draws the who cards with a higher score, even if he wins, how about that? Mahjong who tiles are about doubling, the highest is 88 times. The score mentioned by the coquettish girl is actually the number of times. It seemed that she not only had to compare her eyesight and memory with Ling Yun, but also her hand speed. This is a real game of gambling. When I was playing dice just now, I was comparing hearing. They didn't know what Xiaowu was doing. Therefore, the coquettish girl chose mahjong directly. The coquettish girl's memory has been against the sky since she was a child. Among all the disciples under her father, her memory made other brothers and sisters stunned. As long as she glanced at it, then flipped all the cards face down, and shuffled the cards at will, she can now draw at least 2 pairs of who cards from the 144 mahjong tiles. This requirement for eyesight and memory has reached a level that is unattainable for ordinary people. In addition, she is beautiful, her family and parents, including all the brothers and sisters, dote on her very much, so she has also been spoiled since she was a child, used to being arrogant, and considers herself the second best gambling player in the world, especially mahjong. As for the number one in the world, of course, it was her father. After the coquettish girl finished speaking, a pair of beautiful eyes locked Ling Yun tightly, for fear that he would go back and refuse. Contrary to her expectations, Ling Yun agreed instantly, which made the coquettish girl overjoyed, but she heard Ling Yun say, "However, you said the mahjong bet, and you said how to bet, then, the bet should always be made by me." "Did you say it?" After playing the pig, it was Ling Yun's turn to eat the tiger. He said lightly, "I have 800 million chips in my hand, and you are also 800 million. It's better to decide whether to win or lose. Hurry up and change the chips, I happen to ask." "Ask what is hu pai?" The coquettish girl saw that Ling Yun suddenly changed into a light expression, and suddenly asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid of losing?" Seeing Ling Yun's seemingly sure-footed look, the coquettish girl's heart tightened. She couldn't tell who was a pig and who was a tiger. Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's only 800 million, I just can afford to lose." As he spoke, he raised his hand and weighed the 8 chips in his hand, listening to the crisp and pleasant sound. 800 million is 800 million, who is afraid that you will not succeed? Senior brother, go and help me exchange 800 million chips. The coquettish girl turned her head and said a word, and then stared at the mahjong deck on the gaming table, the top 36 cards, and refused to leave. She can only see and remember these 36 cards. If she wants to pick who cards, she can only pick from these 36 cards. However, when mahjong was just put on the table, she has long been optimistic. These 36 cards can be combined into several decks of who decks. There are 2 decks with the highest scores, one is 8-fold, and the other is 16. The charming girl is now desperately remembering. The coquettish girl's senior brother went to change the chips. Ling Yun didn't even bother to pay attention to the coquettish girl, let alone look at the 36 mahjong tiles that were face up on the table. Maximum score. Gong Hongguang lowered his voice, leaned into Ling Yun's ear and said, "Long 2, the who card with the highest score, there are big 4 high, big 3 yuan, green 1 color, 9 lotus lanterns, for Kong, 7 pairs in a row, 13-1. However, this deck of cards is not new. It was randomly placed in the box after it was used up last time. Therefore, although the top 36 cards can be combined to produce many kinds of hand cards, there are only 2 decks with the highest score." Obviously, Gong Hongguang also understood what the coquettish girl wanted to compare with Ling Yun, and he had already calculated the combination of the 36 cards. Ling Yun waved his hand, "You don't need to care about the cards on the table, you can just tell me what the big 4 are, big 3 yuan, for Kong, or something." Brother Yun has a sense of consciousness and a visionary eye, so he is too lazy to draw those trashy little cards. If he wants to, of course, he must draw the biggest cards. This time, Ling Yun wants to let the coquettish girl lose her panties. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The senior brother who went to change the chips came back soon. He handed the 8 chips back to the coquettish girl, and whispered, "Little junior sister, be careful, this kid is not that simple." Although the coquettish girl has a perverse personality, she is not stupid. At this moment, she has already seen that Ling Yun is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, so she nodded solemnly. The 2 sides each threw 800 million chips to the table, and then the people in the casino picked up the mahjong box, slammed it, and buckled it upside down on the table. When the box was taken away, there was not a single card face up. The second game started. Ling Yun and the coquettish girl stretched out their hands at the same time and began to shuffle the cards. The coquettish girl's pair of beautiful eyes has long been staring at the group of cards that can form the 16th among the 36 cards. She was afraid that Ling Yun would blindly join her and snatch it from her. When shuffling the cards, she used special techniques, wiping those tiles in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. Although the mahjong tiles were all buckled, Ling Yun locked them with his divine sense and could see clearly. He thought that this little girl really had 2 strokes. Of course Ling Yun didn't bother to argue with her. He had already seen the cards that the coquettish girl didn't even look at. The south, east, north, and middle were white. Kill the bewitching girl in seconds. The 1-minute shuffling time was over, and the coquettish girl shuffled all the 16 cards she saw just now under her hands. She couldn't help showing a happy smile on her face. The taste of time is up, please start drawing cards. Before she finished speaking, the coquettish girl's pair of beautiful hands immediately grabbed the card she wanted, with both hands out at a dazzling speed. But she is fast, Ling Yun is even faster, and she also uses both hands to grab the cards in front of the bewitching girl. Within a few seconds, a big 4 high and a big 3 yuan were caught, and their yards were neatly arranged into 2 great walls, which were buckled on the gaming table. After catching a big 4 shi and a big 3 yuan, Ling Yun didn't bother to catch any more. He smiled and looked at the coquettish girl who was still grabbing cards and waited patiently for her. Not to mention eyesight. With this speed, the 4 gambling masters who were standing behind the bewitching girl watching the battle were far behind. Ling Yun's hands were so fast just now that even they could only see the afterimage. Naturally, the coquettish girl didn't see all of this, she only focused on grabbing the cards she wanted, and was completely focused, for fear that Ling Yun would grab the cards with her. Of course, it was impossible to see what Ling Yun had caught. The speed of the coquettish girl is actually very fast, but it takes more than 10 seconds to pick out more than 10 cards in the dense mahjong tiles, which is more than twice as slow as Ling Yun. What a quick hand! Ling Yun waited for the coquettish girl to finish the cards, and then gave a grin and praised, and then said with a smile, "But I seem to be faster than you." What? After the coquettish girl had drawn all the cards she wanted, she was overjoyed and wanted to look up at Ling Yun's losing face, but she saw that Ling Yun not only had already drawn all the cards, but he had also drawn 2 decks of cards. Suddenly a little surprised. The coquettish girl's pretty face changed, and she looked down at the cards she had drawn, and it was the 16th game with a pair of Hu cards, and she immediately sneered, "Catch 2 decks of cards indiscriminately, even if the speed is faster? Who is the one who has the greatest number of Hu cards?" After speaking, the coquettish girl pushed with both hands, knocking down all the cards in front of her. He said to Ling Yun, "Did you see it? The deck of cards drawn by my aunt is 16. The top 36 cards in the mahjong deck just now have the maximum number of combinations that can be combined. I see how you will win this time. However, I have to tell you in advance that the 2 decks of cards you randomly drew are not counted when combined together." Ling Yun giggled and said, "Don't worry about this, I already coded it when I got it back. This pair is this pair, that pair is that pair. Of course, it's impossible to compare them with you." The 4 gambling masters behind the coquettish girl came over to look at the cards she grabbed, and couldn't help but nodded at the same time, and one of them said, "Little junior sister's eyesight has really improved. 16, unless that kid has eyes on the table and can recognize the cards, otherwise, don't even think about winning the junior sister." Hey! If I were to compare mahjong, I would never be able to compare to my junior sister. That kid's hands are fast, but this time, it's really the younger sister who won. The coquettish girl listened to the compliments of the senior brothers behind her, and she felt proud as if she had eaten honey, looked at Ling Yun with provocative eyes, and said arrogantly, "You draw cards, didn't you draw cards very quickly just now? Let's draw cards. I want to see how you can win this time." Oh my god, that deck turned out to be 16 cards. Do you know what a Hu card is? Cluck. When the coquettish girl saw the deck of cards in front of Ling Yun, there were actually 16 cards in total. She was overjoyed and laughed at Ling Yun, but at this moment, Ling Yun smiled and started to open the cards. It was the 16 that were opened. My God, 4 east winds. 4 more south winds. It's 4 west winds. No way? 4 north winds? The 4 major joys. Ling Yan only opened 4 cards at a time, and as he made 4 shots and opened all 16 cards, the crowd also exclaimed 4 times. Yes, it is the Big 4, and it is the most beautiful Big 4. The boss is really amazing. The Big 4 is happy. 800 million is in hand. Tang Meng likes to gamble, and is a self-proclaimed little gambler. Now he knows that Ling Yan is not only good at gambling stones, but even more powerful at the gambling table. Compared with Ling Yan, this little god of gamblers is completely inferior, and he can't keep up with the horses. Big 4 joys. It's really Big 4 joys. Gong Hongguang jumped up excitedly, his lips trembled again, and his whole body trembled again, but this time, he was excited and trembling with excitement. Ling Yun casually asked him what is a Big 4 happiness, what is a Big 3 yuan, and he really caught a Big 4 happiness. This is a miracle at all. That's all dark cards. The coquettish girl's bright smile instantly froze on her face, as if she saw the most incredible thing in the world. She just forgot to breathe. The 4 gambling masters behind her were also completely stupid. They didn't believe that Ling Yun was so casual. Among all the hidden cards, he grabbed a pair of Big 4 and came out. Because of such a miracle, even their master, Asia's #1 god of gamblers, Huaxia god of gamblers, can't do it. There was another deafening cheer in the casino, followed by thunderous applause, cheering for Ling Yun. At this point, there is no need to say who wins and who loses. Naturally, Ling Yun won. Ling Yun stood up again, and drew all the 16 chips on the gambling table to him, then smiled, staring at the bewitched girl's stunned pretty face, and said lightly, "Beauty, your stunned expression is really touching. Next, should we go to bed to gamble?" It's impossible, the top 36 cards, obviously there are only 2 east, 1 south, and 1 west, and there is no north wind. How can you draw all 16 cards? The glamorous girl's memory is really against the sky. Even if she was so stunned, she still remembered the 36 cards she saw at the beginning. The coquettish girl shouted a few words, and suddenly she slapped the gaming table with her hand, stood up abruptly, pointed at Ling Yun and said, "You are cheating. You are a fool." Ling Yun answered her with a smile, "I checked the mahjong tiles just now, and you said there is no problem. The shuffle was also done by the 2 of us. I've been sitting here and haven't moved. How can I cheat?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun turned his head and asked Gong Hongguang, "Boss Gong, what does it mean to be an outlaw?" Gong Hongguang was sweating furiously, and hurriedly said to Ling Yun in a low voice, "Leader, cheating in gambling means getting out of your pocket. It's a meaning." Bang! The coquettish girl sat back in her seat weakly. She knew that Ling Yun certainly didn't make a fool of himself, because if he did, the 5 brothers and sisters would have already seen it. Lost very badly, 1 200 million, 1 800 million, a total of 1 billion, and it entered Ling Yun's pocket in an instant. The money belongs to someone else, and losing money is a trivial matter. The key is losing face. It's too shameful to spread it out. However, this is impossible. Because how could Ling Yun be more powerful than his father? Randomly shuffled hidden cards, just grabbing a Big 4 and coming out, this is too heaven-defying. How did you do it? The coquettish girl sat for a while with her pretty face pale, suddenly raised her head, bit her lip and asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun still looked like a cloudless air, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I'm just born with good luck." Ling Yun said, "Nonsense. If it is really lucky, how good is it?" Of course the coquettish girl wouldn't believe it. She stared at the other deck of cards in front of Ling Yun that had never been opened, bit her lip and looked at it for a long time. She couldn't hold back her curiosity, and murmured, "Can you show me the deck of cards?" Ling Yun smiled and said, of course, if you want to see it, you can come and open it yourself, no one will stop you. Behind the coquettish girl, a middle-aged man around 37 or 18 suddenly stepped forward and said to Ling Yun with a solemn expression, "I didn't know there was an expert here today, we have to admit defeat." Ling Yunshui's face sank. Admit defeat? Well, now, it seems that you should also admit defeat, so should we settle the account? Settlement? I lost $1 billion to you, what's the account? Including the coquettish girl, the 5 masters of gambling skills are a bit baffling. We lost money, it was just a failure in the game, and it was over when we saw the game at the gambling table. Why do we still have to settle accounts? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yin still sat still, just smiled faintly. In the past month or so, the 5 of you came to Qingshui City to show off your strength in our Qinglong casino, winning 100 million before and after. In the beginning, I didn't bother to clean you up. You're right. Since you can afford to open a casino, you can't be afraid of customers coming to win money. Everyone has their own abilities. That's why I let you win that 100 million yuan. However, it's not enough that you have won 100 million, and you are not satisfied, so you brought another 1 billion over, and threatened to close all of our Qinglong casinos. If you keep your mouth shut, you will be smashing the game. Before I started the bet, did I say that you should stop and not kill all of you? Do you remember what I said just now, that you will close the door if you can't afford to gamble? Now, you lose, you want to leave $1 billion, and you want to leave safely. You don't take our Qinglong in your eyes too much, right? It's really naive to think that Qinglong is the back garden of your family. Come here if you want, and leave if you want to go. Qinglong has never touched you, not because he dared not move, but because we, Qinglong, follow the rules, and we have to win you at the gambling table openly and honestly. Seeing from the picture, Ling Yun is like a dormant tiger. In the blink of an eye, his minions are sharp and intimidating, and he does not give the opponent any chance to argue. Boss Gong. Exist. Kick out all the irrelevant people in the casino, I want to have a good talk with these 5. Yes. Qinglong began to clear the field. After watching the lively event, many gamblers left after talking about Ling Yun's miracle. Soon there were only 5 people on the side of the coquettish girl, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Ah Bing, Gong Hongguang, and a few Qinglong younger brothers he trusted, and others. They had already gone to guard outside the yard. The room fell silent in an instant, and the quiet needle drop could be heard. Stop standing, ready-made chairs, sit down and talk, I have a few things to tell you. Ling Yin sat there, staring at the bewitching girl whose face changed, and smiled coldly. First. Regardless of your time. How much money you have won at a casino in Clearwater? You have to spit it out for me 10 times, 1 less point, 1 finger. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin raised his hand and pointed at the coquettish girl, and sneered, chop her first. When the coquettish girl heard this, she was so frightened that she shivered, and hurriedly put her hands under the gaming table. If you dare to touch me, I will tell my father. Let my father clean up you. Seeing that Ling Yun actually wanted to chop off her hand, the coquettish girl was horrified, her face was pale, and she instinctively lifted her father out. Ling Yun smiled, hey, you can try if I dare? After he finished speaking, he no longer cared about the coquettish girl with a frightened face, but continued, second, tell me now. Who asked you to come, choose our Qinglong place, and say? Not only Ling Yun, but everyone in Qinglong knew that there must be someone who wanted to deal with Qinglong, so he invited a gambling master to smash the game. Ling Yun must know that cutting the grass must be eradicated, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. The 5 gambling masters were shocked when they heard Ling Yun's question. They said that Ling Yun was so powerful and looked so young. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an old river and lake. The 5 masters of this are very embarrassed, and they all look at the middle-aged man who just came up to admit defeat. Obviously, he is the backbone of the 5 people. This is against the rules. The middle-aged man was forced to sweat profusely by Ling Yun. His face changed, and he pondered for a long time before he said helplessly. Ling Yun sneered directly. As the saying goes, there is an injustice, and a debt to the owner. We Qinglong didn't offend you. You took other people's favors, and came to smash our Qinglong's place. Is this in line with the rules? Iron Tiger. Exist. Put the knife. If they don't say anything, you can find someone and chop off his hand for me. Ling Yun had a smile on his face, but the icy expression in his eyes was like a blade tempered by 10,000 years of ice, emitting a stunning light. The brushed Iron Tiger pulled out the dagger that he was carrying, reflecting the light under the incandescent lamp, shining brightly. I'll ask you one last time. If you don't tell me, Ling Yun said calmly. Ling Yun wasn't joking. He would never show mercy to those who dared to find fault, no matter whether the other party was a man or a woman, it was the same. I say. When the glamorous girl saw that Ling Yun was coming, she couldn't sit still. The last 4 were all her senior brothers. They had been practicing gambling since childhood, and their hands were the ones who were eating. It's the bosses of Qingyun Film and Television, the capital of Qingyun Film and Television, who have partnered to pay, and let us smash your place. The bewitching girl bit her lip lightly and said softly, with a blushing face. As soon as these words came out, Ling Yun, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but look at each other. Each froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, leaning back and forth with laughter. Halo, it turned out to be Qingyun Film and Television. It seems that it is hopeless to file a lawsuit in Qingshui City. This is another trick to avenge the original company. Don't say it, this hatred really exists, and it's a big one. And all the people that Qingyun Film and Television were looking for were the real masters. The first time they engaged Qingyun Film and Television Company in Qingshui City with tens of millions of dollars, it was these 3 people who went there. The second time, Tai Xiaohu personally brought Qinglong's people to smash it. In addition to these, Ling Yun also kicked more than a dozen people from Qingyun Film and Television Company into eunuchs. Although Lin Zhenggang, the Lin family, and Li Yifeng, the leader of Qingshui City, suppressed the incident, but Qingyun Film and Television Company had to do something for these dozen or so eunuchs. Compensation is not a lot of money. Now, Tai Xiaohu has become the boss of Qinglong. Qingyun Film and Television is looking for Tai Xiaohu to take revenge, but they can't find a way to get Qinglong to get anyone. The 3 of Ling Yun laughed wildly, and their tears were about to burst out, but the other 5 masters, Abing, Gong Hongguang, and others were all dumbfounded, and they had no idea why the 3 were laughing. Ling Yun was the first to stop his laughter. He coughed twice, Jun's face flushed red, and after a long rest, he said, Qingyun Film and Television asked you to come and smash Qinglong's place, and you came here. What benefits did they give you? This time, the coquettish girl did not speak, but clenched her teeth and blushed silently. It turned out that at first, the Beijing Qingyun Film and Television Company found the father of the coquettish girl, but unfortunately her father knew that Qinglong was not easy to be provoked and resolutely refused to agree. After leaving the family, he secretly found Qingyun Film and Television, and gave this life to the next one. The gambling capital is 500 million, no matter how much money they win, it belongs to them. If the gambling capital is lost, even if it is from Qingyun Film and Television, this is the first time. As a result, the first trip came. They were 5 direct disciples of the Huaxia god of gamblers, and there was still one who did not win. They won more than 80 million in one breath. After tasting the sweetness, they returned to the capital to ask for credit. Look, I feel really relieved, so I simply allocated another 500 million yuan, giving them a total of 1 billion yuan, let them come to Qinglong again, and strive to bring down the casino industry of Qinglong once again. As a result, this evening, as soon as they appeared in Qingshui, they happened to meet Brother Yun to show his power, and directly lost 1 billion without saying whether they could leave or not. The $1 billion bet was all lost, so he couldn't explain it to Qingyun Film and Television. This is even better. Lingyun wants them to pay another billion. The coquettish girl's father is just a god of gamblers. It's not going anywhere, and she was all lost in one fell swoop. How could there be someone who doesn't rush to blush? Seeing that the coquettish girl didn't speak, Lingyun turned to look at the elder brother, waiting for him to speak. The senior brother sighed heavily, but helplessly clasped Lingyun and said, "Friend, to tell you the truth, all 5 of us are Zheng Liuji's apprentices. This is Zheng Liuji's daughter Zheng Yingying. This matter is from the beginning to the end. It's all our fault. Our master didn't know about this matter from beginning to end. Please look at our master's face and let us go." Lingyun didn't know who Zheng Liuji was, but when Gong Hongguang and Tang Meng heard Zheng Liuji's name, their faces changed color. Lingyun couldn't help but murmured, "Is this Zheng Liuji quite famous?" He turned his head to look at Gong Hongguang, and then turned to look at the excited Tang Meng, thinking that this Zheng Liuji is really famous. The senior brother was really forced to do nothing, so he had no choice but to report the name of the master, and at the same time, he did not forget to give Zheng Yingying a fierce look. Lost so badly, the one who lost the master. Gong Hongguang hesitated for a while, and finally put his mouth to Lingyun's ear and said, "Long Tu, judging from the gambling skills shown by the other party, what this person said should be true." Senior Zheng Liuji was the gambling king in Asia for 3 consecutive years. He won the championship in the competition. Since he doesn't know about it, I think this face should be given to him. After Gong Hongguang finished speaking, Lingyun didn't make a statement. At this moment, the senior brother said again, "I would like to admit defeat. We have lost 1 billion just now, and we won more than 80 million of yours. Now we can do it. It was refunded on the spot, but if it's 10 times, we really can't get it out, so we can only double it and get it, little junior sister." After the senior brother finished speaking, he immediately shouted to Zheng Yingying in a deep voice, "Little junior sister, come over and apologize to this gentleman." Zheng Yingying snorted heavily, looked up at Lingyun, then looked at her brothers, gritted her teeth, and said to Lingyun, "I'm sorry." Lingyun laughed and felt that it was almost the same. He had already made a net profit of 1 billion, and the other party was the apprentice of the god of gamblers. Since he can be called a god, then he should give him face. He nodded and said with a smile, "Since it is Zheng Liuji's apprentice, then I will let you go once, but you have tossed our Qinglong for so long, you can't pay twice, at least 6 times, 500 million. Yu Zheng Yingying carried her father out at first sight, but Lingyun was still pretending to be so forceful, and suddenly stomped heavily in anger. "We don't have that much on us," Zheng Yingying said. Lingyun smiled and said, "You can take as much as you have first, and the rest is just an IOU. To be continued." 500 million, this is already Lingyun's bottom line, he can't let it go any more. If Lingyun hadn't seen their attitude of admitting their mistakes, let alone what they brought out Zheng Liuji, it would be useless to bring out the number 1 chief. Because, Lingyun originally wanted to keep 5 of their hands, for hands, plus Zheng Yingying herself. Under the eaves, people had to bow their heads. Who let them lose? In the end, Zheng Yingying compensated Lingyun 200 million, and the remaining 300 million could only reluctantly make an IOU, and was forced by Lingyun. Pressed a bright red handprint. "Humph. Be careful with me in the future, I will never let you go." Zheng Yingying finished pressing the handprint, and without wiping the scarlet mud on her finger, she pointed at Lingyun with her spring-like finger and said, "Welcome at any time." Lingyun smiled nonchalantly, and put away the IOU, thinking, why would you want to print a handprint? It would be more realistic to use a lip print directly. The dust settled, and everything was at peace. Zheng suddenly ran a few steps quickly, came to the place where Ling Yun was sitting just now, and turned over another deck of cards on his table at once. My God, it's the big 3 yuan! Zheng exclaimed suddenly, her delicate body froze there. It was all hidden cards. When shuffling the cards, Zheng kept staring at Ling Yun. He didn't cheat, he just shuffled randomly. He drew 2 decks of cards, twice as fast as himself, and he was a big 4. A big 3. What kind of gambling is this? Even her father, Zheng Liuji, couldn't do it, let alone 2 pairs, it was impossible to grab 1 pair. The other 4 master gambling masters looked at the mahjong tiles that Zheng had turned over, their hearts were stunned, and they finally understood what their master Zheng Liuji said. What does it mean that there are people outside people, and there are mountains outside the mountains? The green hills will not change, the green water will flow, thank you for letting us go today, and the remaining 300 million. It must be returned as soon as possible. Let's go. The senior brother clasped his fists at Ling Yun and the others, and then winked at several junior brothers. The 4 of them pulled the unbelievable Zheng and quickly left Gong Hongguang's casino compound. Now that he won the money, Gong Hongguang knew that the other party was Zheng Liuji's apprentice, so he told Ling Yun and sent the other party out of the house politely. It was not until they disappeared in the car that they returned to the casino house. The faucet. Great, great. Your gambling skills are truly divine. With this kind of gambling, no matter whether it is Hong Kong, Macau, or Las Vegas, USA, they are all swept away. After Gong Hongguang came back, his face was really red, and he said to Ling Yun. At the same time, he did not forget to arrange, and hurriedly asked someone to bring the 1 billion check. Respectfully handed it to Ling Yun. Don't worry, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely play 2 games. Ling Yun was not polite, and took the 1 billion check. He smiled, and said to Gong Hongguang, Boss Gong, this 1 billion. I won it myself, so I won't give it to you, but I will give you 200 million. The new leader, fill in all the shortfalls of our casino during this period of time, and the rest. It's up to you to deal with it. Gong Hongguang is naturally grateful, and treats Ling Yun like a god. To this day, he finally knows the means of Qinglong's true leader. After everything was settled, Ling Yun didn't stay too long, and he took Tang Meng Tai Xiaohu and a Bing and quickly left Gong Hongguang's casino. Inside the car, Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot, pondered for a while, and suddenly said to the 3, It seems that the heads of Qingyun Film and Television are still not giving up, they dare to seek revenge on us Qinglong, that's just right. They deserve the bad luck. Ling Yun was about to go to the capital, but now that he knew it was the ghost of Qingyun Film and Television in the capital, how could they still have a good life? Tang Meng laughed and said, Brother Yun, don't talk about it, although you can't see this trivial matter now, but it's actually a deadly vengeance when it comes to ordinary people. It's just that this time the loss is even worse, 1 billion, haha, it's just like picking up for nothing. The 4 people in the car laughed at the same time, happy for a while. Ling Yun quickly said to Bing, the 200 million, the more than 80 million that the brothers lost, all will be returned to them, and the rest will be returned to them. More than 100 million, put it in Qinglong's general ledger, and keep it for development. I know Brother Yun. Bing nodded solemnly, and now he fully understands why Tang Meng was so determined to follow Ling Yun. There was no time to suffer at all. Ling Yun nodded and said, Send me back to Villa number 1. 15 minutes later, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu got out of the car. He instructed Tang Meng, I will leave Sister Sue's business to you, and you can do whatever she wants, just do as she wants. Do you understand? Tang Meng winked to express his understanding. His expression was very ambiguous. Ling Yun lightly punched Tang Meng and said to him, Go back to rest early, tomorrow at noon, I will have dinner with Uncle Song and Boss, you can choose a good place for me, then the 3 of you will all go. Tang Meng and Bing left, while Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu entered Villa Number 1. Ling Yun took out all the spiritual stones from the space ring, and the entire villa was filled with spiritual energy for a while. Start practicing. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu both began to find a place for themselves, and sat up in cross-legged meditation. At noon the next day, Tang Meng and a Bing drove a car and went to Qingshui City Antique Market to pick up Song Jingyang and Yexingjin, while Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu came to the Kaishan Hotel ahead of schedule to wait. Song Jingyang and Yexingjin arrived as scheduled, the 2 old and 4 young, no outsiders, and ate in the private room that had been reserved a long time ago. During the meal, Ling Yun said that he wanted to ask the 2 to help Tang Meng in business. Song Jingyang and Yu Xingjin naturally agreed, and there was no ambiguity at all. If others want to have a relationship with Ling Yun, but if they can't, a fool would refuse. When it was almost time to eat, Song Jingyang dragged Ling Yun out and frowned in a low voice. I said, "Stinky boy, what are you busy with these days?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "What else can I be busy with? Didn't this just finish the college entrance examination yesterday?" Song Jingyang scratched his head. I know you just finished the college entrance examination, but now that you have finished the test, can't you come to our antique market? Ling Yun was puzzled, thinking that I had already cleaned out all the spirit stones, so why would I run to you when I have nothing to do? He wondered, why are you going? Song Jingyang slapped his thigh heavily. Oh, I think you are really a noble person who forgets things. How did you forget that girl Morong? Morong Feishue? Ling Yun thought for a while, and said that he had really forgotten about Morong Feishue, but his relationship with Morong Feishue was not deep, and most of the women around Ling Yun came to him on their own initiative. Come, Ling Yun naturally no longer rest assured. What's wrong with her? Ling Yun asked casually, seeing that Song Jingyang was more anxious than him. Song Jingyang was in a hurry. He lowered his voice and said, Morong Feishue thinks of what you think, but now he doesn't want to eat or drink. What do you think happened to him? Also, the old man Morong from Tianqi Pavilion wants to give you a treasure. Do you still want it? In the first half of the sentence, Ling Yun didn't think what was going on, but in the second half of the sentence, Ling Yun suddenly became interested. Uncle Song, do you know what kind of treasure that is? Ling Yun asked. Yes, I didn't know I could be in such a hurry. I'll tell you today. When you went to Tianqi Pavilion that day, didn't Morong old man and I go out on the way? The discussion at that time was to give the Morong family heirloom to you. You, how much did I waste my time? You'd better just forget about this mess. Ling Yun scratched his head. He just went to the antique market to clean up the spirit stones, but he completely forgot about this mess. He smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Song, I understand what you mean, but it's been almost 3 weeks and no one has mentioned it, and now Grandpa Morong hasn't called me. It wouldn't look good if I came over suddenly. It seemed like he was going to ask someone for a debt. It was okay for others, but Ling Yun really couldn't do it with Morong old man and Morong Feishue. Song Jingyang was delighted. I really don't know when you are smart and when you are confused. For such a big thing, I can be free to do nothing, and I'm bored to tell you. This is the old man Morong who has come to me several times and asked me to I'll call you. If you don't go, that beautiful Morong Feishue of yours will be out of shape. Anyway, I've already brought the words. Whether you go or not is up to you. After Song Jingyang finished speaking, he went straight to the room to drink, leaving Ling Yun alone at the door. Now that this is the case, Ling Yun naturally did not dare to delay. After lunch, Ling Yun drove his Land Rover by himself and went straight to the antique market. Ling Yun came to Tianqi Pavilion and went directly to the second floor. He swept away with his divine sense and found that Morong Wencher was not there, only Morong Feishue, sitting quietly in his office. His eyes were red, and he was feeling sad. Ling Yun shook his head, took a few steps to the door of Morong Feishue's office, and knocked gently on the door. Didn't I say it all? Don't ask me for anything today, go to the manager for minor matters, and go to my grandfather for major matters. Morong Feishue was in a bad mood. No matter who it was, she would never let in. Ling Yan said with a smile across the door, I'm really sorry, my matter is neither a small nor a big one, only you can solve it. This voice, Morong Feishue remembered very clearly. She stood up from the office chair in a hurry, her heart was beating wildly, and her pretty face was flushed. Wait a minute. Morong Feishue panicked. She never expected Ling Yan to come at this time. She had just cried, her eyes were red and swollen, her face was still full of tears, and the light makeup she put on in the morning was all crying. If Ling Yan saw this, it would be much more ugly. Morong Feishue hurriedly rummaged through her handbag, took out the dressing box she was carrying, and quickly touched up her makeup until she felt it was almost done, and then she packed up everything and said softly to the door, Come in. Unfinished, to be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Sister Morong. Ling Yan pushed the door and entered the room. The scene of Morong Feishue's rush to touch up her makeup just now was seen by him with his divine sense. He felt that Morong Feishue was really left out, and he felt a little apologetic. Do you still remember me? Why are you here at this time? How was the college entrance examination? Morong Feishue turned her face sideways, not wanting Ling Yan to see that she had just cried, and asked, casually. Ling Yan smiled and said, Oh, what did Sister Morong say? Actually, I have been thinking about Sister Morong all the time, but there is nothing I can do for the college entrance examination. I bet 100 million with others. It's a loss, so I've been busy reviewing for this period of time. You see, I just finished the test yesterday, so why don't I come to see you today? When Ling Yan wanted to coax someone, his mouth was really sweet, and his words were reasonable, making Morong Feishue unable to find a reason to be angry. Morong Feishue blushed and said, I'll just ask you how you did in the college entrance examination. What do you do when you talk about so many useless things? Who cares about you? After a pause, Morong Feishue said again, Then why didn't you come yesterday? Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yan was lying, because Ling Yan had just come to the antique market yesterday afternoon, and he and Song Xingyang had been wandering in the antique market for a long time, and Shui Mining was also beside her, who happened to be seen by her, but Ling Yan passed by Tianqi. At the door of the pavilion, can't she not be sad if she doesn't even enter the door? When it was time to eat in the evening, Morong's grandfather saw that his precious granddaughter's eyes were swollen, let alone that distressed. He thought that Ling Yan had also finished the college entrance examination, so he went to Zheng in person and told Song Xingyang that he must let Ling Yan come over today. Don't say it's a family heirloom, just return his old life to Ling Yan. Yesterday? Ling Yan said in her heart that I came yesterday, but I just coaxed the little demon girl. If I brought her to your place, wouldn't I have tossed for nothing? Morong Feishue frowned slightly. The corners of his lips pursed tightly, and he looked at Ling Yan quietly to see how he answered. I saw Ling Yan smiled and said, Sister Morong, after the exam yesterday, I came to the antique market in the afternoon, but I came here to pick out the stones, because there is an urgent matter at night. I don't care to come over to see you. Ling Yanqing can say it, I can just say it directly. It would be too troublesome for her to pick her nose and eyes vertically. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't lie to her, Morong Feishue finally got a little comfort in her heart. Then she smiled softly, bit her charming lips and said, Why are you standing still? There is no seat in the room. The two sat in the room for a while, and for a while no one knew what to talk about, which was quite embarrassing, and after a while. Morong Feishue couldn't stand the embarrassment and opened her mouth first. I asked you just now, how was your college entrance examination? Ling Yan smiled and said, It's all right, anyway, it's not a big problem to go to university. Further, I skipped classes all day and still want to go to university. Is it useful to temporarily sharpen my gun? Morong Feishue gave Ling Yan a white look and said in a sullen voice. Ling Yan laughed at Morong Feishue. This is called sharpening the spear before the battle. It's not unpleasant, it should be useful. This sentence made Morong Feishue cover her mouth and chuckle, but Ling Yan stood up and came to Morong Feishue in a flash. Morong Feishue looked at Ling Yan's tall figure and suddenly came to her. She felt like a deer and asked in a trembling voice, what do you want to do? Ling Yan smiled. In a gentle tone, Sister Morong, it's very windy today. Did you get sand in your eyes just now? I see that your eyes are a little red and swollen. I'll help you treat it and reduce the swelling. After speaking, Ling Yan raised his hand and took out a 4th-level healing talisman. It was used on Morong Feishue's forehead and eyes, and in an instant, Morong Feishue was restored to its original appearance and became radiant. This momentary change, even Ling Yan was stunned. He smiled and said, "Hey, this is beautiful." The two were so close to each other, Morong Feishue felt the masculine aura emanating from Ling Yan, and wondered how could a boy smell so good? Her heart was trembling, her blushing face lowered her head, and she complained softly, "What's so beautiful? No matter how beautiful you are, don't you just forget it?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "Of course it's impossible to forget, I'm here." "Sister, you seem to have lost weight." Morong Feishue had indeed lost weight. She was still wearing a pure black OL outfit, her waist was noticeably thinner, and her figure was more slender, but this made her breasts more prominent, plump and attractive. I'm losing weight." Morong Feishue hurriedly responded, somewhat reluctant to say anything. Seeing that Ling Yan was still standing in front of her, she had no choice but to walk towards the sofa and said to Ling Yan, "Sit down, it's too hot today, I'll pour you a glass of water." Ling Yan smiled and said, "No need, Sister Morong, in fact, I came here today mainly to give you this set of jewelry. You should have seen it before, right?" As Ling Yan spoke, he put the complete set of imperial green jewelry on Morong Feishue's coffee table, and the green light was bright for a while. Morong Feishue's beautiful eyes swept away, her heart was extremely excited. She had indeed seen it before, because she personally designed these 4 sets of jewelry. "You're imperial green, we don't have Tianqi Pavilion, do you want to design any jewelry?" "What do you want me to do?" Morong Feishue said quietly. Ling Yan smiled and said, "That's different, this is my thing. I want to give it to Sister Morong. Can it be equated with the ones you take out in your store?" "The meaning is naturally different." Ling Yan turned and said, "If Sister Morong doesn't like it, I'll just give you a piece of imperial green jade, and you can design a set to wear on your body, right?" Well, in order to make Morong Feishue happy, Ling Yan decided to bleed heavily this time. Morong Feishue was really overjoyed when she heard it, but she still said coquettishly, "Having this set of jewelry is enough, what do you need so much for?" Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yan had made a total of more than a dozen sets of jewelry. In just a few short days, he didn't know how many sets of jewelry he had given away, and his heart was filled with sorrow and grief. But knowing this, Morong Feishue looked at Ling Yan's handsome face, which was rare in the world, but couldn't be ruthlessly angry with him. She knew that she was in love with Ling Yan. "Drink water quickly." Morong Feishue gently put the cup in front of Ling Yan, her movements were very gentle. Ling Yan took a sip from the glass of water, and then said to Morong Feishue with a serious face, "Sister Morong, in fact, I came this time to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" Morong Feishue panicked. She felt her heart hurt as if she had been stabbed with a steel needle, and her heart suddenly twitched. Where are you going?" Morong Feishue's face changed greatly, and she asked hastily. When Ling Yan saw that Morong Feishue was so panicked, he quickly said with a smile, "Sister Morong, it's not that I'm not coming back, I just have to leave Qingshui for a while." After speaking, seeing that Morong Feishue's complexion had slightly improved, Ling Yan then continued, "After the college entrance examination, there will be about 3 months of summer vacation. I want to take advantage of this time to walk around, and it will be another 10.5 days. I'm going to the capital first. The reason why Ling Yun didn't leave Qingshui City immediately was mainly because he wanted to leave after practicing the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art. In this way, his strength could be greatly increased, and he also steadily reached the 9th level of body refining, which was far from the Qi training period. Only one step away, when the time comes to the capital, there is enough self-protection. Now, although he is only one layer of window paper away from the 9th floor of training, Ling Yun wants to use the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art to attack the 9th floor of training, and at the same time try to see if there is a chance to break through the Qi training period in one fell swoop. Therefore, he needs to retreat for a period of time, which can be as short as 9 days or as long as 12 days. It turned out to be going to the capital. I thought you were going abroad. Morong Feishue was jumped down by Ling Yun. She caressed her bouncing chest with her bare hands, and gave Ling Yun a coquettish glance. Ling Yun smiled slightly, only he knew that going to the capital was extremely difficult, how much life and death were in danger, but he couldn't tell Morong Feishue. Not to mention Morong Feishue, it is impossible for Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Lin Menghan, Long Wu, and others to know. Only Lao Chui and Qin Dongxue knew how much danger Ling Yun would face. How long? Morong Feishue asked quietly. From Ling Yun's expression, she could see that Ling Yun was different from the past and seemed to have something on her mind. I don't know, if there's nothing wrong, maybe I'll be back soon. Anyway, it's very convenient to fly. Ling Yun smiled and comforted Morong Feishue. Morong Feishue lowered her head and thought for a while, then suddenly Ying got up and said to Ling Yun, let's go, I'll take you home and take something. His expression was firm. Ling Yun said in his heart that he really gave it to me? He asked knowingly, Sister Morong, what are you taking me to get? Morong Feishue smiled playfully and said, you'll know when you see it, come with me. After Morong Feishue finished speaking, she cherished it, carefully put away a set of jewelry that Ling Yun gave her, then locked the door of the office, and took Ling Yun out of the Tianqi pavilion. Morong Wincher's residence was not far from Qingshui City Antique Market, but it was also in Nanqiubiyuan, and it was only 2 kilometers away from where Yao Rou lived, which made Ling Yun a little confused. Arrive. The two got out of the car, and while Morong Feishue opened the door, she casually said to Ling Yun, Grandpa went to Hudong this morning to attend an exchange meeting on treasures, and he will be back tomorrow. This meant something, but Ling Yun didn't have the heart to listen to it, because when he got out of the car, he felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy, but it was fleeting, as if it never existed at all. Ling Yun had sensed such aura fluctuations in the Qinglong water and the Qinglong jade pendant, but Ling Yun knew that the aura this time was definitely not a dragon aura. The sealed spiritual energy. Grandpa Morong's family heirloom, what kind of treasure is it? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Come in quickly. Morong Feishue only focused on opening the door, but didn't notice Ling Yun's expression. Her mind was flying to where she was now. The two entered the door, the water in the courtyard was gurgling, and all kinds of strange stones, flowers, and plants were placed in an orderly manner, showing that Morong Wincher was indeed an elegant person. When they came into the house, Morong Feishue asked Ling Yun to sit on the bamboo chair and wait for a while. She entered the inner room alone, went to a very secret place to find a key, opened an old cupboard, and removed some quilts. Behind it is a dark grid. Next to the cabinet, there is a large safe, which looks very solid, and if it can be opened, there is indeed valuable jewelry and cash inside, but these are actually for the purpose of preventing thieves. Protects dark compartments behind old cabinets. The old man Morong Wincher is well versed in the way of hiding things. He knows that if a thief comes in, the first thing to open is the safe. If enough property is found in the safe, the thief will not pay attention if he is satisfied. Elsewhere too. Of course, although this yard looks inconspicuous, all kinds of hidden cameras and advanced anti-theft facilities are good enough, and it is difficult for ordinary thieves to get in. Morong Feishui opened the hidden compartment and took out a golden Namu wooden box from the inside. It was upright and square, and its length, width and height were about 10 centimeters. Soon, she came to the outhouse. She held it carefully, very solemnly, and came to the opposite side of Lingyun very seriously, and gently placed the Namu box on the coffee table. Without letting Lingyun wait any longer, Morong Feishui immediately opened the Namu box, which contained a jade seal. Lingyun knew only by visual inspection that this jade seal was 9 centimeters long, wide and high, square, with a lifelike flying dragon handle on it. Good jade, Lingyun said in shock. Of course it was a good thing, because the moment Morong Feishui opened the Namu box, he felt some kind of powerful and pure aura again, and it was also fleeting. This is baby. Morong Feishui smiled sweetly. This is the heirloom of our Morong family. It is called Tianqi. The age is unknown. It was handed down from a very early ancestor. As far as I know, it is at least 700 years old. Lingyun was a little shocked, and said stunned, 700 years? Can a family inherit 700 years? Morong Feishui looked at Lingyun. He couldn't help laughing for a while, and said with a charming smile, it's something that people don't talk about. What does a 700-year-old family count in China? There are many big families that have been passed down for more than 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years. Lingyun nodded, pointed to the Tianqi seal in the Namu box, and asked, then this Tianqi seal is? If it was an ordinary piece of jade, Lingyun might not have accepted it, but since this Tianqi seal was a treasure, it was naturally different. Take it anyway. Fool, why don't you ask? This is the gift Grandpa gave you in order to repay your kindness for saving his life, for going to the scar, and for the opening of your clinic. Song Xingyang was right, what Morong Wencher gave to Lingyun turned out to be the heirloom of the Morong family. Tianqi. But, this, is really too precious. Lingyun said, staring at Morong Feishui's pretty face that was getting redder and brighter. Do you know how valuable it is? It is indeed very valuable, because this was originally my girl's dowry, but now Grandpa wants to give it to you. Morong Feishui told Lingyun intentionally or unintentionally. Just this sound. But it kept getting lower and lower, until it was finally inaudible. Morong Wencher was so worried about Morong Feishui, and now Morong Feishui brought Lingyun to the house, and gave away the things of love. If she didn't order Lingyun to fight for herself, it would be too stupid. Lingyun naturally heard it clearly. He smiled and said, Sister Morong, I didn't say you. You are so beautiful and capable. You are the most perfect girl in the world. How many men are worthy of you? What Lingyun said, it was almost in Morong Feishui's heart. She was sweet in her heart, and spit softly, Jing nonsense, is there such a flattering person? It's not flattering. Lingyun said sternly, how can a perfect woman like you marry idiots like Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong? At least 3 or 5 times stronger than me, Lingyun, are qualified to be your man. Woolen cloth. Morong Feishui was even more elated, she couldn't hold back her laughter, the flower branches trembled, her beautiful eyes kept looking at Lingyun, and she said in a coquettish manner, but, a man like you is hard to find in this world, where can I find someone who is 3 or 5 times stronger than you? Lingyun laughed, stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest, so, if you want me to say, it's better for my sister to try to be my girlfriend from now on, just wait until you find someone who is worse than me. As for a man who is 3 times 5 times more, you can marry him, and I will never stop him. Although Lingyun's words were playful and euphemistic, he actually took care of Morong Feishui's face. He knew from the first time he met Morong Feishui that Morong Feishui, like her grandfather, cherished her own face very much. Morong Feishui laughed again, her pretty face turned red, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she asked again, then, what if my sister can't find a man 3 or 5 times better than you? Ling Yun yell. Then there is no way, there are only two ways. First, Sister Morong can simply be my wife. Second, I will work hard to improve, strive to grow, and strive for my future, better than I am now. She is 10 times and 8 times better, and she will never miss Sister Morong's lifelong event. Ling Yan's mouth is definitely a tongue-in-cheek tongue. Both of them know that at this moment, they are actually discussing important matters in life. But Ling Yan said what he said very beautifully, which made Morong Feishui elated, and even saved her shyness, and her heart was as sweet as a. In fact, Morong Feishui wanted to blurt it out and asked Ling Yan, if that's the case, what will happen to your girlfriends? But she didn't say it in the end, because she remembered what her grandfather said to her, Ling Yan is not a mortal person, and everything can't be done according to common sense. If Morong Feishui insisted on her own ideas and insisted that Ling Yan belongs to her alone, then her life will be lost. Don't even think about getting Ling Yan. Morong Feishui held back, she thought for a while, and then asked Ling Yan in another sentence, but, my sister is 5 or 6 years older than you, how can I be your girlfriend? Unexpectedly, Ling Yan smiled slightly. Ying Ting leaned forward and said proudly, if my sister wants to be young, it's just a matter of minutes for me. Do you want to try it? Ling Yun didn't brag. In Ling Yun's current space ring, there is the jade box engraved with 49 spirit-gathering arrays that was given to him by Xuesheni. It is filled with the immortal aura of the Earth Emperor. In addition, Ling Yun has collected 12 boxes of 7 luminous grasses. The spirit liquid transformed by the released spirit energy also contained the immortal spirit energy of the human Emperor Pen. Ling Yun could absorb these 2 kinds of immortal spirit energy into the body and use it. As long as Morong Feishui is willing, Ling Yun can use the spiritual energy of immortality to wash her tendons and cut her marrow, so that she can be reborn, and make sure that Morong Feishui will be 5 or 6 years younger in an instant. Really? Morong Feishui was extremely shocked, but she was shocked by Ling Yan's strong self-confidence. She asked in a trembling voice. Ling Yan smiled and pointed to himself again, I'm a living example, Morong sister, think about it, what was I like 2 months ago, and what am I like now? Morong Feishui was stunned, because what Ling Yan said was the truth, and this was what Morong Feishui saw with his own eyes, and it was ironclad. Ling Yan didn't speak, just shook his left hand in front of Morong Feishui's eyes, attracting Morong Feishui's eyes, then put his left hand on the Nama box, and with a thought, he put the Nama box into the space ring. Where did Tianqi go? Morong Feishui was completely shocked. Ling Yan just pressed the Nama box, and his left hand was still there, but the Tianqi seal and the whole Nama box disappeared. Ling Yan smiled proudly, took out the Nama box again, and found it out of thin air, as if the box had not been moved in its original position. Then, Ling Yan leaned over again, put his hot mouth close to Morong Feishui's crystal ear, and whispered, Sister Morong, I know immortal magic. What? Morong Feishui jumped back in fright, her snow-white and towering chest trembled violently, her mouth was wide open, and her beautiful eyes shot an unbelievable look. Ling Yunqin said that if you don't show some real skills, you will always be so troublesome, so hurry up and come to the bowl, don't make me wait for a long time. He giggled and said, Sister Morong, I know that the underwear you are wearing today is black and lace. Do you think I am right? Shoot. Morong Feishui woke up from the shock, blushing like blood, and glared at Ling Yun fiercely, what did you say? However, this couldn't hide the horror in Morong Feishui's heart, because Ling Yun was really right. How did you see it? You bastard, pervert. Where else did you see me? Although Morong Feishui had already sent a token of love, she still couldn't accept the fact that Ling Yun had seen the underwear she was wearing. She instantly thought to herself, if Ling Yun could see the underwear she was wearing, would that be? Has he already seen his whole body? Shame to death. I can't see anywhere, and I don't have a see-through eye. Ling Yun opened his mouth to talk nonsense, He said with a smile, Sister Morong, I said, I know a fairy method, you can call this method divination, or it's okay to say anything about the prophet, and I can figure it out anyway. Ling Yan said with a smile. Perspective can't be said at all, but Huaxia has the art of fortune-telling, that is, divination and fortune-telling. 99% of people believe this, so Ling Yun used the most acceptable method for Morong Fei Xue. You are a Bonchiner? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come, Jidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to m.jidian. Read. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 8th of the 8th watch, all delivered. Exhausted, poor 9 votes, no strength to cry, ask for a monthly pass. Ling Yun Xuanhuan said to Morong's sister, what can you say about me? You have to use such a vulgar name to define a great cultivator like me. However, Morong Fei Xue's statement just showed that she recognized Ling Yun's nonsense, and finally achieved her goal. Ling Yun could only reluctantly nod it in recognition. Even if it is, but it's stronger than Bonchiner. Ling Yun had no choice but to put gold on his face. Really? It's not good to learn, you have to learn this kind of superstition. Morong Fei Xue graduated from a famous British university. Of course, she didn't believe in any feudal superstition. Ling Yun now completely broke some of her concepts. The thought of Ling Yun being able to figure out the style and color of his underwear made Morong Fei Xue feel a heartbeat and wondered if he could figure out his cup size. Then the last time you knew what was wrong with Zhu Yongwang and Ho Yaozong's bodies, and you figured it out? Also, those rough jadeite stones you picked, that Stone King, and that super candied Haas. Morong Fei Xue knew everything and asked questions like a barrage of cannons. Ling Yun could only smile and nod his head, admitting it all. He said in his heart that Sister Morong, this token of love has also been taken away. With such a good weather and such a beautiful scenery, it is the time when we are spending the past month, and we are loving each other. How can we ask these terrible scenery? The problem? It's amazing. Morong Fei Xue's beautiful eyes were round and round, looking at Ling Yun like a monster, still feeling unbelievable. Then she saw that Ling Yun's face was only a foot away from her, and she could feel the hot air from Ling Yun's breath. Morong Fei Xue stared at Ling Yun's eyes, which were getting hotter and hotter. Her eyes, her heartbeat, had never been faster. But this time, she didn't ask Ling Yun what she was going to do. Instead she had some kind of expectation in her heart, expecting Ling Yun's lips to fall. Well. With a low cry, Morong Fei Xue's small cherry mouth was blocked by Ling Yun's mouth, and Morong Fei Xue's delicate body trembled violently. I just feel that countless electric currents are generated in the body in an instant. Excited, she was numb all over. After a symbolic struggle, she obediently disarmed and surrendered. Ling Yun's lips and tongue were so fascinating, she quickly lost her mind, feeling like a dream, fluttering like a fairy. This is Morong Fei Xue's first kiss, she wants to enjoy it. Morong Fei Xue's reaction was very strong, and her delicate body trembled. She wanted to avoid it very much, but she was reluctant to let it go. For 3 weeks, her lovesickness had been a disaster. Today, she got what she wanted. Morong Fei Xue wanted to indulge once and let this little villain bully her twice. After a while, Ling Yun was afraid that Morong Fei Xue would be out of breath. Then he smiled and left Morong Fei Xue's cherry lips. Bah! Little rascal, since the first time you met, you've been staring at others, have you been coveting it for a long time? Ling Yun admitted it simply, and said with a smile, so I touched it now, and it's really comfortable, hee hee. Hey! Be gentle. You don't know Liangxiang Ziyu at all. Morong Fei Xue snorted, but she was reluctant to take Ling Yun's hand out. This feeling is really wonderful and indescribable. Ling Yan's hand is amazing. I thought Big Sister Morong would be angry. Ling Yan teased casually. Morong Feishue was short of breath, her eyes were hazy. She glanced at Ling Yan and said, I even gave you the family heirloom, and everyone is yours sooner or later. Why are you angry? I just didn't expect you to be so bold. How dare you? How dare you bully me like this in broad daylight? What if Grandpa suddenly breaks in? Ling Yan laughed happily. Haha, Sister Morong, if I remember correctly, when you opened the door just now, it seems that you said that Grandpa Morong went to Hudong for an exchange meeting early this morning, and he will be back tomorrow. I don't know if I remember right. It's so beautiful. Ling Yan tsk praised. Morong Feishua's face turned even redder all of a sudden. Her unspeakable nervousness, and her unspeakable feeling of being humiliated, made her whole body tense like a bow, her face turning red and purple. You're too bad. How dare you bully my sister like this? Morong Feishue said angrily. It's my wife now. Ling Yan corrected seriously. I just agreed to be your girlfriend first, but they haven't promised to marry you yet. Morong Feishue said in a flustered voice. Sooner or later. Ling Yan laughed and returned to his seat in a flash, as if nothing happened just now. Be honest, how did you change Tianqi just now? How did you change it? Morong Feishue quickly tidied up her clothes, she asked, curiously. So Ling Yan told Morong Feishue that he had a space ring, and Morong Feishue exclaimed, Is there really a different dimension space? Different dimension space? This was the first time Ling Yan heard this term, and he couldn't help repeating it. It's a parallel universe, and it's also a multidimensional space. Simply put, in the space we are in, there are actually 2, 3, or even countless overlapping or parallel spaces. The array on your ring, the law, is actually the key to open that space, or the law. Morong Feishue deserves to be a top student studying in the UK. So far, Ling Yan has told many close relatives and friends about the space ring, but only Morong Feishue has proposed the concept of different dimension space. Of course, in today's developed internet, movies, games, comics, etc., there are many theories about the different dimension space. Many people actually understand it, but they don't think about it, or they think about it, but don't say it. Come out. Ling Yan thought seriously. He felt that science and technology should not be underestimated, because some sciences, when they reached a very advanced field, were really connected with cultivation. It's the same thing. Ling Yan sighed in his heart. Morong Feishue stared blankly at Ling Yan for a while, thinking about the miraculous performances Ling Yan had once had, and suddenly smiled and said, Ling Yan, you are truly amazing and admirable. This is from spiritual worship, Morong Feishue said it directly. It was really refreshing to hear Ling Yan's ears. It was even more refreshing than conquering her in bed. Have you fallen in love? Ling Yan said with a red mouth and white teeth, with a smile. The corners of Morong Feishue's mouth pursed slightly. She glanced at Ling Yan with her big eyes, and asked, What do you think? Suddenly, she got up and walked towards her bedroom with her delicate body twisted. Wait for me, I'll change my clothes, and accompany me to Lingjue Temple. Ling Yan's heart moved. What are you doing there? Ling Yan now knows that he was picked up by Qin Qiuyue at Lingjue Temple. He had always wanted to go, but he had no chance to make the trip. Unexpectedly, today Morong Feishue proposed to go. What else can I do at Lingjue Temple? Burn incense, worship Buddha, ask for a lottery, and promise. The Buddha there is the most spiritual. Jiangnan people believe in gods, and Buddha's the most. During Chinese New Year's, festivals, weddings, funerals, and marriages, they must invite gods to worship Buddha. Lingjue Temple is the most prosperous. Ling Yan laughed and said, Sister Morong, aren't you superstitious? What sign did you ask for? What wish did you make? Morong Feishue ignored Ling Yan for a long time. There was a sound of undressing in her bedroom. Ling Yan thought that she was my wife. I didn't mind taking a peek, but he finally suppressed this thought. Wouldn't it be more fun to peel you into a shelled egg and put it in front of you? Ling Yan thought about it, and couldn't help but smirk. Morong Feishua changed her outfit from the inside out, and when she came out, she was still dressed in her office outfit, but it was red like a fire. This year is the year of my sister's life. Morong Feishua was more beautiful than her clothes, like a bride to be married. This is too popular. However, I like it. Ling Yan was stunned, stood up and said. Morong Feishua smiled and naturally took 2 steps forward. She gently took Ling Yan's arm, and said softly, have you put away the token of love that they gave you? Can there be one that doesn't work? Long ago, Ling Yan even put the tianqi in the box and put it into the space ring. My elder sister burns incense and worships Buddha, and she is asking for a marriage lottery. The master of Lingjue Temple said, I can find my marriage before I am 24 years old. You are my sister's man. Now it is my 24th birthday. In half a year, do you think I should repay my vows? Ling Yan watched Morong Feishua lock the door, and he said casually, so it's my sister's birthday in December? December 12th, remember? Remember. After closing the door and getting in the car, Ling Yan naturally continued to be Morong Feishua's driver. All the way to the west, out of the western suburbs, continue westward for 9 kilometers, and finally came to a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. There are many temples here, such as Lingjue Temple, Fuguang Temple, Xia Temple, Bodhi Temple. The incense is very prosperous, but the most prosperous is Lingjue Temple, because it is the most spiritual. Morong Feishua sat in the car, admiring the green hills and green trees by the road, and acted as a tour guide for Ling Yan, completely forgetting that Ling Yan grew up in Qingshui City. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan had no intention of listening at this time, because he felt the more and more powerful Buddha power, simple and magnificent. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. This chapter is not easy to write, and the next few chapters are not easy to write. Please understand, there will be more after midnight. There will be 8 updates on the 26th. I suggest everyone to read it together tomorrow. The double monthly pass will start soon, please keep it. Ask for a full subscription, ask for a recommendation ticket. In addition, thank you I'm Fat But Healthy and Shadow Sniper for their great rewards. Thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets. Ling Yan drove a Land Rover and Morong Feishua on the road between mountains and forests, and Lingjue Temple was already in sight. He is now driving with one hand, and only uses his right hand to control the steering wheel. On Ling Yan's left hand, there is a dark bead the size of a walnut. This is of course the Bodhisattva. The closer he got to Lingjue Temple, the stronger the Buddha's power Ling Yan felt. Of course, this kind of power was relative. It was nothing compared to the surging Buddha's power in the small temple under the Tianqing where the monk was sitting. Fab. Ling Yan has now reached the peak of the 8th level of body refining, breaking through the 9th level of body refining. Only 1 layer of window paper is missing, and he is also 1 step away from the Qi training period. Feel it. For example, in this suburb, among the green mountains and green trees, there is naturally a thin aura of grass and trees. Although it is extremely thin and can be ignored, Ling Yan can easily absorb it, as natural as breathing air. This is his celestial physique. Decided. Don't underestimate this kind of accumulation that can't be seen or felt, because it's a constant absorption every minute and every second. The accumulation of less becomes more, the accumulation of sand into a tower, the collection of armpits into a fur. In fact, Ling Yan's cultivation base, invisibly, every minute it is improving every second, and I usually can't feel it, but this is the root of Ling Yan. The most fundamental reason why it is against the sky. But now, the Buddha power Ling Yan felt was much stronger than the spiritual energy of the surrounding vegetation, and it was getting stronger and stronger, so he took out the Bodhi seed. Bodhi. It was Ling Yun who got it from the place where the eminent monk who was sitting under the mysterious Tianking sat. Later, in Qingshui Bay, in Zhuang Tianda's villa, when Ling Yun was furious and wanted to kill Master Xingqi was dying and reciting the Buddha's name. Annoyed, he almost lost it, but when Ling Yun was robbing Daogui Island, the Bodhi child and the other 3 Buddha artifacts rushed out of the space ring on their own at the same time to help Ling Yun fight against the terrifying 9-colored tribulation cloud. Ling Yun knew that there were 4 magic treasures in him who were related to Buddhism, and each of them was extraordinary. All of them can fight against the 9-colored robbery clouds. Among them, the Buddha is the most powerful, and the most mysterious, that is, Bodhi. Bodhi is still dark and old. But the surface of the whole body began to glow with a faint blue color. Ling Yun knew that this was caused by the fact that it absorbed the energy of the blue lightning with Shenong Ding when it fought against the blue robbery cloud. Then, Badizi also flew into the sky, almost snatched it, and devoured the 7-colored robbery clouds in the sky with other magic treasures, and the 4 treasures of Buddhism. It got the most, and what it grabbed by itself exceeded the sum of the other 3 Buddhist artifacts. Ling Yun took out the Bodhi seed and held it in his left hand with a rare solemn expression. From time to time, he glanced at the Bodhi seed, staring at the green halo on its surface. It was broad daylight, and Morong Feishue naturally couldn't see the azure light on the surface of Badizi. Only Ling Yun, who had cultivated the eyesight of Yin-Yang Divine Eye, could see it. It's very ordinary, very ordinary. I don't have any Buddha power overflowing, but I can't stop absorbing the surrounding Buddha power. Ling Yun could feel that Badizi was continuously absorbing the surrounding Buddha power. Ling Yun understood that if he took out that green lantern, that string of Buddha beads, and that magical gourd without a mouth, they would definitely absorb the Buddha power. But he couldn't take it out, because in that case, Morong Feishue would definitely think that Ling Yun was going to become a monk. I haven't reached Lingjue Temple yet, so I hang a string of Buddha beads, hold a broken gourd, and accompany a green lantern. Isn't this the rhythm of being a monk with wine and meat? So far, only Master Xingqi, before his death, once said that Ling Yun has a relationship with Buddhism, and has a human emperor pen and a land emperor, saying that he is someone who is destined to be robbed. The person who is destined to be robbed. Ling Yun looked at the Bodhi seed, faintly fascinated, and a huge wave had already set off in his heart. He thought of the 9-colored tribulation clouds on Daoyu Island, as well as the shocking scene of all his magic weapons against the terrifying catastrophe. However, Ling Yun has an instinctive resistance to Buddhism and Buddhist cultivation in his heart, not because he needs to become a monk to cultivate Buddhism, but because he thinks Buddhist cultivation is too mysterious and overbearing. Buddhist cultivation is about reincarnation, and what you recite in your mouth is to save all living beings, but what you can cultivate is the inextinguishable golden body, and the power of Buddhism belongs to the power of belief, it belongs to the power of human thought, and it is not any kind of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Buddhist cultivators are too scary and hard to provoke. This is the fundamental reason why Ling Yun keeps his distance from Buddhism. With Ling Yun personally to accompany, Morong Feishue came to Lingjue Temple to repay her vows. She was in high spirits and gave Ling Yun various explanations, but she couldn't get a response for a long time. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ling Yun. She was scared to death. Ling Yun was driving, but he didn't even look at the road. He didn't need to look at the road, his consciousness was maximized, covering a distance of nearly 40 meters, even with his eyes closed. But Morong Feishue didn't know this. When she saw Ling Yun was looking solemn, staring at her left hand, she suddenly panicked and said, "Ling Yun, what are you thinking? Why don't you look at the road while driving?" Ling Yun woke up from his deep thoughts, turned his head and smiled at Morong Feishue. "It's okay, didn't we drive into the ditch?" Not letting Morong Feishue panic, Ling Yan started to drive seriously and asked Morong Feishue at the same time, Sister Morong, how far is Lingjue Temple? Morong Feishue rarely saw Ling Yan with such a solemn expression. She thought that Ling Yan had this kind of expression because she thought of the two of them falling in love today. 2 more turns, and you're there. After speaking, Morong Feishue said with a blushing face, really, I grew up in Qingshui City, and I don't even know where Lingjue Temple is. Ling Yan smiled, thinking that I was picked up by my mother from Lingjue Temple, but all my previous memories were lost. A few minutes later, the two finally came to Lingjue Temple, found a place to park in the parking lot at the foot of the mountain, and then the two began to go up the mountain. Lingjue Temple is indeed full of incense. Especially because the college entrance examination just ended yesterday, many parents came to Lingjue Temple to make incense in order to get a high score for their children, so these days, Lingjue Temple has been flooded with pilgrims, and the two of them can go anywhere along the way. See. A large family, with a child who just finished the college entrance examination. The scene of going up the mountain to seek Buddhahood. On the way up the mountain, Morong Feishue's pretty face became more and more solemn, and her eyes became extremely pious. Burn incense sticks today, and let the Buddha bless you with a high score. Ling Yun squeezed the Bodhi seed in his hand. He was feeling the bursts of Buddha power from Lingjue Temple on the mountainside, and after listening to Morong Feishue's words, he smiled lightly and said, I don't believe in these, I believe in myself. Asking Buddha is nothing but peace of mind, nothing is better than asking for anything. Ask yourself. Ling Yan said very plainly. His expression was calm, but there was a strong confidence in his words, which made Morong Feishue's heart tremble inexplicably. She no longer spoke, but took the initiative to take Ling Yan's right arm. Start climbing silently. Ling Yan felt the Buddha's power that was several times stronger than on the road, and looked at the devout tourists holding incense with a solemn expression. Occasionally, he raised his head and looked at the Lingjue Temple, surrounded by cigarettes on the mountainside, but did not speak. The Taoism of Buddhism is really powerful. The power of this belief is amazing. The mountain is not high. The two soon came to the entrance of Lingjue Temple, with a large number of tourists. The Buddhist power here was stronger, and everyone was pious. At the entrance of the main entrance of Lingjue Temple, people of various colors kept coming in and out. Although it was noisy, Ling Yun was able to find some kind of plain, quiet and peaceful Zen rhythm from the noise. Wait for me here for a while, I'll go buy incense. Morong Feishue let go of Ling Yan's arm and said with a blushing face. Lingjue Temple is not only a temple, but also a famous scenic spot in Qingshui City. The incense in the temple on the mountain is more than double the price of the incense at the foot of the mountain, and its name is more pious. Of course, this will not have any impact on Morong Feishue, since she is sincere, so she starts to buy when she arrives at the gate of the temple. Ling Yan nodded slightly, but his spiritual sense had already been released, and he found that the shrouded in his spiritual sense were all ordinary people who went up the mountain to offer incense. Occasionally there were some monks walking around, also to generate income for Lingjue Temple, and solemnly persuaded those tourists. Buy incense sticks. But this is just the people in the temple, not the Buddha. Ling Yun saw a lot of Buddha statues, tall, standing or sitting, all of them lifelike, with solemn treasures. Ling Yan raised his left hand and looked at the Bodhi seed in his hand. The speed at which the Bodhi seed absorbed the Buddha's power was even faster, to an astonishing level. The natural veins on the Bodhi seed appear clearer under the azure light, and the big Buddha, composed of natural veins, is also clearer, almost breaking out of the body. This made Ling Yun secretly startled. Morong Feishue came back soon, holding a large bundle of incense in both hands. Looking at it, she wanted to bow before each Buddha. I'll take it for you. That won't work. Ling Yun saw that Morong Feishue was dressed in fiery red, holding such a big incense, looking a bit funny, couldn't help but wanted to help, but was rejected by Morong Feishue. She was sincere. Ling Yan accompanied Morong Feishue into the temple, to burn incense, and accompanied her to fulfill her promise. No matter what Morong Feishue did, he would accompany her, watching her kowtow, watching her fall to the ground, with a solemn and pious face. The two soon came to the Mahavira hall. Ling Yan still let go of his consciousness, but he still didn't find anything. What shocked him the most was the Buddha statue in the Mahavira hall. It was so tall and amazing that mortals seemed insignificant in front of him. After praying here, Morong Feishue had used up all the incense in her hands. She suggested to Ling Yun that she should personally thank the eminent monk who told her about her marriage. Where? In the backyard of Lingjue Temple. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more first. There will be at most 3 chapters. Brother Yun will leave Qingshui City, so excited. Lingjue Temple is a large temple and an ancient temple. According to historical records, it was built during the southern and northern dynasties of China. The architectural layout of Lingjue Temple is square in plan. The space is organized by the north-south axis of the Xuanhuan Hall, the Hall of Heavenly Kings, the Hall of Daxiong Treasures, the Hall of Main Offering Bodhisattva, the Dharma Hall, and the Tsongjing Building, which is symmetrical, stable and rigorous. Along this central axis, the front and rear buildings rise and turn together, like a movement that echoes before and after, and has a vivid rhythm. Through the architectural layout of Lingjue Temple, Ling Yun can see that its layout has a deep yin and yang cosmology and an aesthetic psychology that advocates symmetry, order and stability. Ling Yun and Morong Feishue passed through the Daxiong Palace, past the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, and soon came to the backyard that Morong Feishue said. When he came here, Ling Yun laughed dumbly. Where is the backyard of Lingjue Temple, but the monk's room and the fasting hall of Lingjue Temple? Of course, Morong Feishue is a jewelry appraiser and designer, and her understanding of temples is similar to that of most ordinary people. In her opinion, since this is the place where the monks of Lingjue Temple live, eat fast food and recite Buddha, idlers are not allowed to enter. There are few tourists. Isn't it the backyard of Lingjue Temple? Because this is the monk's room of Lingjue Temple, it is not open to the public, so it looks deserted, but the Zen rhythm is stronger. The two came to the door of the courtyard of the monk's house together. Morong Feishue said politely to a young monk at the door, "Hello, please go in and let me know. I want to meet Master Xuanji." The young monk looked at the two of them and saw that they were well dressed. He stood with one palm in front of his chest, bowed slightly, and said in a monk's salutation, "The two benefactors, please come back." Master Xuanji said, "There are no pilgrims today, not unsigned." Morong Feishue looked disappointed. But he didn't want to give up, so he continued to plead, "I also asked the little master to go in and talk about it, and he said that it was Morong Feishue from the Morong family who asked to see him." Morong Wenshi and Master Xuanji are close friends. He comes to Lingjue Temple almost every month to drink tea with Master Xuanji and discuss Zen. Morong Feishue naturally knew Master Xuanji. When Morong Feishue was 18 years old, Morong Wenshi once took her to Lingjue Temple. "I asked for a marriage sign. At that time it was Master Xuanji who gave her a lottery." Morong Feishue didn't really believe in it, and he never took it seriously. Now that it was fulfilled, Morong Feishue naturally wanted to thank him in person. Ling Yan stood at the door of the monk's room, and had already let go of his divine sense, and then his expression changed slightly, because his divine sense visited him. In the courtyard of the monk's house, in a very simple meditation room in the east, an old monk is sitting on the futon on the ground. The old monk was dressed in a grey monk's robe and covered with a cassock. The treasured image is solemn, and he twists the beads in his hand, and his lips move to open and close. Of course, the change in Ling Yun's face was not because he suddenly saw a monk reciting sutras. It was because he could not see through the strength and cultivation of this old monk. Although this old monk looks like an ordinary monk, Ling Yun knows that this old monk is definitely not an ordinary person, and his cultivation is at least above the 6th level of the innate. Sky. Lingjue Temple really has such a master. Since hitting the mountain, Ling Yun has been opening his consciousness to the maximum. I just wanted to see if there were any ancient martial arts practitioners in this famous scenic spot, Erlingjue Temple, but he searched the Lingjue Temple and found no acquired masters. Ling Yun was a little disappointed at first, but he did not expect, as soon as he came to the backyard of Lingjue Temple, he found one, and he was a top expert. So far, what Ling Yun has seen can really be called masters, that is, only 3 people, Qin Dongxue, Lu Suifeng, and the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. Qin Dongxue is now at the pinnacle of the 4th layer Xiantian, and Lu Suifeng is at the early stage of the 5th layer Xiantian. As for the cultivation level of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, Ling Yun can't tell at all, it can be said to be unfathomable. Of course, Ling Yun and Bai Xianer were also masters, so there was no need to mention it. As for the monks who practiced ancient martial arts, Ling Yun has also met 2. One is the master of Qingqing in the early 8th layer of the postnatal period, and the other is the master of Xingqi in the 1st layer of the innate. The former was killed by Ling Yun, and the latter died in front of Ling Yun. And now, Ling Yun saw another one, and this one's cultivation was so profound that Ling Yun couldn't even see through it. How could he not be shocked? Ling Yunqin said, if there is no accident, this must be the Xuanji mage that Morong Feishue spoke of. Ling Yun was secretly startled, feeling that the opponent's strength was not inferior to him. He glanced at Morong Feishue, who was begging the young monk, and said casually, Sister Morong, since Master Xuanji is not here today, let's go back first, change come again. Ling Yun didn't want to entangle too much with the Buddhists. The 36 strategies were the best. Ling Yun wanted to retreat. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, he heard a Buddha's call from the monk's room, Ba, I don't know that there are guests visiting today. The old monk is disrespectful. The 2 donors please come in quickly. Although the voice is old, it is powerful, like a twilight drum and a morning bell, deafening. Ling Yun's heart moved, and he immediately sensed with his divine sense that the old monk was holding the ground with one hand, and he had already stood up. When the young monk heard this, he immediately stepped aside to open the door, bowed to Morong Feishue and said, Master Xuanji invites 2 benefactors to enter. Morong Feishue smiled brightly, thank you little master. After he finished speaking, he pulled Ling Yun's arm and dragged him into the courtyard of the monk's house. Ling Yun was helpless and could only follow with a wry smile. As soon as the 2 entered the monastery, they happened to see the old monk walking out of the monastery. Perhaps it was because he was meditating just now. Come over. Meet Master Xuanji. When Morong Feishue saw that Master Xuanji came out in person, she hurriedly released Ling Yun's arm. Her face was a little red, and she seemed to be worshipping Buddha. She folded her hands and bowed to Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji naturally returned the salute with his hands folded, and said with a smile, Fei Shui, you don't need to be polite, the old man and your grandfather are close friends and drink the tea he sent every year. Today, you are here, if I let you eat a closed door, from now on you have to buy the tea yourself. Master Xuanji really knows how to joke. Morong Feishue smiled sweetly, shy and moving, bringing a bright and vivid atmosphere to this simple backyard. Ling Yun stood with his hands behind his back and didn't say a word, he just smiled along with Morong Feishue. Come in, please. Master Xuanji led the 2 into his meditation room. After sitting down, he ordered the young monk to make tea, but he gave Ling Yun a deep look and asked with a smile, I wonder who this little benefactor is? Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled slightly and told the truth, neither humble nor arrogant. What? Ling Yun? After hearing Ling Yun's name, Master Xuanji's eyes changed greatly, he stood up in a flash, his eyes went up and down, and he looked at Ling Yun. That look was like seeing an alien, with shock and a hint of unspeakable confusion. Ling Yun and Morong Feishue looked at each other, looked up at Master Xuanji and said, "Why, did Master Xuanji hear about me?" Morong Feishue was extremely surprised, but Ling Yun knew it. Master Xuanji was very skilled. 18 years ago, he must have been no different. If his mother picked him up in Lingjue Temple, Master Xuanji was also in Lingjue Temple at the time. If so, then it is difficult for Qin Qiuyue to hide her own affairs that night from Master Xuanji's eyes. It shouldn't be. Under Morong Feishue's surprised eyes, Master Xuanji glanced at Ling Yun again, muttered to himself, and sat down slowly again. Seeing Master Xuanji's rare gaffe, Morong Feishue asked, suspiciously, "Master Xuanji, Ling Yun is my boyfriend, what you said shouldn't be, you mean?" "Feishue, I'm sorry, it was the old man who lost his composure just now." Master Xuanji knew that he had lost his temper. He first blamed himself, then looked at Ling Yun again and asked, "Little donor Ling Yun, the old man has a very abrupt question that he wants to ask." "I ask you, I don't know if you can tell me?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently, "Master, please speak." Now, Ling Yun already knew that he was a descendant of the Ling family. His biological mother was a saint from the previous generation of demon sect, and Qin Qiuyue was a member of the Qin family. In front of outsiders, he no longer needed to hide his identity. He wanted to take care of the Ling family, and naturally, he also had to take care of the Qin family. The burden of the two declining families and the re-emergence all fell on Ling Yun's shoulders. Facing a master like Master Xuanji, he certainly couldn't lose his bearing. Besides, if Master Xuanji really knew something, Ling Yun also wanted to inquire about it from him. For example, why was he picked up by Qin Qiuyue at Lingjue Temple and not elsewhere? There is clearly a secret here. "Little donor Ling Yun, I don't know your current mother, but her surname is Qin?" Master Xuanji asked, without being secretive. Ling Yun was moved, nodded, and said, "Yes, my adoptive mother's name is Qin Qiuyue." Master Xuanji was completely stunned. Also shocked was Morong Feishue. She looked at Master Xuanji, then at Ling Yun, and said blankly, "Master Xuanji, do you know each other?" Master Xuanji shook his head, "I don't know." Ling Yun replied, "Sister Morong, there is something you don't know. My mother picked me up at Lingjue Temple 18 years ago." Ling Yun simply said it directly, "This is not a secret, it has been recorded in the Public Security Bureau, so there is no need to hide it." At this time, Ling Yun had already made a decision in his heart. He said it to see if this Master Xuanji was an enemy or a friend. If it was an enemy, he would kill Master Xuanji on the spot without hesitation, even if all his cards were played. No matter what. Morong Feishue was shocked again and again. She never imagined that Ling Yun's life experience would be so bizarre. "It's really you." When Master Xuanji heard this, his face changed again, he brushed it, and stood up from his seat again. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. After confirming Ling Yun's identity, Master Xuanji's expression was very excited, and he even exposed the imposing aura of an innate powerhouse in front of Ling Yun. There was no wind in the monk's robe, which was obviously caused by the turbulent innate qi in his body. Ling Yun was still sitting still, his expression was as calm as usual, and he didn't even look up. He raised his hand lightly, patted Morong Feishue's shoulder, and the sound transmission told her that it was all right. Because Ling Yun could feel that although Master Xuanji was excited, he had no intention of attacking him, and there was no murderous intention emerging from his body, not even a trace of murderous intention. "Miss Morong, I want to talk to little friend Ling Yun. I wonder if I could ask you to wait here for a while." Master Xuanji looked at Morong Feishue with a trembling voice. Morong Feishue couldn't make up her mind. She turned her head to look at Ling Yun, who had already stood up at this moment. He said to Morong Feishue, "Sister Morong, wait here for me for a while." Under Morong Faciua's shocked and puzzled gaze, Ling Yun and Master Xuanji walked out of the meditation room. The two quickly came to a very quiet meditation room. When Ling Yun entered the door, Master Xuanji carefully closed the door. Ling Yun came to the center of the Zen room, stood still, and then directly entered the secret through voice transmission and said, "So it seems that 18 years ago, Master Xuanji was also one of the people who knew it?" Surprisingly, Master Xuanji shook his head and said slowly, "Back then, I was not in Lingjue Temple." "Oh? Then why does Master Xuanji understand my affairs so clearly?" Master Xuanji's eyes showed a look of grief, the corner of his mouth twitched, he took a deep breath, and then said, "Little friend Ling Yun, all this was told by my senior brother, Xianming himself." After Master Xuanji finished speaking, he no longer hid his strength. Obviously, he had already seen that Ling Yun possessed martial arts, and his figure flashed. The monk's robe fluttered, and he came to Ling Yun in a flash. "Of course Ling Yun will not have any accident," he sincerely said. "I also asked the master to tell me what happened back then. Because this matter was related to Ling Yun's biological mother and the Ling family, he naturally had to ask." By now, Master Xuanji naturally no longer has to hide, nor does he need to hide. Nodding his head, he said to Ling Yun, "I didn't expect that little friend now has such a world-shattering cultivation base," so the old man knew what he knew. All told the little friend. After speaking, Master Xuanji used sound transmission to enter the secret and started talking to Ling Yun. In fact, what happened was not complicated. 18 years ago, on the night of the rainstorm, Master Xianming meditated in his meditation room when he suddenly noticed the sound of fierce fighting outside Lingjue Temple. Then, Master Xianming was already at the pinnacle of the 5th floor of Xiantian. He felt that the fighting people outside the Lingjue Temple were all at a high level, so he was secretly stunned, flew out of the meditation room, and went straight to the place where the fighting was going. Check it out. Then he saw that two great masters were fighting fiercely on a steep rock outside Lingjue Temple. The fists brought by the two of them were so powerful that they could fly sand and stone. The two masters are all black and masked, and they are a man and a woman. The man is tall and thin, with unusually long arms, the woman is slender and extremely tall. Between coming and going, the figure is extremely graceful. However, the woman's martial arts were obviously inferior to that of the masked man, and the man killed by the man had already been seriously injured and was in danger. Master Xianming has reached the peak of the congenital 5th floor, and his knowledge is extraordinary. It was immediately determined that these two were demon sect masters. However, Master Xianming did not know that such a master of the demon sect would never see one. So why would he work hard outside this Lingjue Temple on this rainy night? Soon, Master Xianming understood the reason for the matter through the dialogue between the two in the fight, and it turned out to be for a child. The man followed the woman to the outside of Lingjue Temple, but he didn't know where the woman hid the child and knew that he was being deceived, so he showed up in anger and wanted to catch the woman and ask him. I just heard the woman scolding sternly, "Sekantu, that child has been abolished by you in secret, and he won't even be able to live at the age of 20. Why do you still kill them all? You know, that is my young lady's own life." "Son." Sikong Tusenran sneered and said, "It is precisely because this villain is the son of your young lady that I am here to kill, otherwise why would you let me do it myself?" Brightly repairing the plank road and darkening Chinsong, the holy maiden of demon sect, is really wishful thinking. It is a dream to want you to quietly send this evil seed out and let him grow up in the world. That demon sect woman's delicate body shook violently, her eyes narrowed, and she scolded, "Aren't you afraid that I will go back and report to Miss, she knows, will you be smashed to ashes?" At this time, I heard that Sakanta laughed wildly in the sky in the rain. "Your lady? Broken bones and ashes? Today you two, one is counted as one. I promise that you will not see the sun tomorrow morning. Old bald donkey, don't hide, get out." I'll send you on your way. It turned out that Sekontu had already discovered the trace of Master Xianming. Seeing that Master Xianming had been discovered, although he knew that he was defeated, he could only show up and fight with Sekontu with the woman. However, the gap in realm is too big. Master Xianming's cultivation at the peak of the 5th floor is not as good as that of the severely injured woman. The two fought desperately, but they were still no match for Sekontu. In a few strokes, Master Xianming had already hit Zheng Sekontu's 3 palms, his body had been seriously injured, and the seriously injured woman was once again vomited blood by Sekontu's beating. However, the woman was extremely clever. During the fierce fight, she secretly told Master Xianming where the child was hidden by voice transmission, and told him to leave him alone and save the child. There is no doubt that that child is naturally the current Ling Yun. In order to cover Master Xianming's departure, the woman fought Sekontu with all her might, only attacking but not defending, so that Master Xianming had a chance to escape. Although Master Xianming couldn't bear to see the woman killed by Sekontu, he knew that if he stayed, the two would soon be killed by Sekontu, and he himself couldn't resist Sekontu's 3 moves. In desperation, Master Xianming made a decisive decision and found Ling Yun to save him first. Master Xianming took a moment, flew out of the battle group, endured serious injuries and fled. Vaguely, he heard the woman scream with grief and indignation, "Sekontu, it's not as easy as you think to kill me, the blue bird. If you want to kill the young lady's child, then I will die with you." Then Master Xianming heard a loud explosion, followed by a scream from Sekontu. Master Xianming sighed up to the sky, knowing that the blue bird was sure to die. The sound of fighting could not be heard, only the sound of the rushing torrential rain remained. Master Xianming did not dare to look back, because such a torrential rain, even if it was drenched, could kill Ling Yun, and he was already seriously injured. Qi entered the body, knowing that he didn't have much time to live, so he had to find Ling Yun as soon as possible. Master Xianming ran reluctantly and quickly came to the place that the bluebird said. However, what made him stunned was that there was actually a woman here, with a beautiful body and complexion. Her face was pale, and her body was soaked. She was holding a baby in her arms. Baby. The baby was in her arms, neither crying nor making a fuss, and seemed very well behaved and quiet. Beside Qin Qiuyue, there was also a long wooden box. Upon seeing this, Master Xianming, after some inquiries, knew that this woman was Qin Qiuyue who went up the mountain to seek Buddhahood, so he begged Qin Qiuyue to raise Ling Yun. Qin Qiuyue had just given birth to Ning Lingyu and had not yet given birth to a confinement child. In addition, Ling Yun was too pitiful, so he agreed. Master Xianming knew the danger, and was afraid that people from the demon sect would come after him. He didn't want Qin Qiuyue and the people from the demon sect to get involved in any right or wrong, so he persuaded Qin Qiuyue to go down the mountain as soon as possible. There was no need for him to persuade her. Qin Qiuyue still had a seriously ill Ning Lingyu at home, and she couldn't be relieved, so she quickly hugged Ling Yun, took the wooden box he kept with him, and went down the mountain. Master Xianming knew that Qin Qiuyue's realm was only half a step in the innate. He was entrusted by others. Although he was seriously injured, he was afraid that Qin Qiuyue would encounter trouble. After returning, Master Xianming went to the place where the 3 of them fought again. He saw the rain pouring down, and even the blood on the rocks was washed away. Where can there be any traces of Sekontu and Jade Bird? Master Xianming was already on the verge of collapse at this time, and his physical strength was already exhausted. He had no choice but to return to his meditation room. When Master Xuanji arrived, Xianming couldn't hold it any longer. He endured his last breath and told Master Xuanji the ins and outs of everything, and he passed away. Think about it, that bluebird girl should be the person by your biological mother's side, and that person named Sekontu is a superb master of the demon sect. Later, I went under the cliff and found the corpses of the 2 of them, but they didn't. Nothing has been found, and the two of them are still alive and dead, and their whereabouts are unknown. Senior brother said that the yang qiao vein of the little donor's body is abolished, and it is very difficult to live past the age of 20, but I just can't imagine that the little donor has another amazing adventure. Even the old man can't see through it. Master Xuanji finished speaking in one breath. Ling Yan had already clenched his fists tightly, murderous intent surged in his eyes, and his teeth were clenched tightly. After a long while, Ling Yan stood with a single palm on his chest and bowed slightly towards Master Xuanji. "Thank you, Master, for telling me." At this point, Ling Yan already knew everything about what happened that night when Qin Qiuyue found her. The Ling family was so miserable. It must have been difficult for him to come to his own mother, the holy maiden of the demon sect. The blue bird tried desperately to protect him. To this day, his life and death are unknown, his whereabouts are unknown, and his mother does not even know whether he is alive or dead now. You can imagine the mood of the year. "Sekontu, you'd better not let me know that you are still alive, otherwise, I will crush you to ashes with my own hands." The murderous intent surged in Ling Yan's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he exhaled a long breath, stared at Master Xuanji and said, "I don't know which meditation room Master Xianming lived in back then, I want to go and see." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ask for a recommendation ticket. It is here. Master Xuanji looked sad, chanted the Buddha's name, and told Ling Yan that the meditation room where the two were located was where Master Xianming lived. Ling Yan's eyes were solemn, he let go of his powerful consciousness, and instantly enveloped the entire room, and then he flicked his body and came to a simple bed, folded his hands, and bowed 3 times to the empty bed. Ling Yan's expression was solemn and his expression was extremely serious, as if Master Xianming was sitting on that empty bed. "Thank you, Master, for saving your life," Ling Yan said silently in his heart. Although when Master Xianming arrived, Qin Qiuyue had already discovered Ling Yan, but if Master Xianming hadn't appeared, perhaps by virtue of Sekontu's martial arts realm, if he didn't entangle with Jade Bird, he would have found himself long ago and killed him. Maybe even Qin Qiuyue, who just happened to go up the mountain, will suffer. Therefore, what Ling Yan did to Master Xianming was a heartfelt gratitude. "I don't know which hidden sect the two masters come from." Ling Yan finished worshipping Master Xianming, then turned around and asked Master Xuanji. Master Xuanji recited the Buddha's name. Lao Na and senior brothers are all from Hingshan Mountain in Beiyue, Hanging Temple. Ling Yan nodded and said sincerely, "Master Xianming's life-saving grace, Ling Yan will definitely repay it in the future." Master Xuanji shook his head slightly and said, "Little benefactor Ling Yan, there is a saying in the Buddhist family, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Brother, saving you, it was the right time for you to meet. You were a baby at the time. Telling you this is mainly to fulfill a wish of my senior brother. As for repayment, then there is no need." Ling Yan didn't speak anymore, just smiled slightly. "I don't know if Master knows, the rock where my Aunt Qingyao and Sekontu fought back then? I want to go and see." "The old monk knows. Please come with me." The two left the meditation room where Master Xianming lived. Ling Yan used voice transmission to enter the secret. After calling out Morong Feishue, the two followed Master Xuanji and walked all the way out of Lingjue Temple. After leaving the mountain gate of Lingjue Temple, along a rugged mountain road to the east, Master Xuanji quickly brought the two to a cliff. There is no development here and there are no guardrails on the cliffs. Even tourists rarely dare to come here. Ling Yan came to the edge of the cliff and stood with his hands behind his back. In front of his eyes, there was a vague picture of the battle scene in which the blue bird fought with Sekontu at the cost of his life in order to protect him, and finally both perished. His eyes changed. The cliff sticks out of the mountain, and its area is only 9 meters in a circle. There is a cliff outside the cliff. Ling Yan can fully imagine it. Qingniao was forced to a dead end on a cliff, with no escape, and she had to find a way to hold back Sekontu, who was stronger than her in a life-and-death struggle. Aunt Qingniao, if you are alive, I, Ling Yun, will definitely find you and repay your life-saving grace. If you die unfortunately, I swear by Ling Yun, I will definitely kill the demon sect, and everyone related to Sekontu will avenge you. Ling Yun silently swore in his heart, turned around and came to Murong Feishua's side, bowed to Master Xuanji and said, Master, from now on, as long as it is Shenkong Temple and Master, there are places where Ling Yun can be useful, whether it is money, people, or anything. As long as Ling Yun can do it, he will go through fire and water, and he will do it. Master Xuanji folded his hands and bowed back, Ba. The little benefactor is serious. Ling Yun continued, Master Xuanji, I still have something important to do today, so I won't bother you anymore. I'll say goodbye to you now. Master Xuanji smiled and said, Little donor, please. Murong Feishue also thanked Master Xuanji tenderly, and accompanied Ling Yun away from Lingjue Temple and went down the mountain. On the way back, Murong Feishue knew that Ling Yun was in a bad mood, so he didn't let him drive again, but drove himself and let Ling Yun sit in the co-pilot. Ling Yun, I can't believe that you were taken from Lingjue Temple. Murong Feishue swallowed the last half of her sentence. It was picked up. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, and then said it, he didn't care about it. Sister Murong, I have something to tell you now, but you must keep it a secret for me. Ling Yun thought for a while, then said to Murong Feishue with a smile. When Murong Feishue saw that Ling Yun was willing to share the secret with her, she was overjoyed. She glanced at Ling Yun with big eyes and said, What secret? Ling Yun smiled and said, Sister Murong, the Ling family in the capital, have you heard of it? I heard it, didn't that Zhu Yongwang say it? Murong Feishue was stunned for a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. Ling Yun laughed and said, Yes, I am the descendant of the Ling family. My biological father is the third young master Ling Xiao of the Ling family in the capital. Squeak. Murong Feishue slammed on the brakes in shock and stopped the car directly. With an undisguised shock on her pretty face, she said in shock, What? Murong Feishue knew no martial arts, and neither did Murong Wencher, but, with the Murong family's status, he was already able to know some things about the 7 major families in the capital. Are you really from the Ling family? Murong Feishue repeated in disbelief, her voice shocking. Ling Yun nodded and said with a smile, Why, does my sister want to go back on my relationship with me? Murong Feishue gave Ling Yun a sullen look, No, it's just that people heard that the Ling family was hurt so badly back then, and now, it's not as good as it looks. Then you. Obviously, Murong Feishue was worried about Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, Sister Murong, don't worry, just watch it patiently. Sooner or later, I will make the Ling family rise again and stand on the top of the Huaxia family. Ling Yun's voice was still very calm and indifferent, but Murong Feishue could feel the confidence and arrogance exuding from Ling Yun, which made her heart beat. Sister believes in you, but you must be careful. Murong Feishue stepped on the accelerator again and continued driving. After a pause, she said again, Ling Yun, when you left Qingshui this time, did you go to the capital? Ling Yun nodded and said, Yes, a month ago, my father and my uncle both disappeared, and their whereabouts are still unknown. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I will rush to the capital as soon as possible to find out their whereabouts. Ling Yun thought of Chao Shanshan again. He suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Land Rover quickly returned to Qingshui City and back to Tianqi Pavilion in the antique market. Murong Feishue went back to Tianqi Pavilion to deal with matters, while Ling Yun drove back to Villa No. 1. At this time, the sun was about to set. Ling Yun parked the car and flew to the side of the 7 luminaries' grass. Sure enough, there were 3 more boxes of spiritual liquid, which were just full. Ling Yun put away the spiritual liquid and put down 5 more boxes of similar volume. Jade bottle. Whether it is a jade box or a jade bottle, they are all carved from imperial green jade, with a small gathering spirit array engraved on it, and the spiritual liquid is collected in it, and there will be no overflow of spiritual energy. It seems that the 7 luminaries grass will almost mature at noon tomorrow. I should be able to collect 5 bottles of spiritual liquid this time, a total of 20 bottles, which is probably enough. Ling Yan stared at the 7th yellow spot that became clearer and clearer on the blade of the 7 lights grass, and said confidently, "As soon as the 7 lights grass matures, Ling Yun will go into a true retreat, practice the divine martial arts, and break through the 9th level of body training in one fell swoop." Next, Ling Yun gave Tai Xiaohu some pointers, and told him the light-hearted method of walking with thousands of miles. He also taught him acupuncture points and some fighting moves, so that he could use the aura of Villa No. 1 to practice on his own. After dinner, Ling Yun drove to the hot spring villa of Fuhua Manor, and taught Lin Menghan the palm of the cold ice. Lin Menghan practiced the profound ice art. Of course, Ling Yun taught it carefully. After she performed it well, Ling Yun told Lin Menghan that she would start a retreat from tomorrow, so that she could practice with peace of mind and not disturb him. That night, Ling Yun kept going. He came to Nangqiu taught Yao Ro the Huangquan to Huanggong, and also told her to practice with peace of mind and to care less about the secular clinic in the future. "Ling Yun, you want to leave Qingshui?" Yao Ro saw that Ling Yun was in such a hurry to teach her martial arts, and immediately guessed that Ling Yun was about to leave. She couldn't help but ask. Ling Yun nodded. "Tomorrow I will have a retreat, which will take about 9 to 12 days. After the retreat, I will leave Qingshui for a while. After you go out, you must be careful in everything. Don't worry about Qingshui, I will definitely take care of it for you. Yao Ro is definitely a good wife." Ling Yun gently patted Yao Ro's shoulder and said with a smile, "Rower, don't worry, I have already arranged the Qingshui matter. You are now in the middle stage of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Now that you have started cultivating, for you in the future, the most important thing is to cultivate and strive to break through the innate realm as soon as possible, so that I can help me a lot in the future, understand?" Yao Ro nodded meekly. She suddenly blushed and hesitated. Ling Yan was a little surprised, knowing that Yao Ro had something to say. He smiled slightly and asked, "What does Ruer want to say?" Yao Ro blushed, bit her lip and said, "People don't dare to say." Ling Yan squeezed Yao Ro's plump breasts heavily. He smiled and said, "Forgive your innocence, hurry up and call me." Yao Ro was pinched by Ling Yan with a snort. Her delicate body trembled. She shyly said, "Husband, with whom have you been cultivating until now?" When Ling Yan heard this, it turned out to be the case. He immediately said with a smile, "Lin Menghan, her realm is a little higher than yours, and she has reached the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow, so you have to work harder. As soon as people guess, they know that you and Sister Lin have both repaired." Yao Ro blushed, letting Ling Yan's big hand rub her lower body, and said in a trembling voice, "Is Rower jealous? There are so many women around you, and they are the worst, but you eat them early, and they are too late to be happy, so of course they won't be jealous. Ruer can really talk. Put on the new black underwear and show me." "Husband, didn't you say that you can't do that in the near future?" "I'll take a look." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yun didn't stay here too long at Yao Ro's place. He returned to Villa No. 1 around midnight. He stepped up to absorb the lunar power of the moon and the power of billions of stars, in order to break through the 3rd realm of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art as soon as possible. Copy address access. God is very helpful. The weather has been surprisingly good these few days. Although tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival and the moon has not yet come out, the Milky Way is shining brightly. Treasure goes a step further. The next day, on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, the Dragon Boat Festival in China was coming, but Ling Yun had no intention of celebrating the festival. He went back to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay, and brought Bai Xian'er back to Qingshui City early in the morning. Today is the day when the 7 luminaries' grass matures. Whenever it matures, Ling Yun starts to retreat. He doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Only Bai Xian'er can do the job of protecting him. Under Ling Yun's persuasion, xuanhuan reluctantly left Villa number 1 and returned to her own home to live with her, and of course Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng and Yao Rou to buy food and cook for Bai Xian'er on time, and after the arrangement was made, let them leave Villa number 1. At noon, the scorching sun was shining brightly. Ling Yun and Bai Xian'er both stood beside the 7 lights grass, waiting for the moment when the 7 lights grass matured. Xian'er, when the 7 luminaries grass matures, I will remove the spirit gathering formation around it, and then I will retreat in that position. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to a lawn in the distance. There was the center point of the 7 luminaries grass and ambergris cauldron, where he had already set up the spirit gathering formation. You want to make a magic circle, to separate me from the outside world, and don't let ordinary people see me in retreat, understand? Bai Xian'er nodded obediently. Xian'er understands. Ling Yun continued, also, this time I'm going to retreat for as little as 9 days, or as many as 12 days. I won't stand up, and I won't allow anyone to disturb me. No matter what happens, you can find my aunt, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and these people will deal with it. If anyone dares to trespass on Villa number 1, they will be killed without mercy. At noon after 7 days, the aura of the 7 lights grass will be fully released. You have to follow the method I said. Carefully collect the entire 7 lights grass, and don't let it wither. I still have great use. After the 7 lights grass matures, it can only survive for 7 days. If the aura is released and no one collects it, it will surely die and waste. In that case, Ling Yun will not be able to refine the 7 lights pill. Xian'er knows. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At the peak of the sun, the 7 luminaries grass finally fully matured. And Ling Yun also collected 5 bottles of spiritual liquid all at once, all of which he put into the space ring. Ling Yun destroyed the small gathering spirit formation around the 7 lights grass on his own, and did not put any jade bottles, because all the spiritual energy released by the 7 lights grass would be absorbed into his body in the next 7 days. It is used to practice Shenwu Chunyang immortal art, and at the same time, it impacts the 9th level of body training. The moment the 7 luminaries grass matured, it really released a spiritual energy that was nearly 10 times stronger than before, and the spiritual energy in the entire Villa No. However, the powerful aura soon became like an air current. Slowly, they converged towards the Ling Yun's newest gathering spirit formation. Ling Yun knew that it was not too late, he said to Bai Xian'er, fabricating the illusionary array. After speaking, he swayed, and he came to the spirit gathering array, sitting cross-legged. Bai Xian'er's graceful and unparalleled figure flies through Villa number 1, her 2 delicate and fair palms draw mysterious and inexplicable trajectories, forming formations one after another. Ling Yun sat in the gathering spirit formation. He took out all the golden spirit stones and fire spirit stones that he had collected from the Qingshui City antique market and placed them around his body. Cultivating Shenwu pure yang immortal art can only absorb Jin Qi and fire Qi, as well as pure yang Qi. Other spiritual energy must not be absorbed. For this reason, Ling Yun has already set up several spirit gathering formations around the earthing grass, so as not to let the cold air of earthing grass escape. Dragon spiritual Qi naturally belongs to yang Qi, so Ling Yun also took out the magic gourd, thinking that if it is not enough, he will drink dragon saliva to top it. 15 jade boxes filled with spiritual liquid, plus 5 jade bottles filled with spiritual liquid, were also placed in front of Ling Yun, within reach, drinking whenever they wanted. It can be seen from this, that how much pure yang energy is needed to cultivate the divine martial art of pure yang. This is just the beginning of Ling Yun's cultivation, just to reach the first small realm of divine martial art. Ling Yan checked the surroundings of his body and made sure there was nothing left out, so he calmed down, turned his heart to the sky, and began to silently practice the divine martial art of pure yang. This time, Ling Yan forced all the cold energy in the meridians in his body back to his dantian, leaving only pure yang energy in the meridians. At the same time, Ling Yan began to absorb the spiritual energy continuously released by the 7 luminaries' grass. When the power was critical, he picked up a box of spiritual liquid and drank it directly. Ling Yan chose to drink the spirit liquid directly instead of dragon saliva, not because dragon saliva was not good, but because of the immortal aura of the Emperor's pen in these spirit liquids. This is what Ling Yan deliberately penetrated into the body of the 7 lights grass, and it has reached the limit that the 7 lights grass can bear. He prepared early for this day. The days passed by Ling Yan incessantly, day and night, in a non-stop retreat. Bai Xian'er even gave up her own training completely to protect Ling Yan in order to protect Ling Yan. Bai Xian'er could see that 5 days later, the 15 jade boxes and 5 jade bottles beside Ling Yan had all been used up by him and had been taken back into the space ring. Ling Yan began to practice with a spiritual stone in each of his hands. After a period of time, he used up the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone and replaced it with 2 more. After 2 more days, all the spirit stones Ling Yan had prepared were all used up, and at this time, the aura of the 7 lights grass was no longer released. Bai Xian'er followed the method Ling Yan taught her and carefully placed the 7 lights grass closed. In this way, Ling Yan only had the aura of Tian Sun grass and ambergris cauldron to absorb. 7 days have passed, and Ling Yan has reached the most critical moment in practicing Xuanhuan Chunyang immortal art. There are only 2 days left. He must reach the first small realm of Xuanhuan Chunyang in one fell swoop, otherwise, everything will be for nothing. At the same time, Bai Xian'er felt that the temperature of Villa number 1 was getting higher and higher. It was at least 20 degrees higher than the outside of the villa. Under such scorching heat, many flowers and plants on the lawn had already withered and withered. This is caused by the pure yang energy in Ling Yan's body overflowing from the body surface, but Bai Xian'er is not affected in any way, because she basically cultivates fire art, and she likes pure yang energy the most, but instead bathes in it, benefit a lot. 9th day. At this moment, the blazing white light on Ling Yan's body shone, as if it had turned into a dazzling sun, shining white in the phantom array. Even in the middle of the night, it was as bright as day. This was the main reason why Ling Yan asked Bai Xian'er to set up the illusion formation. He knew that once the Xuanhuan pure yang immortal art was cultivated to the first small realm, such a vision would inevitably appear. Boom! 9 days later, at noon, Ling Yan finally reached the first small realm of Xuanhuan Chunyang immortal art. He was well prepared, and he drank more than 20 caddies of dragon saliva within 2 days, and he was finally done. For the first time in 9 days, Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. He smiled and let the qi of pure yang circulate in his body for a big week, and then he stopped cultivating the immortal art of divine martial pure yang. Huh. I finally succeeded, no more, no less, exactly 9 days. Ling Yan let out a secret cry, but did not stand up. He said to Bai Xian'er, "Xian'er, now go and break the gathering spirit formation around the earthing grass." Bai Xian'er acted according to her words, flew over, and destroyed the spirit gathering formation. In an instant, the earthing grass accumulated 9 days of gloomy and cold energy, surging out and swept towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan's yang energy is currently in full swing in his body. With the help of these yin and cold qi, he has reached a balance between yin and yang in an instant. The magical dantian began to rotate slowly, and the 9th level of body training broke through almost instantly, and without any hindrance, it reached the middle stage of the 9th level of body training in one fell swoop. Ling Yan did not say anything, and continued to practice the yin-yang art of one qi for 3 days. At the same time, at night and in the morning, Ling Yin did not forget to practice the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasure art, because 9 days passed and it was already the 15th day of the 5th lunar month. The moon is hanging high and the stars are shining brightly, which is the best time to practice the treasures. 3 days later, Ling Yin Kankan stabilized his realm at the peak of the 9th level of physical training. He did not greed for too much, and he did not directly impact the Qi training period. Ling Yan's Great Evolution Gathering Star Treasures finally showed signs of loosening, but he tried hard once, but still couldn't reach the 3rd realm, so Ling Yan had to give up temporarily. Having practiced the Xuanhuan Pure Yang Immortal Art, Ling Yan has the most domineering attack power, and he doesn't care too much about improving his defense. 12 days of retreat, the first small realm of Xuanhuan Chunyang Immortal Art, the 9th level peak of physical training, and the harvest is full. But in the same way, the consumption is also huge. Ling Yan has used up all the spiritual liquid collected, all the golden spirit stones and fire spirit stones have been used up, and the dragon saliva has drunk more than 20 kilograms, which is absolutely luxurious. Still, it's all worth it, absolutely worth it. Ling Yan let out a long whistle and flew up. He suddenly maximized his consciousness and found that the range of his consciousness had more than doubled, and it could cover a radius of more than 80 meters. Ling Yan fell to the ground and picked up a discarded spiritual stone, the diameter of which was 7 or 8 centimeters. Ling Yan turned the Yin-Yang divine eye and saw it clearly. Ling Yan reckoned that when he used his yin and yang eyes to the extreme, he could at least see through a 10-centimeter thick stone. Ling Yan laughed, his right hand clenched lightly, and directly crushed the stone into powder, and with a flip of his hand, it fell on the ground. Xian'er congratulates the master on the accomplishment of the practice. Bai Xian'er came to Ling Yan as soon as her figure floated, her beautiful and charming face was filled with excitement and pride that could not be concealed, she was even happier than her own level. Hee, where is Zheng? Only the first step of the long march. Ling Yan smiled, casually, raised his hand and embraced Bai Xian'er in his arms. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Ling Yan was silent and closed in silence for 12 days, and once he left the customs, after the news came out, many people were alarmed. The first to know, of course, was Tang Meng and Yao Rou, who came to deliver food and vegetables to Bai Xian'er at noon. Tang Meng saw Ling Yan finally appearing, and jumped around for a minute with his arms around Ling Yan excitedly. Childlike. Vot. Fuck me away, if you don't let go, I'll be kicked. Ling Yan looked at Yao Rou, who was in tears, and said to her heart that I haven't hugged my rower yet. What's the matter with you holding me here and tossing about it? He threw Tang Meng aside directly. Ling Yan came to Yao Rou's side in a flash, hugged her at once, and kissed Yao Rou's pretty face fiercely. What? Ling Yan was shocked because he found that Yao Rou not only had the Earth Emperor's true qi slowly running in her body, but she had already reached the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. Rower, how did you cultivate so fast? Ling Yan felt unbelievable, because with Yao Rou's aptitude, in 12 days, even if he tried his best to cultivate, he would only be able to reach the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Surpassing a small realm is not bad, but she actually crossed a large realm. Yao Rou blushed. I don't know, didn't you give the clinic 10 days off? In addition to cooking for Sister Xian'er, the rest of the time was devoted to cultivating xuanhuan to Wanggong. Yesterday, I suddenly felt it was difficult. To describe the feeling, it's just confusing. Ling Yu knew what the indescribable feeling that Yao Rou was talking about was, that after the realm was raised, the body and mind were simultaneously sublimated and baptized. That wonderful feeling was indescribable. Ling Yan thought about it. He felt that Yao Rou's cultivation, so fast, should be due to her concentration and perseverance. No matter what Yao Rou did, she was really too focused, 100 times better than ordinary people. Therefore, the practice is the fastest. Yao Rou's dedication and perseverance is truly shocking, and few people can match it. Okay, rower, you don't have to worry about the ordinary clinic in the future, just concentrate on your practice. Ling Yan said something, then turned to look at Tang Meng, who was pouting in depression. Tang Meng. You will leave the trivial matters in the ordinary clinic in the future to that Sun Yujiao. She will be responsible for everything, and try to make your sister Ro worry as little as possible. I understand. No. Tang Meng nodded and said, understood, Brother Yun. But what he thought in his mind was that when Sun Yujiao is taken away by you one day, I see who you will be responsible for. Tai Xiaohu and Ah Bing are coming soon. When Ling Yan saw Tai Xiaohu, he knew that he had reached the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow, and this kid had an immortal aura in his body. What he also cultivated is the inner strength of the angry waves that Ling Yan tailored for him, and he entered the realm very quickly. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu came, and even Aunt Mei came excitedly, and they all came to congratulate Ling Yan on his exit. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao are here, Lin Menghan, Long Wu, Zhang Ling. Even Morong Feishue came. Then. It is Cui Lao, Shueshini, Morong Wencher, Song Xingyang, Yexingjin. There should be a lot. All came, and for a while, Villa number 1 was overcrowded. Ling Yan was too busy to work, everyone was looking for him, and he didn't know who to talk to. With so many people, cooking at home is definitely impossible. Ling Yun simply asked Tang Meng to call Shangri-La Hotel, planning to ask for a few luxurious suites and go there to eat. Unexpectedly, Dr. Shui smiled and said, no need, wait for you to call, the cucumber dishes are cold. Before I came, I already called Shangri-La Hotel and asked for the 5 best private rooms. We are now, let's go. Jiang was old and hot, and Dr. Shui was very thoughtful about Ling Yun. At noon, there is naturally a gathering of people, everyone is excited, the dinner is staggered, and the conversation is full of joy, celebrating Ling Yun's exit. Ling Yun didn't hide it. When he was almost drinking, he stood up and told everyone that he would be leaving Qingshui City in the next 2 days, saying that he was going to the capital to do some business, so that everyone didn't need to worry. As for what Ling Yun did in the capital, only a very small number of these people knew, but most of them didn't know, and those who didn't know naturally didn't take it seriously, because Ling Yun had already finished the college entrance examination, and Qingshui City went to the capital to sit there. The plane will arrive in less than a morning, and it is very convenient to go back and forth, and which of these people have never been to the capital? However, like Lao Chui, Qin Dongxue, Morong Feishue and others, they knew what Ling Yun was doing in the capital, especially Morong Feishue. Her expression changed unnaturally, but she concealed it well. Zhang Ling could also guess that Ling Yun must go to the capital to find Chao Shanshan, but she never thought that Ling Yun had more important things. For a while, everyone had everything they wanted, and each had their own thoughts. Some wished Ling Yun a smooth journey and a happy play, while others asked Ling Yun to take care of himself and take care of himself. After lunch, the banquet was over, and everyone went back to do their own business, while Ling Yun returned to Villa number 1. The people who came back with him were naturally Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu. The others knew that Ling Yun must prepare a lot of things, so they didn't follow him. Brother, I want to go to the capital with you. Ning Lingyu was not worried about Ling Yun, she was the first to propose that she would go with Ling Yun. Ling Yun patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. Lingyu, this trip won't work. My brother has very important things to do. You've just started cultivating, so it's better to concentrate on cultivating at home. Ning Lingyu was reluctant to part, bit her lip and said, Brother, isn't it the same wherever you practice? People don't trust you. Ling Yun smiled lightly. Lingyu, think about it, you live in Qingshui Bay, my brother has been staying in Villa number 1 recently, and we haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. Since we haven't seen each other for more than 10 days, it depends on the distance. There's no difference, what do you think? Qin Dongxue naturally understood what Ling Yun meant. She knew that Ling Yun had to face many dangers of life and death, and it was impossible for Ning Lingyu to follow her, so she began to help Ling Yun and comforted Ning Lingyu in a low voice. "Brother Yun, I want to accompany you too." Tai Xiaohu was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "You've been cultivating very fast recently, so let's try to find a way to reach the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow." "Brother Yun, what about me?" Tang Meng asked excitedly. Ling Yun glared at Tang Meng. "You just mess around and do your business honestly." Qin Dongxue finally persuaded Ning Lingyu. She stared at Ling Yun for a long time, and said worriedly, "Stinky boy, who do you want to accompany you anyway? I won't let you go to the capital alone." Ning Lingyu didn't go. Qin Dongxue wanted to protect Ning Lingyu, so naturally he couldn't get away, so he could only find someone to accompany Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought for a while and said, "I'll prepare again. I'll just go to the capital with Lao Chui and the two of us. This trip should not take long, and we'll be back soon." When Ling Yun said this, Bai Xian'er quit. She thought Ling Yun would definitely take her there, but Ling Yun didn't mean to take her, and suddenly pouted in dissatisfaction. "I'm going." Bai Xian'er was very straightforward and said to go directly. Ling Yun didn't want Bai Xian'er to accompany him, but Ling Yun was worried about those Oriental people who had never been seen, and the saintess of the demon sect. He was also worried that he went to the capital by himself, in case the Sun family and the Chen family sent them. People came to Qingshui and took his old nest. Qingshui City must have a real master in charge, so Bai Xian'er can only be left. Qingshui City was too important to Ling Yun. He didn't dare to be sloppy. Although it was said that the saintess of the previous generation were his own mothers, the saintess of this generation were enemies or friends. Ling Yun was not sure yet. If she wanted to find fault, the only one who could compete with the saints of the demons. It is also Bai Xian'er, and even Qin Dongxue is not an opponent of the Holy Maiden of the demon sect. "Xian'er, you really can't go. After I leave Qingshui City, Lingyu, Ninger, and Tang Meng all need protection. When I come back from the capital this time, can I take you for a walk?" Ling Yan tried to coax, but no matter what he said, Bai Xian'er just didn't listen and insisted on going with Ling Yun. In the end, Ling Yun had no choice but to change from coaxing to being frightened, and his face sank, which made Bai Xian'er cry. Wang accepted it, and felt aggrieved. "Ling Yun, since you're going, then prepare well. Remember, when you go to the capital, if you have something to do, our Qin family will support you." Qin Dongxue finished speaking domineeringly, and then said to Ling Yun through voice transmission, "Stinky boy, in a few days, the demon-conquering conference in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain will be held. Can you make it in time?" Ling Yun also replied through voice transmission, "Don't worry, Auntie, even if I can't rush back to Qingshui City, I will definitely appear at the venue of the Demon Exorcism Conference." Ling Yun will definitely go to the Demon Exorcism Conference, because 100% of the people from Jingxin Nunnery will attend. Ling Yun still wants to see Zhuang Meifeng. Even if he can't see it, he can at least catch two people from Jingxin Nunnery and ask. Let's take a look at Zhuang Meifeng's whereabouts. The main purpose of this trip to the capital is to meet Grandpa Ling Lai, and then try to find out the whereabouts of Chao Shanshan. No matter what happens to the Chao family, Ling Yun will rescue Chao Shanshan. To meet Ling Lai, you can naturally see it when you arrive in the capital, and as long as you know where the Chao family is, Ling Yun can go to the Chao family to find out her whereabouts, and she just needs to act according to the opportunity. Qin Dongxue secretly told Ling Yun Qin Wei's contact information, and then gently exhorted, "The capital is at the foot of the emperor, there are many families, many mysterious departments in China are there, and there are many foreign forces, the storm is treacherous, the forces are intricate, you have to be careful." Ling Yunjing nodded his head, expressing his understanding, and said to Qin Dongxue, "Auntie, I know, I have enough self-protection power now, and there will be no safety problems. Not wanting to delay Lingyun's preparation time, Qing Dongxue took Ning Lingyu, Bai Xian'er, and Aunt Mei, who were reluctant to part, back to the Qingshuiwen villa. Lingyun left Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu behind, and asked these two guys to fight him. The three of them worked hard for 2 more days. Lingyun refined the 7 lights pill, and he managed to refine a total of 120 pills. Each Qi Yao pill is the size of a soybean grain, and the grains are white and crystal clear, with looming brilliance. They are all top-quality pills of the same order. This was Lingyun's biggest reliance on the Qi training period, to be continued. Lingyun is a master of alchemy, the same herbs, in his hands, refining the medicinal pills. It is hundreds of times stronger than other alchemists, there is no doubt. While waiting for the release of the 7 lights pill, Lingyun also made dozens of bundles of talismans, including fire spirit talismans, clear healing talismans, King Kong talismans, defense talismans, etc., all of which were level 5 talismans, and he also broke out and tried to make them. More than a dozen Qing talismans turned out to be successful. Lingyun kept 10 bundles of these talismans each. For the rest, he asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to distribute all of them to his close relatives and friends, and asked them to tell them how to use these talismans for self-protection or self-rescue. Use. Xiaohu, during these days when I'm not here, you are cultivating here, breaking through the 7th layer realm of the acquired heaven as soon as possible, and protecting these 3 herbs in the yard. You are a great achievement. Do you understand? Lingyun sky sun grass, earthine grass and ambergris are his treasures, so Lingyun naturally told Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu nodded heavily, expressing his understanding. Everything was arranged properly. Lingyun asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to leave, and he returned to the living room of Villa Number 1, sitting there contemplating. After a while, Lingyun started to call Kong Xiuru, Su Bingyan and others, telling them that he was going to leave Qingshui City for a while, so that they didn't need to worry about themselves. That night, Lingyun drove to Old Chui's place, and after a brief dinner, the two began to have a secret discussion. Outside the city of Qingshui, 20 kilometers away, in the dark night, a black luxury car was driving at full power, the accelerator was fully opened, and it was madly racing towards the city of Qingshui. If someone who drives a lot sees this scene, they will immediately know that the speed of this car exceeds at least 200 miles. At 200 kilometers per hour, at this speed, it would take another 7 or 8 minutes to reach Qingshui City. However, just 3 minutes later, the car slowed down and finally came to a stop. A figure in a military uniform dodged out of the car, first glanced up at the highway behind him, and then looked carefully to both sides. His figure suddenly dropped. In an instant, he rushed into the dense forest by the roadside, and the luxury cars were not needed. Desperately galloping in the direction of Qingshui City, galloping with lightning speed. This person is at least a master of the acquired 8th layer peak. Through the dim moonlight, it can be seen that this is a young man of about 21 or 22 years old, with a height of 1.8 meters, a handsome figure, a very handsome appearance, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bright eyes. The bridge of his nose was as straight as a knife, and the corners of his mouth were tightly pursed, but there were bloodstains all over his face, and the uniform was torn in many places, and in some places, even the flesh was exposed. The bronze-colored tendon flesh is exposed, protruding like a horned dragon, full of masculine health and beauty. After this young man escaped into the dense forest, he ran desperately without thinking about it, ignoring the branches, leaves, and thorns in the dense forest, and there was only one word in his mind: escape. After a minute, an equally luxurious silver-gray sedan also rushed over from the highway. The people in the car saw the black sedan parked on the highway. No, I said it before. The oil in this prey car is definitely not enough for him to escape to Qingshui City. How about it? I'm sure it's right. The voice was cold and sinister. Foreigner. Then what are you waiting for? Don't stop, get out of the car and have a look. The prey is about to enter Qingshui City. The man named Paul said coldly, if you can't catch this prey, the owner will blame it. We don't want to drink delicious blood anymore. The voice is equally cold and evil, and it sounds like it can make people's back cold and creepy. What are you in a hurry? You still want to drink fresh blood? You forgot the ability of our blood clan? I can smell the blood of the prey even 2 kilometers away. The third man didn't speak. The silver-gray car stopped beside the black car. He flew out of the car first, sniffed with his nose, and then stuck out his bright red tongue. He licked around his lips. This is also a foreigner, tall and burly, with blue eyes, high nose bridge, handsome and evil appearance, strangely pale complexion, wearing a black tuxedo on such a hot day. Jim, have you found the trace of the prey? Paul followed and flew out of the car, with the same pale and penetrating face, wearing the same tuxedo, very gentlemanly. His speed was extremely fast, and his figure in a flash, he jumped over the car he was riding and came to Jim's side. I found it. In the jungle 3 kilometers ahead, I am fleeing forward. Jim licked his bright red lips again and said indifferently. Lester, you drive, the 2 of us are going to chase the prey, please drive faster, don't even catch us. After Paul finished speaking to Lester in the driver's seat in the car, he flew into the dense forest without thinking, and galloped along the route that the young man in front had run by, obviously much faster than the young man in front. Jim followed immediately. He also rushed into the jungle and quickly caught up with Paul's footsteps. The 2 of them were unaware of the branches in front of them and the thorns under their feet. Sturt speed. Jester cursed while driving in the car, oh, damn, why am I driving again? In front, the handsome young man is still desperately fleeing. Now, he has a 3-edged army thorn in his hand. With a wild swing of his right hand, he quickly chops the thick branches and leaves in front of him. He just wants to be faster and faster. Son. He was only 5 kilometers away. With his speed, he could rush into Qingshui City in 5 or 6 minutes. At that time, he would definitely be much safer. With such a frantic gallop, the handsome young man's face and eyes had already been scratched, and blood kept flowing into his eyes, which made him keep squinting, and he couldn't see the vision in front of him, and it was blurry. Grandpa, father, mother, Shanshan, wait for me, I will definitely be able to find Lingyun, and I must rescue you. Our Chao family will not perish. Chao Tianlong. It was indeed Chao Tianlong. He had lost contact with his family for a long time, and he felt more and more strange. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Chao Tianlong took family leave and returned home, but found something unusual at home. He was extremely indifferent to him, all cold, which made Chao Tianlong feel horrified. Fortunately, he went back with a few comrades at the time. While it was daytime, no one in the family embarrassed him, so he made an excuse and brought his comrades with him. In a panic, he ran out of the house. The Chao family was invaded by the Blood clan and completely controlled. Relative? Can't find it. Force? Can't go back. Because of this, it can bring disaster to the Chao family. It will be destroyed in an instant. Chao Tianlong broke his head in fear and couldn't find a way to save the Chao family. In the end, he suddenly thought of Lingyun. Chao Tianlong remembered that before Chao Shanshan returned home for the 2nd time, he had told him that Lingyun had many strange abilities, and his medical skills were unparalleled in the world, so he could cure any disease. However, Chao Shanshan never mentioned Lingyun's realm to him. Chao Tianlong thought about it. The Chao family was inexplicably invaded by the Blood clan and completely controlled. He could only find Lingyun, let Lingyun pass the sky-shaking medical skills, and bring people in during the day. The people of the Chao family were treated one by one. Therefore, Chao Tianlong came to Qingshui City decisively. Chao Tianlong's comrades in arms were all sent home by him. This kind of thing must not be known by them, because it is too amazing. Chao Tianlong fled all the way towards Qingshui City, and finally outside Qingshui City, 10 kilometers away, the oil in the car was completely exhausted. He made the last escape, and Qingshui City was his target. Chao Tianlong didn't know Ling Yun's contact information. He only knew that Ling Yun lived in the number 1 villa in Qingxi Villa District, Qingshui City. As long as he entered Qingshui City, the Blood clan would definitely not dare to blatantly chase and kill him in order to avoid people's eyes and ears. You can find Ling Yun and make plans. However, just when Chao Tianlong was about to rush to the highway around the city, he heard a cold cry behind him. Do you still want to escape? Let's go back with us. What's wrong with being a Blood clan? At least you can live a long, long time. Before he finished speaking, the person was close. Chao Tianlong knew that he was in danger. He turned around abruptly, and saw that a descendant of the Blood race had rushed behind him. Chao Tianlong stabbed the Sanling army without hesitation. Scoff. The three-edged army thorn instantly pierced Jim's tuxedo and stabbed into his pale and bloodless chest. The sharp three-edged army thorn did not disappoint Chao Tianlong. However, Jim's eyes were cold, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he pulled out the three-edged army thorn and threw it away. And his chest, not even a trace of blood gushed out, quickly healed. Chao Tianlong was horrified. He fled desperately again. He saw a gas station at the T-junction in front of him. The lights were on, and there was a car parked there, refueling. Chao Tianlong was overjoyed when he saw this. He turned around again while flying, and he had an extra military pistol in his hand. Chao Tianlong did not hesitate to aim at Jim and Paul who were chasing him. Boom bang bang. Lien, a few shots were fired, and the gunshots exploded, and in a silent night, it could go a few miles. All the bullets hit, which slowed down the speed of Jim and Paul. Chao Tianlong finally had a chance to survive. He flew out of the dense forest, exerted all his strength, and suddenly appeared on the highway around the city, and then, Chao Tianlong tiptoed and flew directly under the gas station, regardless of the driver and the gas staff who were frightened by the gunshots, and Chao Tianlong falling from the sky, got into the car, kicked the accelerator, and walked away. Paul and Jim raised their hands to remove the bullets embedded in their bodies. Their eyes were cold, and they did not chase them out of the jungle. At this time, the camera at the gas station was working diligently, taking Chao Tianlong flying out of the jungle, and all the pictures of the crazy carjacking were filmed. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Oh. The two idiots were still escaped by the prey. If I were to chase, it would definitely not be the result. Jester drove to the T-junction. He also stopped the car, and spread his hands regretfully, but his face was still cold without any regretful expression. Copy address access. Soon, Jester turned a corner, drove the car onto the Ring Expressway, drove a distance, avoided the surveillance range of the camera, and waited for Jim and Paul to rush out from the roadside and get into car. What do I do now? You two idiots. Jester shrugged his shoulders habitually and said angrily. There is a camera at the gas station, so we can't do anything about it. However, he definitely won't be able to run very far. Even if we enter Qingshui City, we can still find him and chase him. Jim said coldly. Chao Tianlong was already exhausted. He galloped with all his strength, and was chased and killed by two Blood clans. He had completely lost his strength. He could hardly even use the strength to step on the accelerator, but his expression was determined and he was still using his beliefs to keep driving. I thought to myself, I must enter the urban area of Qingshui alive. It was still night, and it was still early before dawn. It was the time for the unscrupulous activities of the descendants of the Blood clan. Chao Tianlong could only escape the pursuit of the Blood clan by taking advantage of the prosperity of the city and cleverly using the surveillance cameras. A few minutes later, Chao Tianlong got off the Ring Expressway from the north of Qingshui City and went south along the northern section of Gufeng Road. The urban area became more and more prosperous, with more vehicles and pedestrians, and cameras were everywhere, which made Chao Tianlong feel at ease. The mind finally had a chance to relax. The 4th district of Qingxi Villa District. I think it should be not too far from the 3rd district of Qingxi Villa District, where my sister lived. Chao Tianlong silently analyzed that Chao Shanshan had lived in Qingxi Villa for 3 years, and of course he knew where his sister lived. Soon, Chao Tianlong drove to the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road. He glanced at the directions and road signs, and immediately drove forward. It is very close to Qingxi Villa District, only 3 or 4 kilometers away. Chao Tianlong came to the outside of the Qingxi Villa area. He stopped a security guard who was on patrol, did not get out of the car, and asked directly, "Hello, may I ask, how can I get to Villa number 1 in the 4th district of Qingxi Villa District?" He didn't dare to get out of the car, because his military uniform was already tattered and could not even cover his body. If suspected by security, he might be caught as a car thief. In fact, the car was actually stolen by him. "Your face is so badly scratched, sir, what are you doing at Villa number 1? It's Ling Yan's residence, and ordinary people are not allowed in. There are too many people going in and out of Villa number 1 to look for Ling Yan every day. Villa number 1 is now famous, so this security guard naturally knows the rules of Villa number 1. Chao Tianlong said solemnly, "Ling Yan is my brother-in-law." When he heard that Ling Yan's Villa number 1 was so famous, even a security guard knew that it was his villa, and he felt relieved. Decided to make a quick decision, and hurriedly went to see Ling Yan before talking. When the security guard heard this, he grinned directly, thinking that he didn't know which beautiful elder brother it was. There were too many women around Ling Yan. Seeing how handsome this man was, he definitely wouldn't lie. Thought here. The security guard immediately gave a salute, then raised his hand and pointed, "Hello sir, do you see it, near the lake, the biggest villa there is a private dock built next to his villa. I heard that it will be soon bought a luxury yacht." Chao Tianlong said thank you in a deep voice, and without thinking about it, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed straight to Villa number 1. The sound of the car roared, disturbing Tai Xiaohu, who was cultivating the great evolution and star treasure in the courtyard of the villa. He raised his eyebrows and immediately stood up. After shaking his body for a while, he came to the door of the villa. "Who?" Tai Xiaohu shouted in a deep voice. "Quick, find Ling Yun, help. I'm Chao Shanshan's brother. Chao Tianlong." Chao Tianlong finally saw the person. He opened the door of the car and said these words to Tai Xiaohu, and immediately fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Under such a huge coercion of life and death, and under the crisis that the family was on the verge of extinction, it was a miracle that Chao Tianlong had survived, and he was able to persist until now. What? Chao Shanshan's brother? When Tai Xiaohu heard this, he was immediately shocked. He knew that something was wrong, so he immediately took out his cell phone and called Ling Yun instead of taking care of Chao Tianlong on the ground. Because Ling Yun will be leaving Qingshui City tomorrow, he knows that there will be many calls to him, so the calls for the past 2 days have not been collected in the space ring, and of course they will be connected immediately. Ling Yun was discussing matters with Mr. Cui, and when he saw the call, he took it out with a smile, wondering which wife it was this time, but it turned out to be Tai Xiaohu, which made Ling Yun a little puzzled. Damn, didn't I tell you when I came out, I want to come to Mr. Cui to discuss things, and he even called to harass me. Ling Yun frowned and connected the phone with a swipe of his finger. He opened his mouth and scolded, where else can I not? I'm going back soon, why are you in a hurry? When Tai Xiaohu saw the call connected, he immediately said, "Brother Yun, a young man drove to Villa number 1 to look for you. He said that he was Chao Shanshan's brother, and his name was Chao Tianlong. He told you to help." What? When Ling Yan heard this, his heart was broken, and his soul almost came out, and he said directly, "Don't hang up, I'll rush back now." The Chao family really had an accident. Ling Yan didn't even bother to talk to Elder Cui, he flew out with his mobile phone in hand, and stopped driving. In the city, his current Qinggong was more than 10 times faster than driving. Ling Yan took the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit. It was a few hundred meters in a flash, and he hurried towards Villa number 1. After a few ups and downs, the old Cui who was chasing behind him disappeared. 4 minutes later, Ling Yan appeared in one. At the entrance of the villa, the figure read displayed, and he has come to the courtyard. Where are the people? Ling Yan put away the phone and asked in a deep voice into the villa. Brother Yun, he was unconscious, I brought him into the house. Tai Xiaohu said to Ling Yan. Ling Yunfei entered the room, and with a swipe of his consciousness, he could see Chao Tianlong's appearance clearly, thinking that he was indeed Chao Shanshan's brother. Ling Yun once visited Chao Shanshan's villa at night. In Chao Shanshan's boudoir, she saw a photo of Chao Tianlong, and of course she knew that this was Chao Tianlong. He's fine, he suffered some skin injuries, but he just lost his strength. Ling Yan said in a deep voice. Ling Yan had already seen that Chao Tianlong was a master at the peak of the 8th level acquired peak, and he could let a master at the peak of the 8th level acquired to lose his strength like this. Ling Yan came to Chao Tianlong's side in a flash, and did not move him, but just pressed his right hand on Chao Tianlong's body, slowly entering a stream of pure yang infuriating into his body. Soon, after a muffled groan, Chao Tianlong woke up. He raised his eyelids, looked at Ling Yan, who was squatting in front of him, and asked in surprise, "You are, Ling Yan?" After Chao Shanshan got back with Ling Yan, she once passed a photo of Ling Yan to Chao Tianlong, so Chao Tianlong recognized Ling Yan at once. Don't talk, I want to talk and talk about it later. Ling Yan said in a deep voice, still injecting pure yang qi into his body. The pure yang infuriating qi cures the loss of strength, which is naturally better than any panacea. Chao Tianlong's vitality soon recovered. Ling Yan's left hand shook, his mind moved, and he took out a dozen 4th-level clearing and healing amulets and pointed them at Chao Tianlong's body. Wounds, all used. Chao Tianlong was shocked to find that all his scratches, palm wounds, etc. had been healed, and there was not even a single scar on his body. This. Ling Yan said solemnly, "You're all right now. Now is not the time to be shocked. Tell me, what happened? How is Shanshan now?" After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Tai Xiaohu. "Go get a glass of water first, then go to my closet, get a set of clothes, and let him change it first." Tai Xiaohu walked away in response. Chao Tianlong sat up, moved his body, and was shocked to find that he not only recovered from his trauma, but also had unprecedented energy. "There's an accident at my house, a big thing." Chao Tianlong said, with lingering fears, "Our Chao family has now been completely controlled by the Blood clan." Blood? What kind of blood? Ling Yan asked in a deep voice, and he immediately asked, "How is Shanshan now?" Of course, what Ling Yan cared about most was Chao Shanshan. Chao Tianlong had tears in his eyes, and his body shook violently. "I didn't see Chao Shanshan. After I went home for the Dragon Boat Festival, I found a very strange atmosphere at home. Everyone was indifferent, pale, and those who spoke coldly had no life. I realized something was wrong at the time, because when I got home, my grandfather didn't come out to pick me up for the first time, but in the past, my grandfather came out to pick me up in person. It was daytime and the scorching sun was shining. After I felt something was wrong, I asked my grandfather out of the house, but he didn't come out, so I knew it was over. Then I made an excuse and escaped." Chao Tianlong's heart was agitated, and his words were incoherent at all, but Ling Yan heard a general idea that something happened to the Chao family and was controlled by that blood clan. Chao Shanshan was not necessarily in the Chao family now, and he didn't know where it was hidden. You didn't see Shanshan? Then how did you become like this? Ling Yun didn't care about any blood clan, he was eager to know the whereabouts of Chao Shanshan. I was chased and killed by the blood clan and fled all the way here. If I am also caught by the blood clan, our Chao family will definitely be removed from Huaxia. Ling Yun, I know your medical skills are brilliant. Chao Tianlong, beg you, you must find a way to save our Chao family, save my grandfather, my parents, and my sister. Chao Tianlong's eyes were shedding tears, and he was about to kneel to Ling Yun on the spot. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more completed. Today's drama is exciting enough, right? For the monthly pass, please try to keep it until the 29th to double vote, ask for full subscription, ask for recommended votes. Thanks. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't make Chao Tianlong kneel down. He swiped with one hand and sent out a gentle palm wind, causing Chao Tianlong to sit back. Ling Yan's thoughts changed, and after a while, he pondered, where are the people who are chasing you? How many people are there, and where are they now? Chao Tianlong was stunned for a moment, because Ling Yan did not touch his body, he felt that he was supported by a gentle force, and his body could no longer kneel, and he was extremely shocked. 2.5 months ago, Chao Shanshan called him on the playground of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. At that time, Ling Yan had just broken through the limit of his body. There are 3. I just grabbed a car and got rid of their tracking temporarily. They must have entered Shimizu City by now. In just a short while, Mr. Cui had already arrived at Villa No. 1. When he saw Chao Tianlong, his expression changed, but he did not speak. Cui Lao knew Chao Tianlong, but Chao Tianlong didn't know him. Among the descendants of the 7 major families in the capital, not many knew Cui Lao. Ling Yan stood up and said, "Is there any way you can lead them out?" Chao Tianlong said, "They can smell the blood on my body when they are 2 kilometers away. They are blood races." As soon as Cui Lao heard this, his face changed greatly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What? Blood clan?" Mrs. Cui was shocked, and he wondered if his ears had heard it wrong. The blood clan, the Chao family, how did this come together? Okay, then you don't have to take a shower. It's not too late, Mr. Cui, we don't have to wait for tomorrow morning, we will leave tonight and rush to the capital. Anyway, everything Ling Yan had to do was done. It's the same whether to leave tonight or early tomorrow. Now that something big has happened to the Chao family, and Chao Shanshan's life and death are uncertain, how can Ling Yan wait until tomorrow morning? Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu in a deep voice, "Xiaohu, you have Chao Tianlong's blood on your body, quickly take off your clothes and give it to me. Then go to the bathroom to take a shower, go." Iron Tiger is still walking. Fortunately, there were 4 big men in the room, and he had nothing to be shy about. He took off his clothes and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Ling Yan grabbed Tai Xiaohu's clothes, and did not shy away from Chao Tianlong, and with a thought, he put all the clothes into the space ring. Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded. "Wait for me." Ling Yan didn't explain, he flew back to the house and took off all his clothes. He put on a black night clothes made of Wu Jin Mo silk fabric, and changed the inside and outside all over again. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had also finished taking a shower. Ling Yan made him wear a vest and a pair of casual pants, and then said to him, "Tonight, you don't need to stay in this villa anymore. Go back to your place to rest first, and come back to practice after tonight, when there is no danger." Even at the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, Tai Xiaohu is now at the early stage of the 6th floor of the day after tomorrow. If someone smells it and finds it, isn't that the only thing he will be killed? Oh. By the way, there is one more thing. My Land Rover is still parked at the door of Mr. Chui. You must drive back tomorrow. When Tai Xiaohu was about to leave, he said to Ling Yun with tears in his eyes, Brother Yun, you have to be more careful when you go. Xiaohu will definitely try his best to cultivate and strive to break through the innate realm one day sooner. Ling Yun smiled indifferently, patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder and said, You are a prodigy in martial arts, you can reach the innate realm in less than a year, don't worry, I have already taught you everything that should be taught to you, just concentrate on your cultivation, do not worry about me. No matter what, remember to call me. Tai Xiaohu nodded heavily and left as he was told. Ling Yun threw the clothes he just took off to Chao Tianlong, go back and wear mine. Chao Tianlong was also 1.8 meters tall, and the two were about the same height, so it was no problem to wear Ling Yun's clothes. Ling Yun, the blood family, they are immortal at night, are you sure you have to hurry tonight? Chao Tianlong did not expect that Ling Yun was even more anxious than him. He was afraid that Ling Yun would not know the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan, so he reminded him. Ling Yun said lightly, It is immortal at night, but what about during the day? Chao Tianlong said, They don't dare to go out during the day, they are afraid of the sun. The blood clan lives on the blood of humans and animals. They are extremely powerful, their defense is amazing, and their speed is extremely fast. When they transform, their power is even stronger. Many times. Ling Yun sneered, Okay, let's talk about the rest on the road. Let's hurry up and hit the road before dawn, I'm afraid they won't catch up. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he led the two of them out of the house. He let Chao Tianlong still drive the broken car, while he drove a black Audi, carrying Cui Laodian, 3 people and 2 cars, and slowly drove away. Villa 1. You don't have to drive too fast, just drive slowly, and let's go out of Qingshui City. Ling Yun used voice transmission to enter the secret and said to Chao Tianlong, who was driving in front. At the same time, Ling Yun sent a text message to Ning Lingyu and Tang Mei respectively, saying that because of an urgent matter, he and Cui Lao had left Qingshui first, and when they got to the capital, he would call them. Ling Yun didn't forget the 3 spirit grasses in the yard. He asked Bai Xianer to rush back that night and come to Villa number 1 to protect the 3 spirit grasses. Everything was arranged. Ling Yun started to concentrate on driving, followed Chao Tianlong one after the other, all the way north, and soon left the city. Along the way, Ling Yun covered his consciousness with a radius of 80 meters, and did not find any abnormality. He started to speed up the car and walked side by side with Chao Tianlong. Why do you drive such a broken car? Ling Yun teased Chao Tianlong. He could see that Chao Tianlong was very nervous, and his nerves were too tense, which would easily bring evil spirits to future cultivation. I grabbed it at a gas station at the intersection of the Ring Expressway. I almost died at the time. I used the camera of the gas station to bet that the descendants of the blood race didn't dare to show up, so I escaped. What about your own car? I'm out of gas, just over 10 kilometers ahead. Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that Chao Tianlong was really fierce. In desperation, he simply called Tang Meng again. Tang Meng, 2 things. First, there is a car that is parked on the Jingqing Expressway. It is about 10 kilometers away from Qingshui City. You arrange for someone to drive it to my house. Remember to clean the car first, and then drive home. Second, someone snatched a car at the gas station on the Ring Road in the north of the city. Say hello to your father about this, and say don't worry about it, and the car will be returned immediately. Chao Tianlong listened carefully and thought to himself how powerful Ling Yun was in Qingshui City. How could he just make a phone call and solve it in an instant? The 2 cars quickly came to the T-junction where Chao Tianlong escaped. At this time, several police cars were already parked there. The police lights kept flashing, and the owner and the gas staff were being questioned. Ling Yun smiled and asked, I said, have you recovered completely? Send this car over and put it down, and then you can escape the siege and get into my car. Chao Tianlong saw that Ling Yun had always been calm, although he was angry. He never showed anxiety on his face, and he always exuded a kind of stabilizing charm. No problem. Chao Tianlong's inner demons were gone, and Ling Yun was completely relieved. His confidence was recovering little by little. After speaking, Chao Tianlong kicked the accelerator. He rushed straight towards the gas station surrounded by police cars, shouting wildly, "No need to check, I'll return the car." As soon as he got off the car, Chao Tianlong slammed on the brakes, and before everyone could react, the man had already jumped up, 2 ups and downs in a row. When he came to Ling Yun's Audi car, he opened the door and got in. Ling Yun laughed, and with a kick of the accelerator, Audi rushed out in the dark like a bullet out of its chamber. After rushing out 1 kilometer, Ling Yun was afraid that he would not be able to attract the enemy. He slowed down the car again and walked slowly. At the same time, he took out the clothes that Tai Xiaohu wore from the space ring, and threw it to the back. Chao Tianlong in the seat. "If you don't have enough blood, let's put some more out, mother, I've done it too thoroughly for you just now." Chao Tianlong was still a little palpitated. He frowned and said, "Do you really want to attract those 3 blood clans? They really can't deal with it." Ling Yun smiled proudly and said, "Don't worry, let me lead you as you please, and keep you all right." Seeing this, Chao Tianlong said in his heart that if Ling Yun really had a way to deal with the blood clan, then the Chao family would be saved. He slammed his heart, raised his hand and took out a military dagger, facing his left arm, and suddenly it was a stroke. Bright red blood rushed out, and Chao Tianlong's arm was all over his arm, and it soon dripped on his body. "Enough, man." Ling Yun sensed everything with his divine sense and said with a smile. Then, Ling Yun saw in Audi's rearview mirror, a silver-gray luxury sedan hanging unhurriedly behind them. "Is it the silver-gray sedan?" Ling Yun asked Chao Tianlong, directly without looking back. Chao Tianlong turned his head and saw that it was the silver-gray sedan. "Okay. Let's play with them then." Before Ling Yun finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator abruptly to the end. Audi's speed increased to the fastest speed, and it drove towards the north. A few minutes later, Ling Yun saw Chao Tianlong's black car parked on the side of the road, but he didn't slow down, and kept rushing for more than 10 kilometers before he really slowed down. The silver-gray sedan was still there, galloping towards them, with no intention of slowing down. "Coming." Ling Yun smiled slightly and speeded up slightly, because there was a verdant mountain beside the road ahead, which was a good place for people to kill people. When the silver-gray sedan passed him, Ling Yun instantly swept away with his divine sense and immediately saw the 3 people in the car. "Foreigners?" Ling Yun was stunned. He heard what Chao Tianlong said about the blood clan, and he thought it was some unpopular monster, but who knew it was a foreigner? It's better if it's not a monster. In front, the silver-gray sedan drove slower and slower, and finally stopped in front of Ling Yun's car. Ling Yun sneered, and threw out a healing talisman, which happened to hit Chao Tianlong's arm, and then he shouted Lin. Chao Tianlong's stab wound was immediately intact. "Get out of the car and enter the mountain." Ling Yun shouted in a deep voice. The first one flew out of the car and shot straight into the dense forest beside the road. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. First, predict that there will be a total of 8 changes tomorrow. There will be 2 more updates after midnight. In half an hour, the double monthly pass will start, from September 28th to October 7th, double monthly pass, 10 days. Let's rush. Ling Yun flew out of the car, Ruyan shot into the dense forest beside the road, Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong naturally followed, and the 3 figures soon disappeared into the dense forest and disappeared. Jim, Paul, and Jester, the 3 descendants of the blood race, all got out of the silver-gray sedan at this time, but they did not rush into the forest, but gathered together and looked at each other, with 3 pale faces as pale as flour. A cold smile bloomed. It turns out that the prey desperately escaped into Qingshui City, but it turned out to be looking for help. Paul said coldly with a smile on his face. Oh, my God, I want to thank this humble human being. Lord Baron said that we can't suck the blood of this prey, but he didn't say that we can't suck the blood of other people. What he did is really perfect. I like it very much. Jester shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands like a gentleman. I think the guy who drove the car didn't know that we were a great, glorious, and noble blood family, and he didn't even believe that we were strong, so he deliberately led us here. He was so arrogant, I must teach him a lesson, then give him the first hug and make him my faithful servant. Jim laughed arrogantly. Paul glanced at Jim in surprise and reminded him, Jim, I admit that your age and strength are older than us, but I remind you very seriously that you are not yet equipped to give the first human beings qualifications to possess. Jim listened, his icy eyes were a little sullen, and he snorted coldly, You will have it soon, isn't it? Just drink the blood of the young man who was driving. It should be almost there. Jester couldn't wait, Please stop arguing, hurry up, I can smell the delicious blood of humans. Compared with ordinary humans, they are very powerful, and the smell of blood must be very sweet. And it will greatly increase our strength. After speaking, Jester stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The tall and thin body made a sudden movement and quickly rushed towards the dense forest. Incredibly fast. Paul smiled and looked at the angry Jim, and said, The 2 strong human beings who came to the door, their blood is enough for us to have a full meal, isn't it? Let's go, if it's too late, they will all be killed by Jia. That bastard stole it all. Paul finished. With a shock, he also rushed towards the forest, and Jim snorted coldly. Arms stretched out, but the hare came first, and quickly rushed in front of Paul. Of the 3 descendants of the blood race, the strongest is obviously Jim, followed by Paul, the youngest and the last in strength. Of course it was Jester. The 3 of Ling Yun didn't go far. They had already stopped behind the dense forest. There was a large open space. It was less than 80 meters away from where they parked. It was just within the range of Ling Yun's consciousness. Within. I actually want to drink Lao Tzu's blood. It's a bit interesting. I don't know who the prey is. Ling Yun saw everything that happened to the 3 blood race descendants just now. He couldn't help but become more interested. He said that this race is very special. Today, he must catch a live one and study it well. Ling Yun was barehanded, his face full of spring breeze, quietly waiting for the 3 descendants of the blood race to come, but Elder Cui had a solemn expression. He had already drawn out his long sword and was guarding Ling Yun carefully and vigilantly, while Chao Tianlong was already a little uneasy at this time. Brush. 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 The 3 descendants of the blood race all came to the back of the dense forest, and stood not far in front of Ling Yun and the others in a zigzag shape. Oh, ignorant human beings, insignificant human beings, you are so arrogant, you dare to stand here waiting for us. Jester appeared first, and his 2 blue eyes turned slightly red at this time, looking very excited. 3 gentlemen, can you please tell me who your Lord Baron is? Ling Yun shrugged deliberately, spread out his hands, and spoke like them, but the smile on his face was brighter and more lovely, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, which was very charming. Humph. You are just a tiny human being, and you have no right to know our Lord Baron's name. Jim replied coldly. Paul also smiled indifferently. Oh, little guy, I don't think you understand your situation yet. I can tell you that you are just our food now, and in our eyes, you are just like the meat on your chopping board at home. In the same way, or, to put it figuratively, you are just our Coke, Coca-Cola, the kind that you can drink without unscrewing the cap, understand? Ling Yan pretended to be at a loss. He thought about it carefully, suddenly turned his hand. There was already an extra bottle of red Coca-Cola in his hand. He held it up in front of him and shook it. He smiled and said, "Is that so?" Jim, Paul, and Jester were all dumbfounded. "Oh God, no, Satan, Almighty, what did I see? My God, are you a magician? Coca-Cola, where did this come from?" The three blood race descendants stared round at the same time, shouted with exaggerated expressions, and couldn't believe their eyes at all. Chui Lao was fine, but Chao Tianlong was stunned. Chao Shanshan said that Ling Yun has all kinds of incredible abilities, but this ability is too awesome, right? In front of the three blood race descendants, Ling Yun raised his hand and unscrewed the cap, raised his neck and drank the Coca-Cola in one breath, then shook the empty bottle and said with a smile, "Is it like this? Drink it? If it's empty, then you can throw away the empty bottle?" After speaking, Ling Yan shook his hands and threw the empty bottle of Coca-Cola far away. The empty bottle smashed on a rock and made a bang. Ling Yan has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical training, and is about to break through the 3rd realm of the great essence-gathering star treasure art. His skin is crystal clear and fair, and even in the dark, it glows with a crystal luster. The descendants of the blood race are so greedy, their saliva is almost drooling out. Oh God, his neck is smoother than the most delicate virgin's neck. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. Jester hasn't had fresh blood for 3 days. Now that he sees Ling Yan's sweet and tempting food, he is almost turned into a madman by the stimulation. Paul is the most talkative, because he likes Ling Yun so much. He actually explained to him with a smile, "Yes, suck up the blood in your human body, and then throw away the remaining empty shell. Just like that Coke bottle. However, for an excellent human like you, blood will be very sweet, and it will allow us to quickly improve our strength and various abilities, so we will not kill you so cruelly, we will keep you alive forever, turn you into our long-term blood source." Jim nodded this time, to express his approval of Paul's words. He smiled gracefully with a gentlemanly manner. "Lovely little guy, I have to say, your performance just now made me very excited, and you saw the Coke bottle just now. Do you know why the bottle of Coca-Cola is that shape? You know, the color of Coca-Cola, why does it have to be red?" Ling Yun's face changed slightly. Jester laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, my dear little guy, look at your eyes. Yes, you guessed it right. The Coca-Cola bottle is made by imitating the body of the best virgin." Ha 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 ha. Old Chui and Chao Tianlong's expressions also changed drastically. At this time, Paul suddenly said to Jim, "Jim, it's almost 1 in the morning, it's almost time, let's end all this quickly, let's get out of here early." At midnight, the time when the blood race is at its most powerful, Paul is reminding Jim that it will be dawn in 4 hours. "Give them to me. Hit it up." Jester abruptly withdrew his smile and said something quickly, for fear that others would snatch him. "Film." Ling Yan sneered in his heart, but it was only the speed of an ordinary innate layer. Jester's tall figure flickered and appeared in front of Ling Yun. As if he was reluctant to destroy Ling Yan's body, he opened his arms and grabbed towards Ling Yan's shoulders. Ling Yan smiled. In his opinion, Jester now has empty doors all over his body. His body didn't even move. Strength. The 14th small realm peak of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, the 9th level peak of body training, Ling Yun now, the pure strength of one arm, at least 4,000 kilograms, his 40% strength is terrifying, you can imagine. Bang bang. Ling Yan's fists hit Jester's claws, without any pretentiousness, and a head-to-head hit. With 2 clicks and a strange scream, Jester's tall figure immediately flew out. Bang. Jester's tall body slammed heavily on the rock. He couldn't help but let out another strange cry. What? Jim and Paul were a little annoyed at first, thinking that Ling Yan's blood would be snatched by Jester, who would have expected him to be kicked out by a human being, and listening to the sound, Jester's two wrists, all shattered. For the vampires, a broken wrist is like scratching a tickling for an ordinary person. The pain hurts a little, but it doesn't cause any real harm, so Jim and Paul don't care. They are shocked by Ling Yun's power. Ling Yun just stood there and punched his fist casually. Is this how Jester is? Ow. It hurts. Jester roared wildly, jumped back suddenly, and stood in the same place again. His bloodless face became even paler, but his eyes turned even redder. Ling Yun looked at Jester with a ferocious face, and his heart was secret, saying that the Blood Clan's ability to recover is really strong enough. Just now, he clearly shattered both of the opponent's wrists, but he was instantly intact. No wonder Chow Tianlong said they were all immortal. Ling Yun sneered and muttered. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more first. Double monthly tickets, the last 3 days of September. Brothers, check the ticket warehouse and smash all the monthly tickets. Step by step, thank you. Is it really immortal? Of course Ling Yun didn't believe that his cultivation during the tribulation period was completely destroyed by the terrifying heavenly robbery, and he only escaped a trace of his primordial spirit by chance, not to mention these blood clans. This time out of the clear water, Ling Yun prepared too much. The space ring about the size of his hut was full, even 7 or 8 pairs of underwear and 24 socks. Ling Yun had countless cards waiting to take care of these 3 blood clans, and now he was just playing with them, studying their various abilities and characteristics in person. Oh, cute little guy, you really amaze me, my god, it's unbelievable that you have so much power. Jester obviously didn't use all his strength just now. He just wanted to catch Ling Yun, but he didn't expect to be blown away by Ling Yun with a casual punch. He was not surprised, but happy. Ling Yun still stood still, giggling and said, "It's SOSO, just enough to beat your life and not be able to take care of yourself." Huh, life can't take care of yourself? Then try it. Come again. Jester's expression changed, and he took a deep breath. This time, he used 100% of his strength. The speed of his forward thrust also reached the limit. He brought out several blurred afterimages and attacked Ling Yun. This time, instead of grabbing, he clenched his fists with both hands and attacked Ling Yun directly. The speed of the peak of the second floor. Ling Yun made a judgment in an instant. His expression did not change. This time, he punched both fists and hit Jester's 2 fists again. This time, Ling Yun unceremoniously used 70% of his strength. Bang! Jester was blown away by Ling Yun again. This time he flew farther, with 2 more clicks, and even his arm bones were smashed by Ling Yun. With a sound of ow, Jester slammed into the hard rock, and the stone chips splashed everywhere. The body of the blood race is amazingly strong. Oh, my god. This human being is so powerful. How is this possible? Paul and Jim were stunned at the same time, and they both opened their mouths in surprise. It was unbelievable. This time, they not only shocked Ling Yun's power. Because this time, Jester's speed was very fast, and he brought a bunch of afterimages. It is difficult for ordinary experts to see which is his real body and which is his afterimage. It was too late to dodge, but Ling Yun still hit Jester's fists with great accuracy. Ling Yun's eyesight, the speed of reaction, the speed of punching, and the strength of both fists, all combined to make these 2 descendants of the Blood Clan shout out Ling Yun's strength. After the 2 moves, Ling Yun's heart was settled. These blood race descendants don't have any tricks, just relying on their strong bodies. Their strength is many times greater than that of ordinary people, their speed is extremely fast, and their recovery ability is strong, and the rest is nothing. These 4 points. Perhaps this is the most fundamental reason why ordinary people are afraid of blood races, but in Ling Yun's eyes, it is just a pediatrician, because Ling Yun's body is stronger than them, and his strength is greater than theirs. faster. As for the ability to recover, then the descendants of these blood races must have the ability to hurt Ling Yun. Ling Yun also found out about Jester's strength. At most, it was comparable to Cui Lao, who was at the peak of the second floor of the innate, or even slightly inferior. Jester was blasted away by Ling Yun this time. His injuries were obviously heavier than before. It took him a long time to get up and grinned in pain. In a flash, he looked at Ling Yun with a cruel and fierce light in his eyes, but he did not immediately attack Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled at him and said, "Look, compared to the two of us, the weaker one is you, Jester." After speaking, Ling Yun ignored Jester, but looked at Jim. "Don't waste time, I think it's your turn to take action, dear Mr. Jim." Ling Yun heard from Paul that he knew that among the three blood descendants of the other party, the most powerful was Jim, so he challenged him directly. "Aha, my dear little guy, I can't think of it, I really can't think of it. The strength you show is really surprising, but, to solve you, we don't need our dear Mr. Jim to take action. This kind of trivial matter, it's up to me, Paul, just do it." Before Jim could speak, Paul had already rushed over with a smile. As he spoke, his speed increased and soon reached an astonishing speed. A tall black shadow, like lightning, came to Ling Yun in an instant, his hands forming claws, slammed towards Ling Yun's chest. Paul's speed is almost doubled that of Jester. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "It turns out that Mr. Paul's strength is not bad, but I'm really sorry, you are just a beating." Paul's speed and strength, at most the middle stage of the innate third floor, was still not enough for Ling Yun to see. He still stood still, punched out with both fists, and directly beat Paul and flew out with a scream. Really beaten goods. With one move, the outcome was already decided. Paul's two wrists, which were also beaten, were all shattered, and the back of his body slammed heavily on the rock, and the rubble fell like rain. When Ling Yun was training at the 8th level of the body, he only used 2 punches to use his foreign skills. Chung Gongxiong, who was born at the 5th level, was seriously injured and vomited blood. Now he has reached the peak of the 9th level of body training. According to Ling Yun's guess, Jim's strength is at most in the early stage of the 4th level of the innate, and it is impossible to get much higher. "My time is limited, I'm too lazy to play with you, I'll send you on your way." Ling Yun smashed Paul away with a punch. He couldn't be bothered to tease the 3 descendants of the blood race anymore. He began to switch from defense to offense, using the phantom fish and dragon steps, and with a flick of his body, he rushed towards Jim, who had been standing still. Jim's expression was extremely dignified. He now knew that he had met a real expert, and he no longer dared to be arrogant. Ling Yun came to Jim in front of him, and did not use any moves. Instead, he used all his strength and threw his fists at Jim. The strength and speed were astonishingly fast. Bang bang. The 4 palms collided firmly. Jim was blown away by Ling Yun with one move. Ling Yun was invincible, performed 1,000 miles, and flew forward against Jim's body. At the same time, his fists kept hitting, and beat Jim's chest, who was too late to recover. There is nothing to be polite about dealing with the Blood Clan. Although Ling Yun only uses brute force, he has 4,000 kilograms of strength in one hand, which is enough for Jim to drink a pot. With a series of bang 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 bang, Jim's chest is full of energy. The speed visible to the naked eye collapsed, and the tuxedo on his body was also shattered by Ling Yun's fist, revealing a pale chest with no blood. Amazing recovery ability? Immortal body? I want to see how powerful your recovery ability is. Ling Yun laughed loudly, as if he was not fighting against the Blood Clan, but was beating a 3- or 4-year-old child. Jim didn't have a chance to fight back at all. He was beaten by Ling Yun and flew upside down on the hard rock. A large piece of sternum collapsed, and the sternum was completely shattered. After it was completely deflated, Ling Yun pulled back his fist and flew backwards, instantly returning to where he was standing, let go of the powerful consciousness to lock Jim, and see how he recovers. Immortal body? Hurry up and recover, I'm waiting for you. This body is really cool, like a dead person. Ling Yun stretched out his hands, stared at the back of his hands, and said with a sneer. Chao Tianlong was stunned. Ling Yun was too fierce and domineering. The three descendants of the blood clan who had chased him with nowhere to run, actually just confronted Ling Yun, and all of them were beaten like this? He didn't know that Ling Yun just used pure brute force, and he didn't use any exercises other than Qigong. Heh, heh. This isn't a laugh, this is Jim's pale face after his chest was smashed, and he made a rapid gasp. Jim's mouth was bloody, and his handsome face disappeared, hideously scary. Then, Ling Yun saw that after a while, Jim's chest, which was completely flattened by him, swelled up again at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly recovered to its original state. Both Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong were extremely shocked, and they thought that the blood clan was indeed immortal, and they could not be killed by ordinary means against humans. Ling Yun was not shocked, because in the great world of cultivation, he had seen too many things that were even more incredible than this. He carefully observed every subtle change in Jim's recovery process, and found that Jim's face was paler, but his eyes were even more red, scary red. It's kind of interesting. Ling Yun found it even more interesting, and said lightly as he looked at the three descendants of the blood race who had all recovered and walked towards him with a grim expression. Human cultivators, although we are noble, glorious, and great blood races, we also have to admit that you are a very powerful human being. Jim took the lead, walked 10 meters in front of Ling Yun and stood still, said indifferently, then cracked his mouth and smiled slightly. So, I decided, tonight, I will give you the chance to embrace for the first time, enjoy it. After he finished speaking, Ling Yun could see clearly that Jim opened his mouth abruptly, and the two fangs in his mouth slowly grew out. At the same time, his pale and slender hands also turned into two claws. The nails of one finger became very long and looked sharp, with a metallic texture and luster. Paul and Jester behind Jim also turned their hands into long claws, and terrifyingly sharp long fangs grew out of their mouths. No longer pale and handsome faces, the faces of the three blood race descendants turned blue and ferocious, very terrifying. Ling Yun, be careful. They were transformed by you. Chao Tianlong couldn't help reminding Ling Yun after seeing this scene. This is the blood race's own ability to transform. However, they are only initially transformed, not completely transformed. It turns out that this is the case. This is more interesting. It is my duty to kill demons and eliminate demons, haha. Ling Yun looked at the three descendants of the blood race who had completed the initial transformation. His face was hideous and terrifying, and he smiled calmly as he moved his claws towards him. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The second of the 8th shift. Urban Moon, brothers, in only 3 hours, the immortal doctor was rotted by the chrysanthemums exploded by others. This is not the style of Brother Yun, please ask for a monthly pass. Little master, you must be careful, the blood race after the transformation is many times stronger than the original. Cui Laoxing was afraid of Ling Yun's accident, he couldn't help but reminded him through voice transmission. Ling Yun had already guessed it, but he didn't need to guess at all. He could see it just by looking at it. If it was useless to transform, why would it be so scary? This kind of thing is just like the demon clan that turned into a human. When they can't beat the opponent, it makes sense to change back to the original body. Ling Yun has seen too many. You two don't need to worry about me, as long as you have peace of mind and take care of me. I want to see how powerful the blood clan is. Ling Yun's ferocious and terrifying appearances to the three blood clans were simply commonplace, and he didn't care at all. He confidently said to Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong. At the same time as he spoke, 9 large needles were already in his hand. Ling Yun raised one hand and hit the 3 descendants of the blood clan respectively. Shichichi. The big needle shot, with a piercing sound of breaking the wind, all of which hit the bodies of the 3 Blood Clan members, and a crisp ding-ding sound rang out, and the big needle hit the bodies of the 3 Blood Clan members, but it was not at all. It didn't pierce, but it all fell into 2 sections, and fell to the ground. The defense has also improved a lot. Ling Yin said lightly, and then no longer waited for the attack, but flew up, facing Jim, who was charging first, and flew over. Come and give me a few punches and try. Ling Yun shouted violently, flew in the air, clenched his fists with both hands, and unleashed his arrogant and domineering Tiangang demon fist to attack Jim head-on. Humph. Humble human being, how long can you be arrogant? Jim looked at Ling Yun, who was flying from the sky, and snorted coldly, looking at Ling Yun's coming. With both arms raised, 2 big claws, glowing cyan, greeted Ling Yun's fists. Bang bang. After 2 loud bangs, Ling Yun's figure fell lightly to the ground. Jim was hit by Ling Yun's 2 punches, and flew upside down again more than 10 meters away, and a scream like a wild beast roared from his mouth. Jim's 2 wrists were all broken again, by Ling Yun. This is Ling Yun's defense, using the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, plus the fierce attack bonus of Tiangang Fu Mo Fist. The 2 punches that were shot without keeping the hand, the punching style was just as fierce. After Jim transformed, he even wanted to pick it up hard. How could he keep going? Jim, Paul, and Jester are just 3 blood races who are not in the stream. They are just servants of the real blood race. They are all blood races that humans become after they were first embraced, and they are not more than 60 years old, even if they are initially changed. Body. The power is only 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Ling Yun used the Dian Star Gathering Treasure Art, and also used the fierce and domineering Tiangang Subduing Magic Fist. Of course, it was not comparable to the pure power just now, but it was still one move that knocked Jim upside down and flew out. The strength of the innate 5th level peak, you, die. After Ling Yun landed, he didn't hesitate or talk nonsense. Performing the Phantom Fish Dragon step, the stature continued, facing Paul and Jester, who were in a daze, bang 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 bang, and beat them frantically, hitting their tall bodies like sandbags. Fly around. Paul and Jester were terrified and screamed again and again. In their eyes, the current Ling Yun is already an out-and-out monster. However, this was not the end. After Ling Yun slammed Jester into the sky with a punch, his vigorous figure followed suit. A punch was punched upwards, with a fierce and domineering fist, and it slammed into the mouth of Jester, who was falling. What's so great about having minions? Let's get rid of your fangs first. Ling Yun shouted violently, and hit Jester's sharp fangs 5 or 6 centimeters in length, with one punch, only to hear a loud crack. Ling Yun broke one of Jester's fangs with one punch. I wipe. Chao Tianlong, who was watching the battle, watched with enthusiasm and was stunned at the same time. The hardest and sharpest fangs of the blood family were unexpectedly interrupted by Ling Yun's punch. Never heard of it. Chao Tianlong couldn't imagine how terrifying and frightening it would be if a punch like Ling Yun hit a mortal. Moreover, even if Chao Tianlong was in the army, he had never heard of Ling Yun fighting like this. The opponent was a blood clan, poor blood clan. With a sound of ow, the beast's tragic howl burst out in Jester's mouth. He slammed his hand over his bloody mouth in pain. The battle group escaped faster than a rabbit. Although the recovery ability of the blood clan is very terrifying, the fangs are one of their biggest characteristics. If this is interrupted, it will not grow out in a day or 2. Ling Yun succeeded in one strike, and the more he fought, the more courageous he became. He laughed and joked, "This is going to run? I thought you were really not afraid of anything." In fact, Ling Yun fights, he has his own fighting method, he can choose to kill in seconds, and he will never waste time fighting with you. Since he has already figured out the bottom of the blood clan, he has a plan in his heart. Some painless places, that's not Ling Yun's style. Devil. You are a devil. You are more terrifying than Satan, my God, this bastard knocked out my teeth. Jester didn't run too far, just flew 50 meters away, stood on a huge rock, covered his mouth with his big azure claws, and wailed. Ling Yun smiled and shook his fist. Dear Paul, now that I'm done warming up, your teeth look too scary, so let me knock them down for you too. After Ling Yun finished speaking, looking at Paul who was terrified, he flew over and rushed over, raising his fist at Paul and was about to blast it out. Ow! At the juncture of life and death, Paul let out a roar like a howl of a beast, and his body changed again. I saw his body muscles rapidly swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body was at least twice as thick as before, and his stature was it grew at least 2 heads tall, and turned into a demon with a green face and fangs. Shichichi. With the rapid transformation again, the gentleman's clothing on Paul's body was completely torn apart, his body turned dark blue, and his 2 fangs became longer again. The 2 arms were as thick as Ling Yun's thighs, and the claws were wider. Thick and heavy, it suddenly turned into a black-blue behemoth with a height of more than 2 meters, and a stout like a bear. Have you finally shown your true body? Ling Yun sneered. It was still the Tian gang subduing demon fist, running the yin-yang art of qi. A colding qi instantly enveloped the fist, turned into an icy fist, facing the transformed Paul's stomach, when the chest is one punch. Bang! Paul's complete transformation was useless. A fist that was dozens of degrees colder than his body slammed into his body, hitting him again, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Paul was thrown dozens of meters away by Ling Yun's punch, and he slammed into the rock again. This time, he knocked the rock out of a huge human-shaped pothole. Paul was directly embedded in the rock. Ling Yun hit the lower abdomen, which broke a terrifying big hole. Finally bleeding. Ling Yun said lightly. Ling Yun smashed the flesh on Paul's stomach with a punch, and lost his wrist. This time, he finally saw a small amount of blood flowing out of Paul's wound. Although it was very little, it was bleeding. However, the blood did not flow out, but instantly turned into red ice slag, which fell from Paul's wound. Only at this moment did Paul feel his body icy cold for a while, and he shivered from the cold and shivered all over. My God, I actually felt the cold. How is it possible? I am a blood race. Paul was extremely shocked. The blood race's body itself was cold, without any heat, no life, but now he actually felt cold all over. The devil, definitely the devil, this human being has been possessed by Satan. Paul was almost frozen stiff, his huge body, embedded in the rock, trembled violently. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training, with the yin-yang art of qi in full operation, the yin-cold energy is enough to make Ling Yun send out the fist and palm wind, and the temperature drops to -50 degrees, even the Blood Clan is their nightmare. The body after the transformation of the Blood Clan is indeed tyrannical enough. With such a punch, even the masters of the innate 5th level peak can die, but Paul is still not dead. Ling Yun was equally shocked. He knew that these Blood Clan members were just scoundrels sent to hunt down Chao Tianlong. They were already so powerful. So what kind of tyranny would the body of the Baron among the 3 people look like after transforming? However, although Paul didn't die this time, the gloomy aura that Ling Yun left on his body made him fall into the extreme cold, and the hole in Paul's lower abdomen could not be recovered for a while. This grandson was frozen by Ling Yun. It's great to be able to think with your brain. Ow! With a roar, the strongest of the 3 blood races, Jim finally recovered completely. He directly opened his arms and completed the final transformation. His body became taller and sturdier than Paul's, and the 2 fangs in his mouth were bigger than Ling Yun's index finger. Even longer, he bent his legs, stomped his feet against the ground crazily, and came in front of Ling Yun like lightning, his 2 huge claws pressed against Ling Yun, and his bloody mouth opened wide, facing Ling Yun's body. Neck bite. Humph. How beautiful you think. Ling Yan was too lazy to follow these three vampires anymore, and suddenly there was a long jet-black knife on his left hand. He raised his arm and chopped off the two arms that had fallen down on Jim. Chi-chi. The two legs are thicker than ordinary people's, and the arms glowing dark blue, cut off from the elbow above, and both fly. Let me see, can you still recover? Ling Yan's voice became cold as ice, and he finally took out his blood demon sword. Ling Yan just wanted to see, cut off the Blood Clan's arms with one knife, to see if they could grow back in an instant, otherwise, Ling Yan would cut off Jim's head directly. Ow. Jim raised his head in amazement, watching his two arms twirling and dancing in the air, and let out a scream of death. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The third of the 8th shift. Well, Ling Yan will enter the capital in the next chapter, ask for a monthly pass. Seeing blood. The two rays of blood disappeared in a flash, and they were all absorbed by the blade of the dark blood demon blade. The vampire is immortal, but he can't lose a lot of blood. Ordinary bullets can't kill him because there is not much blood. As long as the head of the vampire is cut off, or a blow with a knife causes the members of the vampire to lose a lot of blood, he will die. However, Ling Yan doesn't need to be so troublesome at all, because he has the demon blood sword, which is not only extremely sharp, but also one of his most terrifying characteristics is blood-sucking. The black sword flashed, instantly severing Jim's arms. The two large arteries on Jim's arms were all broken, and the blood that was not much in his body spurted out, and was instantly absorbed by the ghost blood magic knife. The skin on Jim's body became pale and bloodless again, like a hill. It fell heavily, and with a bang, the dust flew up. There is no blood in the body, and if you don't die, you have to die. So you're dead? Ling Yan was a little stunned. He finally found a way to kill the Blood Clan. Ling Yan raised his left hand, shook the ghost blood demon saber in his hand, stared at the pitch-black blade, and became fascinated for a while. This saber really absorbs all blood. Oh. Jim. Oh, my Satan. What did I see? Jim died and was killed by that human. God, what the hell? When Jester saw that the most powerful Jim was actually slaughtered by Ling Yan, he couldn't believe his eyes, standing on the rock in the distance jumping and screaming, roaring and roaring. We have such a hard and strong body, that knife kills us like chopping melons and vegetables. God, that black knife is definitely the nemesis of our blood family, absolutely. Oh. Satan, take me away quickly, I have seen the killing god of the Blood Clan. Jester is about to go crazy, even in the sacred artifact of the 13 blood clans. The legendary butcher knife and torture axe were not as terrifying as the black knife in Ling Yan's hand. Butcher knife legend has it that this knife has killed 5 million people, and the souls of those killed by the butcher knife are attached to the knife. To become a slave of the knife master, holding a butcher knife is equivalent to having 5 million necromancers. Torment axe, the axe bearer, can increase his strength dozens of times. But at the same time, the body will bleed more and more. These are the two sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan. As long as they are members of the Blood Clan, whether they are pure blood nobles or the lowest hybrid servants, as long as they hear the names of these two sacred artifacts, they will talk about it, and everyone will be afraid. However, the black knife in Ling Yan's hand was in Jester's opinion. It has already surpassed these two holy artifacts, and it is simply the nightmare and hell of the blood race. It's crazy, just one knife cut off the arms of Jim, who was completely transformed. You know, after Jim was completely transformed, he was able to smash a huge boulder into pieces with one punch. Jim was indeed dead, and his body shriveled away quickly. Ling Yan listened to Jester roaring wildly there as if he had seen the end of the world, and watched him go mad there with a smile, suddenly feeling that he was like a clown. Paul's black bear-like body was still embedded in the rock and could not move at all. Jester roared there with only one Fang left, and the two of them were no longer a problem. There is Lingyun here. It was impossible for Jester to escape even now. Lingyun was only a few hundred meters away in the blink of an eye, and he was able to catch up with him in the blink of an eye. It turns out that you are also bleeding, Lingyun said lightly, looking at Jim's body, which had returned to human form. Lingyun, what kind of knife is your knife? How can it be so powerful? You can kill him with one knife? Chao Tianlong asked in shock. Originally, he wanted to remind Lingyun. To kill members of the Blood Clan, there must be sunlight and flames, but he really did not expect that Lingyun would kill Jim with one knife. Sunshine and flames are definitely the natural enemies of the Blood Clan. As long as the ordinary Blood Clan is exposed to the sun for a long time, they will inevitably be seriously injured and eventually die. The burning of the raging flames can make any Blood Clan disappear into ashes. Lingyun has now reached the first small realm of Shenwu Chunyang Immortal Art. If he uses Shenwu Chunyang Immortal Art as soon as he comes up, the three of them will definitely be instantly killed by him, and there is no need for such trouble. The funniest thing is that when Lingyun seriously injured Paul, he actually used purine energy to deal with him. If it were pure yang energy, Paul would probably be the first to die. What's more, there are thousands of 5th-level fire talismans in Lingyun's space ring. These are all nightmares of the Blood Clan, but Lingyun has never taken it out. If he really uses it, he can scare Jester to death. Moreover, there are hundreds of silver needles made of sterling silver in Lingyun's space ring. If the silver needles are used to nail into the hearts of the blood members, even if they don't die, they will fall into a long sleep. When the morning sun comes out, they will be directly exposed to the sun. Fly ash. There are too many ways for Lingyun to kill the Blood Clan, but Lingyun doesn't know the Blood Clan yet, so he can't prescribe the right medicine for the time being. This is a treasure knife that cuts iron like mud. Lingyun didn't say much to Chao Tianlong, but just explained it casually. He smiled at Jester in the distance, came to his side in a flash, shook the blood demon knife in his hand, and said to him, "It's noisy. Don't scream there, Satan and God, I can't save you, just tell me, do you want to die or live?" Jester already knew that Lingyun's speed was many times faster than him, and it was useless for him to escape, so he didn't even think about escaping. Jester shivered suddenly, stopped yelling immediately, and said honestly, "I want to live." Lingyun was very satisfied. He put away the blood demon sword with a thought, and said with a smile, "Then don't become like this to scare people, quickly change back to the original appearance. Jester's life is the most important thing. Now Lingyun is the nemesis of the Blood Clan. He knows that his life is completely in Lingyun's hands, so he immediately changes back to his original appearance, but the clothes are gone, and there is still one piece missing. Canine teeth. Lingyun was in Jester's body, and could not feel any movement of chi pulses. He knew that it was useless to acupoint the Blood Clan, so he ignored him and flew to Paul's side. Paul had already transformed back, and there was still a fist-sized hole in his pale abdomen. His teeth were chattering from the cold, and he couldn't speak at all. "Frozen? I'll keep you warm." Lingyun showed a smile, and directed a burst of pure yang energy towards Paul's lower abdomen wound, at least a high temperature of 70 or 80 degrees. Ah hell! Paul's lower abdomen began to smoke, and he roared wildly in pain. Lingyun's pure yang infuriating, for a descendant of a blood race like Paul, is simply a hell-like torture. Oh, shit. My God, what did I see? It turned out to be the holy light? The light of judgment? My God, he is really the nemesis of our blood race. Jester was covering his cheeks, but unfortunately he lost his teeth. Now, seeing Lingyun's hands emitting a white light, his eyes were almost burned, and he yelled again. "Is this okay?" Lingyun was excited. He suddenly realized that the Blood Clan was not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. Ling Yan did not kill the descendants of these two blood clans, because he still wanted to save the Chao family, and also to inquire about the whereabouts of Chao Shanshan. Come here, support him. Ling Yan raised his hand to Jester and asked him to come and support Paul. Jester clutched his lower body and said to Ling Yan with lingering fears, "Oh, my respected sir, I can go over, but I beg you not to emit that white light again, it's just our nightmare." In the blink of an eye, the humble human being, the insignificant human being, and the cute little guy became a respected gentleman. No matter what world it is, no matter what race it is, the strong are respected, and the fist is the truth, and it will not be easy through the ages. Ling Yan laughed happily, as long as you are obedient enough. After he finished speaking, he didn't even look at the two of them, and with a flick of his body, he came to Jim's body. This corpse can't be left, tell me, how can I destroy him? Ling Yan asked the two blood descendants in a deep voice. Honorable sir, you just need to emit the white light just now, or you can just burn it with fire. Jester answered honestly, but he hurriedly said, My most honorable gentleman, please don't let us see when you emit that white light or light a flame, this feeling is too much. Horrible. Ling Yan smiled, go back to your car quickly, but, you know, if you dare to drive away, I promise to make your car explode, trust me, I promise. Jester and Paul shivered violently, and they didn't even dare to say that they didn't dare. Although Ling Yan wasn't worried about them escaping, he still locked them firmly with his divine sense, to see what they were going to do when they got back to the car, but when they got back into the car, they each took out a bottle of blood, unscrewed the bottle cap and clucked. Gudong drank it. Damn it. It really depends on blood to maintain life. Ling Yan spit out fiercely, and then used a fire talisman on Jim's corpse. The fire talisman landed on Jim's body and instantly turned into a dazzling fire. When the faint blue flame went out, Jim's body had already turned into ashes, completely vanishing into ashes. Let's go. Ling Yan turned his head and said to Elder Cui and Chao Tianlong, who had already looked stupid. The three quickly returned to the highway. Ling Yan asked Chao Tianlong to drive his own car and pull Cui Lao, and he got into the silver-gray sedan directly. Neither Paul nor Jester had any delusions about escaping. The two of them didn't even discuss in a low voice. Now, in their eyes, Ling Yan was the Satan in their hearts. I'm glad you fulfilled your promise, so now, you two, who's going to drive? Ling Yan smiled and said to the two recovered blood descendants. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 4th of the 8th shift. The curtain of the wonderful plot has been slowly opened, ask for a monthly ticket. Thank you Mr. Duck, damning for the reward. From 32 to 37, the chrysanthemums are all rotten, and Bu Jing is crying for a monthly pass. Of course, Jester came to drive, but this time, he didn't complain, but took the initiative to be the driver of Ling Yan, for fear of being preempted by Paul. Mr. Jester, I have 100 reasons to believe that you are fully capable of this honorable and sacred job as my driver, but before that, shouldn't you put on a dress or two? Ling Yan smiled and looked at the driving position, the pale, naked Jester said. Oh. Shit, damn it, how could I forget about such an important thing? My respected sir, it's sorry, very, very sorry. With a strange cry, Jester slammed into his ugly lower body, jumped out of the car in a hurry, went straight to the trunk of the car, took out 2 sets of tuxedo dresses, quickly put it on by himself, and then put it on. The other one was thrown to Paul in the back seat of the car and asked him to wear it too. Then, Jester sat back in the driving position, he shrugged Ling Yan very apologetically, and said, Oh, dear sir, you must have seen that. We often need to make necessary transformations, so we have prepared a lot of clothes for ourselves, but if no one reminds us, we occasionally forget to wear them. The bodies of the members of the blood clan were all cold without exception, and they didn't feel much about the normal temperature. Paul and Jester had just been extremely intimidated by Ling Yan, so they forgot to put on clothes just now. Ling Yan stared at Jester's lower body with great interest, and asked with a smile, I'm very interested, is that thing of yours still useful? If you smash that thing, can it still be connected to other places? Same, recover soon? Oh. Satan, my respected sir, you are really our Satan, although I admit that you do have the power to kill us in seconds, but, for God's sake. I, Jester, refuse to answer this question. Completely refuse to answer. Jester made another strange cry, swearing that he would never answer the question. It's just that his mouth is Satan for a while, and God's for a while, and he doesn't know who he believes in. Okay, I just want to discuss an academic research question with you. What are you doing so excited? Drive, the sooner the better. Ling Yan looked at Jester, who was overreacting. Somewhat funny said. Oh. Thank you, my respected sir, I can drive, but can you tell me first, where is your destination? Jester started the car's engine and asked Ling Yan. The capital. Ling Yan said lightly. Ling Yan's voice did not fall. Jester stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the silver-gray sedan shot out in an instant like a bullet popped out of its chamber. Chow Tianlong drove the black Audi, pulled Lao Chui, and chased closely behind the silver-gray sedan, not leaving an inch. The silver-gray sedan kept accelerating. The speed quickly exceeded 200 miles, and the telephone poles and green trees on both sides of the highway were rapidly retreating. If we kept at this speed, we could reach the capital in 7 or 8 hours. Qingshui City is far from the capital, and the mileage of highways is more than 1,300 kilometers. Now, can you tell me? The Baron you speak of. Who is it? Ling Yan sat in the car and pondered, and after thinking for a while, he began to ask the first question. Our Baron is Mr. Chen. Oh, that is Yu Huaxia, Mr. Chen from the Chen family in the capital, called Chen Jiangui. Ling Yan nodded calmly, thinking that it was as expected. It was really Chao Shanshan's cousin who came back from studying in the United States, the son of Chen family, who was doing the trick. It turns out that his name is Chen Jiangui. Is he really a ghost? Ling Yan remembered very clearly that on the night before the Qingming festival holiday, he and Chao Shanshan had a date on the school playground. When the two talked about the 7 major families in the capital, Chao Shanshan once received a trans-overseas call from the United States. The man's voice was very feminine. During that time, he had been harassing Chao Shanshan by calling frantically. On that night, Chen Jiangui told Chao Shanshan on the phone that he was about to board the plane to return to China. To call Chao Shanshan, it was just in advance. Notify her. Chao Shanshan was unbearable to be harassed at the time, and she was already impatient with Chen Jiangui, and that night, it was her first date with Ling Yan, so she naturally rejected Chen Jiangui and said that she would change her mobile phone number. But this Chen Jiangui, although his voice was extremely feminine, his tone was very domineering. He didn't give Chao Shanshan a chance to refuse at all, and he looked confident. Chao Shanshan was helpless, because at that time, Ling Yan hadn't admitted to being Chao Shanshan's boyfriend. Moreover, Ling Yan was not yet indifferent at that time. Chao Shanshan was afraid that Ling Yan would not be able to deal with this Chen Jiangui, and she was afraid that Ling Yan would suffer, so she could only use the trick, I want to put things off until the college entrance examination. Chen Jiangui also agreed to Chao Shanshan's request, and also said that after returning to China, he would be busy for 2 months, and he would have to wait for Chao Shanshan's college entrance examination to end. Originally, the two sides were in peace, but Ling Yan entered the Tianqing on the last night of the Qingming festival holiday, and he never returned. There was no news. Sun Tianbiao happened to kill Qingshui City. The seriousness of the problem, so I went back to the family in person, wanting to express my intentions and position, and want the Chao family to come forward to confront and deter the Sun family's forces, but who knew that it was self-defeating, and Chen Jiangui took it down in one fell swoop. Ling Yan had long guessed that after Chao Shanshan returned to the family, it was like a rock sinking into the sea, and there was no news. She should have a lot to do with her cousin of the Qin family. Just now, he saw that the 3 blood descendants were all foreigners. All the guesses were connected, and at once the ins and outs of the whole thing were touched. It's the Qin family again. Ling Yan's handsome eyes narrowed slightly. The Qin family's movements were really too big. Ling Yan and Du Gumo met 9 Oriental people in Shenanjia, euphemistically called a scientific expedition team, but in fact they coveted the Chinese national treasure Shenongding. This Oriental expedition team was led by Qin Jianren of the Qin family. Ling Yun took Xiaobai to show off his mighty power from the waters of Diaoyu Island, killing more than 100 Eastern navies, and killing 100 Oriental ninja masters during the robbery. Qin Jianro, from the Qin family. Now, Qin Jiangui of the Qin family, who has been studying abroad for 3 years, suddenly returned to China 2 months ago. As soon as he came back, the Chao family suffered a disaster. Chao Shanshan has not been heard from so far. The Qin family's game of chess is really too big. East and west, chess pieces are arranged everywhere. Really, so do you want to reach the pinnacle of China? Ling Yan's eyes were like blades tempered by ice and snow. 2 pupils, one black and one white, suddenly appeared, and 2 real divine lights flashed away in a flash. Since the Qin family has already attacked the Chao family, then, the inexplicable disappearance of his father Ling Xiao and his second uncle Ling Yue, is it also related to the Qin family? Ling Yan thought of this almost immediately, and the corners of his angular lips pursed slightly. Ling Yun's thoughts flashed, and he quickly figured out many key points of the matter, and he immediately asked a second question. Tell me, where is Chao Shanshan now? Chao Shanshan? Jester's eyes showed a trace of confusion. He first repeated Chao Shanshan's name, and then suddenly said, Dear sir, did you ask, more than 2 months ago, suddenly returned to Chao's house from other places that beautiful girl? Ling Yun nodded and said, Yes, that's her. Where is she now? I saw Jester turned around, looked at Paul, then turned around, shook his head and said, Oh, dear sir, it's not that we don't want to answer your question, but we don't know where she is now. Hearing this, Ling Yun immediately frowned and asked in a deep voice, could it be that Chao Shanshan is not at Chao's house? Is it at Chen's house? Jester still drove the car at the speed of lightning. The speed did not decrease at all. He shook his head like a rattle and said, Dear sir, you must know that among the blood clan, we don't even have any titles, we are only the lowest in front of the Baron, we are only his loyal servants, and where he wants to hide that beautiful girl, we have no right to ask these questions, and we dare not ask them. Jester didn't look like he was lying, and there was no need for him to lie. Ling Yun could only nod his head when he heard it, but his brows were tightly wrinkled, very tight. However, there is something very important that I have to report to you. Jester suddenly remembered something, and immediately said to Ling Yun, Dear sir. Ling Yun said lightly, My surname is Ling. Jester immediately exaggerated and exclaimed, Ah, esteemed Mr. Ling, you must know that for our blood clan, the most delicious delicacy is the blood of teenage delicate virgins. If we give a first hug to such a delicate virgin, our strength can grow rapidly. Jester wanted to go on talking, but was interrupted by Ling Yun. This was the second time he heard the word Chuyang, but he didn't understand what it meant. Tell me first, what is a first embrace? Jester was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, Oh, respected Ling, I was so negligent that I forgot that you don't know anything about our blood family, so I will tell you now. To be honest, Paul and I can't be regarded as a real blood family. We are just blood relatives at best. The so-called blood relatives are the blood family members who were given to the first-time members of the blood family by the lowest blood family. We are only blood family descendants. As for the first embrace of the blood clan, there are generally 2 ways. The blood clan makes a cross-shaped opening on the neck of the person, drains the body's blood, and then lets it suck its own blood. Arteries. The blood of arteries makes people descendants of lower blood races. The person who was first embraced by a higher blood race will immediately become a new blood race descendant, and will become the most loyal servant to the higher blood race he first embraced. Ling Yun was furious and asked angrily, "Has Chao Shanshan been hugged by the first time?" To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 5th of the 8th shift. Tears for a monthly ticket. Brothers, please give me a hand. Oh my God, dear Ling, please don't get angry. I was just about to tell you about this. Jester was so frightened by Ling Yun's rage that he shivered, and he almost couldn't hold the steering wheel, so he quickly replied, "Dear Ling, don't worry, your beautiful princess has not been embraced for the first time." After Ling Yun heard this, he immediately let out a long sigh, but heard Jester say again, "But it should be almost there." What? Ling Yun immediately clenched his fists. Jester is now completely afraid of Ling Yun's fist, he said in a frightened manner, "At that time, when your beautiful little princess rushed back to Chao's house, our Baron. He's no longer your Lord Baron, call him Chen Jiangue." When Ling Yun heard the bullshit Lord Baron, he became furious. In his eyes, Chen Jiangue was already a dead person. Get rid of the hatred. Oh, yes. Chen Jiangue immediately rushed up, wanting to give that beautiful and delicate little princess a hug, but an incredible scene happened, just when Chen Jiangue just bit the delicate little princess' neck. At that time, a dazzling holy light emitted from the neck of the little princess, and Chen Jiangue was smashed into the air. Jester seems to still have lingering fears when he talks about that incident now, and he said with chattering teeth, "Yes, Paul and other descendants of the blood race were present at the time, we all suffered serious burns at the time, and we all hid. It took more than 2 months to recover in the coffin, and I barely recovered, otherwise, the gentleman sitting in the car behind would not be able to escape, and he would not have a chance." Chao Shanshan? Holy light? Ling Yun muttered to himself. Please search %Yuan to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel is a little puzzled, where does the holy light come from Chao Shanshan? When Jester saw that Ling Yun didn't know about it, he immediately followed and said in confusion, "Dear Ling, yes, it is the holy light, it is the same as the holy light that appears in your hand, it seems. It is better than the kind you emit holy light, even more powerful." Ling Yun understood a little. That was not holy light at all, it was the immortal aura that Ling Yun had penetrated into Chao Shanshan's body, the immortal aura of the human emperor's pen. The human emperor's pen is extremely sharp in the world, and the immortal aura contained in it is pure yang immortal energy. When Ling Yun was at the banker, when he was fighting against the 4 masters and the 3 heaven-level killers, the emperor's brush showed his power, and Ling Yun instantly reached the 9th level of the Qi training period. Into the body of everyone present, everyone injected a sufficient amount of immortal aura, washed their tendons and cut their marrow, and reborn them. And among them, Chao Shanshan was the one who got the most immortal aura, because at that time, Chao Shanshan already has the strength of an acquired 2nd-floor master. In addition to Dugumo, Miao Xiaomiao, and Tai Xiaohu, she is considered to be the person with the best physique and the best foundation. So the benefit is the greatest. It seems that those immortal auras sealed in Chao Shanshan's body have played a role. The human emperor's pen is too awesome. Just a few immortal auras can protect the master. Ling Yun was very excited, this was the best news he had heard since he left Qingshui City. So what happened to Chen Jiangue, isn't he injured? Ling Yun asked Jester. Jester shook his head repeatedly and said, Chen Jiangue was only slightly injured, dear Ling. You don't know, before Chen Jiangue became a blood clan, he already had the strength to defeat our ordinary blood clan descendants. He is your Huaxia. A cultivator, and a talented member of the Chen family, it seems that he has reached the 3rd level of innate, or the 5th level. I'm sorry, we really don't understand the realm system of your Chinese cultivators. In short, the innate realm. Ling Yan frowned and asked, a cultivator like this is actually willing to be a member of your blood clan? At this time, Paul, who was only in the back seat of the car, said, Dear Ling, you must know that our blood family can be immortal. In order to gain eternal life, humans can do anything. Paul said one sentence first, and then immediately said in surprise, however, because of Asians, especially Chinese people's physique and blood, it is difficult for Asians to be successful in the first embrace. Even if they are successful in the first embrace, can only become the descendant of the most inferior blood race, the ability improvement is limited, and the lifespan cannot increase by 100 years. But this Qin Jiangui has successfully succeeded. Not only did he succeed, but it only took 3 years. It surpassed the ordinary blood clan and reached the strength of a baron, which is really enviable and incredible. Ling Yan's heart is dark. If a master of the innate realm has the abilities of the blood clan, how powerful will he become? Maybe, this Qin Jiangui will become his own great enemy. Paul, I know, I've seen it. Jester murmured nervously, I've seen a blood-red bead on Qin Jiangui's hand, and he seems to be in charge of that bead. What is it called? It's called the Blood Origin Pearl. That thing is very strange. It has the power of a demon. Qin Jiangui can improve his strength as long as he sucks blood, and his ability improves faster than we suck the blood of the most delicate virgins every day. It's terrifying. Blood orb? Ling Yan's heart moved, and he thought that this Qin Jiangui, before going abroad, was cultivating the magic method of Mazong? This is absolutely impossible to be held by the people in the martial arts righteous way. Ling Yan asked, indifferently, how is the realm of strength of your blood clan divided? Anyway, in the face of Ling Yan, the nemesis of the blood clan, he couldn't hide anything, and Paul talked eloquently, Dear Ling, I understand what you mean. You are asking about our rank, but, although our blood clan is strictly hierarchical, but it is distinguished by bloodline and position. Following Paul's remarks, Ling Yan quickly gained a general understanding of the blood clan. If the blood clan was divided into pure blood and hybrid blood, the blood clan with pure blood belonged to the noble class within the blood clan. No matter how powerful a bloodline member is, as long as it is a hybrid bloodline, in front of a purebred bloodline, it is all garbage and has no status at all. Regarding the division of positions of the blood clan, each clan of the blood clan is different, but their rank is roughly the same. A variable number of MPs. The Lord and the elders must have the rank of prince, the elders are elected, and the council is jointly recognized by the Lord and the 3 elders. The Lord is usually appointed after the former Lord abdicates or the winner of the Lord duel. Due to the infinite lifespan of a vampire and the complexity of a lord's job, a lord usually chooses to abdicate after a certain term of office. The lord, the elder, and then the prince is the head of the family, and then the Grand Duke, the Marquis, the Earl, the Viscount, the Baron, and then the ordinary members of the blood family. The new blood clan is the descendant of the blood clan, like Jim, Paul, Jester, and so on. The Grand Duke, a powerful synonym, a symbol of the power of the blood family, the Marquis, the middle member of the family, the symbol of the prosperity of the family, the Earl, the member of the blood family that the world is most familiar with. In order, the hierarchy is strict. Ling Yan was shocked when he heard this, thinking that there is still such a powerful race on Earth, non-human, non-demon, and non-ghost. This race has a very long lifespan, and being happy to live for thousands of years is simply a history of living. It's so fucking amazing. Then why don't ordinary people see you? Ling Yan asked, casually. Oh, my respected Ling, this is because our blood clan has 6 precepts, one of which is to avoid the world. Paul replied seriously. Life can live for too long, and naturally he will be very indifferent to some things. Ling Yan understands this. Most of the cultivators avoid the world. Since there is a commandment to avoid the world, why do you guys come out to make trouble again? Ling Yan continued to ask. Jester cried out, strangely, aha, respectful Ling, you asked this question really well, let me answer you. No race is absolutely unified, and there are divisions and struggles within the blood clan. Our blood clan has a total of 13 clans, which are also divided into 2 camps. We call them 2 major alliances, one is the Hidden Alliance, and the 6 Commandments are the Secret Alliance was formulated, and the other is the Sabbath Alliance. The Sabbath Alliance does not need to abide by the 6 Commandments. Qin Jiangui joined the Sabbath Alliance in the Blood Clan. As his servants, we naturally do not need to escape. However, the fact that our demons don't avoid the world is only relative. The sun comes out once a day. The sun is our biggest enemy. What we hate the most is the sun. Of course, we won't just hang out on the street when we have nothing to do. Ling Yun finally understood everything now, he nodded with a smile, so that's it, the blood race, the demon party, it's a bit interesting. It seems that this blood clan is very large, and its ranks are strict and its strength is superb, but it is too hidden to be known by the world. Tell me all the abilities and weaknesses of your blood race, and all the ways in which you can kill you. Ling Yun talked about it, and finally came to the key point. To kill Qin Jiangui, he must master all the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan, and know himself and the enemy before he can prescribe the right medicine. Oh, dear Ling, to tell you the truth, I hate this topic. I hate it too. Jester and Paul both frowned and said. Khan and Ling Yun asked how to kill the blood clan in front of the 2 blood clans, it was no wonder they liked it. However, under Ling Yun's pressing question, it was impossible for Jester and Paul to hide it, and they quickly revealed the answers one by one. Ling Yun quickly understood all the strengths and weaknesses of the blood clan, and knew all the ways to kill them. One of the things that shocked Ling Yun the most was that the blood clan could fly when they reached a certain level of strength. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 6th of the 8th shift. What do you mean when you said that Chao Shanshan will soon be embraced for the first time? Ling Yan heard that the immortal aura of the human emperor's pen was so powerful that it sent the damn bastard Qin Jiangui flying. 2 wings, fly to the capital to rescue Chao Shanshan from the claws. Jester whispered, oh, dear Ling, you must know that if the blood clan always has enough fresh blood supply, the blood clan's strength can be improved very quickly. That Baron, oh no, it's damned. Qin Jiangui, he will soon be promoted to become a Viscount. The strength of a Viscount is 10 times greater than that of a Baron. I think that as long as he becomes a Viscount, he will definitely be able to give your delicate little princess a first hug. He has already can't wait to. Furthermore, damn Qin Jiangui seems to have discovered your delicate little princess, her bloodline is very special. He has invited a number of Viscounts and Earls, and even a Grand Duke, who came from the United States to enjoy your delicate little princess the fresh blood. I think those people will definitely come impatiently when they hear the news. Bang! Ling Yun was furious, he punched heavily, and he didn't know what was in the car, he snorted angrily, Qin Jiangui, Qin family, okay, with you, how dare you want to drink my woman's blood, and that's not true. I'm not afraid of breaking your pair of dog teeth. When Jester and Paul saw Ling Yun's anger, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. Continue to speed me up, the faster the better. After a long while, Ling Yun decisively issued an order. He was so anxious that he had to get to the capital as soon as possible. Oh damn, I hate the day, I hate the sun. The silver-gray sedan was apparently specially modified. Although the day came and the scorching sun was in the sky, the sun did not shine into the car at all, and the car was still extremely dark. In order to block the strong light, Jester also put on sunglasses and was still driving the car. Go wild on the highway. Around 9 in the morning, 8 hours after Ling Yun beheaded Jim. The silver-gray sedan and the black Audi driven by Chao Tianlong finally drove into the political center of China, the capital. Into the 5th ring. After finding a place to stop and refuel, Lingyan pulled Chao Tianlong aside and asked in a low voice, "Is there any way I can think of? Shall we go to your house during the day, or wait until the evening?" Chao Tianlong did not have the vigorous energy of the Blood clan. He galloped all the way, except for the toll booth. Apart from refueling the car, the speed of the car is almost always maintained at more than 200 miles. Even his nerves can't stand it, and he has already overdrawn. "Lingyun, I went to Qingshui to find you. At first, I didn't expect you to fight against the Blood clan, just because I heard Shanshan talk about your magical medical skills. I want you to use medical skills to cure my grandfather, my parents, and my mother. As long as they can be cured, our Chao family will naturally have a way to turn this situation over." Lingyan shook his head, frowned and pondered. "I asked those two guys. The first embrace is irreversible, as long as the person who is embraced by the Blood clan for the first time is already a living dead. I have no way to treat them for the time being." On this journey, Lingyan was thinking hard in the car, and for the first time, he felt that there was no way to recover. At first, this thing is really incredible. With his current strength, there is absolutely no way. Spirit pivot 9 needles? No use. The blood is very scarce, and the acupuncture points have long lost their proper function, and it will not work anywhere. Healing talisman? The recovery ability of the Blood clan itself is comparable to the effect of the 4th or 5th level of the healing talisman, and it is also useless. Yin and Yang infuriating? The pure Yin infuriating energy in Lingyan's body could freeze Paul to half death. As for the pure Yang energy, not to mention. Lingyan thought about it for a while, and then said his own way, "I've thought of a way for the time being, let's see if it works. Although I can't change them from the Blood clan back to human beings, we can rescue them first and let them get out of the Blood clan's control first. In this way, let's try and see if we can still communicate with them. If we can work together. Find a way to fight against Qinjiangue, first kill Qinjiangue, and then. If you can't, then you have to keep them in this state first. When I find a solution, we will treat the sick and save people. What do you think?" Although Lingyan and Chao Tianlong were negotiating, but Chao Tianlong's strength is only for the sake of running away in front of the Blood clan. Of course he has no way. Chao Tianlong sees Lingyan and there is no way to treat him. Although his heart hurts, he can only nod silently. In any case, he is now with Lingyan. Not to mention Lingyan's strength, he is still the nemesis of the Blood clan. In this way, at least he can kill the Chao family and rescue his own family first. The Son of Heaven makes the princes much stronger. "Lingyun, thank you, we can only do this for the time being, but it's too dangerous for us to kill the Chao family," Chao Tianlong said with tears in his eyes, unable to hide his grief. Lingyan patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder lightly, and said lightly, "To tell you the truth, Shanshan is already my wife. She came to help me and return to the family, and I have a lot to do with this. No matter how much danger there is, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely rescue Shanshan this time." Chao Tianlong is the most powerful special soldier in the Huaxia army. He is also a strong man. He quickly turned his sadness into motivation, wiped his tears and said, "Lingyun, you are much stronger than me, this time. Save people, I will obey your arrangements. Whatever you say, just do it." Lingyan nodded and said, "Since we want to save people, we should rush in during the day. Although those bloodline descendants dare not come out, it is not easy for us to rescue them. Therefore, I think we should go in at night and fight all the way in. As long as it's not your family, kill as many blood tribes as you have, and after killing people, we will save them again. What do you think? Besides, you're too tired to drive all the way. You just need a good rest during the day." Chao Tianlong's eyes widened in anger, and he nodded with gritted teeth, "Just do it." After Lingyun discussed with Chao Tianlong, He came to Chui Lao again, and said to him through a voice transmission, "Chui Lao, you already know everything that happened in the Chao family. Since I am in the capital, it is impossible for Shan to let Shan. Shan continues to suffer, and she is in danger now, so I must find a way to rescue her first." Mr. Chui was a little worried, and he said anxiously, "Young master, look, if such a big thing happens, should we go back to the family first, wait until you meet your grandfather first, and discuss with him carefully before trying to save it?" "People?" Ling Yun shook his head decisively. "Old Chui, I have thought about this matter. This matter is not as simple as the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan that appeared in the capital was controlled by Qin Jiangui of the Qin family, and the reason why Qin Jiangui dared to be in the capital with such a blatant action, the Qin family must be covering up all this for him. Now, the forces in the capital are treacherous. We don't know which family is on the same front as the Qin family, so now everything is planned. It can only be done in secret. On Grandpa's side, you can go back and report to him. I believe that Grandpa will understand me. This is just one of them. The other point is that Ling Yun has just entered the capital, and he doesn't want to reveal his identity for the time being, so that the enemy is secretive and it is convenient for Ling Yun to do things. Old Chui, can you find a place for me to stay? It doesn't have to be a good place to live, as long as there is a place where I can rest. Old Chui shook his head with a wry smile, and said to Ling Yun, "Little master, even if our Ling family falls again, and you come to the capital, there will still be some houses for you to live in. Come on, what city do you want to live in a place as big as the capital?" Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "Find a place with mountains and water, as long as it is remote and quiet. It is best to be closer to Chao's house, so that I can inquire about the news." "Is there any?" "Yes, but it's in the northwest corner of the capital." "I'll take you there first." Ling Yun came from the south, naturally from the city that is directly south of the capital. Now he is going to the northwest corner of the capital, and he has to cross the entire capital. This trip gave Ling Yun a general understanding of the capital. The biggest impression of the capital on Ling Yun is that it is too big. A capital can at least be as big as 4 or 5 Qingshui City. There are many high-rise buildings, and there are countless large overpasses. People who are unfamiliar with the road conditions will drive on the overpass. I don't know where I wandered when I came down again. As expected of the Emperor's feet. Although Ling Yun had seen a capital that was many times bigger than the capital in the great cultivation world, he had stayed in Qingshui City for a long time. When he first came to the capital, he was still shocked by the prosperity of the capital. The two cars drove from the south of the capital towards the northwest corner, one after the other, because it was after 9 o'clock in the morning, when the traffic jam was the worst. It took them more than 2 hours to arrive. Destination. No way, the traffic jams in Beijing are famous all over the world. The place that Chui Lao brought Ling Yun to is not a villa, but a large courtyard. Although the location is remote, it is better than the beautiful mountains and clear waters. It is backed by the green hills, and the courtyard is the most standard quadrangle courtyard in Beijing. The surroundings are very quiet. Chui Lao did not have the key here. Anyway, looking around no one, the two flew in and went directly into the yard. "Hee, young master, this place is one of the ancestral properties of our Ling family. Don't look at such a small courtyard, it only has more than 1,000 square meters, and even 200 million won't be sold." Ling Yun knew in Qingshui City that the housing prices in the capital were notoriously expensive, but he still could not have imagined that it would be so expensive, so he couldn't help but stunned. 200,000 square meters? Old Chui smiled indifferently and said, "Of course it's not like that. Saihiyuans like this within the 5th Ring Road are not for sale in the capital." Ling Yun understood. He nodded and said, "However, without the key, how can we enter the house?" Old Chui smiled slightly and said, "Young master, wait a moment, I just need to make a phone call." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. the 7th of the 8th shift. Ask for a monthly pass, get rolling and ask for a monthly pass. Such a big yard, of course, usually has a special person to clean it. These people come to clean it every 2 days at most. They live very close to here, so Chui Lao called, and soon a middle-aged woman came to help them. Opened the gate. These cleaners have obviously received special training, and they also understand how wealthy a family with such a large yard is within the 5th ring road of the capital. Therefore, they should never ask, and no matter what they see, they never see it. Same. Mr. Chui asked the middle-aged woman to leave a complete set of keys and told her not to come to clean for the next few days, and then sent her away. After the middle-aged woman left, Mr. Chui handed a large amount of keys to Ling Yun and said with a smile, "Every room has a label on the key, you can live in whichever room the young master wants to live in. From now on, this yard is yours." $500 million can be given to Ling Yun. Of course, a yard is not a problem. Chui Lao is completely independent of this trivial matter. Besides, Chui Lao has already determined that Ling Yun is the future owner of the Ling family. The 2 cars slowly drove into the yard. Chao Tianlong got out of the car. Chui Lao looked at the 2 descendants of the blood race who stayed in the car and dared not come out, and said to Ling Yun, "Little young master, these 2 descendants of the blood race, what do you plan to do?" "How to do?" Ling Yun frowned and said, "I don't have a good idea. I'll take a look at it later. Maybe when they save people, they might be able to help." Chui Lao carefully reminded Ling Yun, "Little master, as the saying goes, people who are not my race will have different hearts. I think these 2 blood races are 2 scourges sooner or later. It's better to kill them as soon as possible, save day and night." Ling Yun said lightly, "Thank you, Chui Lao, I will be careful." This reminder to Chui Lao. Ling Yun didn't catch a cold very much, because he had seen too many strange races in the world of comprehension, not to mention blood races. What kind of monsters and ghosts Ling Yun had never seen before. He has seen demons, devils, ghosts, and spirits. Any race is a form of life. As long as he didn't offend Ling Yun's head, Ling Yun didn't want to kill for no reason. These 2 bloodline descendants. Although they said they helped Xin Jiangui to do a lot of things and chased and killed Chao Tianlong, they just obeyed orders and did not harm ordinary people. Ling Yun could not commit 2 swords and slaughter them for the time being. Really bad. The Qin family, who betrayed the country for glory and desperately wanted to be promoted at all costs, was much worse than these 2 blood clans, and that was Ling Yun's real enemy. Of course, these 2 blood races behaved very honestly along the way. He is very respectful to Ling Yun, and this is why Ling Yun wants to let them go. If the 2 of them dare to make mistakes, Ling Yun will not let them live for 1 more second. After Chui Lao Qian told him, he left on his own, returned to Ling's house, and went to report everything to Ling Lai. Only Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong, and 2 poor blood descendants were left in the courtyard. On the way here, they had already bought lunch. Ling Yun and Chao Tianlong filled their stomachs casually, and then found a room for Chao Tianlong. Let him have a good rest first and talk about it all at night. Chao Tianlong has been running around for several days, and now seeing that his family has finally been rescued, his mind is finally relaxed. "You too, decided to stay in this car? Now you're back in the capital. You can leave by yourself." Ling Yun came to the silver gray sedan and said lightly to Paul in gesture, "Oh, dear Ling, we've discussed it, we won't leave, we've decided to change our wickedness, and from now on, we'll be at your command." Jester sat in the car, wearing sunglasses, opened his arms, and shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. His attitude was so sincere that he couldn't bear to refuse. Ling Yun laughed dumbly, and he said lightly, "I'm sorry, but I don't have fresh human blood to supply you. If I starve you to death, it won't be fun. As for my blood, don't even think about it." Don't even think about it, Ling Yan, let alone the spirit of immortality and pure yang energy in his body. That is, he practiced the great essence gathering star treasure art every day and absorbed the great sun's essence fire day and night. If you take a sip of his blood, it is estimated that even if you don't die, you will only have half your life left. Oh, no, dear boss, there is something you may not know yet. We don't have to drink human blood, we can drink animal blood instead of human blood. Jester was the quickest to see the opportunity. When he saw that Ling Yun wanted to contain them, he immediately changed his name to Ling Yun as the boss. Is this okay? Ling Yun was a little shocked, thinking that if the blood of animals could also be used, it would be much easier to handle. Okay. Absolutely. Dear boss, as long as you are willing to accept us, anything will do. Paul and Jester both rushed to speak. In this way, Ling Yun saved the trouble. He smiled lightly and said, "You two guys don't come to fool me. Didn't you say that you are the loyal servants of the superior blood clan? How could you betray your master so easily?" This time it was Paul who said first, No, it's not a betrayal, it's for the vampire we embraced for the first time. He has been killed by vampire hunters in the United States. We are already free. This can't be regarded as a betrayal. Ling Yun said in surprise, "Since you are free, what are you doing here in China?" Jester stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips, and whispered, "Dear boss, it's for the sake of blood, that Qin Jiangui said that as long as we are willing to come to China with him, he will provide us with inexhaustible drinks. Fresh blood, you know, this temptation is really irresistible. Fresh human blood is the greatest desire of the blood race, which is indeed an irresistible temptation for these descendants of the lowest blood race." Ling Yun pondered for a while, and finally nodded lightly, and said, "Since that's the case, that's fine, then you can follow me. Maybe you'll be better off." "Oh, thank you boss, you are really the greatest, best, most wise boss in the world. Jester is flattering. Where do you live? You can't be in the car all the time, right?" Ling Yun said casually after being touted by Jester. "Oh, dear boss, for us, of course, the best place to live is in the coffin, but of course you won't have a coffin here, so just give us a basement." Ling Yun let go of his consciousness and enveloped the entire small courtyard. He really found a few basements. He let the two descendants of the blood race live in casually, and then returned to the main room, sitting on the sofa in the living room, quietly thinking about things. Half an hour later, Ling Yun started to call Ning Lingyu and Tang Mei respectively, telling them that he had arrived in the capital safely and everything was fine, so they told others not to worry about themselves. Then Ling Yun found the largest bedroom, flew onto the bed, began to practice cross-legged, and patiently waited for the night to come. In order to take care of the two blood descendants, Ling Yun didn't stop cultivating until 9 o'clock in the evening and flew out of bed. At this time, Chao Tianlong was already awake, sitting alone in the living room, silently thinking about his thoughts. "How's your rest?" Ling Yun walked out of the bedroom and asked Chao Tianlong with a smile. Chao Tianlong exhaled a long breath, nodded and said, "Thank you, I rested very well. With you here, my heart is really at ease." Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, "I said uncle, you must not put so much pressure on yourself, the sky won't fall, don't worry, as long as it's the truth, there will always be a solution." Chao Tianlong nodded first, then stared again. "Who is your uncle, stinky boy? Shanshan hasn't married you yet, let's save her first." Ling Yun originally wanted to let Chao Tianlong relax, but now that he had seized on his own words, knowing that Chao Tianlong was resting really well, he finally felt relieved. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold and he said solemnly, "This time, I will destroy the Qin family." While speaking, Ling Yun exuded an incomparably fierce aura, confident and powerful, and his voice was decisive. Chao Tianlong was shocked, he was dumbfounded and said, "Ling Yun, you want to destroy the Qin family?" I have to remind you that the Qin family is not so easy to destroy. The current head of the Qin family, Chen Haiping, is now at the peak of the fifth layer Xiantian. There are at least 7 or 8 masters above congenital, and there are several large hidden sects who support the Qin family. Although our Chao family doesn't want to admit it, I can tell you that in the capital, apart from the Long family and the Yi family, the Qin family is now the third largest family in the capital. Furthermore, this is only the clear power of the Qin family in China. If you want to count the hidden power behind it, plus the support of various foreign powers, the relationship here is too big. It's not easy to destroy the Qin family. Even if you really have the ability to destroy the Qin family, the Long family will be the first to refuse, because this will inevitably break the delicate balance of the 7 major families in the capital, which will affect the Long family, and Huaxiao will inevitably, like 18 years ago, it has become a muddy water again. Lingyan laughed and said to Chao Tianlong, "Uncle, you think too much. A manly man is born between heaven and earth. If you have revenge, you must avenge it. What else do you care about?" Now, the Sun family is forbearing, the Yi family keeps a low profile, and the Qin family wants to take advantage of the opportunity, but they are the first to choose your Chao family, and it is clear that they will destroy your Chao family directly. Use? Lingyan said 2 words to Chao Tianlong, neither light nor heavy, and then smiled lightly. "I'm not the same as you, whoever wants to touch me, who wants to ride on my head and shit, I have nothing else to say, other first, put it back and beat him to death first. No matter how important he is, no matter how awesome he is, even if there are no people in the world without him, I can't live without him, I will still kill him." Ling Yun snorted disdainfully and said indifferently. Chao Tianlong was stunned once again. Today, he finally understood what it means to be strong. What is arrogance, what is domineering? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more completed. The big climax asks for a monthly pass. Thank you all for your monthly pass today. He was about to save people. In order to break the shackles of Chao Tianlong's mind, Ling Yan expressed what he thought in his heart, showing the momentum of God blocking God and Buddha blocking Buddha. You want to set up your game, you want to be in your position, you can do whatever you want, but don't provoke me, you can't. No matter the 3721, destroy him. This is Ling Yan's style. I don't understand yet? If your family is gone, what Long family, what Ji family, what this and that, still have anything to do with you, Chao Tianlong? It's all about the last stand. If you're still afraid, no one can help you. Ling Yan stood there with a confident smile on the corner of his mouth, stared at Chao Tianlong, and said with a smile, "I understand." Chao Tianlong stood up abruptly, with a determined look on his face. He stretched out his palm and slapped it heavily with Ling Yan's hand, making a crisp loud noise. "Let's go, let's eat first." "What about the 2 bloodline descendants?" Chao Tianlong asked. "Don't worry about them, stay if you want, leave if you want, we just need to concentrate on our business." Until now, Ling Yan did not trust these 2 blood clans, and he did not count on them to save people tonight. At the critical moment, you can only rely on yourself, this is Ling Yan's eternal creed. The 2 left the yard and quickly found a large restaurant. They went into Mimi and had a full meal. They chatted while eating, and Ling Yan even drank some wine. "What is your grandfather's strength?" "Innate 4th layer early stage." "What about your father and your mother?" "My father is the pinnacle of the innate 1st layer, and my mother can't know martial arts." "From what you see." "Besides them, how many people in your family have been embraced for the first time?" "At least 6 more." "Don't your family still have the support of the hidden family or the ancient martial arts school?" "What about those people?" "I didn't see any of them. I guess they were all killed by Qin Jiangui." "Understood. After eating, let's go back and prepare, and then go to Chao's house, to save people." After eating, the two returned to their residence, and Ling Yun found that the two descendants of the blood race had already come out for activities. Although Ling Yun was not there, he couldn't find any way to control them. But they didn't leave, which made Ling Yun very satisfied. Jester saw that Ling Yun was back. He immediately jumped up from his seat, flew out of the room, and said to Ling Yun, "Dear boss, you're finally back. I thought you left us alone?" Paul also stood up, behaved like a gentleman to Ling Yun, smiled, and said, "Dear boss, what do you want to do tonight? Paul is willing to serve you." Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "Tonight, I'm going to Chow's house, to save people. Do you want to follow?" Jester grinned and exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, "Oh, respected boss, for such an important matter of saving people, of course we have to go with you, just what? Just. If you need to fight, can you not emit that holy light?" Obviously, Jester and Paul had a great fear of Ling Yun's pure yang qi. Brush. The blood demon sword appeared in Ling Yun's hand, and he raised the pitch black blade. Looking at the two descendants of the blood race with horror on their faces, he said, "This knife is enough. If you really need that kind of holy light, I will inform you in advance and let you leave first." "Oh, shit. I hate this knife." Jester backed away in horror. However, Westerners do have the habits of Westerners, what they say. Going straight, without shyness, Ling Yun still appreciates this very much. Ling Yun laughed, and took the blood demon knife back into the space ring. At the same time, he took out 2 bundles of fire talismans, and handed them to Chao Tianlong. He used sound transmission to enter the secret, and told him how to use it. Chao Tianlong had seen the power of the fire spirit talisman and knew that what he was holding was the nemesis of the blood clan, and his heart was instantly settled. Chen Jiangue came back from the United States. How many blood descendants did he bring back? Ling Yun asked Jester indifferently. "Respected boss, we brought back a total of 29 people. After the 2 of us, and poor Jim, there are still 26 people left." Every time he talks about Jim, Jester has a feeling of sadness. "How many people are hiding in Chow's house?" "There are 6. "What strength are they?" "They are all about the same strength as me and Paul, and one is about the same as Jim." "That's it, let's go." At 11 o'clock at night, 2 cars parked at the entrance of the Chow family compound. It was outside the 5th Ring Road. The house was very large, at least tens of thousands of square meters. It should be brightly lit. People feel gloomy and cold. Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong, Paul and Jester got out of the car, respectively. Ling Yun glanced at the main entrance of the compound and said with a light smile, "We will enter through the main entrance." After speaking, with a swipe, the ghost blood demon saber had appeared in his hand again. Ling Yun held the saber in his right hand, and swung a saber towards the courtyard gate from a distance of 5 or 6 meters. The black sword glow disappeared in a flash, the sword gang broke through the air, the cold wind whistled, and it was extremely fierce. Crack! The courtyard gate of Chow's house was torn apart by Ling Yun's sword, and it was immediately shattered. Ling Yun's palms and fists can already be separated from the body, and the sword is no exception. It is 5 or 6 meters away, like a real sword light, it has smashed the courtyard door. Chao Tianlong couldn't help but scratched his head and whispered, "Ling Yun, let's just jump in, this is my house." Ling Yun laughed, "Your family can't even afford a door, right? Even this is distressed, what can you do in the future?" It has to be said that Ling Yun's lightness is something that no one else wants to learn. "Go, follow me, get in." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he took the lead, swayed forward, kicked half of the door that was still unwilling to fall, and flew into the courtyard. "Which house is the old man in?" After Ling Yun entered, he immediately put his divine sense to the maximum, and he asked Chao Tianlong directly, not even using the sound transmission to enter the secret. The backyard, the east wing. Chao Tianlong said aloud as Ling Yun's blood boiled. Walk. The swagger, that momentum, let alone Chao Tianlong, even Jester and Paul were stunned. Don't you mean saving people? Shouldn't saving people be like being a thief? How does your boss look like the second uncle? This is too sturdy, isn't it? Who dares to trespass into Chao's house? A loud shout came from inside, followed by 3 tall and burly figures rushing out, and soon came to the front of the 4 Ling Yun. There were 3 more foreigners. They were all dressed in tuxedos, just like Jester. They were extremely gorgeous and handsome. Their faces were pale and infiltrating. What? Jester? Paul? Why are you 2 alone? Where's Jim? Where's Jim? Oh my God, you brought your prey back? So who is this humble human being? These 3 blood races obviously knew Jester and Paul, and when they saw that it was these 2 people, they immediately asked in shock. Without Jester speaking, Ling Yun sneered directly, I'm sorry, Jim has gone to hell now, and went to see your Satan. If you know each other, let me go as far as you can. If you don't know each other, then don't blame me for killing you. After listening to the 3 blood races, they immediately laughed like they heard the funniest joke in the world. One of them pointed at Ling Yun and said, What? You are going to kill us, my God, is this just too much? It's funny. Not funny at all. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he came to the Blood clan in a flash, and the Blood demon saber in his hand slashed at him, not even bothering to use the sword. The speed was as fast as lightning. The vampire instinctively raised his hand to block it, and both Jester and Paul closed their eyes at the same time, and their hearts were finished. Chi-chi. The first sound was that Ling Yun cut off an arm of the Blood clan with 1 knife, and the second knife cut him in half directly. It was really as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The blood in the blood of the blood race was completely absorbed by the blood demon knife, and he died on the spot before he could transform. Ow! Ow! Hearing only 2 strange screams, the remaining 2 blood races saw that their companions had been stabbed for seconds, and immediately knew that they had encountered a strong enemy, and they were about to transform decisively. It doesn't have to be so troublesome, it's the same for me to transform and not transform. Ling Yun snorted coldly, performed the phantom fish dragon step, transformed into 2, and each swung a knife towards the 2 who were transforming. The sound of the tuxedo being torn apart abruptly stopped, the heads of the 2 blood races all fell to the ground, and their bodies quickly shriveled. I told you to go as far as you want. You have to block Lao Tzu's way. Ling Yun left a sentence, and continued to lead the 3 of them to rush in. During the period, 3 more descendants of the blood race rushed out. Although they had completely completed their transformations, they were all killed by Ling Yun with 1 knife. The underworld blood demon knife is really overbearing. Paul and Jester followed Ling Yun in. They couldn't help but keep looking at each other with fear in their eyes. They said that it was fortunate that the boss didn't attack them that day, otherwise. The 6 corpses on the ground are their role models. Master Chao, come out quickly, we are here to save you. Ling Yun quickly came to the backyard and shouted loudly. He used Shenlong Shao, and the sound was like thunder. Brush! Brush! 2 figures flew out of the room in the backyard. Chao Tianlong took a close look, and immediately burst into tears and shouted loudly. Grandpa! Dad! With 2 shouts, Chao Tianlong had already burst into tears and could not stop crying. Chao Tianlong was heartbroken here, but the 2 close relatives opposite him, their eyes were as cold as ice and snow, and there was no reaction at all. They stood there like 2 puppets that had lost their souls. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. I'm sorry, the community has been out of power for a day, and I won't come until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Now I am struggling to code in the bar. I can only write 2 more updates in the bar, there will be a total of 8 updates tomorrow. Copy address access, last 24 hours, ask for a monthly pass. Chao Tianlong was heartbroken there, but Ling Yun was very calm. After he killed the 6 foreign descendants of the Blood clan, he immediately put away his blood demon sword. The demon sword of underworld blood is meant to deal with the enemy, but the 2 on the opposite side are Chao Tianlong's grandfather and Chao Tianlong's father. Although both of them have been embraced by Qin Jiangguochu, they have also become blood clansmen, but of course Ling Yun won't hurt them. Chao Tianlong's grandfather is called Chao Juanxiong, and his father is called Chao Xingchong. Both of them are Chinese ancient martial arts practitioners. Chao Juanxiong is the first-level Xiantian fourth-level cultivation base, and Chao Xingchong is the congenital first-level peak cultivation level. They are the former head of the Chao family and the current head. Ling Yun did not shy away from using his powerful divine sense to lock them in. At the same time, he also used the yin-yang divine eye to the extreme, carefully observing their every move. That's not right. Ling Yun looked at the 2 with dull eyes for a long time, and there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. Ling Yun heard from Jester and Paul, although it is said that the first embrace of the Blood clan is an oath of blood, which is irreversible and cannot be destroyed. Once the first embrace is completed, the first embracer must treat his master thoroughly. Loyalty, as long as the master does not die, he cannot betray for life. However, complete loyalty is loyal, but it does not mean that the human beings who have been embraced for the first time have lost their soul, will, and character. Whether it's Jim, Jester, or Paul, they all obviously have their own souls and characters, different ways of speaking and actions, and they have their own preferences. There is also fear. But Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong, from the current point of view, are basically 2 walking dead, and they seem to have their souls taken away. Grandpa, Dad, why don't you talk? I'm Tianlong. Ling Yun and I are here to save you. What happened to you? After Chao Tianlong suffered a lot. He also found something wrong, because when he returned home with his comrades for the first time, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong were not like this. They were just indifferent to him and did not dare to appear in the sun. But now, Chao Tianlong saw the appearance of the 2 and found that they were actually I don't know myself anymore. Ling Yun, what's going on? What can I do now? Chao Tianlong panicked. He turned his head to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's face darkened, he didn't turn his head, but directly asked Jester behind him, Jester, what's going on here? Why do the 2 of them seem to have lost their souls? Oh, shit. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Jester muttered to himself like a ghost, and said, impossible. His strength cannot be improved so fast. Paul's expression also changed greatly. He raised his finger and pointed at Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong opposite him and said, Dear boss, this is the evil eye, an evil eye that only high-level blood clans can display. Damn Qin Jiangguo, how could his level increase like this? Quick? Higher blood race, you can borrow a look. Or a gesture, like hypnosis, to lead the innocent victim out of the safe house, to the hideout of the vampire, and let it be killed without resisting at all. This ability of the blood race is called the evil eye. The evil eye can hypnotize. When it develops to a certain extent, it can even control people's thoughts and behaviors, completely wipe out their own soul will, and become servants and puppets of higher blood races. In addition to pure bloodline members of the blood family, some ordinary human beings turned into vampires after being first embraced, at least if they reached the level of Viscount or above, it is possible to display the evil eye. However, Qin Jiangguo already has the ability of the evil eye. In other words, after Qin Jiangguo returned to China for more than 2 months, he had already been promoted to Viscount. How could Jester and Paul not be shocked by such a terrifying speed of improvement? This is the evil eye? Ling Yan's brows furrowed even tighter, The corners of his mouth were tightly pursed, his face became more gloomy, and he couldn't help but feel more worried about Chao Shanshan. Brush. Brush. Before Ling Yin could answer Chao Tianlong, the opposite Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng flew towards Ling Yin as if they had received some kind of order together. You three step back. Ling Yin shouted violently, and flew up to meet him. Behind him came a sad cry from Chao Tianlong, Ling Yin, please don't hurt them. Chao Tianlong was afraid that Ling Yin would kill him, so he reminded Ling Yin in his busy schedule. You don't need to say it. Ling Yin responded in the air, thinking that I still need you to remind me, if you kill your grandfather and your father, Shanshan, and I don't need to save it. Bang! With a loud bang, Ling Yin greeted Chao Juanxiong first in the air. He knew that the other party was an innate fourth-level expert, so he didn't dare to care for him. He turned the Dian Juxing treasure technique to the extreme to protect himself, and suffered a blow from Chao Juanxiong. Once he succeeded, Chao Juanxiong flew back upside down, but Ling Yin was unscathed. After his body fell to the ground, he tapped his toes on the ground again, and then came first. He immediately blocked in front of Chao Xingcheng, and was hit by Chao Xingcheng again. Xingcheng strikes. This is the blood race that two Chinese innate masters turned into, Huaxia Guwu, turned blood race. Ling Yin gave them two hard blows, just wanted to see how different they were from the blood race descendants like Jester and Paul. The result of the test shocked Ling Yin. Chao Juanxiong has not yet transformed, his strength is even greater than that of Qinggongxiong, who was born on the 5th floor. In the same way, Chao Xingcheng's cultivation at the peak of the 1st floor of the innate actually surpassed the strength of Cui Lao, who was at the peak of the 2nd floor of the innate. The master of ancient Chinese martial arts has become a blood clan, and his own strength can even be upgraded by one level. Moreover, this is the result of them not transforming. Ling Yin knew that these two were walking dead now. Since they attacked, they must have used their greatest strength as soon as they came up, and had absolutely no reservations. Ling Yin, are you all right? Chao Tianlong saw that Ling Yin didn't dodge and was attacked by his grandfather and father abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw him. I'm fine. Ling Yin smiled bitterly. Of course, he did all this not to impress Chao Tianlong, but to prepare for the damned Shenjiangui. Only by knowing ourselves and knowing our enemies can we be safe in 100 battles. However, Ling Yin's 2 blows just now were not in vain, and he was also pleasantly surprised, because he discovered that there was innate energy circulating in the bodies of Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng. There is innate qi, which means that the dantian of these two people is still there, and the acupuncture points and meridians are still there. As for the reason, Ling Yin can't say for sure. Maybe it's because of the first embrace process, maybe it's because the two people's realm has reached the innate realm, it may be because of their Asian blood, and it's more likely because the time they were first embraced was too short, and they had not completely become members of the blood clan. However, Ling Yin is more inclined to believe that this is the factor that Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng have reached the innate realm of ancient Chinese martial arts. After all, in the innate realm, the 2 veins of Ren and Du have already been opened up, reaching the unity of nature and man, and the physique of ordinary people has long been big difference. This, Ling Yin can only slowly study with Jester and Paul when he has time to catch them. Thinking of this, Ling Yin let out a long laugh, performed phantom fish dragon steps, changed his shape and transformed into 2, leaving a real afterimage on the spot, which had already rushed to Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng respectively. Make it for me. Ling Yin pointed out like lightning, and quickly pointed out several acupuncture points on the 2 of them. After clicking, Ling Yin flew back to the original place. Until this time, the real afterimage he left in the original place, unexpectedly, it hasn't disappeared yet. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical training, Ling Yin used his shapeshifting to transform into a 9-layered body. Then, Chao Tianlong, Jester and Paul were shocked to see that Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong struggled a little, and then their bodies fell to the ground like soft noodles. Like the Blood Clan, the body has become stronger than before. Ling Yan raised his hand, looked at his fingers, and muttered secretly. Ling Yun, what did you do to my grandfather and father? How did they all fall? When Chao Tianlong saw that his grandfather and father both fell to the ground, he was immediately anxious, and flew to Ling Yan's side, roaring at him. Ling Yan giggled, "It's nothing, I just clicked on a few of their acupuncture points. This is good, it will save us the trouble." In order to tie Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong, Ling Yan prepared several ropes, each of which was woven from black gold magic silk and was more than 10 meters long. The master was tied, and they may not be able to break free. Hearing this, Chao Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, but he was not at ease, and he came to the side of his grandfather and father who fell to the ground in a flash. Seeing that they were indeed not dead, he finally settled down. Ling Yan also flew forward, carefully observed the two of them for a while, and found that they were indeed stopped, so he said to Jester and Paul, "You two come here, help me stare at them here, if there is any mistake, at your own risk." "Yes. Dear boss." Paul and Jester were stunned again when they saw Ling Yun inadvertently showing such a hand again. Now, they completely regard Ling Yun as Satan in their hearts. "It's not 6, it's 8. They're all in the backyard. I'll go get them out and take them away together." Ling Yun said something to Chao Tianlong, and then his figure flashed. He went out of the house and entered the house, and quickly got all 8 people out. Then, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, used his body technique, and quickly circled the entire courtyard of the Chao family, but he didn't find any living people, and then flew back. "There are only 10 people, but, in a storage room of your house, there are 12 corpses. Would you like to go and have a look?" Ling Yun frowned, fearing that Chao Tianlong would not be able to accept it. He whispered. "What?" After Chao Tianlong heard this, he was immediately stunned, unable to stand any longer, his face was pale, and he fell to the ground. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The first of the 8 shifts. There are people playing games all around, shouting and shouting, the keyboard smashing loudly. God, it's really painful to type. Ask for a monthly pass at 3 in the morning. Dead, all dead, all dead. Chao Tianlong fell to the ground, his face was pale, his eyes were blank, his tongue was trembling, and these words were repeated over and over. Copy address access. Although he had already expected this result, when he really faced the reality, he still couldn't accept it. Chao Tianlong was hit too hard. "Stand up for me." Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but let out the dragon's roar and shouted at Chao Tianlong. Ling Yun's voice was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and it was shocking. Chao Tianlong couldn't help but shuddered, his body trembled violently, and he suddenly woke up. Ling Yun lowered his head, looked at Chao Tianlong who was sitting on the ground, and said to him, "Chao Tianlong, if it's a man, stand up for me." Ling Yan said it very seriously, his eyes flashed with light, staring at Chao Tianlong, who was sitting on the ground. Bang! Chao Tianlong's eyes were about to split, and suddenly he punched the hard ground. Blood was flowing from the 8 knuckles on the back of his right hand, and he jumped up at the same time. "I'm going to see them." Chao Tianlong was unaware of the wound on his opponent, and gnashing his teeth, he rushed in the direction of his storage room. Ling Yun noticed that as soon as he smelled the blood, the 10 people who had been embraced by the Chao family for the first time, whether it was the acupuncture point or the black silkworm rope tied up, all reacted at the same time. They all opened their mouths, and some of the 2 canine teeth in their mouths started to grow. Not only these 10 people, but Jester and Paul were no exception, and the 2 of them resisted their bloodthirsty thirst. His neck went in the direction that Chao Tianlong ran, and he actually went around half a circle. Bloodthirsty blood, The vampire does not need to eat, but needs to continuously draw blood. Whenever the night falls, there will be a strong desire for blood. The intensity of this desire is more uncomfortable than the hunger of human beings, and the throat hurts like a tear. Force yourself to have to suck human blood. Humph. Ling Yun sighed inwardly. He snorted coldly. He glanced coldly at Jester and Paul. Jester and Paul immediately closed their mouths tightly, but they couldn't help themselves making a swallowing motion, presumably they couldn't bear it. Uncle. Fourth uncle. Little aunt. Fifth sister. Aunt. Soon, from the direction of the storage room, Chao Tianlong's mournful cries were heard, followed by a bang. Chao Tianlong knelt on his knees and kowtowed frantically to the 12 corpses on the ground. The Chao family was in great distress. The disaster of extinction, the feud in the sea of blood. Ling Yun sighed slightly in his heart. It was too tragic. All 12 corpses were sucked into mummified corpses. Not a drop of blood was left in their bodies. These were all relatives of Chao Tianlong. I don't know if Shanshan knows this. If she already knows. Ling Yun didn't dare to think about it any longer. At this time, Ling Yun suddenly remembered the text message that Chao Shanshan sent to Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling, I'm all right now, don't worry, it's impossible for me and Ling Yun, you help me take care of him. Let him forget me, I wish him, I wish you, and I wish all our classmates happiness. 0125. Really, is everything okay? No need to worry? Forget about you, how is that possible? Ling Yun took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He clenched his fists with both hands, and the knuckles of both fists were already clenched white. Ling Yun knew the meaning of that text message best. Before he went to the Tianqing, he was only at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, and he could not even beat the sky-level killers on the 9th level of the day after tomorrow. Chao Shanshan was afraid that he would take a risk alone and did not want Ling Yun to die. Shanshan, I have come to the capital, I will not let your relatives suffer any more harm, I will rescue you as soon as possible, I promise. Ling Yun swore secretly in his heart, the flames of anger erupted from his eyes. Chen family, Chen Jiangue, unforgivable. Jester, Paul, tell me, why didn't Chen Jiangue give those people the first embrace? Ling Yun asked in a deep voice. Respected boss, that damn Chen Jiangue, he needs human blood to cultivate, he needs a lot of blood, people who are useful to him, he will naturally find a way to first embrace, but people who are useless to him, he will directly absorb the blood in their bodies and use it to improve his blood clan level. You know, an adult's body is only 5 kilograms of blood. The average human body contains 70 to 80 milliliters of blood per kilogram of body weight, accounting for 7% to 8% of the body weight. A person weighing 150 pounds will not exceed 6 kilograms of blood at most. Damn. Ling Yun scolded angrily and couldn't help but pulled out the ghost blood demon knife and shook it. He said solemnly, I will use this knife to absorb every drop of blood from Chen Jiangui's body. Why didn't they transform? After Ling Yun vented, he asked the 2 key questions. The speed of transformation of the blood clan is very fast. From the beginning of transformation to the completion of transformation, it took less than 10 seconds, but Ling Yun fought with Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng for a long time, but the other 8 people did not transform, which made him very uncomfortable. Puzzled. Oh, my respected boss, the transformation of our blood family needs to be done step by step. It doesn't mean that as long as the first embrace is over, it can be transformed immediately. Jester quickly explained to Ling Yun, after the first hug, although you have a long lifespan, it will take time to transform. First of all, the 2 canine teeth can be drawn as long as you want, and then the 2 hands can become long. With long sharp claws, after a long time, at least 6 months to 3 years, it will take me and Paul to be able to completely change the shape. However, we have only been able to complete the initial transformation. We have not yet grown wings. Only after we have grown a pair of wings, and can fly in the air, can we be regarded as a real blood race. At that time, we were barons. Now, the transformation of a vampire is not just about getting bigger. The ultimate transformation of a vampire can be transformed into a vampire bat. The small one, I told you in the car. Lingyun nodded and asked again, so. Does Qin Jiangui's grandson have wings now? Paul and Jester nodded at the same time. A vampire without wings is not qualified to be named a baron. When he was in the United States, he already had a pair of large black wings. Damn, it's really enviable. Ling Yun's brows furrowed. Qin Jiangui can fly, which is definitely a big trouble. Not good to kill. Then how high can he fly? How far? How fast? Ling Yun is in every detail. In order to deal with Qin Jiangui, he has to understand every tiny detail. Oh, my esteemed boss, have you ever seen a sparrow? Have you ever seen a bat? Or, have you ever seen an eagle? Flying is the same. However, the flight speed of the Blood Clan is very fast, and it is not slower than your movement skills at all. The thought of being able to fly. Jester and Paul, all four eyes showed envy and yearning, and the hope was beyond words. Ling Yun nodded cautiously, thinking about it. He should make a longbow, and at the same time make 180 sterling silver arrows. Ling Yun can fly at least until the middle stage of Qi training. If he wants to use his divine sense to drive away objects, he also needs at least 3 levels of Qi practice, the great perfection. Before that, if he faced Qin Jiangui, he would not be afraid of close combat, but the opponent could fly. Ling Yun must have a weapon that can attack from a distance, and a way to restrain Qin Jiangui. Now, this Qin Jiangui, who has not yet appeared, has been listed by Ling Yun as his #1 enemy, and at the same time he is the enemy he must kill. We still have to get a good pistol, and the bullets must be sterling silver. Ling Yun thought, silently in his heart. At this moment, Chao Tianlong came back. His eyes were blood red, and his forehead was bruised, and blood spilled from the wound, causing 10 of his relatives to struggle and gnashing their teeth, making people see blood dripping from their hearts. Ling Yan raised his hand and took out 2 healing talismans, and let Chao Tianlong use it on his own. He healed the wounds on the back of his hand and forehead. Then he played out a clearing talisman to clean the blood on his body. Only then did Chao Tianlong's relatives, and the 2 blood race descendants, quieted down. I'm going to report this matter to the Sky Group and the Dragon Group. I can't let the Qin family be so rampant. The Tian Group protects the country, the Dragon Group protects the dragon, and Chao Tianlong thinks of the power of the country. Ling Yin sneered and shook his head, indifferently said, Are you in a hurry? Qin Jiangui is not the only one in the Qin family. This time, the Qin family must have planned for a long time, and it has already been arranged. If the Tian Group and the Dragon Group want to manage, they have already taken action. Why should they use you to report? Ling Yan thought about the tragic change that happened to their Ling family 18 years ago. Ling Yun didn't believe in the Tian Group and the Dragon Group at all. This is the capital, at the foot of the emperor. The Chao family is such a big family, and there is such a big event in the family. No matter how well the Qin family hides it, it will definitely not be able to hide from the eyes and ears of the conscientious people. Do not believe it. Chao Tianlong was stunned. After being stunned for a while, he said blankly, Ling Yun, you mean the Tian Group and the Dragon Group already know that something happened to our Chao family? Ling Yun smiled lightly, shook his head and said, To be honest, I'm not sure about this, but, you can think about it. You think it's the Tian Group and the Dragon Group who already knew what happened to your family, but they didn't care about it. They don't even know that your family is likely to have an accident? The meaning of Ling Yun's words is very clear. If such a big thing happened in the Chao family, if the Tian group and the Dragon group are not aware of it, then the Day group should not protect the country, and the Dragon group should not protect the dragon. When I get home, my wife and children heat up the Kong head, wash and sleep. Ling Yan's mouth twitched, and he said lightly, "Are there any people from the Chen family in the Tian group and the Dragon group? Is there anyone close to the Chen family? If I'm not bad, maybe you just arrived at them." Before he could speak, he was arrested as a mental patient. What should I do now?" Chao Tianlong asked in disbelief and unwillingness. "I've said it before, you can only rely on yourself." Ling Yan said coldly, "The Chao family can't stay here. Now, let's get these people away first." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The second of the 8th shift. In the last 11 hours, I have no time to eat. I have been writing until midnight in the evening, asking for a monthly pass. Ling Yun asked Paul and Jester to go outside the door and drive the 2 cars in, and then began to load people into the cars. Chao Tianlong also found his garage key, opened the garage, and drove out of a very spacious luxury car. He put Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, and his mother into the car. Tears said, "Grandpa, Mom and Dad, I have wronged you." The other 7 people were loaded into 2 cars. Paul and Jester each drove one. Chao Tianlong drove the car himself. Ling Yan did not get into the car. Returned to where he lived. Except for some of the good wine and storage, not much was lost in the Chao family, but the cameras in the entire yard and the entire monitoring system had already been destroyed, so Ling Yun was not masked from beginning to end. There was no enemy to offend them along the way. Ling Yun and others returned to their yards safely and smoothly. After entering the courtyard and closing the door, Ling Yun said to Chao Tianlong, "Although they are all your relatives, they have all been embraced for the first time and cannot be exposed to the sun during the day, so I can only feel sorry for them. Let them all live in the basement?" Chao Tianlong understood this, he could only nodded silently. The 4 of them worked together, and quickly got all of Chao Tianlong's 10 relatives into those basements. Then, Ling Yan asked Paul and Jester, "They really can only drink blood?" Paul and Jester nodded naturally and replied at the same time, "Yes, respected boss, for our blood race, drinking blood is as normal as humans need to eat when they are hungry. This is instinct." Ling Yan was speechless. He turned his head to look at Chao Tianlong. Chao Tianlong stared at the only 10 relatives left in his family, and nodded bitterly in his heart. Up to now, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong's eyes are still dull and distracted, as if their souls have been taken away. I don't even know who Chao Tianlong is. Ling Yun, you must find a way to save them. Apart from Shanshan, I, Chao Tianlong, only have these 10 relatives left. Chao Tianlong tore his hair with both hands. Said sadly, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to think of a way, but the most important thing now is to keep them full." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Paul and Jester, "Hurry up and bring your 2 blood bottles. First, quench your thirst." Paul and Jester looked at each other with a look of embarrassment in their eyes. Jester said, "However, dear boss, we don't have much blood in stock, so many people. We can barely make it tonight." Used. Ling Yan frowned and said, "Don't worry, since you are following me, I will definitely not starve you. After tonight, as long as it's not human blood, I can get you any blood. As much as you want." When Jester and Paul were overjoyed, they rushed out of the basement and went to the silver-gray car to get their own blood bottles. After the 2 returned, together with Chao Tianlong, the 3 of them filled the 10 Chao family members with blood. Ling Yun asked Chao Tianlong to guard them here, and brought 2 blood descendants with him. Back to the main house. "I'm going to think of a way," Ling Yan said to Chao Tianlong, who was silent and carefully guarding his relatives, before leaving. Ling Yun returned to the main room and sat on the sofa in deep contemplation. for Ling Yun, there are 3 things that are imminent. The first thing is to solve the problem of the blood source of these 12 people. This is easy to handle. As long as Ling Yun finds a large slaughterhouse tomorrow and buys 180 caddies of animal blood, it will not be a problem. The second thing is to find a way to wake up Chao Tianlong's relatives, especially Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong, to be able to communicate with them and ask them something in detail. As for the last thing, and the most important thing, of course, find a way to investigate the whereabouts of Chao Shanshan, and rescue her as soon as possible, lest he would be worried about Chao Shanshan's safety when he starts to attack the Chen family. Evil Eye, hypnotize, awaken the mind. Ling Yin sat there and closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he had an idea and suddenly opened his eyes. He said angrily, "Damn, if you really care, it's messed up. How could I forget such an important treasure?" In front of Chao Tianlong, Ling Yun appeared calm and composed, but he was secretly anxious in his heart. Under this anxiety, he even forgot his treasure. Not only babies, but many more. Refining God Taishu Stone, Hatching Divine Talisman. Needless to say about the Refining God Taishu Stone, after Ling Yin left the customs, the National People's Congress broke out and made more than a dozen clear magic runes. The clear magic talisman, as the name suggests, can naturally make people sane. Not only can it treat dementia and madness, but even a vegetative person can be cured. The effect is great, and it is absolutely overbearing. Refining the God Taishu Stone, adding clear magical runes, and adding his own divine dragon roar, Ling Yin couldn't believe that he couldn't deal with a small evil eye hypnotism. Thinking of this, Ling Yin's eyes lit up, and he flew out of the house and went straight to the basement. Perhaps it was because the people of the Chao family let Chao Tianlong escape, and Chen Jiangui discovered that only relying on the oath of first embracing the blood of the process was not enough to completely control the people of the Chao family. There are only 10 people left in the family. All of them have used the demonic hypnosis technique of Evil Eye, and none of them have been spared. After Ling Yun came to the basement, he told Chao Tianlong that he had come up with a solution, and asked him who to start the treatment with first. Chao Tianlong thought for a while and said, "Let's start the treatment with my father. He is the current head of our family." The importance of the current head of the family is not to be mentioned, but Ling Yun understands how difficult and painful it was for Chao Tianlong to make this decision. Because, if Ling Yan's treatment fails, or if there is an accident or danger during the treatment, the first person to sacrifice is Chao Tianlong's father. Moreover, if Ling Yan's treatment is successful and his mind is successfully awakened, it will also be Chao Tianlong's father who suffers the most. Among the remaining 10 people, there are close relatives of Chao Tianlong, as well as collateral relatives. However, Chao Tianlong chose to let his father bear the pain and sacrifice. This alone is enough to move Ling Yun. Before starting to treat Chao Xingchong, Ling Yun gave Chao Tianlong a faint smile. "The Chao family will not die if you are here. Don't worry, I will do my best." Chao Tianlong became very nervous at this moment. He came to Chao Xingchong, already sweating profusely and speechless. Ling Yun didn't speak anymore. He squatted down, took out the dragon-marked sword, shook the body of the sword lightly, the dragon roared, and the tip of the sword pierced Chao Xingchong's neck instantly. Then, Ling Yun saw that the wound on Chao Xingchong's neck did not have much blood gushing out, and immediately began to slowly heal. Although it was not as fast as Paul and Jester's recovery, it was indeed healing. Ling Yun took out the Lianshan Taishu stone with lightning speed, and stabbed a small horn of the stone into the wound. Next, Ling Yun didn't move for a while. He was observing Chao Xingchong's eyes, and sure enough, Ling Yun noticed that Chao Xingchong's eyes gradually began to focus from the dull state. "There is a door." Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he smiled confidently at Chao Tianlong. The talisman was already in his hand. He waved his hand and hit the talisman on the top of Chao Xingchong's head. Ling Yun's voice was clear and loud, surpassing Longing's, causing everyone around him to be stunned for a moment, only to see a blue light, which disappeared in a flash, and disappeared into Chao Xingcheng's head. Chao Xingcheng shuddered, opened his eyes suddenly, and a bright light was released from his eyes. Not to be missed. Lingyun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and at the same time, he shouted at Chao Xingcheng with the dragon howl, "You haven't woken up yet?" After shouting, Lingyun immediately said to Chao Tianlong, "It's almost there, hurry up." Chao Tianlong suddenly knelt down in front of Chao Xingcheng, crying bitterly, "Dad, I am Tianlong, I rescued you, Daddy." The scene was extremely tragic. The whole basement was filled with miserable wind and mist. Lingyun felt depressed, glared at Paul and Jester, who were following from outside, and the sound transmission snorted coldly, "Humph." Paul and Jester murmured for a while, not daring to look at Lingyun's eyes, let alone answering, and lowered their heads one by one. What kind of treasure is the refining god Taishu stone? What kind of magical effect is the clearing talisman? Coupled with Lingyun's successive use of Shenlong Shao, under the combined force of the three, Qin Jiangui's evil eye technique on Chao Xingcheng was completely obliterated. Moreover, not only that, under the mysterious effect of refining god Taishu stone, Chao Xingcheng's blood oath was temporarily invalidated. Not only did he completely recover his mind, but he also recognized Chao Tianlong at once. "Tianlong? It's really you? Why are you back? Run away." Chao Xingcheng was tapped at the acupoint, unable to move. He saw Chao Tianlong, who was kneeling in front of him, crying, and calling him again and again. The first thing that came to his mind was not himself, but his son. "Dad, it's me, I'm Tianlong, I'm back, I've rescued you, don't worry, we're safe now." When Chao Tianlong saw that his father was really awake, he was very pleasantly surprised and suddenly supported Chao Xingcheng. Ling Yunshan stepped in front of him, shot like lightning, pointed like a gust of wind, and instantly released Chao Xingcheng's acupuncture point. Chao Xingcheng had drank enough blood just now. Apart from being a blood clan, everything else, including his appearance and mind, was normal, so he didn't need to worry at all. Chao Xingcheng immediately regained the ability to move freely, but he didn't stand up or turn his head to look at anyone else. He just stared at his son, Chao Tianlong, with a pair of slightly dark red eyes. "Dad, what's the matter with you?" Chao Tianlong was shocked by Chao Xingcheng and couldn't help but ask. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The third of the eighth shift. 2 more lost. Buzheng wants to cry but has no tears. Ask for a monthly pass. 555,555. 2 red and dazzling tears overflowed from Chao Xingcheng's eyes and flowed down. VODTW. Blood and tears. Chao Tianlong knelt down and obeyed the order. A loud shout came from Chao Xingcheng's mouth, and the voice was a little harsh. Pfft. With a sound, Chao Tianlong knelt down in front of Chao Xingcheng and fell to the ground. With blood and tears in his eyes, Chao Xingcheng locked his son tightly, looked solemn, and said slowly, "Chao Tianlong, as the 19th generation head of the Chao family, I am now officially taking over the Chao family. The position of the head of the family belongs to you. From now on, you are the head of the Chao family. The life and death of everyone in the Chao family is in your hands. Including me, your mother, and even your grandfather, you can be headed." Did you hear that? Chao Tianlong clucked his head again and again, sobbing in his mouth, unable to cry. "I heard, father." "Actually, you don't need this. Ling Yun will definitely find a way to save you." Chao Xingcheng still didn't raise his head to look at Ling Yun. His eyes were still locked on Chao Tianlong's body, and he continued, "Patriarch, now is not the time to talk about this. While my father is still awake, I still have something to say to you." "Say, listen carefully." Chao Xingcheng had already passed the throne to Chao Tianlong, so he immediately changed his tune and called Chao Tianlong the head of the family. Of course, this is not necessary in normal times, but at this moment, Chao Xingcheng did not have any time to talk nonsense. He had to let his son accept the head of the family immediately. Identity of Patriarch, our Chao family has suffered a great disaster. You are the only man in the Chao family who escaped the clutches. You must cheer me up. Chao Xingcheng's whole body began to tremble, and his voice also began to tremble. At all costs, by all means, kill Qin Jiangui. Frustrate him, Bone, Yang, Ash, rescue your sister, Shanshan, destroy him. For the Qin family, we will avenge this bloody vengeance for our Chao family. Before this, you are not allowed to die. Otherwise, you will have no face to meet the ancestors of our Chao family, do you understand? The process of first embrace. It is the oath of blood, although Chao Xingcheng is sober now. He was also temporarily released by Lingyun from the blood alliance oath he suffered, but when he said that Qin Jiangui wanted to kill Qin Jiangui, he still spent a lot of effort. Gritting his teeth, he said what he wanted to express to his son. Lingyun felt awe in his heart, feeling that this first embrace was too overbearing, and at the same time, he also knew. When Chao Tianlong returned home, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingcheng were able to hold back and did not harm Chao Tianlong, which contained how much love for Chao Tianlong. Patriarch, please wake up. 2 more tears of blood poured out of his eyes, and Chao Xingcheng raised his hand to help Chao Tianlong, who was kneeling on the ground. Son, our Chao family is over. From now on, all the important responsibilities of the Chao family are on your shoulders. You must not let your father down. After the family event was finished, Chao Xingcheng and Chao Tianlong spoke as father and son, and a little warmth appeared in his dark red eyes. Chao Tianlong clenched his fists tightly. Tiger's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Father, please rest assured, Tianlong will follow your teachings, at all costs and by all means, to kill Qin Jiangui and destroy the Qin family. Avenge our Chao family. If you violate this oath, I promise not to be human. After speaking, Chao Tianlong suddenly pulled out a saber, about to cut his palm. Lingyun grabbed him, shook his head at him, and said lightly, No. Chao Xingcheng smiled in satisfaction, nodded at his son, then stopped looking at him, but glanced at him, first turned his head to look at his father and wife beside him, his body shaking violently. Just like waking up from a nightmare, Chao Xingcheng woke up and found that he and his close relatives had turned into blood-sucking demons. The pain in his heart can be imagined. However, Chao Xingcheng was worthy of being the current head of the Chao family. He held back, but blood and tears were streaming in his eyes. Chao Xingcheng stood up, and he came to Lingyun's body in a flash and stood still. He stared at Lingyun for a while, then pushed the golden mountain and down the jade pillar, and was about to kneel down and kowtow to Lingyun. How could Lingyun bear it? He raised his hand to support Chao Xingcheng's body, which was about to fall, and straightened his body. Made. Lingyun's strength was too great. Chao Xingcheng knelt 3 times in a row, but was stopped by Lingyun. He knew that Lingyun would definitely not accept his kneeling, so he had to give up. You are Lingyun? I heard Shanshan talk about you. As if thinking of his own daughter, the warmth in Chao Xingcheng's eyes became stronger. Lingyun nodded with a smile. He knew that before the accident at the Chao family, Chao Shanshan had returned home once for his business. That was before the Qingming festival, and it was also for the 2 of them. Shanshan said that at that time, you just broke your physical limit, and she went home and said that her marriage is up to her, and she wants to marry you. I didn't agree or reject it, I just wanted to see how you guys developed. How is the situation, but I didn't expect that just after the Qingming festival, our Chao family will be finished. Lingyun lowered her head slightly, and Chao Shanshan's frown and smile appeared in front of her eyes, thinking that after she came back from home, she immediately changed seats and became the same table with herself. What's even more unexpected is that in the past 3 months, you have grown to such a degree that you can rescue our Chao family from the claws of the devil. Such a great kindness, I, Chao Xingcheng, can't repay in this life. I can only let Chao Tianlong will be a bull and a horse for you, and repay you for your great kindness to our Chao family. Ling Yan's heart moved, and he immediately asked, Uncle Chao, do you still remember what happened just now? Chao Xingcheng nodded, gritted his teeth and said, remember, everything Qin Jiangui did to our Chao family. We all remember that it was just the first embrace of the blood clan, it was too domineering, and we were powerless to resist. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard the words, and he quickly said, since that's the case, then ask Uncle Chao to talk about it later, let me wake them all up first. This time, Chao Xingcheng shook his head resolutely. He sighed deeply and said, you don't need to wake them up, but to wake them up will only add to the pain. Chao Tianlong burst into tears. He suddenly hugged Chao Xingcheng's arm, shaking and begging, Father, don't think too much, Ling Yan said, he will definitely find a way to make you recover completely. Now, how can Ling Yan and Chao Tianlong not see that Chao Xingcheng is both a successor and a thank you? At this time he has already made up his mind to die. Ling Yan also smiled and said, Uncle Chao, because you are going to lose consciousness at any time now, so I agree with you that you passed on the position of the head of the family to Chao Tianlong. But if you have the will to die, you want to end your life here, please forgive me for not being able to agree. Chao Xingcheng's eyes flashed with heart-wrenching pain. He frowned and said, my Chao family's revenge has not been avenged, and Shanshan is in the grip of the devil. I have already been embraced by Qin Jiangui, and even now, I have to resist my body all the time, the blood covenant that I can't help but be completely loyal to him, and I have to live like a ghost and a ghost. This way, it is better to destroy it completely. Fighting against the blood alliance is 10 times and 100 times more difficult than detoxification. After Chao Xingcheng regained his senses, the pain he is suffering now can be imagined. However, Ling Yan smiled proudly and said, Uncle Chao, please rest assured, this is not a problem. Qin Jiangui is not dead yet. Where is our turn to die? Don't worry, within a month, I will definitely be able to find a way to cure you. Ling Yan was decisive, first gave Chao Xingcheng a reassurance, and dispelled his desire to die, and then sneered, besides, even if you really want to die, you have to watch Shanshan be rescued by us, and Qin Jiangui being beheaded by me and Tianlong. After killing the Qin family, it's not too late to think about life and death. These words, Ling Yan said 1,000 clouds of arrogance and ambition. Chao Xingcheng was moved by Ling Yan's arrogance, and he said with a shock, good boy, this girl Shanshan really did not see the wrong person. Uncle Chao, this is only the first time to treat you, and you can have such an effect. This is something I didn't expect at the beginning. Now, since my treatment method is effective, then I will treat you once a day in the future, to see if we can completely erase the blood oath of the first embrace. As long as this oath can be erased, the rest are trivial matters. Ling Yan is right, as long as the bloody oath established at the time of the first embrace is erased, and Chao Xingcheng and others are completely obliterated, their loyalty and surrender to Qin Jiangui from the bottom of their hearts, and other things, even if they can't be restored to adulthood for the time being, the soul is still alive. Autonomy, freedom of movement, just drinking blood, not as scary as imagined. Chao Xingcheng was finally persuaded. He lowered his head and thought. Ling Yan quietly winked at Chao Tianlong and asked him to persuade his father. Chao Tianlong hurriedly pleaded and persuaded Chao Xingcheng. The father and son cried together. In the end, Chao Xingcheng gave up the idea of begging for death. Forget it, Ling Yan is right, even if he wants to die, he will die after Qin Jiangui, and let's see when his Qin family perishes. Chao Xingcheng's eyes were cold and he said angrily. That's right, then I'll treat them first. Seeing that Chao Xingcheng was all right, Ling Yan began to follow the same way, first treating Chao Juanxiong and Chao Tianlong's mother Shi Menghua respectively. Ling Yan couldn't bear to watch the family of 4 hug their heads and cry, so he quietly exited the basement and started to go to the other basements, one by one to obliterate the evil eye among the 7 people. For a time, the whole basement was full of sobbing and crying. Some of them lost their fathers, some lost their children, some lost their men, some lost their wives. And they themselves have become a blood race that is not human, not a ghost. Ling Yunxing was afraid that one of them would suddenly lose his mind again, become fierce, and then bite Chao Tianlong. He did not leave, but stood in the corridor in the basement, using his spiritual sense to lock everything in place. Qin Jiangui, just wait and go to hell. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 4th of the 8th shift. Weeping and crying for a monthly ticket, 50 tickets are urgently needed, there are still 7 hours left. Paul and Jester were shocked. Qin Jiangui is able to cast the evil eye, and he has no doubt already possessed the strength of a Viscount. Although the Viscount is only 1 level higher than the Baron, in terms of strength, it is more than 10 times higher, but even so, the evil eye that Qin Jiangui casts, the technique was still cured by Ling Yun. Even, Ling Yun's medical skills can erase the oath of blood during the first embrace, which made Paul and Jester even more stunned. Oh, Satan, what kind of boss do we have? The respected Ling is definitely the most terrifying nemesis of our blood clan. Now in my eyes, the respected boss is Satan. Paul and Jester exchanged whispers. Ling Yun came to the 2 of them in a flash, and asked them in a deep voice, that bastard Qin Jiangui, can you use the oath of blood to find this place? Jester shook his head directly, dear boss, you can rest assured, no, neither the Blood Alliance nor the Evil Eye can do this. Paul followed closely, dear Ling, don't worry, the Viscount has no such ability. To do this, at least a pure-blooded Grand Duke can do it. Ling Yun was relieved now, and in this way, at least the safety of these 10 people was guaranteed. At this moment, 2 figures flashed out and rushed into the other 2 basements, respectively. Ling Yun swept his knowledge and knew that it was Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong. After they entered, they said to the people inside something, and then I heard those people take the initiative to ask them to be tied up. Soon, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong walked out of the basement, respectively. The 2 came to Ling Yun. Chao Juanxiong said, Ling Yun, please do it again. Let's point our acupoints, and at the same time, bind us with ropes. Ling Yun knew that they were afraid that they would lose their minds again and that they would harm Chao Tianlong if they couldn't control it. He did not hesitate and directly agreed to their request. Go into the basement with them and control them one by one. Wujing Demon Silkworm Rope. Ling Yun weaved more than a dozen strands in one breath, which was completely enough. For the sake of being careful, everyone was tied up with ropes. Tianlong, you can accompany your family and talk here. There are still a few clearing talismans here. You can use them according to the situation. If they want to drink blood, you just fill them up. That way, their bloodthirsty desire is satisfied, and nothing else. Also, take this stone for me. When you are free, give it to Grandpa Chao and Uncle Chao in turn. Let them stay sane. Ling Yun simply handed over the refining god Taishu stone to Chao Tianlong. Ling Yun knew that it was the refining god Taishu stone that could obliterate the oath in his blood. The clear rune made by myself is still the lowest level. It just played the role of speeding up their sobriety. Refining God is too imaginary stone, not to mention the Qi training period, that is, when it reaches the realm of refining the imaginary and the Tao, Ling Yun can use it, and it is natural to deal with the Blood Alliance oath. Ling Yun put the refining god Taishu stone heavily into Chao Tianlong's hand, and said to him through a voice transmission, you must remember. This stone can save the lives of the 10 members of your Chao family. Lost. Ling Yun rarely put his most important things in the hands of others for safekeeping, but this time, the Chao family was really miserable. For Chao Shanshan's deep affection for him, Ling Yun also relaxed his bottom line. Ling Yun, thank you, I understand. Chao Tianlong took the refining god Taishu stone with both hands and nodded vigorously. Ling Yan took out his mobile phone, gave Chao Tianlong a bell, and said to him, "You stay here and take care of them. I'll go out to inquire about Shanshan's whereabouts later. If you have any problems here, immediately call me. I'll be right back." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he said to Paul and Jester, "You two go to the yard outside and find some rocks. It's so big, it takes 36 pieces in total." Paul and Jester didn't know what Ling Yun wanted the stone to do, so they went out in astonishment, and quickly returned with some bull-sized stones. While everyone was stunned, Ling Yun used these 36 stones to set up a 36 chaos formation. Paul and Jester stood on the steps of the underground tunnel entrance and watched helplessly as those basements disappeared, and at the same time, Ling Yun disappeared. Oh. Shit, what is the respected boss doing? Where is the person? Jester was stunned by the scene in front of him, and couldn't help screaming in shock. This is unbelievable. Paul was also dumbfounded and couldn't stop muttering to himself. Ling Yan was standing at the door of the basement at this moment. He said to Chao Tianlong, who was stunned beside him, "This is called the confusion of the sky. I will tell you how to get in and out." Ling Yan quickly taught Chao Tianlong how to walk in this maze, and then told him, "Remember, if you take a wrong step, this maze will turn into a killing circle. As long as the stone is not broken, people will be constantly attacked. So don't go wrong." Chao Tianlong was dumbfounded, thinking that my brother-in-law was going against the sky. He couldn't help asking Ling Yun. I said, "Is there anything else you can't do?" Ling Yun smiled. "It's just a formation. There are too many things I can't do. For example, I can't fly." "You still want to fly?" Chao Tianlong was even more shocked. Ling Yun was happy, raised his hand and patted Chao Tianlong's shoulder. "Are you confident now? Wait for my good news, I'm going out." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he came to the entrance of the tunnel in a flash, and patted Jester and Paul on the shoulders with both hands. "Don't be silly, come with me." The mysterious array not only blocked people's sight, but also blocked the transmission of voice. After Ling Yun flew out of the corridor, Chao Tianlong could no longer hear Ling Yun's words. He stared blankly at everything in front of him, and felt that he was in a dream. He finally knew why Ling Yun had always been so calm, so dashing and confident, all the way back from Qingshui City. Ling Yun is too powerful. He is no longer able to block 10 with 1, but block 100 with 1. He alone can stand up to thousands of troops. In Chao Tianlong's eyes, for the first time, he really showed confidence and excitement. "Tianlong, come in." At this time, Chao Juanxiong's voice came from the first basement. Chao Juanxiong took the initiative to request that the acupuncture point be taped, and he was tied by Wu Jin Demon silkworm rope, but he did not feel any discomfort. "Grandpa, please bear with me." Following the example of Ling Yun, Chao Tianlong slashed Chao Juanxiong's neck with a saber, and pierced Chao Juanxiong's wound with the refining god Taishu stone in his hand. Chao Juanxiong smiled bitterly and said, "With such a wound, Grandpa can't feel the pain for a long time, so why do you need to endure it?" When the refining god Taishu stone plunged into his body, Chao Juanxiong immediately felt that the blood alliance that was about to rush out was suppressed immediately. At the same time, he also felt that the refining god Taishu stone was slowly absorbing the blood in his body. A mysterious, eccentric, and domineering soul force. "Tianlong, Ling Yun is the savior of our Chao family, you remember. No matter what happens to our Chao family in the future, no matter what the 10 of us become in the end, you must follow Ling Yun with all your heart. As long as you follow him, the Chao family will not, it will perish. Moreover, in the near future, the Chao family is bound to rise again." Chao Juanxiong stared at Chao Tianlong and spoke in a serious tone. "Tianlong, what your grandfather said is good. Your grandfather and I have read countless people, and we have never seen a genius like Ling Yun. No matter what we do, you must follow Ling Yun and throw away some useless thoughts in your mind. in this world, the strong are still respected. It was Shanshan who saved our Chao family. If it weren't for her, our Chao family would be completely over. Chao Tianlong nodded heavily, and he clenched his fists and said, Grandpa, I understand, but don't worry, since I met Ling Yun, I have never seen anything he could say and cannot do, I trust him. There must be a way to save you. Grandpa is also looking forward to this. Just now, I didn't say anything about thanks to Ling Yun. It's not that Grandpa is confused, but Grandpa knows that for such a great favor, our Chao family can't be grateful. Chao Tianlong scratched his head and said, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ling Yun is very rude, he has already called Shanshan as his wife, and he dares to call me uncle. Chao Juanxiong smiled and said, Silly boy, that's Ling Yun deliberately dispersing your pressure, you are running away all the way, he is afraid that your nerves will be too tight, what if you break the string? Jiang is old and hot, Chao Tianlong just mentioned it, and Chao Juanxiong immediately understood Ling Yun's purpose. He sighed deeply and said, I hope that Shanshan's child is safe and sound. If Shanshan can marry him, it will be Shanshan's blessing. Grandpa is looking forward to seeing that day. At 2:30 in the morning, Ling Yun took 2 blood descendants and drove to a kilometer outside the Chen family's mansion. The Chen family mansion is also located outside the 5th Ring Road, but it is in the southwest corner of the capital. When the car stopped, Ling Yun was not in a hurry to get out of the car. He pondered for a while in the car, and suddenly asked in a deep voice, Paul, Jester, how old are you too? Oh, dear boss, I'm 88. I am 79 years old. Paul and Jester replied one after another. Ling Yun was very painful, and immediately asked again, how old is such an age in a blood clan? Oh, dear boss, are you trying to compare the age of humans? We are very young blood clan, not yet grown up. The blood clan is only 100 years old, and it is equivalent to the age of 18 humans. Ling Yun nodded, well, I see, you too, you won't betray me, right? Oh, Satan is above, I, Jester, can swear that I will never betray you, you are my Satan master. Dear Ling, we were all Americans, before we became a blood clan, and we respect the contract very much. Ling Yun smiled and said, that's fine, then I'll ask you one more thing. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 5th of the 8th shift. There are still 3 shifts, the last 5 hours, ask for a monthly pass. Dear boss, now, no matter if you have any questions, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you, including my personal bank account password. The blood clan still has a bank account? Ling Yun was shocked. Of course, sir, because there are all kinds of vampire hunters in the West, it's not so easy to suck blood. Most of the time, we buy it with money. Dear boss, I can tell you that the money in my bank account is not a small amount. Really, it is definitely not a small amount, enough to buy any basketball team in the United States. Jester's expression was exaggerated, and he said proudly, this is definitely good news for Ling Yun. He turned to look at Paul and asked with a smile, what about you, dear Paul? When Paul didn't transform, he was definitely a handsome guy, he smiled gracefully, I'm a little richer than Jester, respectful Ling, if you need, I can give you. Ling Yun suddenly regretted killing Jim, it was all money, dollars, dizzy. However, this is obviously not Ling Yun's problem. He brought the topic back again and asked earnestly, you two tell me, is there really no way to heal the blood race and turn it back into a human? There are still incurable diseases in the world, Ling Yun never believed that he could save even the dead, let alone the living dead. Moreover, there are poisonous weeds and poisonous insects in the world that see blood sealing their throats. However, around these poisonous insects and poisonous weeds, there must be highly poisonous things that can treat them. The vampires who claim to be immortal can be killed. What can't be cured at the beginning? This. Paul and Jester. The faces of the two became embarrassed at the same time, and they didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. Ling Yan saw the expressions of the two of them. He knew immediately that there must be a way. His face suddenly sank, he let out an arrogant aura, and snorted coldly, "Speak." Paul and Jester shivered at the same time. Jester quickly said, "You know, dear boss, there is no absolute thing in this world. Therefore, being embraced by the Blood clan for the first time, it is not impossible to cure. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how to treat it." Jester was so frightened that he hurriedly said, "Dear boss, there are two ways, too. First, the human being embraced for the first time can be healed with the blood of the Blood clan member he first embraced. Second, you can directly kill the Blood clan who was first embraced by him, so that the Blood alliance can be dissolved. He is completely cured, and if you are a new person, you need to kill the ancestor of the entire bloodline." Ling Yan thought for a while, then frowned and said angrily, "Isn't this very simple? Why didn't you say it earlier?" Jester exaggerated and exclaimed, "Simple? Dear Ling, it's not simple. It's really not simple, you think it's too simple." "Oh?" Paul followed up and said, "Respected boss, the first method requires not only the blood of high-level vampires, but also the formula. The formula is very complicated. Moreover, this kind of formula can only be possessed by the head of a certain vampire family. I will never tell you. As for the second method, you need to kill the first ancestor of this Blood clan. He is at least a prince or an elder. Even a lord, you say. Is this simple? This is simply impossible, my god, even if you can get Qin Jiangui's blood, but who knows who the first ancestor of that damn Qin Jiangui is? Who knows that ancestor, who is now hiding in the underground coffin of which ancient castle? Does one enjoy the blood of the most delicate virgin?" Paul smiled regretfully. "Dear Ling, you have also heard how difficult this is. It is simply an impossible task. It is better not to say it, so we didn't mention it." After Ling Yan heard this, he suddenly leaned his back against the back of the seat and did not speak for a long time. The second method is really difficult. As for the first method, Ling Yan still wants to try it. At least, configuring the prescription is Ling Yan's strength. The 9 needles of Ling Shu are not good, the spiritual energy is not good, the yin-yang art of Wen Qi is not good, not to mention the pure yang immortal art of Shenwu. Method. I see, thank you. Now, you two find a corner, park your car there and wait for me. I'll go to Chen's house. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out of the car. He waved his hand at the two of them gently, and performed a phantom fish and dragon step. The figure rushed out 100 meters in a flash, and then disappeared from the sight of Paul and Jester. The Chen family in Beijing. The Chen family is a large group of villas, occupying the treasure land of Feng Shui in the southwest of the capital, at least 5 times larger than the villas in the western suburbs of the dealers in Qingshui City. Ling Yan, dressed in a black gold silkworm nocturnal clothes, came to the outside of the Chen family's villa compound, put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, and carefully inspected the surrounding 80 meters. After confirming that there was no problem, he tapped his toes and flew into the courtyard. Don't ask, the front yard must be the place where the Chen family entertains guests on a daily basis, and the residents are also ordinary people, so it is impossible to find out any secrets. It is said to be the backyard of the Chen family, but this villa area is actually independent from the front yard, at least 500 meters away from the front and back. Many villas have a very special layout and are hidden by green trees, making it difficult to attract people's attention. Avoiding all the surveillance cameras, Ling Yan used his divine sense to explore all the way, and sneaked towards the backyard of the Chen family. After 2 o'clock in the morning, it was the time when people slept the most sweetly. At Ling Yan's current realm, as long as he was not a master of the 7th floor or above, it would be difficult to find the trace of Ling Yan. He touched the backyard smoothly, and then hid in a very hidden corner, put his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, and explored the various villas of various sizes, everyone's every move. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Ling Yan's exploration didn't matter. His face immediately showed a look of surprise, and his heart was dark. Because he not only saw a lot of Western blood races like Paul and Jester, with high-nosed bridge and blue eyes, but also saw some other people. Ninja. Oriental ninja. 7 or 8 villas are full, and there are at least a dozen Oriental ninjas in each villa. The worst is the peak of the 9th floor of the acquired day, and the number is very small. Most of them are masters above the 1st floor. Ling Yan secretly counted, and found that the other party actually had 120 Oriental ninjas, and that there were 12 of them, and Ling Yan could not see through their cultivation at all. There is trouble. It seems that Chao Tianlong is right. The Qin family is really not as simple as they thought. Their actions are really too big. It's not a matter of a while to destroy the Qin family. It's definitely not something that one person can do. Ling Yan murmured secretly in his heart, temporarily lowered his target a little bit, and tried to find a way to find the damn Qinjiangui. The backyard was very quiet, and no one came out of the house. Most of those Oriental ninjas were meditating cross-legged, or resting on the bed, while the members of the Blood clan all stayed in a villa in the west, wearing elegant tuxedos with handsome faces. But pale, drinking a bright red drink. Ling Yan knew that it was not some red wine, but blood. Oh, this human blood is really too delicious, but unfortunately it's not the most delicate virgin blood. Okay, Pierce, if we hadn't followed Mr. Qin to China, where would there be so much blood to enjoy? What else are you not satisfied with? The 2 Blood clan members were chatting softly. I hate those Orientals. Me too. By the way, Joyce, did you know that Mr. Qin was upgraded to a Viscount the night before yesterday? The speed of his strength improvement is really enviable. Yeah, we are all over 100 years old, and we just have wings. It only took him more than half a year to change from a Baron to a Viscount. Mr. Viscount is really obsessed with cultivation. He drinks the blood of the most delicate virgins who are 15 or 16 years old every day. Of course, he will improve very quickly. No way, there are too many Chinese people, and human life is really worthless. Ling Yan listened carefully to the conversation between the two, but did not hear any useful information, so he couldn't help frowning. In the entire backyard, Ling Yan did not find anyone from the Qin family, nor did he find a single person from the Qin family's nursing home. Obviously, there are so many experts hiding here. The Qin family believes that this backyard is impregnable and unbreakable. The Qin family is really good. They dare to collude with foreign forces so blatantly. With so many people living here, aren't they afraid of being discovered? Ling Yan pondered for a long time, and silently exited the backyard of the Qin family, all the way to the south, straight to the front yard of the Qin family. Before he came to the front yard, Ling Yan heard a coquettish voice coming from a villa. He swept away with his divine sense, and he was a young man with a gloomy appearance, eyes like a falcon, and a hint of evil on his face. His face was pale, the lips are thin, the corners of the mouth are upturned, revealing a cruel and violent evil smile, lying on a girl and pumping wildly. That beautiful, 15 or 16-year-old girl was being crushed under him, ravaged crazily, her face flushed as blood, and her coquettish voice came from her mouth. This 15 or 16-year-old girl has not even fully developed her breasts. It looks like 2 little pigeons there. The clothes on her body have been scattered by the shady young man, and her whole body is pinched in blue and purple. Kind of jiaohu, I don't know if it's because of joy or pain. Ling Yan frowned slightly. He wanted to reward this bastard with a nail, but he didn't want to startle the snake now, so he had to withdraw his consciousness. But at this moment, the sullen young man seemed to be exhausted. He completed the final violent shaking, and then grabbed the girl's front chest fiercely, leaving 5 clear marks on her left pigeon. Fingerprints, he rolled over with a sneer. Humph. What's wrong with my Chen-sen? Why didn't Chen Jiangui give me the first hug? Chen Senfei got out of bed, took out a cigarette from the coffee table in the bedroom, lit it for himself, and said coldly. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 6th of the 8th shift. The big climax was staged, and the last 3 hours asked for a monthly pass. I can't see the rankings anymore, Bu Jun cried to death. Please everyone, ask for a monthly pass. Chen-sen? If Ling Yun knew that the person who sent someone to look for Wan Lei and killed him with stare was Chen-sen, Ling Yun would have rushed in without hesitation, took him away, asked everything clearly, and then I cut this grandson into 8 pieces with my own hands. But the problem is that Ling Yun doesn't know yet, but he heard Chen Jiangui's name from Chen-sen's mouth. In order to find out about Chen Jiangui and Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun had to keep locking him with his divine sense to see what he would say. Humph. I'm really unfavorable. I heard that idiot Ling Hao said that Ling Yun is about to come to the capital to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestry, so let me pay attention. What do I need to pay attention to? Chen-sen took a puff of cigarette and continued to be ruthless there. His eyes were sullen, his eyes were rolling around, and he seemed to be thinking of some ghost idea. Ling Yun suddenly frowned. The Chen family already knew about such a secret thing that he came to the capital? And it's a letter from Ling Hao News? So what is Ling Hao? Isn't this a ghost in the family? Ling Yun became annoyed. He decided to wait for Chao Shanshan to be rescued, and then he returned to Ling's house and immediately asked Ling Hao what was going on. The blood race can live forever, and it is so powerful. As long as you drink blood, you don't need to practice hard. What a wonderful taste of ecstasy. Chen-sen took another puff of cigarette, leaned his naked body back, leaned his back on the sofa, squinted his long and narrow eyes, and exhaled a puff of smoke comfortably, as if thinking of the various benefits of the blood clan, leisurely fascinated. Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that he was here to heal the 10 members of the Chao family. But there is nothing to do. Chen-sen is looking forward to becoming a member of the blood clan. Is this really him? The forest is so big, and there are all kinds of birds. Humph. You Chen Jiangui, don't give me the first hug, can't I do anything? Anyway, in 2 days, the Grand Duke Dracula will arrive soon, and he also brought a lot of marquis and earls. I will let them. Can you give me one for my first hug? Just a viscount. Do you really think that you are the backbone of the Chen family? I bah. The more Chen-sen thought about it, the more angry he became. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Isn't it just a Chao Shanshan? The Chao family is now completely over, and Chao Shanshan will soon become a bitch. You can find a fresh and delicate virgin, and I can also find one. When the time comes to dedicate one to those noble blood clans, they will definitely give I first embraced. When Ling Yun heard that Chen-sen scolded Chao Shanshan, murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he almost rushed into the house, but Ling Yun thought of the 20 blood descendants in the backyard. Plus 120 Toyo ninjas, finally endured, and said Chen-sen, I will give you a way to die that you will never forget. Sure enough, Ling Yun listened to Chen-sen and continued, the owner of the family is true, now our Chen family is strong and strong. Even if the dragon family is coming, is it necessary to be so timid? We also got those ancient martial arts masters. Going to the villa in the southern suburbs, the second uncle's courage is getting smaller and smaller. Ling Yun understood as soon as he heard it. The co-author, Chen Haipeng, the current owner of the Chen family, is Chen-sen's second uncle. At the same time, Ling Yun's heart is even more awe-inspiring. It turns out that the Chen family is not only supported by these bloodline descendants and Oriental ninjas, but also many ancient martial arts sects in China. It seems that we still have to save Chao Shanshan first. Ling Yun murmured inwardly. However, it seems that even Chen-sen doesn't know. Where did Qin Jiangui hide Chao Shanshan? So, where is Chao Shanshan now? I saw Chinsen suddenly stand up from the sofa. He came to the bed in a flash, knelt beside the girl who was still lying on the bed, and said with a wicked smile, "Beauty, are you happy with this young master serving you just now? Now for something more exciting for you." After he finished speaking, Chinsen took a sharp breath on the half of the cigarette butt in his hand, and the firework instantly turned red. Chi-chi. A burst of smoke rose, accompanied by the girl's hysterical howl, which immediately resounded through the entire courtyard. Chinsen laughed coldly, raised his legs suddenly, straddled the top of the girl's head, and stuffed his belongings into the girl's room. Open mouth. I asked you to provide blood to those blood descendants every day. I can't drink your blood, but I can enjoy you to the fullest, ha 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 ha. Ling Yan gritted his teeth secretly, and murderous intent emerged in his eyes, but he could see that the girl had already been controlled by a very strong psychedelic drug, and seemed to be very happy without any resistance. Now, this pervert, Chinsen, is already a dead person in Ling Yan's eyes. It's just that one day later, Ling Yan didn't take action, but quickly walked around the front yard of Chen's house, but he didn't find anything again. So he immediately retreated and left the Chen family compound. For Shanshan, I let you live 2 more days. This is not Chao's house, so Ling Yan is not afraid of making a scene before leaving, but in that case, it will definitely cause Qin Jiangui's vigilance. Ling Yan quickly came to the place where he got off the car, and in a flash, he came to the silver-gray sedan, opened the door and sat in. Go to Chao's house, Ling Yan said to Jester, who was driving. 6 blood descendants were killed. Ling Yan wanted to see if anyone had been there, since they rescued the 10 members of the Chao family. At 3:30 in the morning, Ling Yan came to the Chao family compound again. This time, he still asked the 2 vampires to park the car 1 kilometer away. He covered himself with a mask and sneaked into the Chao family compound. The corpses of the 6 bloodline descendants had long since vanished. Ling Yan quickly walked around the Chao family, but still found nothing. Shouldn't be, isn't there any connection between the blood clans of the Chen family and the 6 blood clans here? Ling Yan pondered secretly and felt that it was inappropriate. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt a bloody and cold aura that filled the courtyard. This aura was extremely powerful. Ling Yan felt it before the other party entered the range of his divine consciousness. Ling Yan was stunned, his heart moved, and he immediately found an extremely secret corner in the backyard and hid, thinking that if it was not bad, it should be Qin Jiangui. Naturally, Qin Jiangui had arrived, and he had a one-way contact with the 6 vampires of the Chao family, and every night, after practicing the exercises, he would come here to practice his evil eye technique against 10 people of the Chao family. That night, Qin Jiangui was in a dark, damp, cold cave on the outskirts of the capital north of the capital. After he finished practicing his gore-fiend heavenly art, he immediately came out to contact the 6 blood clans on the Chao family's side, but found that he couldn't get in touch. Qin Jiangui knew instantly that something must have happened to the Chao family. He sneered contemptuously in his heart, and then killed him directly. As soon as Qin Jiangui entered the Chao family's mansion, he immediately transformed into 2 huge black wings, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. A feminine voice, with contempt and disdain, rang out, "It seems that Sister Shanshan is right." Sure enough, someone came to rescue the Chao family, but could it be that Ling Yan? Ling Yan was secretly shocked. Knowing his name, it was absolutely impossible for Chao Shanshan to tell Qin Jiangui actively. Qin Jiangui must have used the evil eye technique, and from Chao Shanshan's mouth, he got all the information he wanted. In an instant, the murderous intent in Ling Yan's heart soared, and the enemy was extremely jealous when he met him. This is not the Chen family's mansion, but the Chao family. The 2 of them are one-on-one. Ling Yan is just picking up Qin Jiangui's grandson. Huh? I can't think of it, I really can't think of it. There is still a living person for me to enjoy. At this moment, Chen Jiangui also sensed Ling Yun's aura. Of course, it wasn't that he sensed it, but Ling Yun no longer concealed himself, and a shocking aura erupted directly. He smelled Ling Yun's body. "Come out." Chen Jiangui looked in Ling Yun's direction. His voice was soft, but he said indifferently. His long and narrow eyes became blood red, revealing a crazy bloodthirsty meaning. "You don't need to say it. I'm about to come out." Ling Yun shouted angrily, flew out from the hiding place, and stood still 20 meters away from Chen Jiangui. In order not to be recognized by Ling Yun, he deliberately used the exercises to change his voice, making his voice hoarse and old. Chen Jiangui, 1.85 meters tall and thin, with long arms, pale complexion, dark red eyes, emitting a shadowy light, blood-red lips, 2 black wings flapping constantly behind him, and a cold body. The whole person revealed a bloodthirsty, cold and cruel atmosphere. People from the Heaven Group? Chen Jiangui didn't rush to do it, but looked at Ling Yun and asked. Obviously, he had a plan. Ling Yun said lightly, "The one who killed you." Chen Jiangui smiled. It was a smile at first, but soon he opened his bright red mouth, revealing his pale teeth, and turned into a wild laugh. "There is a strong disdain in it. It's just you." "Yes, it's just me. I'm enough alone." Ling Yun's thoughts turned around, but his mouth was light and light. Chen Jiangui, his grandson, had wings, and Ling Yun had not had time to prepare his golden bow and silver arrow. This battle was not easy to fight. Chen Jiangui let out a weird smile, raised his finger to Ling Yun and said, "Old guy, are you blind? Don't you see that I have wings? It's just a blood family. Dare to come to China to make waves, everyone will get it and kill it." After Ling Yun finished speaking, no more nonsense, his body Qi Yin and Yang art quickly circulated, and the Dian Star gathering treasure art was upgraded to the ultimate self-protection, and he performed the Phantom Fish Dragon step, and a teleport came to Chen Jiangui's body. His hands were clenched into fists, and at the speed of lightning, he slammed into Chen Jiangui. Bang! The fist gang and the palm wind clashed. Their fists and palms were still half a meter apart, and the fist gang and the palm wind collided fiercely, making a loud noise. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 7th of the 8th shift. After pressing for so long, this is the real climax. Brother Yun broke out completely. In the last 2 hours, ask for a monthly pass. Please everyone. This is the real enemy of the righteous master. Ling Yun has no reservations as soon as he comes up, and the Tian gang subdues the demon fist with 10% of the strength. Since we met in the Chow family on a narrow road, there is nothing to say. Let's fight. Ling Yun is not afraid of fighting. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The leaves on the trees in the yard were rattled by the fists and palms of the two of them, as if they were blown up by a strong wind of the 7th or 8th level. Some small trees with thick fingers were close enough to make a direct click. It's broken at the waist. Bang! The second loud bang sounded immediately. Ling Yun's fists and Chen Jiangui's pale palms slammed together fiercely. Ling Yun now, using only pure strength, has a strength of 4,000 kilograms in one arm, and now with the 9th level peak of his infuriating cultivation, his single arm has at least 6,000 kilograms. With the bonus of martial arts, the strength of one arm is at least 8,000 kilograms, and a full-strength blow, whether it is fist gang or fist strength, is extremely overbearing. When Chen Jiangui saw Ling Yun's power, he knew that the other party was not good. He didn't dare to ask for it. However, there is no doubt that in the duel of power, Chen Jiangui lost, and he lost very badly. He was knocked flying by Ling Yun, and his body was flying backwards. 2 huge black wings smashed several trees, one after another. After retreating more than 10 meters, it was difficult to stop the figure. Chen Jiangui's expression changed. Before he was first embraced, he was already a master at the peak of the 4th level of the innate. The strength of one arm was at least 1,000 kilograms, also increased to 2,000 kilograms. 2 days ago, he became a viscount. His single arm strength has already reached more than 3,000 kilograms. In addition to the Gorefiend Mahamudra, his single arm is at least 4,000 kilograms, but he can't think of a single move. It was bombarded by the opponent. How can that be? There is no transformation, only half of my power. Ling Yun did not pursue the victory. He tried out Chen Jiangui's depths at once, knowing that the opponent would definitely lose only in terms of strength. However, Ling Yun was still in awe. He knew that this was not Chen Jiangui after he had completely transformed. If he had completely transformed, his strength would have increased several times. But Ling Yun also had the Dragon Elephant Divine Power, which he did not use. If he uses the Dragon Elephant Divine Strength to increase his strength tenfold, it is guaranteed that Chen Jiangui will not be able to eat and walk around with one punch. What really shocked Ling Yun was Chen Jiangui's defensive power. With such a punch, Chen Jiangui's arms were unscathed. This was what shocked Ling Yun. Who the hell are you? Chen Jiangui's eyes were cold and bloody. Locking Ling Yun tightly, he asked in a deep voice. I said it, the one who killed you. Ling Yun let out a long laugh, and flew forward again, another Tiangang subduing demon fist, and slammed it towards Chen Jiangui. Chen Jiangui suffered a big loss just now. Of course, he didn't dare to take Ling Yun's fist again. He began to dodge quickly. The ground scraped by his two wings flew sand and rocks. However, what shocked Chen Jiangui the most was not Ling Yun's strength, but Ling Yun's speed and defense. Chen Jiangui can fly, how fast? But Ling Yun could catch the direction of his escape every time. The ladder can come first, and every step is like a teleportation, and it can appear in front of him in an instant, forcing him to parry. Press Chen Jiangui and beat him violently. Boom bang 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 bang. Chen Jiangui screamed miserably after being beaten by this fist, and both arms were shaken by Ling Yun. Chen Jiangui never dreamed that in China, there are people whose bodies are stronger than those of the Blood Clan. In terms of strength, speed, and strength of his body, Chen Jiangui lost all. He was beaten by Ling Yun and had no strength to fight back. He flapped his huge wings and flew around. Viscount, that's all. Ling Yun snorted coldly. After another punch sent Chen Jiangui flying, he leaned forward sharply and flew close to Chen Jiangui. When Chen Jiangui stopped, Ling Yun immediately stepped on the phantom fish dragon step and performed his housekeeping skills. Shapeshift. 4-in-1. For a while, Chen Jiangui only saw the silhouettes of people, and four Ling Yun suddenly appeared beside him. With his eyesight, he didn't know which one was real and which one was fake. Not good. Chen Jiangui knew something was wrong. He immediately fluttered his huge wings, and was about to soar into the sky. Chen Jiangui's speed was very fast, and indeed he flew into the sky like lightning. However, he forgot one thing. Although Ling Yun can't fly, but Ling Yun has light skills, he can jump. Now, Ling Yun has used the phantom fish and dragon steps to the limit. He can jump 80 meters high and 400 to 500 meters away. As long as Chen Jiangui's flying height does not exceed 80 meters, he is still within Ling Yun's attack range. Ling Yun turned into four. Which one is the real one? Of course, the one on the left behind Chen Jiangui is the real one. He followed Chen Jiangui into the sky, and at the same time he had already pulled out the ghost blood demon saber, slashed it fiercely. Is it great to have wings? You have broken your wings. Ling Yun let out a long laugh. He was already determined to win this knife. Chen Jiangui was so frightened that he was so scared that he miraculously twisted his body in the air while he was busy. Hey! Dang! Two different voices sounded one after another, and I saw that Chen Jiangui's two huge black wings were cut into two transparent holes by the blood demon knife. However, although Ling Yan succeeded in one strike, he still did not complete his goal, because his ghost sword was blocked by the black long sword held by Qin Jiangui in both hands. Kindness? Ling Yan held the underworld blood demon saber and fell to the ground, and let out a low cry in surprise. So far, apart from the dragon-patterned sword, the black gold magic silk, and the double slash of the demons in the hands of the saintess of the demon sect, there is nothing that can resist the blood demon sword. Qin Jiangui didn't fly away immediately. He suffered a big loss just now, because of his carelessness. He was so angry that he decided to kill Ling Yan no matter what. Ling Yan will kill Qin Jiangui, and Qin Jiangui will also kill Ling Yan. The two of them are in a situation of never-ending death. No one will escape unless it is a last resort. Ling Yan stared at the great sword in Qin Jiangui's hand. The sword was 1.5 meters long, as wide as the palm of an adult man's palm. His entire body was dark, exuding an icy and gloomy aura. The tip of the sword was sharp and the blade was sharp. Incomparably, the hilt is as long as the forearm, and it looks very imposing and cold, giving people the feeling of a god of war. Ling Yan didn't know, the Blood Clan has two terrifying weapons, one is called Shenfeng, and the other is called the Dark Storm. There are a lot of treasures in this kid. He has the Blood Yuanzhu and such a good sword. You must find a way to get it. Ling Yan whispered in his heart. Netherblood Demon Saber. Are you from the demon sect? Qin Jiangui was also staring at the Netherblood Demon Saber in Ling Yan's hand, and after just one glance, he screamed in horror. Ling Yan snorted coldly and said in a hoarse voice, "Little bat, tell Grandpa, what is the name of your sword and where did you get it?" Qin Jiangui sneered, "Humph. Tell you, do you know? This is one of the two great swords of the Blood Clan Demon Party, and its name is Dark Storm." Ling Yan wanted to bring over Qin Jiangui's Dark Storm. Qin Jiangui was a peerless master of the demon sect's blood demon sect. Why didn't he want to bring Ling Yan's blood demon sword over? The two have their own thoughts, you look at me, I look at your confrontation, waiting to give each other a fatal blow. In such a short time, Ling Yan watched the two huge black wings behind Qin Jiangui, the two transparent holes cut by the blood demon knife, gradually shrinking, and soon completely healed. It's really hard to beat. Ling Yan said secretly in his heart. He thought about it, and said to Qin Jiangui in a cold voice, "Boy, you have already destroyed the Chao family, you just need to tell me where Chao Shanshan is now and give her to her. Let it go, how about I let you go today?" When Qin Jiangui heard this, he immediately laughed awkwardly. He laughed a few times, then pointed at Ling Yan with the Dark Storm in his hand and said, "Chao Shanshan? Her blood is the best sacrifice of the Blood Clan, as long as I give her to her. With the first embrace, not only will I be able to directly become a marquis, but I will also not be afraid of the sun in the future." Give her to you? Unless you can destroy me, don't even think about it. When Ling Yan heard this, he immediately frowned. The Blood Clan is no longer afraid of the sun, so is it still good? Moreover, this is not the key. The key is that he does not allow any Blood Clan to embrace Chao Shanshan for the first time, otherwise, the trouble will be big. Today's night is very beautiful. Ling Yan thought of this, suddenly smiled lightly, and said something thoughtlessly. It's beautiful, so what's wrong? Qin Jiangui didn't understand the meaning of Ling Yan's words. For the Blood Clan, every night was wonderful, so he said it subconsciously. Unexpectedly, the answer to him was the domineering knife gang that swept in like a gust of wind from Ling Yan. The Black Blood Demon Sword and the Pitch Black Sword gang, as if the Dark Blood Demon Sword became 20 meters long in an instant, wrapped in an extreme icy cold, and slashed towards Qin Jiangui. Rage the world. Domineering. Since today's night is beautiful, don't think too much about it. Ling Yan shouted violently, and his body rose to the sky. After the first knife was cut out, the second knife immediately followed. Knife cuts the universe. Qin Jiangui suddenly raised the dark storm in his hand, and the icy sword qi immediately collided with Ling Yan's first sword gang. He felt the bone-chilling cold, and he felt that it was extremely difficult to even move. Ling Yan brought the yin-yang art of one qi to the extreme. The temperature of the cold yin and cold qi turned into a black sword. The temperature was at least -70 degrees. Just when Qin Jiangui was running the Gorfine Tiangong and struggling to resist Ling Yan's first knife, Ling Yan's second knife, the knife to kill the universe has arrived. Kill. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 more completed. Big orgasm. With only 40 minutes left in the month, will there be any miracles? Ask for a monthly pass. Sincerely, begging for a monthly pass. Thank you all. Ling Yan's 2 sabers were all using the heaven-extinguishing saber technique. He forced all the pure yin and cold energy in his body into the saber body, turning it into a sky-shattering saber glow, with a terrifying low temperature, and did not give Qin Jiangui any chance of escaping. Chance. Do not forgive people in power. It's true that blood races like dark places, but the cold is definitely what they hate and even fear. You only need to look at the bats to know. In winter, who has seen bats come out and fly around outside? Ling Yan's first slash was fierce and domineering, so Qin Jiangui had to do his best to resist, using the extreme cold to restrain Qin Jiangui's ability to move, and the second slash came in an instant. This slash was the real killing move. Ling Yan is determined to win. However, Qin Jiangui is really not a vegetarian. Although he felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze, he ran the blood demon heavenly kung fu frantically, trying to make the blood in his body boil, and at the same time moved his sword horizontally with both hands, resisting again. Ling Yan's sure kill. Gold and iron clatter. It's good to block, but I'm very sorry, you were fooled. Ling Yan snorted coldly in disdain, and on his left hand, a soft sword with a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared, and a clear dragon's chant came out after a shock in his hand. Thunderbolt kill. Shadow kill. Heartbreaker. Soul killing. Heaven-shattering kill. Shocking. Kill without regret. Heaven kills. Nye God kill. Ultimate kill. This is after Ling Yan left Diaogui Island. When fighting against people, it was the first time to display a full set of 9-kill swordsmanship, but there are 10 moves. Afterwards, there was only Qin Jiangui screaming. The voice was extremely shrill, although he held the dark storm with both hands and tried his best to resist, but how swift and profound was the sword move of the 9-kill sword art. Although Qin Jiangui was resisting left and right. Please search, and Yuan, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel did not forget to flap its wings desperately to dodge, but this time, the key target of Ling Yan's attack was Qin Jiangui's wings. Chi 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 chi. The sound of someone tearing a strip of cloth with their hands could be heard endlessly, accompanied by Qin Jiangui's miserable howl, after Qin Jiangui desperately resisted the 7 swords. Finally defeated in the last 2 swords. The dragon-patterned soft sword in Ling Yan's hand was like a real silver-white dragon. Flying and circling around Qin Jiangui's body, after the last 2 swords, Qin Jiangui's 2 wings, like torn rags, clinked and hung on the sides of his body. At the same time, his hands holding the sword, was also cut off by Ling Yan from the wrist. However, there are no wings. You don't need your hands, but Qin Jiangui protected his 2 vital organs, one is his neck, and the other is naturally his heart. These 2 places are completely unharmed. The icy air finally receded, and Qin Jiangui experienced the cycle of life and death like a hellish nightmare. After regaining his ability to move, he held miserably and leapt forward, retreating to a distance of 30 meters from Ling Yan. Ling Yan was not in a hurry to chase him. He picked up the black long sword that fell on the ground as soon as he bent down, and put it in the space ring with a thought. Then he pointed at the seriously injured Chen Jiangui from a distance with the dragon pattern sword in his left hand and the dark blood demon knife in his right hand. Boy, I said before, if you tell Chao Shanshan's whereabouts, I can spare you. Chen Jiangui, who has no wings or hands, has already had his teeth pulled out. In Ling Yan's eyes, the tiger with its claws broken is already a useless person. Chen Jiangui couldn't help howling, and at the same time took advantage of the terrifying recovery ability of the blood race, trying to grow his own wings and hands as soon as possible, but with so many and such serious injuries, how could he recover so quickly? However, what surprised Ling Yun was that even though Chen Jiangui had suffered such a severe injury, few drops of blood flowed from his wound, which was very different from Paul Jim and the others. Where did the soft sword in your hand come from? Chen Jiangui was terrified, stretched out his arm without a hand, pointed at the dragon sword in Ling Yan's left hand, and asked in shock. It can be said that no matter who it is, as long as they don't know that Ling Yun has a space ring, they will suffer a big loss when they face Ling Yun for the first time. They are obviously hitting you with their hands, but suddenly there is a knife or a knife in their hands. A sword, who can avoid it? What's more, Ling Yun has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training. How fast is his move? How sharp is the sword move? Even if he fought against Chen Jiangui with a sword, Chen Jiangui would definitely lose, let alone a sneak attack. So Ling Yun succeeded with one blow. The shock in Chen Jiangui's eyes was inexplicable, but his guts were full of regret. He was too big today, and he didn't transform completely. If he transforms in time, his strength and speed can be increased several times, and he won't be beaten by Ling Yun, so miserable. Ling Yun came to 3 meters in front of Chen Jiangui in a flash, and said with a sneer, "Don't worry about where my sword came from, let me tell you, you must play with me to delay time. It's useless. Also, don't think about running away, even if you have wings, your speed may not be as fast as mine." Ling Yun pointed at Chen Jiangui with the tip of the dark blood demon knife, and said indifferently, "Tell me, where are you hiding Chao Shanshan now?" In a mountain in the northern outskirts of the capital, there is a cave. Chen Jiangui talked nonsense, he just hoped that he could wait for a while and wait for an opportunity to escape. Which mountain? Which cave? You take me there now. Boy, I kept your legs just now to let you lead the way. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he swayed forward, raised his right hand, and was about to touch the acupuncture points on Chen Jiangui's body, trying to see if he could be restrained. Then, at this moment, a cloud of blood mist burst out from where Chen Jiangui was standing. Another ability of the Blood Clan, the transformation of the blood explosion in the blood energy. At the same time, Chen Jiangui's whole body disappeared, and with a squeak, a small black bat flew into the sky from the blood mist and went straight to the sky. Not good. Ling Yun yelled violently, followed by his figure soaring into the sky. He raised his right palm abruptly, and suddenly sent out a blazing pure yang qi towards Chen Jiangui, who turned into a bat above him. This time Ling Yun didn't hold back, he directly sacrificed his full strength. This blazing pure yang energy hit Chen Jiangui's body fiercely, causing him to flip several times in the air, screaming and screaming. There were bursts of green smoke, but in the end he didn't fall down, and flew away again. Ling Yun's figure landed on the ground, but his face was not angry but happy. A charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, "I knew you were going to run away, and I was hit by my 1,000 miles chasing soul. I want to see where you fly to." "Where are you going?" Ling Yun naturally knew that if he wanted to know Chao Shanshan's whereabouts, he would definitely not be able to find out if he asked, so he deliberately did not arrest Chen Jiangui, and came up with a desperate attempt. Ling Yun had a big jade box in his hand, and there was a puddle of bright red blood in it. This was when Chen Jiangui performed the blood explosion just now. Ling Yun took out the jade box as fast as he could, and plunged his hand into the blood mist, collected from. "This is Chen Jiangui's blood, and Ling Yin wants to use it to develop the formula, which happens to be useful. At this time, Paul and Jester heard the sound of the two fighting, and rushed into the backyard from the outside, just in time to see Ling Yin, who had just put away the dragon sword, dark blood demon knife, and Qin Jiangui's blood. As soon as the two came in, they saw the severed limbs and wings that fell from Qin Jiangui's body in the yard. They couldn't help but ask in shock, "Dear boss, who did you fight with just now? Could it be that damn Qin Jiangui?" Ling Yin nodded with a smile, and said lightly, "That's right, we had a fight just now, and the bits and pieces on the ground were all cut from him. You two, hurry up and get these rubbish together, I'll deal with them clean up, and off we go. One fight to win." Ling Yin not only cut Qin Jiangui into a first-level disability, beat him to death, but also severely injured him with pure yang qi, and obtained a peerless magic weapon, Dark Storm. In addition to these, Ling Yin also collected Qin Jiangui's blood, and planted Qianli Zuhunsen on him. Within 1,000 miles, no matter where he was hiding, Ling Yin could find him. This harvest is really too great. Ling Yin felt really relieved in his heart. Oh, my God, these are the damn Qin Jiangui's wings, they were chopped like this, by the boss? Aha! These are Qin Jiangui's hands. He will be in a terrible situation now. Even with his cultivation speed, he will have to recover for at least 3 months. Ling Yin looked at the two descendants of the Blood clan who were busy collecting the fragments of Qin Jiangui's body. His heart moved, and he asked lightly, "Qin Jiangui just created a cloud of blood mist, then transformed into a bat and flew away. This will affect him." Paul's face changed drastically when he heard it. He immediately stopped what he was doing, bent his waist and turned his head, and said, "Blood mist? Dear boss, that's because he used the blood power of the vampire. How did you hurt him? What does it look like?" Jester was also shocked and said, "Oh, my God, respected Ling, you are so tough that you actually forced Qin Jiangui to perform a blood blast, so that his level will drop. At least he will become a baron. In this case, in the short term, he won't be able to drink the blood of your little princess again. Your little princess will be safe for at least 3 months." Ling Yinxin said, "How can I have the time to wait another 3 months?" He smiled lightly, but didn't say much. After the two descendants of the Blood clan collected Qin Jiangui's severed hands and broken wings on the ground, Ling Yin told them to leave first, and he shot a fire talisman, instantly turning the pile of disgusting bits and pieces into ashes. "Let's treat it as a blow to your bones once. When I rescue Shanshan, let's do it again." Ling Yin smiled faintly, and flew towards the outside of Chao's compound. Paul and Jester were already waiting by the car. Paul opened the car door for Ling Yin in a very gentlemanly manner and asked him to get in the car. Then Jester drove the car and rushed towards Ling Yin's residence. In the car, Ling Yin pondered for a while, and suddenly asked, "You two, have you ever heard of a sword called Darkstorm?" To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Sorry first, I didn't expect a friend to come to my house today. It's National Day. I don't have to go out, but I can't help but entertain my friend. Continue 8 more explosions tomorrow. One of them is the guarantee for today, 2 are the guarantee for tomorrow, and the remaining 5 updates are all monthly pass plus updates. Squeak! The harsh brake sound suddenly sounded. Hearing the dark storm, Jester slammed on the brakes with one foot, stared straight at the darkness ahead for a while, then slowly turned his head, and at the same time his mouth was slowly opening, and then stared blankly at it. Ling Yun. At the same time, in the back seat of the car, Paul's face also changed greatly. "Boss, what did you say? Darkstorm? Oh my God, I really don't want to hear that name." After a long while, Jester let out a strange cry, speaking to Ling Yun almost like a roar. Ling Yun was calm as usual, thinking that he really found the treasure, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Then it seems that you all know the sword of Darkstorm?" Jester kept turning his head, looking at Ling Yun with unspeakable fear and shock in his eyes. After a while, he tilted his head and kept nodding, yes. Boss, yes. As an excellent, the members of the blood family who have never heard of Dark Storm are definitely not many, unless he has just been embraced for the first time. Just, where did you hear about this sword? Did that damn Qinjiangue tell you just now? Ling Yun laughed and said to the two of them proudly, get out of the car. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun pushed the car door and got out of the car first. The space in the car was small. Sitting on the co-pilot, no matter how the angle was adjusted, Ling Yun couldn't take out the Dark Storm. The big black sword was too long, but the body of the sword was 1.5 meters long, and the hilt was at least 20 centimeters. Jester and Paul both got out of the car, and Paul asked, suspiciously, Boss. It's going to be dawn soon, what are you doing out of the car now? Ling Yun smiled, and with a thought, he took the Dark Storm out of his space ring, and slammed it into the air, and then Ling Yun heard the sound as if the air was being torn and split. Oh. Shit. Damn it. My God. It's unbelievable. Just when Ling Yun took out the Black Storm, Paul and Jester's faces changed drastically, frowning frantically. The two were in tandem, and each rushed out 50 or 60 meters away on the highway before they stopped in horror. The Dark Storm is very heavy, and its weight exceeds that of the Blood Demon sword. There are no accessories, including the sharp blade and hilt. The whole body is made of the same unknown black metal. There is no brilliance. And icy. Ling Yun held the sword in one hand and waved it casually, very handy. It's really a great sword. Ling Yun ignored Jester and Paul who were fleeing. He swung the Dark Storm in the air again, and then giggled to the two of them, why are you two running so far? Oh, my Satan, the world must be crazy. How could a Dark Storm appear in the hands of the boss? Jester stood in the distance, jumping and jumping, almost mad. He stared at the Black Storm with extreme fear, his expression as if he had seen the devil come, and Paul's expression was naturally not much different from Jester's. Oh. My esteemed boss, please put him away first, this thing is really terrible. Ling Yun snickered in his heart, thinking that this Dark Storm could actually scare these two blood races into such a state, that would be much more fun. With a thought, he put away the Dark Storm again. Then he said to the two, okay, I put it away, come over here. Respected boss, we will go back, but please make sure you don't take out this damn magic sword in front of us again, you have to make a promise. Paul and Jester repeatedly emphasized that Ling Yun should not take that sword out again. Obviously, they have an instinctive fear of this Dark Storm. Ling Yun laughed, he simply got back into the car. Paul and Jester just turned back, and the two quickly got into the car. Jester slammed the accelerator with a kick, and the silver-gray car drove away. It seemed that he didn't want to stay here any longer. Seconds, to quickly leave this ghost place. Tell me, it's just a sword, how could it scare you like this? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Jester was still shaking all over, trying to control the steering wheel, and for the first time he didn't rush to speak. Paul was shocked, and after a while, he said to Ling Yun, Dear Ling, you know, we told you that the Blood Clan is divided into a secret alliance and a magic banquet alliance. In the ancient past, there was an invincible commander in the Sabbat alliance. He was regarded as the leader of the demons, and his name was Dynast. In order to compete with his father for the throne of the Devil Capital, Dynast put his soul into two sharp swords, Xuanhuan and Dark Storm. So these two swords became magic swords. These two magic swords could not only tear apart the limbs of the Blood Clan easily, but also make the limbs of the Blood Clan be injured like a human being, and it is very difficult to recover. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that because these two magic swords have sealed the soul of the Devil King Dynast, they all have terrifying and powerful soul power. Among them, the most well-known power of the blood clan members, that is, the two swords have the ability to replace the noblest and purest blood clan king, the ability to first embrace. Xuanhuan cuts the hardest diamonds as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and the dark storm, if the person holding him has enough strength, with a single wave, it can set off a dark tornado, making the surrounding space forms the most terrifying dark tornado, sweeping everything, forming a real dark storm, that scene is like the end of the world. Damn it, I really have to thank Qin Jiangui's grandson, I really earned it now. After Ling Yan heard Paul's terrifying remarks, he felt so cool in his heart, just don't mention it. He suddenly turned his head, looked at Jester and Paul with interest, and asked with a smile, then, "Two distinguished gentlemen, I have one more question for you. You are now descendants of the blood race, can I still use the dark storm to give you a second embrace?" Boom. There was another loud noise, and Jester shivered all over, and drove the silver-gray car directly to the telephone pole, by the road. Jester nodded, his pale face even paler, and he said hurriedly, "Dear boss." "Yes, absolutely. I have already said that you are my Satan, am I true?" "It's too prescient." However, when Paul finished talking about the terrifying power of the dark storm, he was already prepared, but at this time, he was rather calm. "Respected boss, whether it is a pure-blooded vampire member or a vampire descendant of our hybrid race, as long as our level is not higher than the leader of the Demon King dynasty, then you can absolutely use this dark storm to for any member of the blood clan, complete the first embrace." Ling Yan asked in surprise, "The blood clan that was embraced for the first time can also be?" "It's completely possible, of course, this requires two preconditions. First, the bloodline and level of the blood family member must be lower than the bloodline and level of the dynasty Demon King. Second, the bloodline and level of the blood family member soul power must be weaker than dynasty soul power in the dark storm. Two prerequisites are indispensable. Of course, in addition, your bloodline needs to be strong enough." Ling Yan was speechless. Hart said that this is obviously his mother's three prerequisites. Ling Yan has been with these two blood clans for a long time, and now what premise and conditions do he hate the most? He couldn't help frowning and asked, "Then what is the bloodline and rank of the Demon King dynasty among your blood clans?" Jester suddenly shouted loudly, "Oh, dear boss, your question is really insulting to my idol. Demon King dynasty is the symbol of invincibility, the greatest pride of the blood clan demon party, he is the supreme of." Ling Yan was overjoyed, thinking that this is the right way. Otherwise, this dark storm would not be so powerful. Paul said in a low voice, "So the first premise can't be counted as a condition. The most important thing is the second premise. After all, this dark storm has only been integrated into half of the soul of the Demon King dynasty. How big is the soul power of this half?" When the two magic swords were first formed, the soul power they contained could definitely surpass that of any great lord. However, because the age is too long, due to the factor of time, the soul power they sealed will gradually slow down. Reduced, I think. Now this dark storm should be able to give any Grand Duke the first embrace, there is no problem. "Is that the Grand Duke?" Ling Yan's face was a little ugly, and he thought that he was the Grand Duke, why not the Great Prince, the Great Elder, the Great Lord? "Oh. My God, esteemed boss, the Grand Duke, what are you dissatisfied with? You know, Paul and I have lived for so long, and we have only seen the Grand Duke once from a distance." Jester was about to be frightened by Ling Yan's greed. "My God, does the respected boss still want to give a prince a first hug? Did you forget the third premise? Can your bloodline be stronger than that of a Grand Duke or Prince?" Whether Ling Yan's bloodline can be compared to the Grand Duke or the Prince, he doesn't know yet, but, compared with the descendants of these two little blood races, it is definitely better than that. Very good, this is really great, but, how can you use the dark storm to give your blood clan the first embrace?" Ling Yanqing said that he could not chew too much, so he would completely subdue the two descendants of the blood race. Jester already knew that he could not escape the fate of being subdued by Ling Yun, so he fought bravely again. Respected boss, it's very simple, you only need to use this sword to cut a small wound on our body, and then drop a drop of your blood into our wound, and it's okay. So that's the case. Then what are you guys doing in the car? Get out of the car quickly. Ling Yun opened the car door again and got out of the car, smiling as he looked at the two descendants of the blood race standing side by side in front of him. Then, now you need to tell me, who is better for the first embrace? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The first of the 8 shifts. The guarantee of number 1, a very cool chapter, ask for a monthly pass. Ling Yun watched the two standing there quietly, with a little nervousness and anticipation, waiting to accept the descendant of the blood clan he embraced for the first time, and suddenly his heart moved. Isn't this just recognizing the master from a drop of blood? Ling Yun thought to himself, and after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was almost the same. The method is the same, except that the other party is not a magic weapon, but it has been replaced by a blood clan. Soul power, blood power. Ling Yun made inferences, suddenly lowered his head, stared at the magic sword Dark Storm in his hand, and pondered seriously. When it comes to soul power, Ling Yun is confident that his soul power in the realm of tribulation, the powerful terror, will never lose to any leader of a blood clan, even if he is the invincible Demon King dynast. After all, after the cultivator has survived the last heavenly Dao Thunder tribulation, he is an earth immortal in the Desheng stage, and he can ascend to the sky at any time and become a true immortal. Moreover, Ling Yun had already possessed a strength comparable to that of the Earth Immortal in the Desheng period before the Tribulation period, when he was in the Fusion period. His soul power was stronger than his body. Therefore, Ling Yun had a 100% certainty. The power of his own soul is absolutely overwhelming than that of the Demon King dynast. However, Ling Yun's current spiritual consciousness is not enough, and his soul power is naturally suppressed, and he can't exert it at all. However, when Ling Yun was able to practice the 7th level of the body, he already had a condensed spiritual consciousness. It has a lot to do with the power of his soul. Therefore, although Ling Yun had the intention, he penetrated his divine sense into the dark storm of the magic sword and fought against the sealed soul of the Demon King dynast. But he gave up, and it was too early. As for the power of the bloodline, this is much more complicated. Ling Yun was an orphan when he was in the world of cultivation, and he didn't know what bloodline he was. Although he was a descendant of the Ling family now, how would he know? Is the Ling family's bloodline strong or weak? Ling Yun frowned tightly, thinking deeply. He even forgot that in front of him stood two descendants of the blood race waiting to be embraced for the first time. Dear boss, what are you thinking? You don't want to give us a first hug, right? Please don't worry. Jester and I are really willing to be your servants, forever servants, always loyal to you, and follow you with all our hearts. Jester stared blankly at Ling Yun, who was in deep thought, and murmured, "Oh, my God. Wouldn't our respected boss be attacked by the soul of the Demon King dynast? You know, no Viscount strength, this sword can't even be touched." Ling Yun finally raised his head, smiled leisurely at Paul and Jester, and said lightly, "You two, are you really willing to follow me faithfully?" "Yes, absolutely willing. I believe that the almighty Satan Demon King guides us across the ocean in the dark, and comes to you from thousands of miles, just to make us follow you and be loyal to you." Jester roared and flattered wildly, looking at the expression on his face. "It's like it's true." "Yes, absolutely willing, respected Ling, I can feel a powerful and special power surging in your body. This kind of power makes us want to surrender to you and don't want to leave." Ling Yun didn't know whether what the two said was true or not. However, being able to completely subdue these two blood race descendants, I can indeed save a lot of trouble, at least I don't have to take them everywhere. He smiled leisurely and said, "Well, since you are willing, then I will give you the first hug to see if my bloodline is strong enough." After speaking, Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense. He took out the dark storm with a thought. He first tapped the tip of his sharp sword on Paul's arm, pierced Paul's arm in an instant, and immediately saw Paul's wound. A small amount of blood spilled out. At this time, because Paul was stabbed by the dark storm of the magic sword, his body could not help shaking violently. It seemed that even his soul was trembling, and the light radiating from his two eyes was full of fear and surrender. Ling Yun deliberately waited for a while and observed Paul's wound. The wound was not big. According to Paul's current strength, it should heal in an instant. However, as the two said, Paul's wound showed no signs of healing at all. "It's really like this." Seeing that the two of them did not lie to him, Ling Yun came to Paul in a flash, and at the same time cut his right index finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it into Paul's wound. There is only a drop of blood, because Ling Yun has reached the peak of the 14 small realms of the Dian Star treasure art, and at the same time has reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training. With his exuberant vitality. If the method they said worked, Ling Yun felt that a drop of blood was enough and no more was needed. That drop of blood dripped into Paul's wound and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Ling Yun was shocked to see that the fear in Paul's eyes disappeared in an instant, and there was only a pious surrender to him. At the same time, there was an indescribable joy and intoxication, which revealed from his eyes. "Come out." This is the process of the first embrace, the oath of blood, although Ling Yun is not a member of the blood clan, but the magic sword Dark Storm obviously played its due role. The process of first embrace was so wonderful, so it was short and ended soon. However, all this is just the beginning. Next, Jester, who had been staring closely at Paul being embraced for the first time, saw a picture of him that he will never forget. First of all, the wound on Paul's forearm miraculously healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, Jester was even more shocked to see that Paul's eyes turned darker red, which was a sign of a higher level. However, Paul's eyes only became redder, but his level did not increase immediately. However, the most shocking scene appeared. Paul's originally pale face had a slight blush. "Oh my God! What the hell is going on?" Jester couldn't hide his shock, he was completely stunned. Temperature. My God, Paul's body has temperature. Jester is a vampire. The vampire's body is cold and has no temperature at all. Therefore, he is extremely sensitive to temperature. He can feel that the temperature gradually appeared on Paul's body. Although it is still very cold, it is true. There is temperature. Is this still blood? Chi. The tuxedo was completely torn. While Jester was stunned, Paul finally started his transformation. His body was rapidly expanding, at least 40 centimeters taller, and his body had doubled in size. Paul's two fangs also rapidly stretching out, the 10 fingers turned into broad, thick, strong, hard and extremely sharp claws. And at this time, the color of Paul's eyes changed again, turning red and purple, and finally turned into purple eyes. Flap. A pair of huge jet-black wings suddenly stretched out from Paul's back. A single wing is nearly 3 meters long and has a wingspan of nearly 6 meters. It has a black metal-like texture and flaps gently behind his back. The air around his body was blown by the fan. "Thank you, Master, Viscount Paul, for being willing to dedicate everything I have to you." After Paul transformed, he stood quietly on the spot, flapped his wings, and gave Ling Yun a Western, very gentlemanly servant etiquette. My God. Oh my God. This is a miracle, a miracle. How is this possible? Jester is going crazy, he doesn't know what to say. Paul's blood is as rubbish as his, and after being embraced for the first time, he has lived to be over 80 years old, and he has not become a real blood member, let alone, what do you mean the Baron and Viscount, now he just accepted Ling Yun's first embrace, and turned into a viscount in an instant. Even if it is the first embrace of a prince, it is impossible for an ordinary human being to become a viscount in an instant, grow wings directly, and be promoted to a baron, which shows that the blood of that prince is against the sky. However, a drop of Ling Yun's blood turned a mongrel, the lowest blood descendant, into a viscount in an instant. Moreover, this is only the most insignificant change. Paul's most unnatural change is the other 3 points. One is that Paul's pale complexion actually had a slight blush, which shows that the microvessels and capillaries in his body have started to work normally again. Secondly, it is Paul's body, which has temperature, you know, all blood races have cold bodies, they are simply living dead. But now, Paul's body has a temperature. What does this mean? Finally, and most importantly, Paul actually has purple eyes, purple. Legend has it that the Lord of the Holy Blood race has purple gold wings, purple gold eyes, and a pair of purple gold horns. Legend has it that the God-level Blood King has purple silver wings, purple silver eyes, and a pair of purple silver horns. Further down, according to legend, the head of a generation of blood has purple wings, purple eyes, and a pair of purple horns. But now, Paul actually has purple eyes, and this is just an instant change. All changes have just begun. This is so against the sky. Could it be said that Ling Yun created a blood master in the blink of an eye? This is just a drop of Ling Yun's blood, just a drop of blood. Oh, God, no, Satan, Taoist Sanqing, Jade Emperor, Ba. What did I see? What did I see? Is this real? Isn't this just a dream? Jester was foaming at the mouth, roaring and jumping wildly, not at all gentlemanly. Ling Yun smiled and looked at Paul after the first embrace. He was a little speechless when he heard Jester yelling wildly there. Everyone knows, it seems that they have a deep study of Chinese culture. Oh, dear boss, please give me my first hug, I will be your servant, forever servant, you just need to give me 2 drops of blood, 2 drops. Jester roared wildly for a while, then suddenly jumped in front of Ling Yun, shaking his arm violently. Ling Yun grinned, please, don't gossip like this, can you be a gentleman? To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The second update of the 8th update, the first chapter of the number 2 guarantee, there are still 6 chapters today, please double the monthly pass. 2 drops of blood won't do. Jester, believe me, you will never be able to bear it. The Master's bloodline is too powerful, definitely far surpassing the legendary Holy Blood Master. Now, I have only integrated 1% of the Master's blood power, and that's it. If there is more, you will explode and die in an instant. Of course, it must be one of the blood power of the blood race, blood burst. After adapting to his latest power, Paul suddenly turned back into a human body, leaving only a pair of wide wings fluttering. With a faint blush on his face and a smile on his face, he said to the crazy Jester, do you want 2 more drops now? I can give you more. Ling Yun nodded at Paul, then turned to look at Jester, who was stunned again, and said with a smile, let's just take a drop, respected master, please hurry up, I really can't wait. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. He asked Jester to prepare, and he did the same thing as before, and soon gave Jester the first hug again. The whole process and result were similar to Paul just now, and Jester's complexion and skin were also different. With a bloody blush, the body has warmth, a pair of eyes turned purple, and a pair of wide wings with a wingspan of nearly 6 meters were directly born, and he was promoted to Viscount. Thank you, Master, Viscount Jest, for being willing to dedicate everything I have to you. After the first embrace was completed, Jester, like Paul, first said this to Ling Yun with great reverence and respect. It seems that after the first embrace, all newly created blood races must express their surrender to their masters. Ling Yun didn't guess that the process of the first embrace was indeed not much different from recognizing the master with a drop of blood, except that the other party was not a magical treasure. Instead, he became a human being with a soul. Now, Paul and Jester are both standing in front of him, and he can fully feel the devout worship and submission to him from his bones, soul, and blood. The power to kill and seize in life. If you want them to live, they will live. If you want them to die, they will die. It appears that the blood of our Ling family is not bad. Ling Yun was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. With 2 viscounts as servants all of a sudden, he was able to help Ling Yun with many things, and he also saved a lot of trouble. Your face is no longer pale, and your body has warmed up. Now, do you still think you are bloodthirsty? Ling Yun looked at his 2 loyal servants. Asked lightly. Ling Yun has yin and yang divine eyes. He can see the blood in their bodies through the skin of the 2 people, which is flowing slowly like a human being. Moreover, his 5 senses and 6 senses are so sensitive, he has already noticed that the 2 people's bodies are warm. Respected Master. We can feel that the bloodthirsty feeling in the body is much weaker. It seems that there is no problem without blood sucking for 2 consecutive weeks, and also, we feel hungry, just like before we were first embraced. Human beings are hungry, we want to eat. Paul followed up. This time it was Ling Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. The blood vessels worked again, the body felt warm and felt hungry again. Isn't this a human being? Damn, in that case. Could it be that the 10 members of the Chow family can also be embraced once by myself in the same way? Ling Yun thought of this in an instant, but soon he shook his head again. He thought, but those members of the Chow family have to agree. If he first embraced him, he would have to kill himself to let them. It is absolutely impossible to really change back to an ordinary person. After all, the Chow family has its own blood. If they all become his servants, then the Chow family will be wiped out by Ling Yun. Then, now, do you think you are still afraid of the light? This is also the most important point. If the 2 of them are not afraid of the light, they can follow him in the sun. The blood race who can walk freely in broad daylight, but he is his most loyal servant. Just think about it. Dear Master, we don't know this yet, but we feel that the lights of car lights and street lights are no longer so annoying. Jester stared blankly at a street light and murmured. Paul also smiled and said, Dear Master, now, our life, our soul, everything about us is yours. If you want to experiment, Paul is willing to work for you. Ling Yun could feel Paul's piety. He thought about it for a while, and then said to Paul in a negotiating tone, Why don't you give it a try? I am willing to serve you. Paul and Jester said at the same time. With a thought, Ling Yun took out an ordinary fire talisman, threw it into the air, and then gave a silent shout. A dazzling crimson fire burst out instantly, illuminating a radius of more than 10 meters around the 3 of them. The moment the fire was lit, both Paul and Jester instinctively closed their eyes, and at the same time protected their bodies with their wide wings. It's not that they are disloyal to Ling Yun, it's instinct. They can let Ling Yun kill them, but what they should be afraid of is still afraid, such as flames and sunlight, and being destroyed. Of course, what they fear most is naturally Ling Yun. But they soon knew that there was nothing to be afraid of, because the flames did not harm them in the slightest. Wow. My God. The bodies of the 2 are safe and sound, and they are not afraid of the fire. It's kind of interesting. Ling Yun smiled lightly, took out a fire talisman again, and raised his hand to sacrifice it, making it burn again. This time, the flame was bigger and brighter, illuminating the 3 of them for more than 10 meters around them like daylight. However, Paul and Jester only blinked their purple eyes slightly, but their bodies did not suffer any burns. In the blazing and powerful flames, Paul and Jester glanced at each other suddenly. The surprise in their eyes was beyond words, and the hot tears burst out, which couldn't be stopped. Because their bodies have gradually warmed up, the tears shed now can naturally be called hot tears, although the temperature is much lower than that of ordinary people. Only the blood race knows that they have been hiding in the darkness all year round, forever, and never dare to walk in the sun. What a miserable life that kind of dark life is. What is most lacking is what one yearns for the most. This is true of everything. For example, no one can live forever, so human beings want to live longer. The blood race can never accept sunlight, so they are extremely eager. Try every means to study how to let yourself walk in the sunshine like ordinary people. Of course, the vampires did not research in vain, they also researched a lot of props and methods, but that was only for advanced vampires, and for Paul and Jester, who are not even considered ordinary vampire members, yes, absolutely not enjoying the power of walking in the sun. A drop of Ling Yan's blood completely completed the evolutionary mutation of the two blood races. They not only have all the physical signs of human beings, but also retain the abilities of all blood races. This is absolutely against the sky, it is unimaginable. Perhaps, your choice is right, congratulations. Ling Yan looked at the two ecstatic blood descendants. No, they should be his Viscount servants now. Sincerely congratulate them. Thank you, Master, we are willing to dedicate everything to you. Paul and Jester had already put away their status symbols, their wide wings, and knelt down on one knee, saluting their allegiance to Ling Yan. You don't need to call me Master, you can still call me Boss in the future. Also, don't add any respect, just call me Boss, I know whether you respect me or not, I don't need to talk about it all day. Ling Yan always felt very awkward when he heard the title of Master. He simply taught the two servants directly, and at the same time, he said, and the most important point, just show your character according to your own character, and don't be rigid about those details, did you hear me? I heard it. Master, oh, no, the boss. Due to Jester's personality, he immediately changed his name to Ling Yun as the boss. Paul, on the other hand, was obviously much more stable, and he was still personable, yes, boss. Very good, put on your clothes, we should go. Ling Yan smiled slightly, pointing at the naked bodies of the two of them. After this incident, Ling Yan became full of confidence in the blood race and no longer had any worries. The three of them got into the car again, Jester was still driving, and left this place quickly. Jester, what kind of car is this? Why did it hit a utility pole just now, and it wasn't damaged at all? Ling Yan sat leisurely in the car and asked Jester, with a smile. Boss, this is a special vehicle for our blood race. When we came to China, we took a luxury cruise ship because we couldn't pass the security check of the plane. With this car, it will be much more convenient for our blood race. So I shipped it over, and they also shipped a few more, and the Chen family spent a lot of money when they passed the customs. Paul smiled and explained to Ling Yun. Very good, I will get all these cars over later. Ling Yun said with a smile, and then asked, you two have lived so many years, what do you have besides blood-sucking? Tell me about your specialties and interests. As long as the blood race is not killed, they all have a long life and are extremely boring. They must have their own hobbies, otherwise they will definitely be world-weary and crazy. I'll talk first. As soon as Ling Yun asked this question, Jester rushed to say it as if asking for credit, but after he finished speaking, he suddenly became stupid. Fighting, taking drugs and selling drugs, playing with prostitutes, researching guns and ammunition, selling arms. It seems that these are all Jester's specialties. His nickname in the United States is called Devil. Respectful master, I am very familiar with firearms. I can manufacture, disassemble and modify any guns and ammunition. In addition, my business is doing very well, and I make a lot of money. Jester drove the car, trying to think of words to praise himself. Very well, I'm trying to make some firearms, special firearms, I hope you can do it, Jester. Ling Yun didn't ask any more questions. They were just descendants of the blood race, so it was impossible to expect them to talk about 5 things and 4 things. No problem at all. And you, Paul? Boss, I have a very in-depth study of high-quality life enjoyment, music, painting, especially good at bartending, red wine. I think you will like drinking it. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The third of the 8th shift. Brother Yun is about to unveil the mystery of the capital step by step, and ask for a monthly pass every step of the way. The silver-gray sedan slowly passed through the night. Ling Yun quickly ended the chat. He frowned and said, "How can a magic sword like Dark Storm be obtained by just Qin Jiangui?" It's a pity that neither Paul nor Jester could answer him, because the two had never seen Qin Jiangui holding this sword, and they didn't believe that Qin Jiangui could actually get this magic sword, and they were equally puzzled. Ling Yun thoughtfully muttered, "It seems that the Qin family's influence in the United States is definitely not small." Ling Yun never believed that Qin Jiangui alone could get such a terrifying magic sword by going to the United States alone. However, these are no longer important. Now, this magic sword has become Ling Yun's possession. It is estimated that he will definitely feel distressed now. Hee. There is no doubt that losing the Dark Storm is even more distressing than Qin Jiangui losing his life. However, if it weren't for this magic sword, Ling Yun's sure kill strike in the air would definitely have cut Qin Jiangui in two, and he would surely die. It's just that since he has this magic sword, why doesn't he use it for your first embrace? Doesn't he want to turn you all into his loyal subordinates? Ling Yun quickly asked the second question. Boss, he doesn't dare, really, except for you. No ordinary blood clan member dares to do such a thing. This is self-defeating and will be attacked by the sole power of the Demon King dynasty. Jester murmured. However, I didn't feel that I was being attacked by my soul. Ling Yun wondered. Boss, that's because your soul power and bloodline power are too powerful, far surpassing dynasty. You are the nemesis of all blood races. Paul explained with a smile. Suddenly. Ling Yun suddenly thought of something. He said sullenly, "Since you know that if I give you your first embrace, you will be attacked by dynasty soul, why let me give you the first hug?" Jester hurriedly explained, "It's not what you imagined, boss, because you are not a blood clan. This sword is in the hands of ordinary humans. It is just an ordinary sharp sword, it only has a deterrent effect on the blood clan members." Paul followed closely and said, "If the bloodline of ordinary people is strong enough, you can also use the Dark Storm to give the blood clan the first embrace again, but we didn't expect that your bloodline is really, really powerful and indescribable. We really didn't think about it." "So that's the case, then it seems that I'm wrong to blame you," Ling Yun said casually, and asked again, "What level of blood race wouldn't be afraid of the deterrent power of this magic sword? At least it is the rank of the Grand Duke. However, that damn Qin Jiangui, maybe because he is the most mysterious ancient martial artist in China, so when he was a viscount, he dared to take out this sword. It can only be used as a sharp sword." Paul's analysis is correct. Qin Jiangui reached the viscount. He found that he dared to touch this sword. He relied on his ability to fly, thinking that he was absolutely invincible when facing Chinese ancient martial arts masters, so he wanted to take the Dark Storm to shock those of the Qin family, descendants of blood, so that they could obey orders and serve him more carefully, but they didn't expect that before returning to Qin's house, they met Ling Yun tragically, and he really deserved his bad luck. "Where is the other magic sword Shenfeng now?" Ling Yun faintly. "I began to look forward to the other of the two magic swords." After returning home, Ling Yun walked through the sky and came to the basement. He met Chao Tianlong. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he left the basement by himself and went back to his room to practice. Everything can be delayed, but cultivation cannot be delayed. He will soon reach the Qi training period, so every second counts. Early the next morning, after Ling Yun finished practicing, he called Chui Lao directly and asked him to find a way to find a slaughterhouse and bring over 180 caddies of animal blood. Then, Ling Yun tried to let Paul and Jester walk around in the sun for a while, and found that they could indeed accept the sun's rays. He was so happy that he took them out for a Western-style breakfast. For Paul and Jester, Ling Yun is not only their master, but also their reborn parents, the god in their hearts, because Ling Yun gave them a new life. Back in the yard, Ling Yun took out 2 of the gold bricks that Miao Xiaomiao gave him, thinking about making a pure gold longbow as soon as possible. The bow body is made of pure gold, and the bowstring is naturally made of black gold silkworm rope. As for the arrows, Ling Yun is used to deal with flying vampires, and of course it is made of sterling silver. Gold bows and silver arrows, black gold silkworm ropes, to make strings. This is definitely extremely luxurious, but for Ling Yun, it is not a problem at all. Gold is available, but a lot of sterling silver is still needed. Where can I get this thing? Ling Yun was depressed, thinking that if only Tang Meng was here, he wouldn't have to bother himself. He promised to get it for himself. Although the materials are extravagant, this is not a refining tool, it is just making ordinary bows and arrows, so Ling Yun can only follow step by step. Ling Yun has only one requirement for the bow, and that is the pulling force of the bow, because this determines the speed and range of the arrow. As for the quasi-head, Ling Yun possesses powerful and condensed spiritual consciousness, as well as yin-yang divine eyes, plus the absolute stability of his 2 hands, so there is no need to worry at all. Soon, Chui Lao came. He brought a black van, and asked 2 people to move 4 barrels of fresh animal blood out of the van. Each barrel was at least 20 kilograms, full of thick blood, the smell of blood. After the 2 men moved the 4 buckets of blood into the yard, they immediately exited the yard quietly and drove away. Ling Yun called Paul and Jester out, and asked them, "Fresh animal blood has been obtained, you should have a way to keep the blood flowing, right?" Paul smiled gracefully. "Yes, boss, this is a compulsory course for us blood races that everyone must learn in the shortest possible time." After Paul finished speaking, he personally came to the back of the silver-gray car, opened the trunk, took out an exquisite medicine bottle, opened the medicine bottle, sprinkled the dark red crystal powder inside into the 4 barrels of blood, and sprinkled some. Then, he smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Boss, this is extracted from the special substance in the blood of our blood race. It is more effective than the best anticoagulant developed by humans. It can not only prevent blood from coagulating, but also, it keeps them fresh forever." Ling Yun nodded. "Okay, then you can take these 4 barrels of blood to the door of the basement." Paul and Jester started to get busy, while Ling Yun brought the stunned Mr. Chui into the room. When he entered the room, Ling Yun pressed Elder Chui's body stiffened by shock on the sofa and sat down. Elder Chui still maintained an unbelievable expression. "Young master, is this the 2 blood descendants? Paul and Jester?" Elder Chui asked in shock. Ling Yun laughed proudly. "That's right, but Mr. Chui, don't worry, they are my servants now, the most loyal servants, and they will never betray." But how did I see them appearing in the sunlight just now?" This is what shocked Mr. Chui the most about the 2 blood descendants. "It's a long story." Ling Yun quickly told Elder Chui briefly what happened last night. He tried not to talk nonsense as much as possible, but he still talked about it for about half an hour, closing Elder Chui's shocked mouth. "Not close anymore. Old Chui, the members of Chao's family are all in the basement now, do you want to go and have a look?" After Ling Yun finished speaking, he said to Mr. Chui. Elder Chui let out a long breath, and finally spoke, "Young master, without the permission of the patriarch, I can't just go to see them casually. Moreover, you saved the people of Chao's family. Naturally, this kindness must be let the Chao family remember you. After all, in Ling Yun's basement, there are only 11 members of the Chao family, besides Chao Shanshan, and there are 3 heads of the Chao family, old, middle-aged, and young. The patriarch of the Ling family went to talk to them, and Mr. Cui obviously considered his status. Ling Yun was amused, and didn't bring up the matter again. He pondered for a while, and said directly to Mr. Cui, "Mr. Cui, I have two urgent needs right now. I urgently need to make a longbow and many arrows, and we also need to make some special firearms and silver bullets. Can you see if there is any way?" Longbow. The young master made the longbow because he was afraid that Qin Jiangui would fly into the sky and would not be able to reach him, so he wanted to shoot him, right? Cui Lao immediately understood what Ling Yun meant, and asked with a smile. Ling Yun nodded, "That's right, he thinks he can fly, so he's awesome? I insist on making it difficult for him." Cui Lao smiled and said, "This is easy to handle, I will take you to a place now." "Where?" Seeing Mr. Cui's mysterious look, Ling Yan's interest suddenly increased. "You don't need to ask too much, young master, you will understand everything when we get to the place." Before Ling Yan left, he went to the basement first, and personally carried 4 barrels of blood into the cloudy sky maze, and then came out, told Paul and Jester to watch the yard, and then left with Cui Lao in peace. The two drove the car around and out of downtown Beijing, all the way north, beyond the 7th Ring Road, and then came to a dilapidated, very inconspicuous factory. After entering the factory, the two got out of the car and walked directly into the factory building. Ling Yun raised his eyes, and saw that the factory was deserted, with only a few scattered people busy with their own affairs there, and he was even more puzzled. "Old Cui, what is this place?" Elder Cui smiled mysteriously, "Young master, this is the weapons workshop of our Ling family." To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 4th of the 8th shift. Thank you everyone, 11th in the category list, and 40 votes away. Can you rush to the top? Ask for a monthly pass. If you want to become a big family of the Chinese secular family, and stand at the peak of the Chinese secular family forest, you must have enough background. DODTW. What is the background? A family's power, money, resources, contacts, talent reserves, etc. These are all factors that measure the strength of a family. But these are undoubtedly superficial, and if they only have these, at most, they are the kind of powerful families known to the world in the eyes of ordinary people. In short, it is the kind of family that ordinary people often see through various media such as TV, internet, newspapers, radio, etc., and arguing about their affairs with red cheeks and crazy water. But in China, there is an old saying that the real person does not show his face. The really powerful characters are the ones you don't see in the media. They secretly control everything, manipulate everything, enjoy everything, but are not known to ordinary people. Those who often make appearances in the media are at most their respective spokespersons, the executors of their orders and wills. The real game is under the water. The real heritage of the big secular family is also not the power, money, connections, etc. in the eyes of the world, but something else. How many powerful masters in the family, how many resources the family controls, how much the family has in various material reserves, and so on. These are the true heritage of a large secular family. Of all the background, talent is of course the most important, but other things are also very important, for example, the weapon workshop. Each of the 7 major families in the capital has its own weapon workshop, and they use their own craftsmen. Combining the ancient craftsmanship handed down from the ancestors and the most sophisticated modern science and technology, we can create a sword that is suitable for the use of ancient martial arts masters in our own family. Otherwise, where did the acquired and innate powerhouses of these families fight and practice, and where did the weapons in their hands come from? Is it from the wind? Now, Ling Yan has followed Old Cui, passing through the place that says Workshop Powerhouse. The small, broken door, with the warning words "Idlers are not allowed to enter." He entered a quiet courtyard, and then he watched Cui Lao enter a complicated password on a seemingly outdated secret door. As soon as the secret door opened, the two entered in an absolutely closed secret workshop. The factory building is large, at least the size of a standard football field, and the heat is roaring inside, but it has good ventilation. There's nothing in there. Absolutely unique. I can't think of it. I really can't think of it. Look at the various furnaces here, as well as various advanced weapon production lines, swords, halberds, axes, and forks. Ling Yan was shocked. Everyone in the secret workshop is busy with the work in their hands at this time, and the sound of shouting and clanging is endless. Some are busy testing the properties of metal, some are busy melting some steel metal, and some people are busy. Simply hit the iron shirtless, it seems that the two are coming. It didn't attract the attention of these people. Old Chui was very emotional, and Su Xing said to Ling Yan's voice transmission, "Little young master, this is our Ling family's weapon workshop. The original weapon workshop is more than 10 times larger than this, but unfortunately it was occupied by the Yi family." Yes, family? Ling Yan frowned slightly, thinking that it was a dog that bites and doesn't bark. Yi Jiadao keeps a low profile, but his background is absolutely unimaginable. An old man in his 40s walked over. He was a lame man, his left leg was broken at the knee. Ling Yan could see that his realm was in the middle of the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. Like Chui Lao, he has old wounds and damaged meridians. Chui Lao smiled and sent Ling Yan a voice transmission. "This is one of the 9 dead soldiers left after the tragic battle of the Ling family. His left leg was cut off in that battle, young master. Just call him Ling Shiqi." Ling Shiqi has seen Chui Lao. I don't know what kind of weapon Chui wants to choose when he comes this time. Ling Shiqi's face was old, his eyes were dull, and he looked ordinary. He limped in front of old Chui and said lightly. Old Chui smiled slightly and said, "Take me to the place where bows and crossbows are made." Ling Shiqi raised his head silently, glanced at Ling Yan lightly, but didn't say much, turned around and left. Ling Yan did not speak, and followed Ling Shiqi silently, and soon came to a corner of the weapon workshop, and then he saw the mold for making the longbow. Ling Yan does not need any high technology or any other troubles to make bows and arrows. All he needs is a furnace for smelting metal and a suitable mold. Just need to make the bow body and arrows. Ling Yan's bowstring is ready-made, the black gold magic silkworm rope. Ling Shiqi brought the two of them to a row of longbows that had been made. There were all kinds of bows, longbow and shortwork or compound bows, neatly arranged and orderly. These bows are all ready-made, with a pulling force ranging from 50 kilograms to 500 kilograms. I don't know what kind of bow Chui Lao wants. The corners of the mouths of the 200 dead soldiers in the bloody battle were a little excited. Ling Yan finally said, "These bows are too light, I want to make one myself." Ling Shiqi finally froze for a moment, his eyes showed a hint of shock. He didn't know who the young man in front of him was, and he couldn't ask Mr. Chui more, but from Ling Yan's face, he knew, this young man is definitely the descendant of the Ling family. When did the Ling family have such a younger son, who couldn't even see the 500 kilograms longbow? You must know that a 500 kilograms longbow, in order to be easily used, must at least have an innate level of cultivation. Ling Shiqi knew that before this, only Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, and Elder Chui could barely do this. Make it yourself? Ling Shiqi asked repeatedly. Yes, I make it myself, but I don't know how to use these electrical equipment, I need professional help. When was it made? It can be done now. Ling Yan said with a smile when he came to the mold of the longbow that was 1.5 meters long. Ling Yan did not expect that the Ling family would have such a precious place. In this case, it would be much more convenient to make bows and arrows, and it would also be convenient for Ling Yan to make preliminary weapons in the future. Ling Yan secretly sent a voice transmission and asked Old Chui, "This Ling Shiqi. Is it trustworthy?" Chui Lao nodded quickly. Little young master, the 9 dead soldiers of the Ling family are all trustworthy. These 9 people are only under the orders of the old family master, and even your uncle cannot directly order them. That's it. Ling Yan turned his head to look at Ling Shishir, and smiled at him with the corners of his mouth. Then he said, I need something, let's arrange it first. Soon. Ling Yan asked Chui Lao and Ling Shiqi to help, and got some ready-made steel ingots and iron blocks, of course, 36 pieces. He quickly set up a mysterious formation where the longbow was made. With the furnace and mold, Ling Yan still needs some secret techniques in the production process, and he also needs to use the space ring. Of course, he doesn't want to be seen by more people. After Ling Yan finished arranging the chaos formation. The corner of this weapon workshop was isolated. Such a scene made Lao Chui and Ling Shiqi stunned. It's called the confused formation. Ling Yan didn't hide the two of them, and told them about it casually. Ling Shiqi stared blankly at Ling Yan, shocked for a while, not knowing what to say. Ling Yan asked him to find someone to help. Neither heard. Old Chui patted Ling Shiqi's shoulder lightly. This is our Ling family, Ling Yan, the biological son of the 3rd young master. Our young master is back. Ling Shiqi's body trembled violently, his eyes emitting a frightening gleam. He threw the crutches in his hand suddenly, and fell to his knees with a thud. Facing Ling Yan, I bowed my head. Ling Shishir, the dead man of the Ling family, I don't know that the young master will return. He deserves to die. Ling Shiqi pays respects to the young master. Ling Yan calmly accepted Ling Shiqi's bow. He stared at Ling Shiqi on the ground for a while, sighed slightly, and said lightly, get up. Back then, you fought hard to protect the Ling family, fought bloody battles for my parents, and were seriously injured. Disabled, I want to thank you that it's too late. Where is the crime that deserves death? Protecting the Ling family is within Ling's 17th point. I will never regret it. Please don't worry about it, young master. Ling Shiqi's body trembled with excitement, and even his voice trembled. He never imagined that the child in the womb of the holy maiden of the demon sect had grown up and returned to the Ling family to recognize their ancestors and return to the clan. Get up, now I urgently need to make a longbow. Find someone to come and help me. Ling Yan said with a smile. If the young master doesn't dislike my clumsiness, Ling Shiqi is willing to help the young master in person. Ling Shiqi still knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Okay, but then don't kneel, let's start now. Ling Shiqi's arm patted the ground slightly, and his body immediately flew up, standing firmly on the ground, using only one leg. Ling Yan leaned over, took Ling Shiqi's crutch from the ground with his own hands, and handed it to Ling Shiqi's hands solemnly. Ling Shiqi was so moved that he couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Hao, the eldest young master of the Ling family, has been here more than once, but he has never done it before. He is also a descendant of the Ling family. How can Ling Shiqi not be moved by this? After recovering from a serious injury, Ling Shiqi has been in charge of the Ling family's weapon workshop for 18 years because of the inconvenience of one leg. He is very familiar with everything here. With the help of him and Mr. Chui, Ling Yan began to make his own golden bow. The switch was pulled up, Ling Yan took out the 2 gold bricks and threw them directly into the furnace, and began to melt the gold. When the gold is completely melted into a liquid, the furnace is turned on, and the gold water is poured into the longbow's mold, and when everything is ready, the cooling begins. When the cooling was almost over, Ling Yan took out the dragon-patterned soft sword, and with the sharp tip of the sword, began to draw some space formations at the place where the longbow was used to set arrows. With these formations, when Ling Yan has set up the arrows and pulled the bow to let go, the sharp arrows can be shot several times faster than ordinary bows and arrows. When the golden water was completely cooled back to normal temperature, the bow body of a golden bow was finished. Ling Yan took the bow body off the mold, and then took out a black gold magic silkworm rope thick with twine. The bow body is slightly bent, the two ends are tied, the hands are released, the bowstring brush is taut and straight, and the 1.5 meter long golden longbow is instantly made. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. Although the toughness and ductility of gold are very good, if you use 100 caddies of gold to make a 1.5 meter long bow, not to mention the pulling force of the bow itself, but the weight of the bow body, which most people can't handle at all. Stand up. However, now Ling Yan's single arm has an arm strength of 6,000 kilograms, and 100 kilograms in Ling Yan's hand is really as light as a feather, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Reduce the ratio by 100 times, and this is equivalent to an ordinary person with 60 kilograms of arm strength holding a 1-pound object. Holding a longbow made of 100 caddies of gold in his hand, Ling Yan didn't feel bad at all. He smiled, grabbed the bow with his right hand, and pinched the bowstring with his left thumb and index finger. After reaching the full bow, Ling Yan kept his posture for a while, and finally let go, only to hear a crash, and the bowstring instantly became straight, causing the sound of the air breaking through the air. At that time, Ling Yan put a few arrows in the space ring, and his left hand appeared as soon as he moved his thoughts. He took advantage of the situation and pulled the arrow lightly, no matter if it was a blood family or some ancient Chinese martial arts master. If he couldn't escape, he would be dead. 2,000 kilograms of pulling force. Ling Yan muttered, feeling that the pulling force was still too small. He raised his hand and threw the longbow to Cui Lao. Cui Lao, give it a try, can you pull it away? Ling Yan said with a smile. Old Cui gave a wry smile and began to draw the bow according to his words, but he tried his best, but he only bent the bowstring slightly. He couldn't pull it at all, and he finally gave up. Little master, the pulling force of this bow is so great that it can't be pulled at all. Besides, your bowstring is only a thin string, so you can't hold it at all. Old Cui's face flushed red when he tried so hard just now, panting and shaking his head. I really can't hold it back, with Cui Lao Xiantian's second-floor peak cultivation. Even if he has the innate qi to protect his body and wants to use 2 fingers to hold the bowstring, even if he has enough strength to fully pull the bow, the strength on the bowstring can cut off old Cui's fingers abruptly. Ling Yun has the great evolution star treasure art to protect his body, so he dares to play like this. His golden bow, even after the transformation of a blood clan like a baron. Don't even dare to fill it up. Ling Shiqi had been foolish for a long time, and the most important point was that Ling Yan's 2 gold bricks, the black gold silkworm rope, all appeared out of thin air in his hands. This is simply incredible. Ling Yun put away the golden bow. He patted Ling Shiqi's shoulder with a smile, and said lightly, don't tell anyone about today's matter except what my grandfather asked about. Remember, it's anyone. Can you do it? Yes. Young master, Ling Shiqi understands. Ling Shishi nodded heavily. I still need a lot of arrows, all of which need to be 1.5 meters long. The arrows must be made of sterling silver. As for the shafts, ordinary alloys can be used, and the outermost layer should be plated with silver. It will be used in 24 hours. Ling Yun saw that the weapon workshop was ready-made, which saved him a lot of trouble. Before leaving, he directly issued an order to Ling Shiqi. Although Ling Yan's performance deeply impressed Ling Shiqi. But Ling Shiqi didn't dare to make his own decisions. He turned to look at Cui Lao. Cui Lao smiled slightly, took out a token, and showed it to Ling Shiqi. The old man said that Ling Yan's order is the order of the owner. Everything will be done. Yes. Ling Shiqi obeys the order of the patriarch. Ling Shiqi looked at the token, and immediately bowed and clasped his fists, decisively responding to the order. Before leaving, Ling Yun scoured some ordinary arrows and put them all into his space ring. No matter what, let's make do with it first. Then, Ling Yun carefully inspected Ling Shiqi's old injury. He took out 9 golden needles and used 9 needles of the spirit pivot on Ling Shiqi, which completely healed Ling Shiqi's old injury and dark disease, and used Qingshui talisman to heal it. Of his scars, Ling Shiqi was even more shocked. He looked at everything that happened to him in disbelief, and felt like he was in a dream. Ling Shiqi knelt down and bowed his head again. Ling Yan smiled and helped him up. In the end, Ling Yan withdrew from the heavenly maze and took Lao Chui away from the Ling family weapons workshop. Bows and arrows are easy to handle, but guns and ammunition are troublesome. Of course, it is impossible for the Ling family to have their own arsenal. Ling Yan had to find a way slowly. Go to the suburbs. Ling Yun and Chui Lao quickly came to the barren mountains and ridges on the outskirts, parked the car beside the road, looked at no one around, and flew into the dense forest. After finding an open space, Ling Yan took out the golden bow and stood there, waiting silently. There was a bird chirping, and a bird flew past 500 meters in the sky. I saw a sharp arrow instantly appear on Ling Yun's left hand. Looking at the bird in the sky, he shot the arrow with a swish. My God, so fast? Old Chui exclaimed. Chui Lao is the strength of the peak of the second floor of the innate. How powerful his eyesight is, just saw the sharp arrow appear in Ling Yan's hand, and then Ling Yan let go, the sharp arrow disappeared. Yes, disappeared directly, and you can't see the trajectory of the arrow shooting into the sky at all. The moment Ling Yan let go, the bowstring was still buzzing, trembling slightly, but there was a scream from high above the sky. The bird was pierced by the sharp arrow, and fell down suddenly. In the world of martial arts, let you ever change, strength and speed are always the iron rules of invincibility. Hee, it's okay, it can be used to make do with it. Now, Qin Jiangui's grandson, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Qin Jiangui and members of the blood clan above the baron are not birds, and they will not let Ling Yan shoot and kill them, they will dodge, so Ling Yan may not be able to kill them with one arrow, but he can definitely inflict heavy damage on them. Ling Yan chuckled, put away the golden bow, and left the barren mountains with the stunned old Chui. The car turned back. Young master, let me drive the car for you. Every time the head of the family travels, I will drive him. Hey, Mr. Chui, I finally came out of Qingshui. I want to drive a little longer to familiarize myself with the terrain and road conditions of the capital. I won't drive until I have enough driving. The road congestion in the capital is rare in the world. Ling Yan is very reluctant to drive around the city. Now in the suburbs, he is racing to his heart's content. Anyway, no one dares to control it. Mr. Chui, someone in the Chen family already knows about my coming to the capital. That kid is called Chen Senator. Moreover, Ling Hao actually told him about this matter. What? Ling Hao? He dared to. After hearing this, Elder Chui's expression changed drastically. Ling Yan came to the capital. What a top-secret matter. Currently only Ling Lai, Chui Lao, and a few dead men of the Ling family know about it. Even the current head of the family, Ling Zhen, knows nothing about it, but Ling Hao dared to disclose such an important matter. And it's still the Chen family, how could Mr. Chui not be shocked? Young master, don't worry, this matter. I will definitely report to the patriarch as soon as possible. Old Chui frowned, and said in a deep voice, he was very angry. However, Ling Hao is the eldest son of the Ling family. He led the process of finding Ling Yan, and he was indeed the one who found Ling Yan. Elder Chui couldn't say anything more, he could only report to the patriarch and let Ling Lai decide for himself. Tell Grandpa, I don't believe in Ling Hao. Ling Yan said calmly while driving the car. Chui Lao nodded. He already knew that he didn't trust anyone in the Ling family except Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Mr. Chui himself. Young master, look, you've been in the capital for such a long time. The old man misses you so much at home that you can't eat well and can't sleep. Can we go home first? After all, you've met your grandpa. Elder Chui began to try his best to comfort Ling Yun. This was what Ling Lai told him personally, telling Elder Chui to let Ling Yun go home first, otherwise, Ling Lai would not be able to sleep at all. Such an outstanding and heaven-defying grandson has finally come to the capital. He has even been to the Chow family and the Chen family, but he does not return to his own home. This makes the grandfather feel very uncomfortable. Ling Yun grinned, "Okay, Mr. Chui, you go back and tell Grandpa, just say that I must go home tonight to see Grandpa." Seeing that Ling Yun finally agreed, Mr. Chui laughed happily, nodded happily, and said that if the old man saw Ling Yun, he would not know how happy he would be. In fact, before Ling Yun killed Chen Jiangui, he didn't want to return to the family. However, now that the Chen family is powerful, it is very difficult for Ling Yun to destroy the Chen family with his own strength. This requires a comprehensive plan and a step-by-step approach. The other is that Ling Yun saw that the ancient martial arts masters of the Ling family were all wounded, which caused their true energy to stagnate, and their cultivation was slow and even regressed uncontrollably. Ling Yun must heal their old wounds and diseases as soon as possible. Let them practice again and improve the strength of the family as soon as possible, one day sooner. Because, as long as Ling Yun touches the Chen family, or shows up in the capital, he will immediately attract the scruples of many people. After all, he has offended too many people. This is the reason why Ling Yun doesn't want to go back to the family clearly. If he is fine at home, he still has the strength to protect the Ling family, but what if he comes out to do business? If those enemies who have made a death feud with Ling Yun jump out one by one and attack Ling Yun's relatives, it will be too late to say anything. If Ling Yun wants to show up in the capital, he must first build the Ling family into a monolith in the dark, and guard it like a fortress. My two blood servants are definitely better than the dead soldiers of the Ling family. I will let them live in the Ling family later to protect Grandpa and the others. Ling Yun was full of confidence, and said to Cui Lao, with a smile, "The young master is truly a god. With you here, it would be hard for the Ling family not to rise." Elder Cui had a great heart, and couldn't help but praise Ling Yun. This was a real compliment from the bottom of his heart. After watching Ling Yun's incredible performance in the capital, Mr. Cui felt a glimmer of light appearing in front of his eyes. The two quickly returned to the courtyard where Ling Yun lived. After Ling Yun got off the car, he said to Cui Lao, "After you go back, try to find a way with my grandfather as soon as possible, and see how to arrange the Chow family first. Personally hiding here, I am very worried." "Don't worry, young master. Although the Chow family has suffered a catastrophe, the 3 generations of patriarchs of their family, old, middle-aged and young, are all there. Although the Chen family has learned all the secrets of the Chow family, there must still be some background in the Chow family. As long as you can, if you make good use of these foundations, the Chow family will not be destroyed. Of course, a top family in Huaxia cannot be destroyed at will. Ling Yun can't destroy the Chen family all at once. Similarly, even if the Chen family uses such a despicable and ruthless method as the first embrace of the blood clan, it can't completely destroy the Chow family. All secrets. Ling Yan's heart flickered and his face changed drastically. He suddenly thought of Chao Shanshan and his Renhuang pen. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The 6th of the 8th shift. There are 2 more changes, and 45 tickets are needed to rush up. Ask for a monthly ticket. On the night of the Qingming festival, the fairy aura in the Renhuang brush was reversed, giving Ling Yun the strength of the 9th level of Qi training. At that time, Tianjiu once shouted in public that what Ling Yun was holding was the Renhuang brush. After killing Tianjiu and the others in seconds, Ling Yun once used his powerful divine sense to perform the divine dragon roar, erasing the memories of many people present to varying degrees, but there were a few exceptions. The few exceptions naturally included Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan knew that Ling Yun owned the human emperor's brush, and had also seen Ling Yan's vision of 9 dragons' body protection. If she was hypnotized by Qin Jiangui's evil eye technique and told all these things, wouldn't it be one of Ling Yan's biggest secrets? About to leak? Ling Yan knew something was wrong. After Mr. Cui left, he thought in his heart, no matter what, he had to find a way to find Chao Shanshan tonight, and rescue her first. After lunch, Ling Yan called Tang Meng and asked him to buy as much sterling silver as possible in Qingshui City. At the same time, he mentioned the names of dozens of medicinal materials and asked him to send some together. Those are the medicinal materials that Ling Yan has been storing in Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City. He absorbs the spiritual energy in Villa No. 1 day and night. Naturally, he has already been contaminated with rich spiritual energy. Ling Yan needs to use them to make some special talismans. For example, God's Walking Talisman, Gale Talisman, Running Thunder Talisman and so on. Ling Yan wants to fight against the blood race. For the blood race who can fly, Ling Yan's speed is far from enough, he must bless his own speed. After hanging up Tang Meng's phone call, Ling Yan gave Paul and Jester a check for 100 million yuan, and let them use it at their own discretion, then went back to his bedroom to meditate and practice. After arriving in the capital, Ling Yan has been wandering around in the west of the capital, except for the northwest and the southwest. He just went to the northern suburbs of the capital today. He found that the aura in most places in the capital was not as strong as that in Qingshui City. Because there are too many people in the capital, too many buildings, too many cars, and more car exhaust, the air in the capital has already been polluted. Where is the shelter of heaven and earth aura? However, Ling Yan could clearly feel it. In the middle of the capital, outside the barren mountains and wild mountains in the northern suburbs, and in the southeast corner of the capital, the aura of these places is particularly strong, surpassing the Qingshui Lake in Qingshui City. Since it is temporarily unable to absorb the aura of heaven and earth in the air, Ling Yan couldn't practice Shenwu Chunyang Xianjua, so he could only continue to practice his Ichi Yinyang Ju and Xianhuan scripture until sunrise or night. Focus on practicing the Great Evolution Ju Xing Ju. The night came quickly, and after Ling Yan had dinner, he put on the black gold magic silkworm night clothes, and asked Paul to stay in the courtyard to watch the house, and he took Jester out of the courtyard and went straight to Chao's house. Qin Jiangui escaped from Chao's house and wanted to use Jianli Zhuhan to scatter. To track down Qin Jiangui, one must start from the Chao family. Boss, what are we doing here? I think that damn Qin Jiangui will never come here again. Jester didn't know why, he asked Ling Yan in surprise. Ling Yan gave Qin Jiangui the 1,000 miles of pursuing soul powder, and no one else would be aware of it. Even Qin Jiangui couldn't detect it, only Ling Yan could follow the faint smell and catch the direction of Qin Jiangui's escape. Jester, tonight, we're going to play a game of cat and mouse, let's go to Jingnan. Finished. The two left the backyard of Chao's residence, went out to get in the car, and headed south all the way. Jester drove the silver-gray car very fast, and the two quickly left the 4th Ring Road and came to the south of the capital. Ling Yan asked Jester to stop the car again. He got out of the car and maximized his consciousness, explored again for a while, and found the smell of Qianli Zhuhansen again, which came from their southeast direction. Go to the southeast. The farther southeast you go, the smell of Qianli Zhuhansen becomes stronger and stronger. With the car window open, Ling Yan can feel it without getting out of the car. He instructed Jester all the way, beating around the bush and driving forward. The two stopped in front of a huge house. Ling Yan glanced at the large house and said with a sneer, "It seems that Qin Jiangui has stayed in this large house for a long time." Ling Yan asked Jester to drive the silver-gray car to a hidden place and wait for him. He put on a mask, got out of the car by himself, and flew directly into the house under the cover of the dark night. Well, the Qin family has quite a lot of property. From the outside, it seems that there is nothing special except big, but only when you come in do you know how extravagant and luxurious it is inside. Ling Yan scanned several rooms with his spiritual sense, and soon discovered the problem. He found that this house was used by the Chen family to lock up people. The most of them are women, ranging from 14 to 30 years old. There are at least 50 or 60 in the entire front yard, and there are 7 or 8 in each house. Their eyes are dull, and they are all obviously displayed by Chen Jiangui. The evil eye technique. What the hell, so many women are feeding Chen Jiangui's blood, it's no wonder his strength doesn't improve so quickly. Ling Yan cursed secretly in his heart, furious, he really didn't know where the Chen family got so many women. Obviously, after Chen Jiangui was seriously injured in the battle with Ling Yun and escaped, he came here immediately and drank the blood of these women to heal himself. However, Ling Yun could tell that these women were just sucked blood by Chen Jiangui, but not embraced by him at the beginning. He knew that Chen Jiangui would not dare to create a large number of immortal vampires in Huaxia, otherwise, things would get serious. Yes, Tianzu will also take action against him. Using the wealth of the Chen family to get so many women for him to practice bloodsucking, and at the same time using his evil eye technique to make these women confused, without any desire to escape, let them go away on their own at a certain time. Ling Yunqin said that it seemed that the Chen family really wanted to do something big, and this time they wanted to rise to the top in one fell swoop. Nothing was found in the front yard, so Ling Yan went straight to the backyard. When he came to the backyard, he scanned it with his divine sense, and was immediately taken aback. It turned out that what Chen Sen said was that the Chen family's ancient martial arts masters were hiding in the mansion to the south, and it turned out to be here. There are at least hundreds of people, those with the lowest level have the peak of the 8th level Hotian, and those with the highest level can't even be seen by Ling Yun. There are 10 people in a room. Looking at the exchanges between those masters, it is obvious that each of them belongs to the same sect. Each room has one sect, there are more than 10 sects. However, Ling Yan's spiritual consciousness is strong, and the yin and yang art in his body is running rapidly, maintaining the unity of yin and yang, and no breath leaks out at all, so no one can find Ling Yun. He avoided those innate powerhouses who couldn't see their cultivation, walked through the yard without making a sound, and soon made a bigger discovery. Second Uncle Ling Yu. Ling Yu was locked in a separate small dark room, and he was not tied up, but his acupoints were obviously pressed by someone, and his energy and spirit were all sluggish, and he didn't have the aura that an acquired master should have at all. Ling Yan had seen Ling Yu's photo before, so of course he could tell at a glance that it was his second uncle, and he was immediately furious, thinking that it was true. It really is the Chen family. Not only did the Chen family attack the Chao family, but they even went so far as to not let go of the completely downtrodden Ling family, and even arrested their own father and second uncle. Although Ling Yun was angry, his breath didn't fluctuate at all. He carefully searched with his spiritual sense, trying to find his father Ling Xiao, but in the end he was disappointed. There was no trace of Ling Xiao in the entire courtyard, and Ling Xiao and Ling Yu were not locked together. How to do? Several thoughts flashed through Ling Yun's mind in an instant, thinking whether to rescue his second uncle first. If he rescued his second uncle, he would definitely startle the snake. Ling Yun didn't know how the Chen family would deal with his father next. But if he saw his second uncle helplessly here, he would not know what to say when he went back to his family to see his grandfather tonight. For a while, Ling Yun was in trouble, thinking back and forth, hesitating. It's still saved. Second uncle was saved. The Chen family would not dare to do anything to my father. Moreover, only after second uncle was saved, would they know what happened to them and why the Chen family wanted to arrest them. After thinking about everything, Ling Yun decided to take a gamble. He tiptoed to the door of the small black room, gently raised his hand and crushed the outer door lock, then pushed the door open and rushed in. Ling Yan's movement was too light and his speed was too fast. Until he entered the room, Ling Yu didn't notice his arrival. Ling Yun came in front of Ling Yu in a blink of an eye, stretched out his finger roughing to unlock Ling Yu's acupuncture point, and at the same time used sound transmission to enter the secret and said, "Don't make a sound, I'm here to save you." Ling Yun was afraid of revealing his identity, so he didn't tell Ling Yu who he was. He even changed his voice to that of a hoarse old man. Ling Yu's acupoints were unlocked, and he immediately regained his freedom. He looked at Ling Yun in black and covered his face in disbelief, and thought to himself what kind of master this must be, to avoid the eyes and ears of so many innate masters in the Chen family, and come here to rescue him. I? Ling Yun saw Ling Yu's doubts, and he said again through voice transmission, "Don't think too much about anything, we will talk about everything after we leave here, follow me." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stepped out of the small black room, stood still, and waved gently to Ling Yu. However, although Ling Yun was extremely careful, he kept everything secret and neglected one thing. Ling Yu's skill is not enough. Ling Yu stood up and floated outside the door. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Ling Yun knew it was over. "Who is it?" More than a dozen violent shouts sounded at the same time, whoosh, whoosh, and before the sound fell, 7 or 8 figures had already floated out of their respective rooms, and some of the doors and windows were closed, and they simply smashed into them. It smashed through the windows and door panels, and rushed out abruptly. When Ling Yu saw it, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said to Ling Yun, "Senior, hurry up, they won't kill me." Seeing that someone really found out, Ling Yun calmed down instead. "What else can I do?" "Hit it. Mr. Ling, please go back to the house for a while. I will let you out before you come out. Don't worry, I will definitely take you out of this place tonight." Ling Yun no longer used sound transmission to enter secrets, but directly switched to a hoarse voice, and said to Ling Yu. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 7th of the 8th watch. Keep calling the monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Senior, please be more careful. There are many masters here. If you can't do anything, please leave on your own. You just need to tell my old father that Ling Yu is fine. Ling Yu used the technique of sound transmission, said something to Ling Yun, and retreated into the hut in a flash. In front of these people, Ling Yu had no chance to make a move at all, and he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Ling Yun smiled wryly, and said to second uncle, "I really can't bear these 2 calls from you, senior, but the situation is urgent, and he doesn't have time to explain too much." Ling Yun didn't even look at the 7 or 8 masters who surrounded him, and stood at the door of the small black room in a blink of an eye. Soon, there was a lot of shouting, and more innate masters rushed out of the room, all rushed to the door of this small black room, and surrounded Ling Yun tightly. A friend who doesn't know where he came from dares to trespass into the Chen family's mansion. Could it be that he has lived enough? Someone sneered. Seeing that Ling Yun was surrounded, these people expected that Ling Yun would not be able to escape even with wings, and their tense expressions immediately relaxed. Stop talking nonsense. The Chen family bullied people so much that they even arrested the second master of the Ling family. I came here today to save him. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. I don't want to kill people tonight. Ling Yun calmed down, his eyes were cold and sharp as a knife, he stared at the dark crowd in front of him and said, "Ha ha ha ha." Someone laughed wildly, and suddenly emerged from the crowd. He was tall, nearly 60 years old, with a pair of dark eyes. Ling Yun was deeply impressed. No need to look, the person with such eyes must be from the Chen family. My friend, your tone is too loud, right? Since you already know that our Chen family arrested Ling Yu, then do you think you can still leave? Ling Yun smiled lightly. You Chen family, who are you? Old man Chen, the elder brother of the patriarch of the Chen family. Since you have found this place today, leave your life to me. Chen didn't want to give Ling Yun a chance to speak, and directly issued a kill order. Chen, Ling Yun repeated lightly in his mouth. An idea came to mind immediately. Don't think about it, xuanhuan must be the person in charge of this house. The Qin family asked him to stay here because he was in charge of communicating with these masters of the sect. While Ling Yun was concentrating on it, xuanhuan had already stepped back, waved his hands without looking back, and shouted, "Go! I will kill this person tonight." Brush. A congenital fourth-level master jumped out, went straight to Ling Yun, and at the same time spat out his fists violently, hitting Ling Yun in the chest. "It's up to you?" Ling Yun snorted coldly, standing still. "It's also a punch." Boom. Crack. Two fists clashed, and the entire right arm of the innate fourth-level master was broken by Ling Yun's punch. His tendons were broken, and his fist was smashed to pieces by Ling Yun. Ah! The innate fourth-level master flew out backwards, and let out a miserable cry, which was not like a human voice. His figure crashed into the crowd. Being caught with both hands, it's a pity how powerful Ling Yun is. The person who wanted to catch the injured was also knocked back again and again, retreating 7 or 8 steps before barely stopping, his face pale. See this scene. xuanhuan and the masters around him were all stunned. They looked at each other in blank dismay, thinking that this person could blow away the innate fourth-tier masters with one punch. How much skill and strength would it take to do it? Ling Yun's move obviously frightened many people, and none of them stepped forward immediately. They all froze there. When xuanhuan saw it, he gritted his teeth secretly, and in a flash he came to an old man, bowed and said, "Mr. Du, please take action and take this man down. The Qin family will definitely be grateful." As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to use soldiers for a short period of time. These ancient martial arts masters usually eat and drink from the Qin family, and the worldly things and resources that their own family sect needs are all supplied by the Qin family. Of course, it is impossible to back down at a critical moment, because in that case, they will be severely punished by their sect when they go back. Seeing that xuanhuan had found him, the old man who couldn't tell his age didn't talk nonsense. He nodded at xuanhuan, and came into the circle with a twist of his figure. "Dusheng of Xingyi Gate, please teach me your great trick." Dusheng sang to Ling Yun in a neutral manner, without clasping or cupping his hands, and then rushed towards Ling Yun with a shake of his figure. Ling Yun couldn't see those people who were cultivated. This one called Dusheng was one of them. He didn't dare to neglect, and he didn't answer. When Dusheng rushed to him and attacked him, he punched him again. Tiangang Fumo Fist. Bang! Two powerful punches collided fiercely. Ling Yun didn't move at all, and Dusheng was blown away by Ling Yun's punch again. My God! This person is actually a stubborn person. Many people exclaimed. Everyone here knows that this Dusheng of Xinjimen is the master of Xingyi, and his skills have already been cultivated to the 6th level of innate, but who knows that he is not the general of Ling Yun? Dusheng was not injured. After a burst of qi and blood, he flew back upside down, shook his numb wrist, his face changed drastically, and he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What sect?" "There is no family, no sect, people who save people," I said. "I don't want to kill people yet. As long as you let me leave with the second master of the Ling family, I will not make things difficult for you." xuanhuan was even more frightened when he saw Ling Yun being so powerful. He hurriedly said to the experts beside him, "This person's realm is too high, he may have surpassed the 7th level of innate, let's go up together." Unexpectedly, Dusheng suddenly opened his arms, stopped the crowd who were about to rush out, shook his head and said, "No, this person has definitely not reached the 7th level of innate, I want to fight him again." After finishing speaking, Dusheng took a deep breath, luckily gathered his energy all over his body, twisted his figure again, and charged at Ling Yun again. Ling Yun stood with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for Dusheng to come in front of him, and then suddenly he stretched out both palms, each drawing a mysterious trajectory in the air. the speed was faster than lightning, and the dance was non-stop. The palm of silence. Bang 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 bang. The palm wind punched violently and collided violently, both of them were hitting fast, the shadows of their palms filled the sky, the clothes of the people around them were flying around by the palm wind, they couldn't see their moves clearly at all. Suddenly, Dushing's emaciated figure flew back again, knocking down 7 or 8 people one after another, before he stood still. Ling Yan's Sky Nirvana palm is much more domineering than the Tiangang Fumo fist. The Tiangang Fumo fist can drop 10 times with one force, which is extremely violent and overbearing, but the Sky Nirvana palm has a destructive power. The two of them aligned their palms together just now, and the yin and yang zhenqi burst out from Ling Yan's palm force, and penetrated into Dushing's body fiercely and domineeringly, destroying his meridians already. If Dushing hadn't tried his best to protect living in the Dantian, in just a short while, Ling Yan has already destroyed him. Dushing's face was like gold paper, and he vomited blood. He stared blankly at Ling Yan standing majestically at the door of the hut, and felt his domineering aura. He was so shocked that he set off a huge wave. On Ling Yan's body, Dushing couldn't feel the slightest innate qi, but he couldn't resist Ling Yan's palm strength and moves, as well as that hot and cold yin-yang zhenqi. The innate 6-layer body protection zhenqi is useless. Definitely not an innate master, but possessing such strength, this is simply too terrifying. Chen Haiken saw that Dushing was seriously injured by 2 strokes, and he no longer had the ability to fight. He was impatient, and he roared, "Don't worry about it anymore, this person must be kept tonight. Everyone copy the guy, let's fight together, superior." The secrets of the Chen family must not be revealed, otherwise, the Chen family will have a hard time. My second brother and the elders of the family can't explain it at all when facing the heads of other families. Therefore, Chen Haiken is in a hurry. Another 4 or 5 innate masters rushed up, each holding a sword and other weapons, and slashed at Ling Yan frantically. Humph. Courting death. Ling Yan took out his dark blood demon knife without any hesitation, without any moves, just swiped the knife lightly, and cut off all the weapons of these people, and at the same time forced the cold air into the dark blood demon in the middle of the knife. The dark and cold light of the knife flashed and disappeared, and the 5 innate masters on the opposite side seemed to have been cut by the knife light, as if they had been cut by the knife light, and the blood flowed continuously. "Oh my God, Dao Gang!" someone exclaimed with sharp eyes. "Damn it, dark blood demon knife, this is actually a member of the demon sect, and what he is holding is dark blood demon knife." Someone exclaimed even louder. Ling Yan sneered, thinking what a group of things. I became a member of the demon sect with the dark blood demon knife? If I took a kitchen knife, would you say I'm a chef? Since he is a member of the demon sect, everyone can get him and punish him. Let's go together and kill him. There were more than a dozen angry shouts, and suddenly more than a dozen figures flew up, each with a weapon, each with a unique move, and launched an attack on Ling Yan. "I really want to save your lives, but I can't do it. You have to send them to the knife." Ling Yan sneered in his heart, swung the dark blood demon knife, and rushed directly into the crowd, slashing the world angrily, cutting the universe with the knife, reversing triple waves, and unleashing them one by one. Wu, like chopping melons and vegetables, directly killed the dozens of people who attacked, killing the crap, blood and flesh flying everywhere. When everything stopped, Ling Yan had already stood at the door of the small black house again, holding a knife in his left hand, with the blade facing outwards, the tip of the knife drooping. His eyes showed deep disdain, and he looked indifferently at these masters who fell on the ground crying and howling. "My friend, your intention to kill is too serious. You just wanted to save people, but you killed so many people. I really can't keep you today." As soon as he stopped drinking, 2 people jumped out immediately, and they were also 2 innate masters who couldn't see the realm of their cultivation. "Really? Instead of saying that you are helping the evil, you say that I am murderous. If this is the case, then I don't need to be polite to you. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and his murderous intention suddenly rose. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. 8 shifts again, all completed. The plot is very exciting, ask for a monthly ticket. Ling Yun knew that with his movement speed, if he picked up Ling Yu and left, no one here would be able to catch up with him. But he suddenly didn't want to leave. Since he had already made a move, and had already beheaded about 20 people, why not pick up the Chen family compound in one go? Thinking of this, Ling Yun squinted his sharp eyes, locked tightly on the many masters in front of him, and said indifferently, "It's not that I want to kill, it's you who insisted on forcing me to kill. I will remind you one last time, before I do it, if anyone wants to leave, I will never stop me, but once I make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as Ling Yun finished speaking, some people panicked immediately. Ling Yun has been winning consecutive battles, and his momentum has skyrocketed. He is not in a hurry. He allows these people to use voice transmission to discuss secretly, and he is ready to wipe out the remaining people here who are unwilling to leave. Chen Haiken's expression changed. He stood up abruptly, raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, and shouted in a cold voice, "Everyone, don't fall for his alienation plan. He has fought so many times in succession, his physical strength must have been exhausted, so only to scare everyone and make everyone confused, he is so fish in troubled waters. The big guy will come with me and kill him together." Chen Haiken is also a strong man at the peak of the 5th floor of the innate. Condensed. Ling Yun didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He stood long at the door, letting Chen Haiken finish his sentence, and then said coldly, "Chen, don't worry, everyone will die today." "You will never die. Bring it on." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he raised his hand and shook the demon sword of underworld blood to see who came up first to die. Ling Yu stood nervously in the small dark room, clenching his fists in excitement, thinking to himself, where did this master come from to be willing to help our fallen Ling family? Could it be that the father guessed the actions of the Chen family? He personally invited the rescuers? Impossible, this person has a ghost sword in his hand. God, it will never be my poor younger brother and sister. I heard that the Ling family is in trouble. Did you secretly send someone to rescue us? Ling Yu claims to be the little Zhuge of the Ling family. Although he is the weakest in skill, he is full of wit and scheming. At this moment, Ling Yan's voice came in a faint voice, "Second Master Ling, you must hide away a little bit later, otherwise, the sword gang will be horizontal and vertical in a while, but it's better not to hurt you." Ling Yan said this sentence, it means that he has made up his mind to kill the quartet. There were more than 80 people left on the other side. Although some people hesitated, no one left, which made Ling Yan's heart tremble. Because he found that the Chen family's management is really good, and the work of winning people's hearts is usually very good. Since they are all diehards, there is no other way, only one less one, and one less pair is killed. Chen Haiken really took the lead in rushing up, with a sharp sword flickering in his hand. Stab at Ling Yun's throat. "Chen, don't be too busy, give me a good rest for a while." Ling Yun let out a long laugh, and swung his sword wildly, wielding a sword that was nearly 5 or 6 meters long, directly facing Chen Haiping's legs, and the people behind him who came up to kill him. At the same time, the tip of Chen Haiken's sharp sword had also stabbed into Ling Yun's throat, but seeing Ling Yun smile slightly and tilt his head like lightning, Chen Haiken stabbed in the air. Chen Haiken missed, but Ling Yun didn't. The knife he swung slashed heavily on Chen Haiken's legs, and the pain caused him to fly away suddenly. Looking down at his legs again, Ling Yan's knife gang had cut 2 wounds below his knees, deep to the bone. If it weren't for the infuriating body protection of the peak of the 5th floor of the innate, Ling Yan's knife would be able to cut off his 2 legs, knee-high. Chen Haiken was slightly injured, but the 7 or 8 people behind him could not resist it. Some of them were of low realm, and their legs were directly cut off by Ling Yun's sword, which was even more domineering than being cut by a real sword. Dao Qi, Dao Mang, Dao Gang, what is Gang? It is the yin and yang infuriating energy in Ling Yun's body, which is sent out through the ghost blood demon knife, just like the substance. Kill people. A very inappropriate analogy is to put a towel on the back of a person's hand, and cut the towel with a kitchen knife. The towel will not be cut off, but the person's hand is cut by the knife, and the blade is not. Contact with a person's hand is not the blade that hurts the person, but the force of the knife's chop, which hurts the person. Dao Gang is Ling Yun's true energy, turned into that kind of strength. The air is like that towel. Dao Gang breaks through the air, still slaying people. Now, Ling Yun can send out the sword gang, and it will come to the Qi training period. He can injure people without even having to use the sword. Going a step further, Ling Yun's consciousness is strong enough. He can take back his true Qi and use his Qi to control the knife, without having to control it himself, let the knife fly out on its own, and take the enemy's head 100 paces away. This is the legendary technique of mastering the sword. During the period of Qi training, Qi refining and transforming into God, this is how you practice. The stronger the consciousness, the farther the attack distance and the larger the attack range. Ling Yun forced xuanhuan back with a single blow, and sneered proudly. With the rise of homicide, he finally used the phantom fish dragon step, flew into the opponent's crowd, and it was really like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. Ling Yun didn't look for anyone else. As soon as he came out, he met those two innate masters who came out to scream and couldn't see their cultivation. He knew that these two people were at least the 6th level of innate, and they were the biggest threat. Of course, Ling Yun had to clean up first them. With knives crisscrossing, limbs flying horizontally, and blood splattering, the Chen family was quickly killed by Ling Yun. Arms were broken, legs were broken, and everyone fell to the ground screaming miserably. Of course, if Ling Yun fights like this, it is inevitable that he will be hit a few times, but he has the body of the Dian Juxing Baojue. With the yin and yang Zhenqi in his body, and the triple defense, even the masters of the 6th level of innate can't do anything to him. What's more, Ling Yun's movement technique is too fast. When he stretches out his figure, after images are everywhere, and occasionally he casts a shape-shifting image, and his body instantly transforms into several, making it impossible for people to know which one is real and which one is fake, then how to fight. All are only for being beaten. Oh my God, I clearly hit him. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yun kicked him flying tens of meters away, and he fell to the ground and vomited blood. This man is protected by a precious armor. He can't be beaten. Ah. Another cry. Ling Yun turned around and gave him a knife, and he let out a quick and miserable cry, and died of his breath. Ling Yun's killing spree this time seems to have returned to the night when he entered the dealer's house for the 2nd time and saved Xuan Mei Feng. Gods blocked and killed gods, Buddhas blocked and killed Buddhas, rushed left and right in the crowd, and killed all directions. Shichichi. Someone finally wanted to escape, but at this time it was already too late. How could Ling Yun let them escape so easily? He directly used the technique of raining flowers in the sky, and threw out a handful of big needles. Suddenly, one by one fell down from the acupuncture points on the back of his body, turning into rolling gourds. Wow. Boss, didn't you say that you just came to visit? Why did you start a fight? Fighting is such a professional thing, how can you not call me? Hearing the movement, Jester rushed over at this time, seeing Ling Yun killing all directions in the Chen family's mansion. He suddenly became excited, flew over suddenly, punched one person's chest, and said to Ling Yun excitedly. Don't keep one, kill. Jester, don't call me by my name, don't change your shape, just kill people. Don't you want to drink blood? I'll let you drink enough tonight. While dealing with the 5 innate 6th level masters around him, Ling Yun said to Jester through voice transmission, saying that Jester came at the right time. As you wish, I am willing to serve you, dear boss. Jester was overjoyed. He stretched his body suddenly, and came directly in front of a master of the 9th floor of Hotian, grabbed the arms of that person with both hands, moved to the sides, and then pulled hard. With a horrific scream, the man was torn in half by Jester. As expected of a devil, Lingyun finally knew. This person is too demonic. No matter what, we must kill this evil obstacle. The 5 innate 6th level masters surrounding Lingyun never imagined that Lingyun would be so ruthless. They were all angry, and they all resorted to housekeeping tricks, ruthless moves, and Lingyun's life was bound to end. If I don't kill you, don't you kill me? Lingyun was leisurely, shuttled among the encirclement of 5 masters, and coldly snorted, "My demonic nature is heavy? Who is the demon? Look at the dozens of girls in the front yard, aren't they human? If you say I don't know what they are doing here, who would believe it? What are you doing?" Just now, Lingyun found out that many innate masters flew out of the beds of these girls. These girls not only provided Qin Jiangui with their own blood, but also provided the Qin family with these innate masters masturbating. The Qin family can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Keeping these masters is also a disaster. Lingyun simply kills them all. With the help of the demon Jest, the battle ended quickly. In an instant, those masters who were seriously injured by Lingyun had all died. In the entire Qin family mansion, there are only 5 masters who were born at the 6th floor. And xuanhuan, who was at the peak of the 5th level of innate. It's over, it's over. Xuanhuan was seriously injured in the chest by Lingyun just now, and a knife cut more than a foot long was cut on his chest, at least as deep as 5 or 6 centimeters. The knife gang had already injured his internal organs. He couldn't even move now. He could only look at the courtyard that had turned into Shura's hell, muttering to himself with a pale face. Where did this devil come from, to kill hundreds of masters of my Qin family, for the sake of a declining Ling family? Lingyun's figure was fluttering, and when he saw that there were only 6 people left in the Qin family's compound, he said to Jester again via voice transmission, "Okay, it's almost time, you go to that hut quickly, put the save the people." Lingyun fought this battle for a full half an hour. He thought, the other side's reinforcements were coming soon, let Jester rescue his second uncle first. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Cavan. The brain is exhausted, and the plot in the brain can't keep up with the update speed. I need encouragement. While resisting the siege of the 5 innate 6th floor masters, Lingyun calmly arranged. After he finished speaking to Jester, he sent a voice transmission to Lingyu in the little black room. "Second Master Ling, I'll let my subordinates take you away first. You can rest assured that this person is 100% trustworthy. Mr. Cui knows him. You can directly ask him to take you back to Ling's house." Before Lingyun could finish speaking, Jester had already dodged into the room. He was so powerful that he rushed out with Lingyu on his back. When xuanhuan saw that Lingyu was about to be rescued, he immediately yelled at the only 5 remaining innate 6th floor masters, "You can't let him save people. Hurry up and stop him with 2 people." The 2 innate 6th floor masters stopped attacking Lingyun immediately, and flew towards Jester. "It's just you? Can't stop it." Lingyun sneered, like a maggot in the Tarsus, while his body swayed. He performed a phantom fish and dragon step, turning into 4. 3 afterimages attacked each of the 3 innate masters in front of him, and at the same time he had already arrived at the other. In front of 2 innate masters. Knife cuts the universe. With a clear whistle, a fierce and unparalleled, a sharp and astonishing knife gang flashed out, slashing fiercely at the 2 innate masters rushing head-on. "Just go away. Leave me alone." Lingyun shouted loudly, and flew forward again, followed by raising the knife with both hands, and attacked the innate master, who did not retreat with another move to smash the world. Woo! The black sword was shining in the sky, and the icy sword gang slashed the face of the innate master. The innate master was forced to temporarily avoid the edge and fly horizontally, avoiding Ling Yun's sure-kill knife. "Boss, I'm leaving first, and I'll come back to meet you later." With a loud shout, Jester rushed forward with Ling Yu on his back, and then jumped out of the Chen family's mansion in one fell swoop. The figure quickly flashed into the vast darkness of the night, and with Ling Yu on his back, he fled wildly, not even bothering to drive the car. It's just that he doesn't know why. Ling Yun had to let him transform, otherwise, Jester would have transformed into wings long ago. He left Ling Yufa directly behind his back. "Not good." Xuanhuan roared in a panic. It's a pity that he was already seriously injured and couldn't even move at all. The 5 innate 6th level masters were also furious. Hundreds of masters were all killed by Ling Yun alone. Now only 5 of them are left, and the elder brother of the Chen family patriarch was also seriously injured by Ling Yun. If it spreads out, they will not be able to stand on the rivers and lakes. However, these 5 wanted to go after Jester. They also had to break through Ling Yun's blocking. They relied on the innate chi protection of the 6th layer of the innate. Although they were barely immune to the influence of Ling Yun's sword, Ling Yun's speed was too fast. The knife was sharp, forcing them to resist and evade. There is absolutely no way. A minute later, Ling Yun felt that Jester should have fled far away. He finally felt relieved, laughed loudly, punched out a large needle, and at the same time his body was upside down. Suddenly, he jumped into the center of the courtyard in the backyard of the Chen family mansion and stood still. The 5 innate 6th floor masters knew that it was impossible to catch up to Jester, so they shouted angrily and surrounded Ling Yun at the same time. Swish swish swish. 5 figures, divided into 5 directions, surrounded Ling Yun. "This is the great enemy of our Chen family. Please 5 senior masters. We must kill him today." Xuanhuan fell to the ground. Covering his wound, he roared wildly. His eyes were all red, except for the blood clan that Chen Jiangue brought back, and excluding 120 Oriental ninjas, in this compound, 1/3 of the power of the Chen family was possessed, and the power of this ancient martial arts school was Chen, the foundation of the family's heritage. Without these, the Chen family can't even fight against the Yi family, let alone the Long family. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, this person has killed so many people from our 6 sects, because of his powerful posture. If the 5 of us don't kill him, we will not be able to explain not only the Chen family, but also our own sect and ourselves." One of the 5 innate 6th level masters has also been red-eyed. This time, he brought 15 masters from his own sect. Now that all 15 have fallen to the ground, he can only be reconciled. The other 4 innate masters were in the same situation. Just because of this battle, they and Ling Yun had already forged a deadly feud. One person against hundreds of people, Ling Yun has been using Yinyang True Qi to transform into swords and fists to fight against the enemy. His consumption is also very huge, although most of the masters below the 3rd floor of the innate are killed by him with one knife. But the innate 3 there are also more than 20 masters above the peak level. These people have light skills. Killing them also consumes a lot of Ling Yun's energy. Ling Yun's current skill is less than 40% of the heyday, and there are 5 strongest masters in front of him, so he must fight quickly. However, now that his second uncle Ling Yu has been rescued, Ling Yun no longer has to passively defend in front of the little black house, and he doesn't have to throw a rat, which makes him a lot easier. Ling Yun stood in the stance, mixed his breathing, calmly locked the 5 innate masters around his body with his spiritual sense, and said lightly, "You 5, don't worry, I promise, none of you will survive." After he finished speaking, Ling Yun's figure dashed wildly, and he rushed towards an innate 6th floor expert standing in front of him, and his figure disappeared in a flash. "Stop him!" 4 violent shouts rang out at the same time, and the 4 figures flew like a shadow, rushing towards Ling Yun from all sides, fists and swords, and madly attacked Ling Yun. The innate master in front of Ling Yun's eyes was ruthless. He didn't retreat half a step, he stretched out his palms, transported his innate chi to the limit, and faced the knife gang that Ling Yun had slashed towards. He went up to meet him. His idea was that as long as he blocked Ling Yun, the attacks of the four masters behind would all fall on Ling Yun. Even if Ling Yun didn't die, he would still have half his life left. As long as Ling Yun was injured, they would fight much better. Good job. Ling Yun came to the innate master in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he retracted the knife, stopped, his toes slammed on the ground, his body rose into the sky, a scorpion turned over, and he came to the innate master. Behind. At this time, the four innate masters have already attacked. Fist style, palm style, knife chi, and sword chi. All of a sudden, I came to the innate master. These four moves have already been used, and it is too late to even think about recycling. Ling Yun's movement is too weird and too fast, more than twice as fast as in the group battle just now, which has exceeded their reaction and response speed. Send you on the road first. Ling Yun shouted violently. At the same time, both fists are thrown together, and the two fists are like real substance. He beat the innate 6th level expert in the back violently. Bang bang. One cold and one heat, two different winds simultaneously hit the innate chi of the innate 6th layer master, making two loud noises. Wow. Under two diametrically opposite infuriating attacks, the innate expert was directly injured, spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was smashed by Ling Yun and flew forward. No way, Ling Yun's two punches' internal strength is second, mainly the strength, such a huge force hit the back. He couldn't stand at all. The other four innate masters saw that he was actually hit by Ling Yun and hit them head-on, but they couldn't hold back their strength. All the strength that they had attacked Ling Yun was all on the body of this unlucky bastard. Pfft. The innate 6th level expert was attacked with all his strength 5 times in succession, and his iron body couldn't stand it. The body stagnated in the air for a while, and fell down softly. The other four were terrified and stunned, they forgot to take another shot for a while. Humph. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and his figure flew up again. At the same time, he shot out a big gun at the innate expert, who fell to the ground. Several large needles sank directly into his death hole, and the man died of anger. The dark blood demon saber appeared in Ling Yun's hand again. He held the sword in his left hand, and his body was like a long rainbow piercing the sun. The dark blood demon saber, with a 7 or 8 meter long black sword light, swept across the four people violently. The four top masters who gathered together had to spread out again, and Ling Yun fell to the ground. He smiled coldly at the master who was closest to him on the left, performed the phantom fish dragon step, and came to him in a flash, handed the knife to his right hand, raised the knife wildly, and slashed xuanhuan. When the expert saw that Ling Yun had come to him again, he was so frightened that he quickly gathered all his strength and raised his sword to resist. Dang! With a loud bang, Ling Yun's blood demon sword and the man's sword collided in one place, and the man's sword was directly cut out an inch-deep gap. The sword is good, and your infuriating spirit is also good. Ling Yun shouted and gave him a mysterious look. Just when that person didn't know why, there was already a dragon-marked soft sword on Ling Yun's left hand. Lightning kill. In the next instant, the tip of the dragon-patterned soft sword, like a rushing thunder, penetrated into the man's throat very quickly. Cuckoo. A trace of blood spilled from the man's throat, his eyes widened blankly, and a dying cry came from his throat. Two dead fish-like eyes popped out, staring at Ling Yun's left hand, unable to rest his eyes. There are 3 more. Ling Yun withdrew the dragon-marked sword, turned his head to look at the other 3, his voice was as indifferent and cold as a killing god from hell. I know that you are all very powerful, and it is not easy to cultivate to this realm, but, before I started, I already gave you the opportunity to let you escape, and it was you who did not leave." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he was too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He held the sword in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He used the 9 killing sword technique and the heaven exterminating sword technique together. The 3 of them only using the sword gang and the knife gang to destroy the 3 of them's body protection true chi, and then Ling Yan directly crushed their hearts with the sword, and sent them all on their way. The backyard of the entire Chen family mansion has now truly become a sea of corpses and blood, and has completely become an azure hell. As soon as Ling Yan's figure floated, he came to Chen Haiken, whose body was shaking violently, and said with a cold smile, "Now, there are only 2 of us left." "Shichichi." Ling Yan sent out several finger whines one after another, sealing several big holes of Chen Haiken, and then asked lightly, "Tell me, where did you hide Ling Xiao, the 3rd master of the Ling family?" At this moment, a shrill shout came from above the Chen family's mansion. Ling Yan raised his head suddenly, and suddenly laughed. It turned out to be Chen Jiangui, who flew from the sky with 7 or 8 barons, fluttering his black wings. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net.